Chapter 1: Activate the system to get the richest sister. Long Yangqing stepped into the bustling commercial street of Jiangnan City and went straight into a flower shop. He shouted, "Boss, come and get the flowers." However, before he finished speaking, a woman in a brand-name dress with outstanding appearance in the store recognized him and smiled teasingly. "Oh? Long Yangqing, have you fallen to this point after breaking up with me? Now you are actually doing shopping and running errands for others?" Hearing this, the smile on Long Yangqing's face froze instantly. He glared at Huo Jiaxuan, turned around and walked out of the flower shop. "Tsk, are you afraid to see me?" Huo Jiaxuan stood in front of him, with disgust in her eyes. She took out the perfume bottle, sprayed some gently, then took a deep breath and said slowly, "Long Yangqing, if you encounter any difficulties, you might as well tell me. We used to have feelings for each other, and it is not a big problem for me to help you for 10,000 or 8,000. As long as you are willing to kneel down and beg me, would I refuse? Get out of the way." Long Yangqing roared. Huo Jiaxuan is Long Yangqing's ex-girlfriend. During their relationship, although Long Yangqing ran a small company, his financial situation was relatively stable. However, Huo Jiaxuan's love for luxury goods overwhelmed Long Yangqing. In order to cater to her needs, he had to spend all his money. Eventually the company went bankrupt and he was penniless. But at this time, Huo Jiaxuan chose to leave him and throw herself into the arms of a big boss. How cruel! Even a dog owner can be affectionate, but this woman is so heartless. She even boasted to her bestie, saying that she was blind to be with Long Yangqing in the first place. Her parents were so traumatized by this incident that they were admitted to the hospital. However, Huo Jiaxuan responded coldly, "Hasn't your Long family always wanted a perfect daughter-in-law like me? Your son looks so poor, how could he be worthy of me?" Huo Jiaxuan said in a condescending manner, "Boss, please tell this poor boy how much I spent on these." As she spoke, she showed off the diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. The boss cooperated and said loudly, "The flowers that Miss Huo ordered from our store cost a total of 200,000. The crowd in the store was immediately shocked by the huge amount of money. They exclaimed in amazement and were full of envy for Huo Jiaxuan. The look he gave Long Yangqing was full of sarcasm and contempt. Huo Jiaxuan smiled proudly and said to Long Yangqing, "Did you hear that? 200,000. You may never earn that much money in your life." Long Yangqing clenched his fists, his eyes red with anger and humiliation. Ding! A crisp prompt sound rang in his mind. The sign-in system has been opened for you, and the host has one sign-in opportunity every day. Are you ready to sign in now? The voice echoed in his mind like a dream, making Long Yangqing feel dazed. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses, feeling very excited. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then uttered 2 words, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the favor of Jiangnan City's richest woman, Zhong Qingyan. Zhong Qingyan? Long Yangqing was shocked. He had read countless novels and naturally understood that this was the power of the system. But Zhong Qingyan, the richest person in Jiangnan City, the cold and domineering female president, a powerful woman worth tens of billions, actually became his sister? Host, if you sign in once a day, you will have the opportunity to meet different goddess sisters. They will treat you like their own brother. However, each goddess sister has her own unique personality, so please be careful when getting along with them. This voice was like a spring breeze, bringing endless surprises to Long Yangqing. He cheered secretly in his heart, "This time, my life is really about to usher in a new chapter." The corners of Long Yangqing's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Huo Jiaxuan frowned and looked at Long Yangqing, mocking him, "What are you laughing at? Did my words hurt you? That's right, 200,000 may be an astronomical figure for you, and you will never be able to earn that in your lifetime." Long Yangqing responded coldly, "I am laughing at you, Huo Jiaxuan. Do you think it's great to be with a big boss?" Long Yangqing's tone was full of disdain. "Stop pretending, it makes me sick just looking at you." Huo Jiaxuan's face suddenly changed. She thought she could easily make Long Yangqing surrender, but when she saw his half-smile, she felt a little scared. She shouted angrily, "This is my ability. What right do you, a poor guy, have to criticize me?" Long Yangqing glanced at her and felt even more disgusted with her. He knew that with the power of the system, he would come into contact with people of a higher level, such as Zhong Qingyan and others, and Huo Jiaxuan's image in his eyes would only become more and more unbearable. Long Yangqing. Huo Jiaxuan's face flushed with anger. She shouted, "Get out of here. I'll give 20,000 yuan to anyone who can drive him away. Hurry up. When the people around heard this, a hint of greed flashed in their eyes. They looked at Long Yangqing unkindly and slowly surrounded him. One person said provocatively, "Brother, be smart and get out of here. Aren't you asking for trouble if you, a poor guy, compete with this rich and beautiful woman?" At this moment, dozens of luxury cars roared and stopped neatly in front of the flower shop. This scene attracted great attention from the people around. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Bugatti. These are all jaw-dropping limited edition models. People were speculating which big shot was so high profile. At this time, a middle-aged man in a neat suit walked out of the car. His eyes swept through the crowd and finally stopped on Long Yangqing, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He was followed by several burly bodyguards, loyally guarding the store door. The customers and staff in the flower shop were attracted by this sudden scene. They stopped what they were doing and watched curiously. Seeing this, the boss hurried forward and asked with a smile, "Sir, are you here to buy flowers?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly and handed over a business card with the words, "Zhang Haju, General Manager of Changsheng Group," printed on it. When the boss saw it, he was stunned. Changsheng Group is a giant in the business world, and this Mr. Jiang in front of them actually came to their small flower shop in person. Hua Jiaxuan was also shocked when she learned the other party's identity. She trotted over and tried to get close to Zhang Haju. "Mr. Jiang, I am." However, Zhang Haju ruthlessly interrupted her and coldly spat out one word, "Get out." Amid the astonishment of the crowd, Zhang Haju walked straight to Long Yangqing, bowed his head and said respectfully, "Master, Director Zhong asked me to pick you up." "Did Sister Qing Yan ask you to come?" Long Yangqing asked. "Exactly." Zhang Haju smiled and replied, "Mr. Zhong dressed up carefully to meet you, and spent tens of millions." This news exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Everyone stood there in a daze, with turbulent waves in their hearts. The general manager of Changsheng Group actually came to pick up Long Yangqing in person? And I heard that the cold and domineering female president Zhong Qingyan even spent tens of millions to dress herself up? The news shocked everyone present. The poor boy who was looked down upon by everyone before, actually turned into the brother of the richest man in Jiangnan City? This transformation is simply unbelievable. No wonder Long Yangqing had looked down on Hua Jiaxuan before. With his current identity and status, Hua Jiaxuan really seemed insignificant. Everyone was shocked and began to think about their previous actions. They almost drove Long Yangqing away for a little money. At this moment, their hearts were full of regret and fear. They quickly put on smiling faces and vied with each other to express their respect. "Mr. Long, it's my great honor to meet you here. I wonder if I have the chance to take a photo with you," someone asked cautiously. "Don't be silly. It's a great blessing to meet young Master Long. You still want to take a photo with him? Who do you think you are? How ridiculous." Just now, there was a woman who actually boasted in front of young Master Long that she spent 200,000 yuan. "It was so stupid," another person said sarcastically. "That woman is more than just stupid. Doesn't she know how ugly she is? She's not even worthy of carrying Mr. Long's shoes." Hua Jiaxuan stood there as if struck by lightning. The discussions of the people around her seemed to pierce her ears like needles, making her face flush and she felt ashamed. An indescribable panic surged in her heart, and she turned to Long Yangqing in disbelief. This scene seems as unreal as a dream. Her body was so stiff as if frozen, and she didn't even have the strength to speak. How is this possible? Hasn't Long Yangqing been squeezed dry by her and become a pauper? Even his parents' medical expenses were squandered by her. How could he have a sister like Zhong Qingyan? But the situation before us. Hua Jiaxuan's heart was filled with regret. Looking at Long Yangqing's cold eyes, she really felt that she was not even worthy of polishing his shoes. She felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. She barely held onto the wall, frantically thinking of countermeasures, then forced a smile, trying to act like she had a good relationship with Long Yangqing. "Long Yangqing, even if we are not together now, we are still friends. When did you meet Mr. Jiang? Introduce him to me." Long Yangqing glanced at her coldly. "Who do you think you are to know this?" Hua Jiaxuan's smile froze on her face instantly. Long Yangqing finally got some relief from the depression in his heart. He sneered, "You just said you spent 200,000 yuan on flowers?" "Yes, 200,000, but these flowers are actually nothing." Hua Jiaxuan tried to keep smiling. "Mr. Jiang, please buy this flower shop." Long Yangqing's voice was full of indifference. I feel uncomfortable looking at this place. Buy it and smash it. Chapter 2. Did you just want to kill me? After hearing what Long Yangqing said, Jiang Hezhu immediately took out a sparkling black diamond card and handed it to the flower shop owner without hesitation, saying in a cold and firm tone, "Just swipe it." The boss was stunned by the scene before him. He took the card stiffly and said in a trembling voice, 8 million. Is that okay? Long Yangqing turned to look at the flower shop owner, his eyes full of disdain and ridicule, and smiled faintly, only 8 million. He turned to Jiang Hezhu and ordered coldly, "Smash it." Following Jiang Hezhu's gesture, a group of bodyguards immediately rushed into the flower shop and frantically destroyed everything inside, not even glancing at the priceless flowers. The crowd watching was shocked by this scene. They couldn't imagine that Long Yangqing would actually take action. He destroyed the flower shop without hesitation, as if he were destroying a toy. They looked at Long Yangqing's calm face, their hearts filled with surprise and awe, and some even developed a feeling of admiration for him. "Mr. Long, since you have already smashed this flower shop, can you give me all these flowers?" A beautiful woman asked shyly. Long Yangqing glanced at her and smiled, "If you like it, just take it." Hearing this, the beauty was ecstatic. She almost threw herself into Long Yangqing's arms and kissed him, and then hurriedly began to pick those expensive flowers. When others saw this scene, they were filled with jealousy. Not to be outdone, they all made requests to Long Yangqing. "Mr. Long, you were so generous, can you give us some flowers as well?" Long Yangqing didn't care at all. He waved his hand and said, "You can take whatever you want." When everyone heard this, they were extremely surprised and admired Long Yangqing's generosity. The total value of these flowers is millions, but in his eyes they seem to be worthless. This is the true bearing in realm. However, at this moment Hua Jiashuan woke up from her dream and saw the chaos in the flower shop. Her worldview completely collapsed. That was 8 million worth of flowers, and they were ruined by just one sentence from Long Yangqing. She was filled with regret and spoke carefully, "Long Yangqing, my flowers are still in there. I spent 200,000 yuan to buy them. For the sake of our past friendship, can you let me take them away?" Long Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Hua Jiashuan would dare to mention their past friendship at this moment. He smiled and said, "Of course." Hua Jiashuan was delighted and was about to pick the flowers. Long Yangqing suddenly said sarcastically, "As long as you kneel down and beg me, why wouldn't I give it to you?" Hua Jiashuan was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this what she had just said to Long Yangqing? However, at this moment, looking at Long Yangqing's condescending eyes, she felt like an ant being looked down upon by a god, with no dignity at all. Hua Jiashuan was extremely angry. She screamed, "Long Yangqing, you are going too far. I bought those flowers with my own money. Why can't you let me take them?" However, before she could finish her words, the people who were grabbing the flowers stopped. They looked at Hua Jiashuan with cold eyes. "Who are you? How dare you speak to Master Long like that? Mr. Long's words are the rules. Do you dare to move? I'll break your hands." Hua Jiashuan's face was pale, her eyes were full of fear. She felt the murderous intent and looked at Long Yangqing helplessly. She said in a trembling voice, "Long Yangqing, I don't want to take the flowers. Please tell them not to look at me anymore. I'm really scared. I beg you." Long Yangqing just sneered at this and waved his hand as if he was an emperor giving orders. Those people seemed to be intimidated by his aura. They stopped looking at Hua Jiashuan and cursed at him. Instead, they quickened the pace of picking flowers. This scene made Hua Jiashuan feel heartbroken. She was shocked and angry, and trembling with anger. At this time, another luxury car stopped outside the flower shop, and an ugly middle-aged man walked out of the car. He looked around the store in confusion, then shouted, "Jiashuan, what's going on? Why are you taking so long to buy flowers?" Hua Jiashuan was stunned. Seeing this middle-aged man, she seemed to see hope. She threw herself into the man's arms with tears in her eyes and said aggrievedly, "Husband, I was bullied." "What?" Yang Yi's face suddenly changed, and he shouted angrily, "Who dares to bully my wife?" Hua Jiashuan didn't care about anything else. She pointed at Long Yangqing and complained aggrievedly, "It's him. He is my ex-boyfriend. When he saw me today, he kept pestering me. Husband, you must make the decision for me." After that, she glared at Long Yangqing fiercely and warned him, "My husband is the manager of Shenyang Group. His status is no worse than yours. Long Yangqing, get out of here. Otherwise, I will let my husband find someone to deal with you." Everyone was shocked. The Shenyang Group in Jiangnan City had an influence equal to that of the Changxing Group, which meant that the status of this middle-aged man was comparable to that of Jiang Haju. No wonder Hua Jiashuan is so arrogant and domineering. It turns out she has such a powerful backer behind her. Ouyang Yi felt the envious looks from the people around him, feeling elated. He stared coldly at Long Yangqing and ordered, "Did you hear me? Get out." Seeing this, Jiang Haju frowned and prepared to step forward to mediate. However, Long Yangqing waved his hand to stop him. He turned to Hua Jiashuan with a disdainful and sarcastic smile on his face. "You are really good at confusing right and wrong. So, is your husband really the manager of Shenyang Group?" Long Yangqing questioned. "That's right." Hua Jiashuan nodded affirmatively, her eyes full of resentment. Although her husband's status cannot be compared with Zhong Qingyan, it is definitely not comparable to someone like Long Yangqing. She recalled the humiliation she had just experienced and was so angry that she wished she could tear Long Yangqing into pieces. However, at this moment, bang! Long Yangqing slapped her hard, looking down at Hua Jiashuan from above, and said sarcastically, "Is this what you rely on to regain your spirits?" The whole audience exploded instantly. Hua Jiashuan covered her face. The pain was almost unbearable, as if even her teeth had been knocked out. She stared at Long Yangqing and whispered in a trembling voice, Why did you dare to do something to me when you knew my husband's identity?" The crowd around were stunned by this scene. They stared at Long Yangqing in amazement, not knowing how to react. How dare he beat someone so brazenly in front of someone else's husband? This is simply unbelievable. What is even more shocking is that this husband is the manager of Shenyang Group. Long Yangqing seemed not to care. He had his hands behind his back and no expression on his face. Ouyang Yi finally came to his senses and rushed towards Long Yangqing with his fists waved angrily, shouting, "Asshole, you dare to hit my wife!" Hua Jiashuan also came to her senses and shouted hysterically, "Husband, beat him to death! Beat him into a cripple!" However, Long Yangqing remained unmoved. Jiang Haju waved his hand and two bodyguards immediately stepped forward to stop Ouyang Yi. Ouyang Yi roared angrily, "Who are you? How dare you stop me? Are you tired of living?" Jiang Haju took out a business card in annoyance, handed it to Ouyang Yi, and said seriously, "Mr. Long is our director Zhong's younger brother. If you dare to touch him, Shenyang Group will have no reason to exist." Ouyang Yi widened his eyes in anger and wanted to refute, but when his eyes fell on the business card, he was suddenly stunned as if he had been electrocuted. The name card clearly reads, General Manager of Changsheng Group Jiang Haju. His mouth opened in shock, as if he had seen something impossible. Although he worked as a manager in Shenyang Group, he only managed a small department, which was a world of difference compared to Jiang Haju. Ouyang Yi was filled with fear. He said to Jiang Haju in a trembling voice, "Boss Jiang, why are you here? I was so blind that I didn't recognize you." Hua Jiashuan asked in confusion, "Husband, you are also a manager, why are you so respectful to him?" Ouyang Yi turned back angrily and slapped Hua Jiashuan hard on the face, shouting, "Who am I in front of President Jiang? Shut up! If you dare to make President Jiang angry again, I will kill you." Hua Jiashuan covered her face and cried, her heart was broken and her face was as pale as paper. When she saw the half-smile in Long Yangqing's eyes, she suddenly knelt on the ground, with an unprecedented pleading look on her face. "Long Yangqing, I was wrong. Please spare my life for the sake of our past friendship." However, Long Yangqing turned a deaf ear to him. He turned to look at Ouyang Yi with the same half-smile on his face. "Did you just want to kill me?" Chapter 3 You Are Not Worthy. Ouyang Yi stuttered and was unable to speak coherently. Jiang Haju's words just now echoed in his mind, making his stuttering of I even worse. He realized that the person in front of him was Zhong Qingyan's younger brother, Master Long. Ouyang Yi glared at Hua Jiashuan, his tone revealing fear. "Mr. Long, I was deceived by this bitch. I apologize to you. Let's talk properly." Although he said this, there was no sincerity in his apology on his face. In his mind, he was the manager of Shenyang Group after all, so young Master Long had to give him some face. Apologize? Long Yangqing glanced at him coldly, looked down at his shoes, and said softly, "My shoes are a little dirty." Ouyang Yi's heart tightened and his eyes fell on the pair of muddy, unknown brand sneakers at Long Yangqing's feet. He forced a smile, bent down and said, "Mr. Long, let me polish your shoes. It's my honor to serve you." However, just as he was about to touch Long Yangqing's sneakers with his expensive suit, Long Yangqing suddenly kicked him to the ground and sneered, "Are you worthy? The air seemed to be sucked out by a mysterious force, and the atmosphere in the flower shop froze instantly. Everyone was dumbfounded, as if they had seen something incredible. The manager of Shangyang Group, who earns hundreds of thousands of yuan a year, actually polished Long Yangqing's shoes in public, but was rejected with words that he was unworthy. This was simply a provocation and insult to them. Ouyang Yi's face turned red in an instant. The dull gazes of the crowd seemed to have turned into sharp arrows, piercing his self-esteem. At this moment, Zhang Heju's cell phone suddenly rang. He hurriedly answered it. The cold female voice that came out of it seemed to carry a sense of majesty. "Heju, why hasn't my brother arrived yet?" This voice made everyone stunned again. No need to ask, this must be Zhong Qingyan's call. Long Yangqing's heart moved. Although he had never met her, he could feel deep tenderness and care from her voice. Zhang Heju hurriedly replied, "Mr. Zhong, we have encountered some minor troubles, but don't worry, we will be back soon." "Oh?" Zhong Qingyan's voice was filled with doubt. "In Jiangnan City, is there anyone who dares to harm my brother?" "Wow!" Ouyang Yi and Hua Jiaxuan were both shocked and looked at each other. Although the other party's words were plain, they made them feel as if they were surrounded by ice and snow, and the cold was overwhelming. Both of them were filled with regret. Zhang Heju turned to Long Yangqing, but Long Yangqing waved his hand. Zhang Heju immediately responded, "Mr. Zhong, no one has been offended. Young Master Long and I will return immediately." Zhong Qingyan nodded lightly and hung up the phone. "Young Master Long, why don't you report to Director Zhong?" Zhang Heju asked with confusion. Although this matter is not serious, it is not a trivial matter either. Shangyang Group is by no means an easy opponent to deal with. If it is not explained, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. What do these two mean to me? They are not even worthy of Sister Qingyan's attention. Long Yangqing shook his head indifferently, without even looking at the two of them, and strode out of the room. Seeing this, Zhang Heju immediately opened the car door for him. "Go meet Zhong Qingyan." Hua Jiaxuan raised her head with empty eyes. Until the moment she left, Long Yangqing never looked at her directly, as if she had never existed. Long Yangqing's godlike and indifferent eyes echoed in her mind. Her body trembled involuntarily, her face turned from red to white, and her heart was filled with regret. Thinking back to her own sarcasm just now, she felt like a clown. No matter how hard she tried or how strong she was, she seemed unable to enter Long Yangqing's sight. To him, she was nothing but a passing cloud. She, Hua Jiaxuan, actually missed such a good opportunity. Ouyang Yi clenched his fists, his joints making crackling sounds. Feeling the sympathetic gazes of the people around him, he roared, "Get out! Get out!" Passers-by were frightened and fled in panic. Long Yangqing had already left, and they dared not stay any longer. "Long Yangqing!" Ouyang Yi roared angrily, "I will definitely seek justice from you. Husband, are we really not worthy of being his enemy?" Hua Jiaxuan's voice was tearful. "Why not? Isn't he related to Zhong Qingyan? I just contacted the general manager of the company yesterday, and even had the opportunity to have dinner with the chairman of Shangyang Group." Ouyang Yi gritted his teeth. "With the chairman here, even Zhong Qingyan has to give us some face." "Really?" A hint of joy flashed in Hua Jiaxuan's eyes, but when she thought of Long Yangqing's arrogant look, she felt furious. "We must make him pay the price." Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on her face. "Husband, I know which hospital Long Yangqing's parents are in." The limited edition Rolls-Royce driven by Jiang He finally stopped in front of a well-known high-end restaurant. The moment Long Yangqing got out of the car, a heart-warming figure came into view. She was looking at him tenderly with a sweet smile. "That is Zhong Qingyan, the distinguished sister of the richest man. She is waiting here." Chapter 4: Obtaining Ancient Martial Arts Rewards. Xiantian Bajiquan. Zhong Qingyan was like a fairy floating in from a painting. She was wearing a flawless white dress and a crystal-clear blue crystal around her neck, and her figure was extremely graceful. Even without looking at her face, her extraordinary temperament alone is enough to impress people. If coupled with her cool and beautiful face, Long Yangqing was deeply shocked. Mr. Zhong is always simple and elegant in daily life, but today she dressed up so exquisitely just for you. Zhang Heju reminded softly from the side. Facing Zhong Qingyan's graceful approach, Long Yangqing felt a little at a loss, and his words were filled with nervousness and uneasiness. "Brother, don't you remember your sister?" Zhong Qingyan's voice is like a clear spring flowing through a valley, cool and pleasant. "I." Long Yangqing stammered and was at a loss. Have you forgotten that we had a brief encounter when you were 5 or 6 years old? At that time, you said you wanted to recognize me as your sister, but unfortunately, for some reason, I had to leave in a hurry. Zhong Qingyan recounted the past in a low voice. Long Yangqing was slightly stunned. Not to mention the age of 5 or 6, even his memory before the age of 10 was blank and he could not recall it at all. However, he soon realized that this might be due to the system, so he stopped worrying about it. He called out shyly, "Sister." "That's right." Zhong Qingyan's smile was full of warmth. She gently touched his head and then took his hand. "Come on, sister will take you to enjoy delicious food." Suddenly, a pleasant reminder sounded in Long Yangqing's ears, "Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully recognized the richest sister, and you are presented with a supreme VIP diamond black card of Zuixinlu restaurant." Long Yangqing touched the diamond black card that suddenly appeared in his pocket, looked up and found that they were in the Zuixinlu restaurant. This is the top restaurant in Jiangnan City, and the consumption each time is over 100,000 yuan. He had never set foot here before, but as Zhong Qingyan came to the second floor, he was surprised to find that there was no one here. "I booked the entire second floor." Zhong Qingyan smiled proudly and said, "In Jiangnan City, no one can disturb our mealtime." Long Yangqing responded with a smile, "Sister, you are so amazing. You don't even need to tell me that." Zhong Qingyan smiled proudly, like a proud little peacock. There was a sound of footsteps at the stairs, and a middle-aged man walked up the stairs slowly. He looked at the two of them, frowned slightly, then relaxed and smiled. "Miss Zhong, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. I was wondering who would have the guts to be so domineering in Zuixinlu restaurant." Zhong Qingyan's expression turned cold instantly. She glanced at the middle-aged man and said in a cold tone, "What are you doing here?" The middle-aged man seemed not to notice her indifference and still kept smiling. "Ms. Zhong, why can't I come here? I am also a member of this restaurant. Is there any problem with dining here?" "But Miss Zhong, why are you dining with an ordinary-looking young man?" He elegantly took out a tissue and wiped his hands with a look of disdain on his face. The price of this tissue is probably more expensive than all his equipment. After saying that, he threw the tissue into the trash can with contempt. This scene attracted the attention of the people around, and they gathered around and looked at Zhong Qingyan and the middle-aged man. Someone whispered, "Isn't this Zhong Qingyan and Huang Runtai? How come they are together? Who is that young man in ordinary clothes?" Huang Runtai smiled triumphantly at Zhong Qingyan, as if he had already grasped the pulse of victory. He was well aware of the fierce competition between Shangyang Group and Changsheng Group. If he could deal a blow to Zhong Qingyan's reputation at this moment, it would undoubtedly lead to his great victory. He laughed sarcastically and said, "Boss Zhong, I always thought you were a cool and powerful female CEO, but now it seems that your behavior is really shocking. You actually had a secret meeting with a poor boy here." These words pierced Zhong Qingyan's heart like a sharp sword. However, she was not shaken by this, she just smiled contemptuously and said two words lightly, "Stupid." These two words were like a drop of cold water on his head, instantly cooling Huang Runtai's enthusiasm. He felt his words become pale and powerless, as if he was slapped hard by an invisible slap. "Zhong Qingyan, although you are the richest person in Jiangnan City, I, Huang Runtai, am not much different from you. Why do you look down on me so much?" Huang Runtai said angrily, his eyes flashing with anger. He suddenly turned his gaze to Long Yangqing, his eyes cold and sharp. However, Long Yangqing showed no fear and said calmly, "The people of Shangyang Group are indeed all birds of a feather." This sentence completely angered Huang Runtai, and he roared, "Who the hell are you? How dare you insult me like this? Believe it or not, I will find someone to destroy you." Bang! Huang Runtai's forehead was hit violently by the cutlery, blood splattered everywhere, and the whole place fell into silence in an instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on Long Yangqing. They looked at him as if he were a crazy desperado. You dare to hit Mr. Huang," someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. Long Yangqing just glanced at him coldly and said calmly, "He wants to kill me, why can't I beat him? This is just a lesson. If he still doesn't repent." His words were full of coldness and determination, which made people shudder. Everyone around him was shocked by his domineering aura. Huang Runtai was a powerful figure in Jiangnan City. Even those in high positions had to be respectful when they saw him. However, the young man in front of him attacked him without fear. His courage and boldness were truly shocking. Zhong Qingyan was stunned, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. She looked at Long Yangqing, her eyes full of surprise and joy, and a strange feeling. Finally, she sighed quietly and said, "Brother, why are you so impulsive? Don't you know that Huang Runtai is not someone you can easily provoke? This kind of thing should be handled by me." Long Yangqing did not think deeply about it. He had only one belief in his heart, which was to protect his sister and not let anyone bully her. Ding! A crisp reminder sound rang out. Congratulations to the host for winning Zhong Qingyan's favor in mastering the ancient martial arts Xiantian Bajiquan. The first move is as fierce as a madman, the second move is as soft and closed as a butterfly, and it moves ingeniously. The third move is to hit and grab every inch, with no mistakes. The fourth move is like a lazy dragon and a crouching tiger, hiding its true strength. Chapter 5. I just want to beat you up. Long Yangqing unexpectedly obtained the Xiantian Bajiquan, which he felt like he had found a treasure. Various moves and training methods poured into his body like a torrent, making him feel unprecedented power in an instant. At this moment, he seemed to be able to easily defeat a dozen opponents. With this ability, do I need to be afraid of anyone? Long Yangqing was full of confidence. He looked at Zhong Qingyan beside him, and saw surprise in her eyes. He couldn't help but ask, "Sister, do you think I'm too impulsive?" Impulsive? Zhong Qingyan shook her head gently, smiled and reached out to tap his forehead. "Sister just blames you for not telling me in advance." The celebrities from Jiangnan City present were all shocked when they saw this scene. They had never seen such a gentle side of this female president who was known for her coldness. The interaction between Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan made them feel as if they were in a romantic love drama. At the same time, Huang Runtai was wailing in pain. This scene shocked everyone present. Finally, Huang Runtai stopped wailing, stared at Long Yangqing fiercely, and roared, "Boy, you dare to hit me, I will make you pay the price. Zhong Qingyan, if you dare to protect him, then we will go to war until one side is completely defeated." He was blinded by anger. He originally thought that he could easily control Zhong Qingyan and profit from it, and he didn't take Long Yangqing seriously at all. But now he was beaten to a bloody pulp. How could he swallow this? Huang Runtai felt that it was impossible for Zhong Qingyan to decide to break up with him just because of an insignificant boy, and even put Changshen Group into crisis. The people present held the same view. They looked at Long Yangqing with a hint of sympathy, thinking, although you are bold and dare to challenge Huang Runtai, even if you lose your life for it, it will be enough for you to be proud. However, Zhong Qingyan responded with a cold tone, "If you want to start a war, then come on. Do you think you can threaten me? Huang Runtai, you may take yourself too seriously. You should prepare for your own funeral as early as possible." Huang Runtai just didn't believe that Zhong Qingyan would fight him to the death for a kid and even ignore Changshen Group. Everyone thought the same and looked at Long Yangqing with pity. "You are so bold that you dare to hit Huang Runtai. It's worth it even if you die." But Zhong Qingyan said coldly, "Let's start the war. How dare you threaten me? Huang Runtai, you think too highly of yourself. Buy a coffin as soon as possible." Oh my god. Huang Runtai was extremely shocked and couldn't believe that she would be so desperate for a man, even at the cost of completely breaking up with him. Once this storm breaks out, it will bring a huge shock to the stable situation in Jiangnan City that has lasted for decades. The celebrities present were all stunned, however, thinking back to Zhong Qingyan's usual style of doing things, they seemed to find this not strange. Boom boom boom. 7 or 8 burly men rushed in. When they saw Huang Runtai's injured figure, they couldn't help but shrink their eyes, and their anger was beyond words. They quickly surrounded Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan. "Zhong Qingyan, I can give you face today and not cause you any trouble," Huang Runtai said resentfully. "But I will not only kill your brother, but also make you collect his body yourself." Zhong Qingyan stood in front of Long Yangqing fearlessly. Her gaze made Huang Runtai feel a chill on his back. Although his heart was filled with anger and humiliation, he still hesitated under Zhong Qingyan's gaze. Just when Huang Runtai was hesitant, Long Yangqing spoke calmly, "Sister, leave these people to me. Don't mess around." Zhong Qingyan frowned. She was worried about Long Yangqing's safety and said coldly, "Just stand beside me. No one in the entire Jiangnan city dares to touch you." Long Yangqing sneered, "Sister, Huang Runtai dared to say that to you, how could I let him go? Today I want him to remember this lesson and never forget it." His words shocked everyone present. They gasped. Where did this young man get the confidence to be so rampant at a time like this? Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants with Zhong Qingyan's support? Zhong Qingyan also felt a little uneasy. She knew that those people were not easy to deal with. Although Long Yangqing had extraordinary wisdom, his body was too weak after all. Could he really withstand the attacks of these people? She couldn't help but worry about Long Yangqing. Huang Runtai laughed sarcastically and said, "I want to see how you can make me never forget this. Go ahead and beat this kid into a cripple." Upon hearing this, the 7 big men snorted coldly, tensed their muscles, and rushed towards Long Yangqing like wild beasts. They were extremely fast and arrived in front of Long Yangqing in the blink of an eye. 7 men punched at the same time, and each punch was enough to knock Long Yangqing so hard that he couldn't stand up. Huang Runtai smiled disdainfully. Each of these bodyguards was carefully selected. Some were boxing champions, some were military champions. They were more than enough to deal with Long Yangqing. His head ached slightly, and he felt angry and proud at the same time. "Boy, aren't you quite capable? Come on and give it a try. If you can withstand 10 punches from my bodyguards, I will jump off the building." Huang Runtai kept laughing, but when he saw Zhong Qingyan's icy eyes, his heart trembled and the smile froze on his face. But the pride in his heart did not diminish, but became even more inflated. He came prepared today, just to let this woman see with her own eyes how her brother was beaten to death by these bodyguards. The audience around shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Long Yangqing had brought disaster upon himself. They turned their eyes to Long Yangqing, waiting to see him frightened out of his wits. However, what happened next left them dumbfounded, as if they had seen something incredible. Long Yangqing's seemingly thin body was as tenacious as an ancient pine tree. He stood firmly on the ground like a towering mountain. His body shook, as if a huge force surged out from the earth, and with a Baji iron mountain kick, he directly knocked a big man away. Afterwards, his movements became faster and faster, his fists emerged from his sleeves like a snakehead, and his fingers moved like tongue, bang 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 bang. After 4 loud bangs, the 7 men all fell to the ground, wailing. Their eyes were filled with extreme fear, as if they had seen a real devil. One of them was so frightened that he tried to escape the scene by crawling. What on earth happened? Everyone murmured in astonishment, completely unable to comprehend the incredible scene before them. Long Yangqing showed a look of surprise at first, but then it turned into uncontrollable excitement. The power of Xiantian Bajiquan was beyond his imagination, it was so strong. Who says ancient martial arts are just fancy moves and cannot be used in actual combat? In fact, it only shows its true power at critical moments. This is the real ancient martial arts, not for performance, but for actual combat. Zhong Qingyan was originally very worried, but when she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes were full of surprise. She stared at Long Yangqing with her big eyes, her heart full of doubts, and she murmured to herself, "Why is my brother so charming? This. Huang Rentai's smile suddenly froze on his face, and his words became intermittent. He looked at Long Yangqing in front of him, and an indescribable fear surged in his heart. He originally thought that Long Yangqing was just an ordinary younger brother of Zhong Qingyan, but now it seems that he seems more like a hidden master. With such terrible skills, if he really wanted to kill someone. Huang Runtai shuddered suddenly, and he said hurriedly, Zhong Qingyan, we are both directors of Shenyang Group, and we will meet again sooner or later. Just take your brother away, and I will pretend that what happened today never happened." Zhong Qingyan seemed not to have heard his words. She was still looking out the window, looking elegant and calm. Long Yangqing walked towards Huang Runtai step by step, looked down at him, and asked with doubt in his eyes, "You just said you wanted to kill me?" No, you heard it wrong." Huang Runtai hurriedly denied, his voice full of fear and anxiety. "Really?" Long Yangqing looked around at the other people, and they all nodded in agreement with Huang Rentai's statement. But Long Yangqing just smiled slightly, as if he didn't care about their attitude. Bang! Huang Rentai's head was hit by the teacup that Long Yangqing smashed down. "So what if I heard it wrong?" Long Yangqing asked coldly. "I just want to beat you up," he added, with an unmistakable arrogance in his voice. Huang Runtai was so frightened that his face turned pale, his eyes twitched involuntarily, and the pain in his forehead was almost unbearable, but he dared not make a sound. The people around looked at each other with surprised expressions on their faces. Zhong Qingyan observed quietly from the side. She took a sip of tea and a faint smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, a man in a black suit came over. He looked around and then slowly said, "Don't you know that fighting is prohibited in Zuichenlo restaurant?" His words drew everyone's attention to him. Huang Runtai seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and shouted anxiously, "I am a member of Zuichenlu. I really am a member." "Member?" Long Yangqing gently touched the diamond black card in his pocket. That was the supreme VIP Diamond Black card rewarded by the system. What kind of identity did he have? Chapter 6: The Most Distinguished Guest. When Huang Runtai announced that he was a member, Zhong Qingyan couldn't help but frown, which meant that things were getting tricky. Zuichenlu Restaurant is a well-known chain brand both at home and abroad, with the support of a powerful listed group. No matter which city it is in, it is a gathering place for celebrities from all walks of life. It is not easy to get membership here. Zhong Qingyan once tried to use 200 million yuan to apply for membership, but failed. Manager Zhou, you should recognize me. I am the chairman of Shangyang Group and a member here. Huang Runtai took out a purple membership card. It's Chairman Huang. Zhou Zitian took the card and nodded. So, what happened? It was Zhong Qingyan's brother who started it first. He not only beat me, but also my bodyguard. Huang Runtai was the first to complain, and said hurriedly. Oh? Zhou Zitian frowned and looked at Zhong Qingyan with dissatisfaction. Director Zhong, you should know the rules of our Zuichenlu. I am willing to make compensation. Zhong Qingyan said bluntly. Can compensation solve the problem? Huang Runtai was unwilling to accept the loss of face. He said gloomily, Manager Zhou, I am a member of your store. I was beaten here. You have to give me a reasonable explanation. Zhou Zitian's expression remained unchanged, and he looked at Zhong Qingyan calmly. Miss Zhong, I don't intend to intervene in your grievances, but here, you must apologize to Chairman Huang. Apologize? When Zhong Qingyan heard these two words, her face suddenly turned cold. She looked at Huang Runtai's smug smile and anger rose in her heart. If she was alone, she would have walked away long ago. However, considering Long Yangqing, she sighed deeply, determined not to bring more trouble to her brother because of her impulsiveness. It seems that this farce is over. Someone whispered, not only does Director Zhong need to apologize, but that fighting kid is also going to be in trouble. After all, Huang Yintei is a member. Everyone around was shocked, no one thought things would develop to this point. After all, Zhong Qingyan's status cannot be compared with Huang Runtai. Does the purple card represent membership? Long Yangqing suddenly asked. Why? What are you dissatisfied with? Huang Runtai sneered. The membership system of Zuichenlu Restaurant is divided into purple membership, red membership, and blue membership. I heard that there is also a supreme black membership, but that is just a legend. Not to mention the others, just talking about purple membership, there are less than 10 people in the entire Jiangnan city who have it, and I happen to be one of them. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed envy and even some jealousy. This kind of membership cannot be bought with money. When will they have the chance to own one? You want my sister to apologize just because of a purple membership card? Long Yangqing asked again. Members represent our VIP guests at Zuichenlu Restaurant. Zhou Zitian explained, if they get hurt in any way in our place, we will of course be responsible. Long Yangqing gently placed the diamond black card on the table without saying a word, just quietly savoring the tea in his hand. What does this card mean? Everyone looked confused. Huang Runtai narrowed his eyes, with a hint of teasing on his lips. Do you really think that you can become a member of Zuichenlu by just taking out a card? Diamond black card membership, that's just a legend, how can it be possible in reality? His tone was very certain, and the others followed suit and laughed. This scene made everyone understand that Long Yangqing was just a person who liked to exaggerate. However, Zhou Zitian was stunned. He quickly picked up the diamond black card and examined it carefully. He was very familiar with the patterns on it. This is the supreme membership card of Zuichenlu Restaurant. Thinking of his attitude towards Long Yangqing just now, Zhou Zitian felt his heart beating faster and he became uneasy. He quickly asked respectfully, Sir, is this card yours? Long Yangqing responded coldly, Do I need to explain to you? No, no need. Zhou Zitian was panicked, and his previous arrogance had disappeared without a trace. He was now full of awe and respect for Long Yangqing. Everyone was so shocked by the scene that they were speechless. Huang Runtai's eyes widened and he asked in disbelief, Manager Zhou, what's going on? Is this card really a diamond black card? Zhou Zitian nodded seriously, that's right, Mr. Long is the most distinguished guest of our Zuichenlu Restaurant. Your purple membership card pales in comparison to him. Huang Runtai felt dizzy. He looked at Long Yangqing's smiling face, and his chest felt tight and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Long Yangqing said calmly, Now, you should know who should apologize to whom, right? Zhou Zitian agreed firmly. Boss Huang, please apologize to Miss Zhong immediately, otherwise, our Zuixinla restaurant will not let this go. Huang Rentai was so angry that he was fuming, but he could do nothing but bite the bullet and said, Miss Zhong, I'm sorry. I didn't handle the conflict today properly. Zhong Qingyan looked at him coldly and said sarcastically, hasn't your Shangyang group always wanted to be my enemy? I'm waiting for you. Brother, let's go. She was in a very bad mood. She had finally reunited with her brother, but it was ruined by this ungrateful guy. At this moment, she no longer had the heart to stay here and just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Huang Rentai's face was covered with dark clouds. The people around him felt the majesty and anger he emanated, and they all fell silent. Huang Rentai glared and warned fiercely, if anyone dares to leak a word of what happened today, I will punish them and they will bear the consequences. Zhou Zitian just glanced at him indifferently, turned around and quickly reported this important news to his boss. The distinguished customer with the Supreme Diamond Black Card has appeared. This news exploded among the top management like a bombshell, and even alarmed the big boss behind the scenes. They unanimously decided to go to Jiangnan City in person to visit this mysterious and distinguished client. On the way back, Zhong Qingyan's eyes were always focused on Long Yangqing, full of inquiry and curiosity. Long Yangqing was a little scared by her gaze. Sister, is there something on my face? Zhong Qingyan chuckled and said teasingly, your performance today was so amazing that I even suspected that you were an alien in disguise. Long Yangqing smiled and responded, I really came from the Milky Way to save you. Zhong Qingyan rolled her eyes at him, then said seriously, I handled today's matter improperly. Yangqing, why don't you come back with me today, and we can have a good meal tomorrow as compensation? Just as Long Yangqing was hesitating, his cell phone suddenly rang, and the voice on the other end of the phone was very impolite. Hello, is this Long Yangqing? Your parents insist on being discharged from the hospital, you should come and see them quickly, don't let them ruin the reputation of our hospital. The call was hung up, and Long Yangqing's face suddenly became ugly. Sister, please take me to the hospital, there seems to be something wrong with my parents. Zhong Qingyan didn't ask any more questions, but just glanced at Long Yangqing worriedly, and then drove to Jiangnan City First Hospital. When they went upstairs, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Father and Mother Long were being held down by several doctors. Stop! What are you doing? Long Yangqing roared angrily, rushed forward quickly, pushed the doctors away, and protected his parents. Xiaoqing, you're here. Father Long smiled awkwardly, his heart full of guilt. Dad, Mom, what's going on with you? Why are you arguing with the doctor? There was a hint of dissatisfaction and worry in Long Yangqing's tone. Father Long's face flushed, he lowered his head, and said in a low voice, you know the situation at home. We don't want you to bear too much pressure because of the treatment. We have lived for so many years and are already satisfied. We can't let the treatment drag you down. The dragon mother also smiled gently and said softly, your father and I have discussed it. We are going to return to our hometown. The environment there is familiar and comfortable. Live as long as you can. This way you won't have to suffer so much. Long Yangqing's heart was shocked and his eyes became moist. At this time, a doctor who was pushed away muttered in dissatisfaction, if you don't have money, don't come to the hospital to join in the fun. Just die early. Chapter 7, Chinese Medicine Brings Back the Body. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, Long Yangqing's face turned livid, his anger almost bursting through his chest. He asked harshly, do you dare to repeat it again? This. The doctor gave an awkward smile. Long Yangqing's anger made him feel a little helpless. However, the nurses around started to laugh. Dr. Xia, you are a big shot who is about to be promoted to director. Are you afraid of a poor guy? Isn't this too embarrassing? Dr. Xia's face flushed slightly, and he thought to himself that he had some connections in the hospital, so why should he be afraid of these people? So, he straightened his back and said in a firm tone, if you want to be hospitalized, please take out 200,000 yuan first. If you don't have money, please leave immediately. When the dragon father and mother heard this, they lowered their heads in shame, feeling ashamed. However, at this moment, a group of people came over, led by an old man in a white coat. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene. Dr. Xia was also surprised and hurried forward to greet him. Director, why are you here in person? The old man is the hospital's director, Su Yanghua. He has a very high reputation in the medical community, has many students all over the world, and is a highly respected figure in Jiangnan City. Su Yanghua glanced at Dr. Xia, then walked quickly towards Zhong Qingyan with a warm smile on his face. Director Zhong, you are really on time. I was just about to go out to greet you. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Dr. Xia was even more stunned. He had never seen the highly respected dean be so respectful to someone and even use an honorific title. He felt dizzy and looked at Zhong Qingyan, only to see that her face was calm. My brother's parents were bullied in your hospital. Zhong Qingyan said lightly. What? Su Yongbo's face changed drastically. He glared at Dr. Xia with coldness in his eyes. Dr. Xia was so scared that he was shaking all over and stammered, Dean, this has nothing to do with me. They just don't have the money to pay for the medical expenses. Director Zhong came to our hospital, and you're still charging me for medical expenses? Su Yongbo's tone became even colder. Xia Wenhao, you are fired, the hospital will never hire you again. Dr. Xia was stunned and felt extremely regretful. He never thought that the other party didn't care about the 200,000 yuan at all and was even willing to pay 1 million yuan to solve the problem. Facing Long Yangqing's indifferent face, he felt a biting cold wind on his back and was terrified. I'll leave right away and disappear immediately. He fled the scene in a panic. The wealthy people around were also panic-stricken, sweating profusely, and feeling guilty as if they had done something wrong. They wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into and temporarily escape this embarrassing situation. Long Yangqing expressed his appreciation for Zhong Qingyan's thoughtful arrangements. He knew very well that all this was arranged by her in advance, and when she spoke again, her tone was calm and firm. Friendship is friendship, but I will not pay you less than a penny of the reward you should pay. Mr. Zhong, you are so polite. It is our honor to have you come to our hospital. Su Yongbo was so nervous that his voice was trembling. He looked at Long Yangqing for help. Mr. Long, can you help me say something? After a moment of contemplation, Long Yangqing said, Sister, give him a way out. Zhong Qingyan nodded in agreement. Su Yongbo was stunned. He had just said it casually, but he didn't expect it to actually work. There was more awe and fear in his eyes when he looked at Long Yangqing. Long Yangqing looked at the shocked, confused and jealous looks of the people around him but didn't care. He said calmly, Dean Su, I hope that similar things will not happen again in the future. Su Yongbo quickly nodded and agreed. The others were dumbfounded. They originally thought that Long Yangqing was treated with such respect only because of Zhong Qingyan's relationship, but now it seems that this person's aura is no less than Zhong Qingyan's. A question arose in their minds, who is this person? President Su Yongbo personally stepped in and also found the most skilled doctors in the hospital to conduct a detailed examination for the two elderly people. The examination results showed that the two elderly people were just physically exhausted due to long-term work and just needed to rest and recuperate. Such a result finally made Long Yangqing feel at ease. At this time, Father Long turned his gaze to Zhong Qingyan. He asked with some concern, Xiao Qing, who is this girl? Seeing that even the dean was in awe of Zhong Qingyan, he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy, fearing that Long Yangqing was involved with some improper people. Seeing this, Zhong Qingyan took the initiative to introduce herself. I am Long Yangqing's sister. Sister? Both the dragon father and the dragon mother showed puzzled expressions. Seeing this, Long Yangqing hurriedly explained to his parents Zhong Qingyan's identity and character. After hearing the explanation, Long's father looked at Zhong Qingyan with a much softer look in his eyes. He sighed and said, Alas, such a good child, it would be even better if she could become our daughter-in-law. Long Yangqing was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Zhong Qingyan smiled generously, Uncle and Aunt, don't worry, I will definitely help Long Yangqing find a girl who is better than me to be his wife. Hearing this, Dragon Father and Dragon Mother couldn't stop laughing. Long Yangqing secretly sighed that if he could really sign more outstanding sisters like Zhong Qingyan in the future, he wondered how happy his parents would be. Zhong Qingyan's call interrupted the conversation between Long Yangqing and the dean. She told him solemnly that the company had an urgent matter to deal with and asked Long Yangqing if he would like to go with her. After a brief thought, Long Yangqing decided to stay. He had some personal matters to take care of, and he also wanted to accompany his parents. Zhong Qingyan nodded to show her understanding, chatted with them for a few more words, then left the address of a villa and a bunch of keys and hurried away. That villa is very famous in the Jiangnan region, and it is said that the resident is worth at least hundreds of millions. The dean appeared again. It was already late, and he invited Long Yangqing to dinner. After learning that Zhong Qingyan had left, he did not show much regret, but instead invited Long Yangqing more eagerly. Long Yangqing thought that this might be because of Zhong Qingyan, so he agreed. However, at the end of the corridor, he heard a cry of pain, Grandpa! Grandpa! Wake up! Long Yangqing stopped in his tracks. The voice sounded familiar to him. When he walked into the ward, the scene before him shocked him. Lan Wanqing, a little goddess whom he had secretly loved during college, was now kneeling in front of the hospital bed, tears streaming down her face. Her grandfather was seriously ill, but other family members seemed indifferent and even gloating. Long Yangqing. Lan Wanqing saw Long Yangqing, and a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. She turned to Su Yangbo and begged, "Dean Su, please save my grandfather, please." Su Yangbo looked helpless. "Miss Lan, I really can't do anything. Your grandfather's illness has penetrated deep into his bones. Even the current Western medical technology is helpless." Lan Wanqing collapsed to the ground as if she had lost her soul, staring at Long Yangqing with empty eyes. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she whispered softly, "Long Yangqing, my grandfather is leaving, I am so sad." Long Yangqing had a close relationship with her. Seeing her like this, he felt deeply painful, but he was powerless to do anything. This feeling made him feel very depressed. He squatted down, gently helped Lan Wanqing up, and couldn't help but ask Su Yanghua, "President Su, Western medicine has run out of options, is Chinese medicine really helpless?" Su Yanghua was slightly stunned and did not answer. A doctor sneered and said disdainfully, "This question is so naive. Chinese medicine? It's just a joke. Apart from cupping and scraping, what else can it do? You still want to use it to save people? It's a fantasy. Are you still dreaming?" Long Yangqing was silent, but the system's voice rang in his mind, "Ding! Chinese culture is broad and profound, how can we allow others to insult it?" Congratulations to the host for unlocking the skill of Chinese medicine. Although Chinese medicine cannot bring the dead back to life, it can bring people back to life and save lives in danger. Chapter 8: Proving the Magic of Traditional Chinese Medicine. As medical knowledge surged in Long Yangqing's mind, he immediately understood the condition of the old man on the bed and the corresponding treatment plan. He looked at the doctor who sneered at Chinese medicine with a sharp gaze, and said firmly, "If you can't do anything, I will try." The doctor was stunned and his laughter almost stopped. Su Yangbo's eyes twitched slightly, and he whispered, "Mr. Lon, Dr. Chiu Hao is very knowledgeable, graduated from a top foreign medical school, and is the best doctor in our hospital. If he is helpless, how can you treat him? Moreover, do you really understand medical skills?" Long Yangqing remained calm and responded calmly, "If I say I can cure it, then I can definitely cure it. Dean Su, please prepare a set of silver needles for me." Silver needle? When everyone heard this, they were all stunned, and then burst into laughter. Everyone in the Lan family also joined in the ridicule, and Lan Wanqing even whispered, "Long Yangqing, I know you mean well, but Dr. Chiu Hao thinks Chinese medicine is useless, so how can you cure Grandpa? Just let him rest in peace." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter as if they had seen a clown. However, Long Yangqing remained unmoved and said firmly, "Wanqing, I may have done this for you at first, but now, I want to prove the magic of Chinese medicine. I want you short-sighted people to see the charm of the medical skills that have been passed down for thousands of years." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's laughter stopped abruptly, and was replaced by an inexplicable awe. At this moment, Long Yangqing was like a mountain standing in front of them, daunting and intimidating. Even medical experts like Su Yanghua and Xiao Hao now developed a strong interest and suspicion in traditional Chinese medicine. Su Yanghua was shocked by his contempt for Long Yangqing and felt ashamed of his previous thoughts. Xiao Hao felt that he was overshadowed by Long Yangqing's brilliance. He was furious and was about to explode. Suddenly, Long Yangqing asked Mr. Lan to lie on the hospital bed and began to practice his acupuncture skills. That is the Gaguzi needle, a magical acupuncture method that is said to be able to cure patients with serious injuries. It communicates the body with the vital energy of heaven and earth, gradually restoring the body's functions. "Long Yangqing, can you really cure him?" Lan Wanqing's eyes were complicated. She was not sure whether Long Yangqing could succeed, and she also doubted whether he was doing this on purpose just to attract her attention. Everyone present stared at Long Yangqing, feeling nervous and expectant, but most people were still skeptical about his behavior. "Dean, where did you find this idiot? Do you still believe that traditional Chinese medicine can save people?" Xiao Hao sneered. He was disdainful of Long Yangqing's behavior and thought that he was ruining the reputation of the hospital. "Well, just bear with it. We can't afford to offend him because of his background." Su Yangbo blushed. Although he also doubted Long Yangqing's behavior, he had no choice but to accept it. "If he can cure it, I will jump from the 8th floor." Xiao Hao sneered. He had no hope at all for Long Yangqing's successful treatment. After 20 minutes of waiting, Long Yangqing took out the silver needle. Mr. Lan's face gradually regained its rosy color, like a bud reborn in spring. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a trace of confusion. "What's wrong with me?" Everyone was stunned by this scene. Lan Wanqing couldn't believe it and shouted in surprise, "Grandpa!" Xiaohao's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but utter a curse word, "Fuck." He stared at Mr. Lan intently, as if he had seen something incredible, and muttered to himself, "How is this possible? The disease was cured just like that? This is simply incredible." Su Yangbo was also frightened by this scene and turned pale. He had been practicing medicine for many years but had never seen such miraculous medical skills. He suddenly remembered the rumors he had heard before, that true descendants of traditional Chinese medicine often lived in seclusion in the mountains, and their medical skills were comparable to those of Hua Tuo reborn. Could it be that the young Master Long in front of him is such a person? Old Master Lan learned what happened through Lan Wanqing. He looked at Long Yangqing gratefully and said, "Thank you for saving my life, young man. If it weren't for you, I would have died." Lan Wanqing was also full of gratitude, but when she thought of her previous disdain for Long Yangqing, she couldn't help but reveal a look of shame on her face. Long Yangqing put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "I didn't save you on purpose. I just wanted you to see the wonders of Chinese medicine. Now you should understand that so-called Western medicine is nothing more than that. It's just some clowns." The unfathomable yet understated majesty that Long Yangqing exuded shocked everyone present. They were speechless, with expressions of shame on their faces, as if they hoped to find a crack in the ground to crawl into to escape this embarrassing situation. Especially Lan Wanqing. She originally naively thought that Long Yangqing did this for her face, but at this moment her face turned red and she felt very ashamed. After being shocked, Su Yangbo became more convinced of his guess that Long Yangqing must be the descendant of traditional Chinese medicine. His medical skills are so superb, no wonder he is valued by Zhong Qingyan. Xiaohao said to Su Yangbo tremblingly, "Dean, please help me and ask him to give me some face." He also realized that Long Yangqing was someone he could not afford to offend. Su Yangbo regretted it very much and thought he should have stopped Xiaohao's behavior earlier. He wanted to speak, but when he saw Long Yangqing's indifferent eyes, his pupils shrank and he felt scared. He could only give Xiaohao a look that told him to wish him good luck. I. Xiaohao felt a chill on his back, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and goosebumps appeared. He couldn't really jump from the 8th floor. Suddenly, he yelled, "I'm having a heart attack, help me," and fell to the ground. Everyone looked at each other, surprised by Xiaohao's reaction. After all, he was a well-known figure in Jiangnan City, but he didn't even have the courage to resist in front of Long Yangqing, revealing this ugly appearance. When Mr. Lan saw this, his eyes flashed and he said to Long Yangqing, "Mr. Long, I wonder when you have time to come to my Lan family and I will entertain you personally." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of people gasping for air all around him. Although the aristocratic families in Jiangnan City are not as prominent as the big groups, they also play an important role. As a middle-class family, the Lan family has assets worth hundreds of millions, which is extraordinary. Moreover, it is said that the Lan family is a member of a certain force. As the head of the family, Mr. Lan personally invited Long Yangqing. The meaning of this is hard to imagine. For ordinary people, being invited by Mr. Lan is undoubtedly an opportunity to rise to fame overnight. However, Long Yangqing didn't even turn his head, but turned and left, leaving behind a sentence, "Let's meet again another day." His attitude was clean and decisive, shocking. To everyone's surprise, Long Yangqing directly rejected the Lan family's invitation and seemed to not care at all. This attitude made the Lan family's top management very dissatisfied. In contrast, Su Yangbo was not surprised at all. He felt that although the Lan family was powerful, it was still inferior to Zhong Qingyan. He simply told Old Man Lan to take good care of his wounds, and then left with Long Yangqing. Old Master Lan frowned, but soon relaxed his brows. He sighed and said, "It's natural for a young man to be arrogant with such ability. I'll invite him after I'm discharged from the hospital." Lan Wanqing was stunned. She looked at Long Yangqing's departing back, biting her lip, and thought to herself, "Long Yangqing, is it really impossible for me to get into your sight? I am the eldest daughter of the Lan family, with a net worth of over 100 million. Is there any woman around me who is better than me?" She made up her mind to find Long Yangqing and get to the bottom of it. Chapter 9, Accepting the 9-Pattern Dragon. After parting, Long Yangqing and Su Yangbo returned home. When Long Yangqing walked into his own neighborhood, the scene in front of him instantly made him tense up. The door of his house was violently pried open, the interior was in a mess, and the furniture was lying on the ground in all directions. He quickly took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police, but at this moment, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps at the door. Several strong men armed with steel pipes rushed in aggressively. "Who sent you here?" Long Yangqing's tone was calm and firm. "Hee, you are quite patient, kid." The leading man sneered, "However, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. I'm afraid your days ahead will be difficult." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yangqing rushed towards one of them like an arrow. He knocked the opponent down with a precise punch, and then with a swift kick, he knocked down another man next to him. This scene happened so quickly that before the leading man and the others could react, the two men had already lost their combat effectiveness. The leading man's face suddenly changed, and he stammered, how can you fight so well?" The others also showed fear on their faces and originally wanted to resist, but after seeing Long Yangqing's skills, who would dare to act rashly? "Brother, let's talk it out. There's no need to fight." The leading man tried to ease the atmosphere. However, Long Yangqing did not give them too many chances. He acted quickly and subdued the remaining men one after another. Bite. The system prompt sounded like the sound of nature in Long Yangqing's ears. "Congratulations, host, you defeated the enemy with Bajiquan, and your strength level has increased by 1 level. Long Yangqing was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen. Suddenly, he felt a new power surge in his body, which gave him more confidence. He glanced at the leader and said in a cold but firm tone, "I don't have patience. Tell me, who sent you here?" The leader's face was as pale as paper, and his voice was filled with undisguised fear. "It was Brother Long who asked us to come." Long Yangqing's heart moved and he finally understood the whole story. It turns out that Zhou Wenlong was behind all this. Zhou Wenlong, as the boss behind the Majia bar in the center of Jiangnan City, is a person who should not be underestimated. And the reason why he sent people to cause trouble was because he was instructed by someone. Now, having acquired a certain level of kung fu, Long Yangqing has become more courageous and careful. He decided to go to Zhou Wenlong in person to find out the truth. On the way to Zhou Wenlong's office, he had gained a deeper understanding of his own strength than Bajiquan. As long as his strength reaches a certain critical point, his boxing skills will improve, leaping from elementary to intermediate level. Of course, this not only involves the size of the strength, but also includes a series of complex factors such as agility and reaction speed. Long Yangqing came to the Majia bar and easily walked through the bustling crowd and went straight to Zhou Wenlong's office. He gently pushed the door open and saw Zhou Wenlong lying on a chair with his eyes closed. He compared it with the photo in his hand and confirmed without a doubt that it was Zhou Wenlong himself. "Who?" Zhou Wenlong suddenly woke up, his hair stood up, showing extreme alertness. "So alert?" Long Yangqing was surprised and became more cautious. He thought he had been careful enough, but he didn't expect to be discovered by Zhou Wenlong as soon as he entered the door. This is enough to show that Zhou Wenlong is no ordinary person. "Who are you? What are you doing in my office?" Zhou Wenlong asked coldly. "Why did you send people to my house to cause trouble?" Long Yangqing asked back. "Send someone to your house?" Zhou Wenlong narrowed his eyes, and suddenly realized, "You are the Long Yangqing? Zhong Qingyan's brother? How dare you come to me?" Long Yangqing was stunned by Zhou Wenlong's sudden attack. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Wenlong jumped up from the chair and punched him hard. The punch was incredibly powerful, as precise and sharp as a small thought. Long Yangqing reacted quickly, and with one kick he used the Baji Boang Shijia technique, successfully repelling the Zhou Wenlong. However, the 9-striped dragon was as cunning as a poisonous snake. It hooked one arm and used the other hand to attack Long Yangqing's eyes like a crane's beak. "Master!" They both exclaimed at the same time. A trace of solemnity flashed across Zhou Wenlong's eyes. "I have practiced martial arts for 30 years to reach my current level. This kid is so powerful at such a young age. Could it be that he has been practicing martial arts since his mother's womb? Sister Qingyan is right. Jiangnan City is indeed full of hidden talents. Although I have the system, I can't be too arrogant. I just learned Bajiquan today and I met such a master." Long Yangqing was shocked, but also felt a little excited. He used to think that ancient martial arts could not be used in fighting, but when he saw Zhou Wenlong's kung fu, which was obviously the best at grappling among the 36 masters, Long Yangqing realized that there were masters among the world. After several rounds of fighting, Long Yangqing found a flaw and knocked Zhou Wenlong away with a punch. Zhou Wenlong coughed violently several times and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. He stared at Long Yangqing in disbelief. No wonder Zhong Qingyan recognized you as her brother, you are really extraordinary. Who asked you to cause trouble for me? Long Yangqing asked immediately. Although Zhou Wenlong was extremely unwilling, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Long Yangqing. He admitted that he was not as skilled as others and said with conviction, "It was Ouyang Yi who spent 2 million and asked us to cripple your legs." Ouyang Yi? Long Yangqing narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that the person behind him was actually him. He and Hua Jiaxuan are really stubborn and will not change. After thinking for a while, he said, "Help me find out where Ouyang Yi is." Zhou Wenlong was stunned. "Why should I help you?" Long Yangqing said calmly, "Then what do you think will happen if you don't help me?" Zhou Wenlong was shocked by the man's aura. He was young but very powerful. What's more rare is that he was Zhong Qingyan's younger brother. Such a person could be called a rare talent. It even makes people want to submit. Long Yangqing saw the awe in Zhou Wenlong's eyes, and he invited him with a smile, "Follow me in the future. Running a bar is not a big deal. What we need to do is to achieve a great career." "Good." Zhou Wenlong responded almost instinctively, but then he regretted it and wanted to slap himself. However, looking at Long Yangqing's smiling eyes, he didn't dare to regret it, so he had to bite the bullet and promise, "I will contact you as soon as I find Ouyang Yi's location." Long Yangqing nodded with satisfaction. He knew that it was easy to meet the king of hell but difficult to deal with little ghosts. Although he has a powerful sister, he can't trouble Zhong Qingyan for everything. He also needs to build his own network, at least to gain a foothold in Jiangnan City. After exchanging contact information with Zhou Wenlong, he left. However, as soon as Long Yangqing left, a man found Zhou Wenlong. "The higher-ups have given you a chance to return to the Martial Arts Alliance." He noticed the injuries on Zhou Wenlong's body and frowned. "Are you hurt? Who dared to attack you?" Zhou Wenlong smiled bitterly and nodded, "I met a master. All martial arts masters are registered with the Martial Arts Alliance, yet someone still dares to do it at will?" The man said coldly, "Tell me, who is it? I'll go meet him." Zhou Wenlong's heart trembled. He knew the strength of this man. Although Long Yangqing was young, he was definitely not his opponent. Long Yangqing quietly left behind the stage, walked through the crowd in the bar, and prepared to leave this noisy place. However, in a hidden booth, someone suddenly noticed him and said in surprise, "Shasha, look, isn't that your ex-boyfriend Long Yangqing?" Yu Shasha looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was really Long Yangqing. There was a flash of disdain in her eyes. She heard that Long Yangqing was now in disgrace and couldn't even afford his parents' medical expenses. What could he do in a place like this? As Long Yangqing approached, Yu Shasha couldn't help but call out his name, Long Yangcheng. Chapter 10, No Need to Go to Such Great Efforts. Long Yangqing was racking his brains over whether to temporarily live in the villa that Zhong Qingyan had given him, or to find a hotel to stay in. After all, his home had been reduced to ashes and he could never go back. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned around and saw that it was Yu Shasha. He didn't want to say anything more, but since Yu Shasha had already walked up to him, he could only respond politely, "What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here." "It's a coincidence, but I'm curious, what are you doing here?" There was a hint of doubt and disdain in Yu Shasha's tone. "With your current status, you probably can't afford the expenses here." "I'm here to look for Zhou Wenlong." Long Yangqing answered frankly. "Nine-pattern dragon?" Yu Shasha was slightly stunned. "Isn't he the owner of the bar? What do you want from him?" "Long Yangqing, you still can't change your habit of pretending." She held a glass of red wine in her elegant posture and said calmly, "Are you here to look for a job?" "Fortunately, I know a senior executive of the bar. He can arrange a waiter job for you, such as cleaning tables or something like that." "Shasha, what you said is wrong. Long Yangqing used to be a boss worth tens of millions. Isn't it humiliating him to ask him to do a job like wiping tables?" "Yes, he definitely doesn't want to do this." The classmates around him also joined in the ridicule, mocking Long Yangqing in different ways. Yu Shasha said jokingly, "That's all in the past. Now he can't even afford his parents' medical expenses. I'm already doing him a favor by arranging a job for him." Long Yangqing frowned, but saw Zhou Wenlong walking towards him hurriedly. "Why are you still here? What happened?" Long Yangqing asked in confusion. "Let's go first, I'll tell you later," Zhou Wenlong said anxiously. Long Yangqing nodded in agreement and was about to leave when Yu Shasha blocked the way and said with a sarcastic smile, "Why? You left in such a hurry, Long Yangqing, did you steal something? Who dares to steal in our Magia bar?" A man in a suit walked over with a smile, but when his eyes fell on Jiu Wenlong, he was suddenly stunned and his face instantly turned ugly. "Brother Tai, it's them too." Yu Shasha pointed at Long Yangqing and Jiu Wenlong and said, "Nonsense." Li Guangtai shouted, "You said our boss stole something? Yu Shasha, are you tired of living? Boss?" Yu Shasha and her friends were stunned. Li Guangtai forced a smile, walked up to Jiu Wenlong, and humbly apologized, "Brother Long, I am deeply sorry, these people are just casual acquaintances of mine. Get rid of them." Jiu Wenlong responded in a cold tone, then hurried away with Long Yangqing. Throughout the entire incident, Long Yangqing remained silent. Yu Shasha recalled what he had said before and suddenly realized that he was deceiving her. Long Yangqing was so familiar with Jiu Wenlong that he probably didn't take her seriously at all. This made her face pale and her heart ached. She asked in a trembling voice, "Brother Tai, this matter." "Roll." Li Guangtai interrupted her angrily, "Don't step into this bar again, or don't blame me for being ruthless." After that, he left angrily. Yu Shasha stood there in shock. She had had a close relationship with Li Guangtai, but now she was ruthlessly abandoned. All this was because of Long Yangqing. She regretted it deeply. What happened? Long Yangqing and Jiu Wenlong left the bar and came to a secluded place, and he couldn't help but ask. "The people from the Martial Arts Alliance want to teach you a lesson." Jiu Wenlong was still frightened, "But I have sent them away. You should be careful recently and it is best not to show up in public." "What is the Martial Arts Alliance?" Long Yangqing was confused. "You do not know?" Jiu Wenlong was even more surprised. Seeing Long Yangqing's confused expression, he finally confirmed that he was indeed unaware of the situation. He took a deep breath and explained in detail. It turns out that in Jiangnan City, all the people who know Kung Fu have formed an organization called the Martial Arts Alliance. Once you join, you must abide by certain rules and not fight at will. Therefore, these truly powerful warriors will choose to stay in seclusion and make those pretending to be masters of ancient martial arts embarrassed in front of the world. Long Yangqing's eyes revealed a hint of depth, but he did not seem too nervous. He suddenly asked, "Am I qualified to join this martial arts alliance?" "You?" Jiu Wenlong was a little surprised, and then responded frankly, "It is not impossible to join, but I need someone to recommend me." Long Yangqing nodded slightly to show his understanding, then said goodbye to Jiu Wenlong and decided to return to the villa provided by Zhong Qingyan. At noon the next day, Jiu Wenlong called to inform that he had found Ouyang Yi and arranged a meeting in a high-end restaurant. Long Yangqing called a taxi to his destination without hesitation. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the waitress in the hotel. With twinkles in their eyes, they vied to serve him. "Hello, sir. My name is Xiao Shui. Are you here for dinner?" A pretty waitress asked shyly, blinking her big eyes. "It's so infuriating. How could she get there first?" Another waitress grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Isn't he just a gigolo? Is it really that serious?" A male waiter said sourly. "What a pretty boy. This is called handsome." The waitress retorted, "If you were half as good looking as he is, I would sleep with you." There was a glimmer of jealousy in the waiter's eyes. He had to admit that this man was indeed very handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, which was definitely not comparable to those young handsome guys. "How great it would be if I could become like this. I am Ouyang Yi's friend." Long Yangqing introduced himself briefly. "Mr. Ouyang Yi?" Xiao Shui smiled slightly. "Okay, sir, I'll take you there right away." In the luxurious private room of the hotel, Ouyang Yi, Hua Jiaxuan and a man named Kong Mingzi sat around a table. Ouyang Yi asked Kong Mingzi with a little uneasiness, "Boss Kong, can we really rely on Long Yangqing to convince Zhong Qingyan?" Kong Mingzi picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said calmly, "This is what Chairman Huang meant." He went on to say, "As long as you can successfully convince Zhong Qingyan, Ouyang Yi, your status in Shangyang Group will rise, and you may take my place in the future." Ouyang Yi was very excited after hearing this. Originally, he just wanted to seek revenge on Jiu Wenlong, but he didn't expect to be involved in such an important matter. What an exciting thing it would be if we could make Zhong Qingyan, the richest man in Jiangnan City, surrender through Long Yangqing. I have arranged for someone to teach Long Yangqing a lesson. I believe that the next time we meet, he will only be able to sit in a wheelchair. Ouyang Yi smiled proudly. When we catch him, will Zhong Qingyan still not surrender? Kang Mingze nodded slightly, expressing his approval of Yang Yi's plan. Hua Jiaxuan also felt the joy of revenge. She urged, Boss Kong, let's act quickly and arrest Long Yangqing as soon as possible. However, at this moment, the door was pushed open and Long Yangqing walked in. He said calmly, actually, you don't have to go to such great lengths. Chapter 11 Collecting Debts Together. Long Yangqing walked forward steadily, came to Ouyang Yi's side, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, Brother Ouyang, did you ask Zhuanlong to deal with me? Ouyang Yi was sweating profusely, feeling uneasy inside, but suddenly he burst out, Long Yangqing, do you know who this distinguished person sitting opposite me is? He is the general manager of Shenyang Group. Who do you think you are, daring to trespass here? When Kang Mingze heard this, his face darkened, thinking that Long Yangqing's move clearly showed that he did not take him seriously. He cleared his throat, a hint of authority in his voice, even if you are Zhong Qingyan's brother, you should still have at least some courtesy and respect. Hua Jiaxuan felt a little relieved and looked at Long Yangqing with a hint of sarcasm, thinking to herself that now is not the time for you to be arrogant in the flower shop. However, unexpectedly, Long Yangqing suddenly exerted force to restrain Ouyang Yi firmly, then calmly poured a cup of tea and tasted it, then said slowly, Oh, it turns out that you are the general manager of Shenyang Group. However, as far as I know, your chairman has already kowtowed to me and expressed his deepest apologies. What are you, then? When these words were spoken, Hua Jiaxuan was shocked, and her eyes were full of fear when she looked at Long Yangqing. She found that there was an indescribable power in Long Yangqing's eyes, which made her feel in awe, and she didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. Kang Mingze, as the general manager of Shenyang Group, has a noble status and prominent position. However, in Long Yangqing's eyes, he seemed to become insignificant. This reminded Hua Jiaxuan and Ouyang Yi of the lesson that Long Yangqing had taught them before, and an indescribable fear surged in their hearts. They realized that Long Yangqing was not someone they could easily offend. Kang Mingze's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud. He clenched his fists and stared at Long Yangqing with sharp eyes, the anger in his heart surging like a tide. However, he couldn't help but speak in the end, his voice low and firm, Long Yangqing, you are causing trouble for your sister. Long Yangqing turned a deaf ear to him. He looked down at Ouyang Yi with a scornful smile on his face, is this what you call a backer? No, Ouyang Yi was extremely frightened, which was in stark contrast to his previous complacency. With a sad face, he explained anxiously, Long Yangqing, I didn't come to him. He came to me on his own initiative. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. It was all his idea. Kang Mingze's face turned ugly in an instant. He didn't expect Ouyang Yi to betray him at this critical moment. Feeling Long Yangqing's cold gaze, he was filled with fear and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. Long Yangqing, if you have the guts, go find trouble with Mr. Kong, don't take it out on me. Ouyang Yi was forced into a desperate situation. His tone was full of disdain, and he tried to provoke Long Yangqing by provoking him. Hua Jiaxuan also echoed, that's right, now that you have a different status, you start bullying us little people. You really only bully the weak and fear the strong. The two looked at each other, and a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. They thought that such ridicule would anger Long Yangqing, but Long Yangqing remained unmoved. He looked at Ouyang Yi calmly and chuckled, I remember you just said that you wanted to break my legs, right? What do you mean? Ouyang Yi was forced into a corner. He gritted his teeth and said, I was just talking, Long Yangqing. The most you can do is beat me up. What else can you do to me? I tell you. With a crisp sound, Long Yangqing moved swiftly and decisively, and Ouyang Yi's legs were broken instantly under his feet. The sharp pain was unbearable for Ouyang Yi. He screamed in pain, ah! The voice was full of despair and pain, making everyone present feel palpitations. Hua Jiaxuan stood aside and watched all this happen, her heart filled with shock and fear. Long Yangqing, a powerful figure in the business world, actually broke her husband's leg so cruelly in public, as if all this was just a game in his hands. Long Yangqing's gaze turned to her, and Hua Jiaxuan felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet. She stammered to defend herself, Long Yangqing, this really has nothing to do with me. It was Ouyang Yi who said that. I didn't mean that. She hoped that he would let her go this time because of their past relationship. Roll. Long Yangqing's voice was cold and firm. He stared at the two people in front of him and ordered, take Ouyang Yi and leave Jiangnan City immediately. If I see you again. He didn't go on, but the threat in his tone was clear enough. The two felt an unprecedented chill, as if the icy winter wind had penetrated their bones. Hua Jiaxuan quickly helped Ouyang Yi up. They did not dare to stay for a moment and quickly left the scene. Long Yangqing's gaze turned to Kong Mingzi, his whole body trembled, and his legs kept shaking. Kong Mingzi forced a smile and tried to ease the atmosphere. Mr. Long, there is no grudge between us. I heard that you were going to do something bad to my sister just now? Long Yangqing's voice was still cold. Kong Mingzi's expression suddenly changed. He knew he could no longer hide it, so he gave up his disguise. He said in a cold voice, "This is not my own decision, but the decision of the entire Shengyang group. Long Yangqing, if you know what's good for you, you'd better leave quickly. With you around, Zhong Qingyan's downfall will be even faster." Long Yangqing frowned, and the busy figure of Zhong Qingyan in the company these days appeared in his mind. He wondered if Shengyang Group acted in this way because of his punishment of Huang Runtai at Zuichenla restaurant? Although Zhong Qingyan acted calm at the time, Long Yangqing did not expect that this would cause such a big disturbance. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Kong Mingzi coldly. Since they had already fallen out, he would not waste any more words with him. Long Yangqing. Just try and see if you dare to touch me. Kong Mingzi felt the coldness from Long Yangqing and roared angrily, "You useless bastard, do you want to cause her more trouble? If you dare to touch me, Zhong Qingyan will be in dire straits immediately." Long Yangqing's heart was burning with anger, but he still remained rational and just felt extremely aggrieved. He looked at Kong Mingzi's smug face with eyes as cold as ice. Kong Mingzi had a look of disdain and a sarcastic smile on his face, and was just about to start cursing and severely humiliating Long Yangqing. However, at this moment, Long Yangqing suddenly took action. Pa! Long Yangqing slapped Kong Mingzi hard on the face. Kong Mingzi felt a sharp pain on his face. He stared at Long Yangqing blankly, unable to speak for a long time. "You?" he murmured. "Pa!" Another slap hit Kong Mingzi's face hard. Long Yangqing stared at him coldly. "Tell me, what will happen if I touch you?" Kong Mingzi was stunned. Under Long Yangqing's strong murderous intent, he didn't dare to resist at all. His heart was filled with fear. Well, I actually am quite happy to be beaten by young Master Long. Young Master Long, now that you've already beaten me, can you please let me go? Long Yangqing sneered at Kong Mingzi, thinking that this kind of person actually dared to compete with Zhong Qingyan, which was simply overestimating his own abilities. After being taught a lesson, his anger subsided a little, and he realized that he should not be too harsh on Kong Mingzi, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He thought for a moment and then said, "I can let you go, but you have to agree to one condition. Please tell me, Master Long. No matter what it is, I will do my best to do it." Kong Mingzi responded eagerly. Although he was very angry in his heart, he appeared to sneer at Long Yangqing's childish behavior. In his opinion, once out of Long Yangqing's control, the so-called promise would be nothing but empty words and would have no binding force at all. However, Long Yangqing took out his cell phone with a sly look on his face, turned on the camera, and pointed it at Kong Mingzi. "Bark like a dog." "What?" Kong Mingzi was extremely shocked. "No?" Long Yangqing's eyes suddenly became sharp. Kong Mingzi was startled and barked like a dog with gritted teeth. Long Yangqing put away his phone with satisfaction. "Remember, you have to be obedient, otherwise this video will let everyone in Jiangnan City see your ugly appearance." Kong Mingzi vented his anger for a while, but then calmed down, and the vicious look in his eyes became more intense. After Long Yangqing admonished the three men, he felt refreshed. Just as he was immersed in this satisfaction, the ringing of the phone broke the silence. It was Zhong Qingyan who called. "Brother, where are you now?" "I'm here to pick you up." He told her the address and waited. An hour later, a roar broke the silence. Zhong Qingyan came speeding in a luxury car, and next to her sat a petite beauty, who looked at Long Yangqing curiously with her big eyes. "This is my good friend Long Morong," Zhong Qingyan introduced, and turned to Long Morong. "Morong, what do you think of my brother?" "The first impression is good," Lang Morong said frankly. "He not only has outstanding appearance, but also has a very good temperament. I just don't know what his ability is." "Well, we'll know once we try it." Zhong Qingyan smiled mysteriously. She was actually looking for a suitable partner for Long Yangqing, and the eldest daughter of the Leng family seemed to be a good choice. If anything unexpected happens in the future, Long Yangqing will be safe thanks to her protection. However, Long Yangqing was somewhat confused by all this. "Sister, what is going on?" "It's okay, let's go eat first." Zhong Qingyan said with a smile, deciding to let the two of them have more contact to enhance their relationship. After the three of them finished enjoying the food in the restaurant, Long Morong spoke slowly, Sister Qingyan, I came here this time with an important mission. The boss of Kai Huang Entertainment owes my Long family 600 million yuan and has not yet returned it. Can you lend me a hand? Of course, let's solve it now. Zhong Qingyan agreed decisively. Sister Qingyan, we are going to do some serious business. It may not be appropriate to bring my brother along. Long Morong said with a little displeasure. Why not? Maybe my brother can bring us some surprises. Zhong Qingyan's tone was firm and unquestionable. Long Morong was silent for a moment, glanced at Long Yangqing, and finally sighed. During the whole process, Long Yangqing remained silent. He was confused about Zhong Qingyan's intentions and could only follow them to Kai Huang Entertainment Company. As the top media company in Jiangnan City, Kai Huang Entertainment has cultivated many hot young talents and is a holy place where beautiful women gather. However, as they came along, those internet celebrities could not compare with Zhong Qingyan and Long Morong in terms of appearance. The temperament that Long Yangqing exudes is far superior to those young handsome guys. The appearance of the three of them aroused the envy and admiration of the people around them. When they arrived at the chairman's office, the boss Yu Jijun said in surprise, Miss Zhong, Miss Lang, why are you here together? Boss Yu, I'm here to collect a debt. Lang Morong said without any concealment. Yu Jijun smiled triumphantly. He glanced at Zhong Qingyan and said sarcastically, Miss Zhong, you are in such a difficult situation, yet you still want to help your friend. This kind of friendship is really rare. What do you mean by that? Long Yangqing and Lang Morong showed confused expressions at the same time. Yu Jijun's lips curled up slightly, and he continued, Miss Lang, although I am sometimes short of money, I am not a person who does not keep my word. This 600 million is not a small amount of money. You can't just ask me to take it out without any reason, right? I have 3 antiques here, and I would like you to help me identify their authenticity. As long as you are all right within 30 minutes, I will naturally fulfill my promise and give you the money. At his command, 3 antiques were immediately presented, along with an appraiser wearing glasses and a goatee. Zhong Qingyan and Lang Morong exchanged helpless looks. They were not good at antiques, and it was obvious that Yu Jijun was deliberately making things difficult for them. Is this money really going to be wasted? Lang Morong was secretly anxious and felt powerless to change the situation. Although Zhong Qingyan appeared calm on the surface, the cold light in her eyes revealed her inner anger. Bite. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Long Yangqing's mind, the system has detected your sister's anger, and now grants you the primary treasure appraisal ability. Long Yangqing was already angry about what Yu Jijun had done. When he heard the system's voice, he was moved and stood up and said, Sister, let me try. You? Everyone present showed a surprised expression. Lang Morong was skeptical about Long Yangqing's ability, but considering Zhong Qingyan's face, she did not express her doubts. In fact, deep down in her heart, she hoped that Long Yangqing really had this ability and could vent their anger for them. However, this seemed almost impossible to Long Morong. Zhong Qingyan was surprised, Brother, can you really appraise treasures? I just learned it. Long Yangqing smiled easily. With the help of the system, Long Yangqing is full of confidence in himself. With just one glance, he could accurately determine the authenticity, age, craftsmanship, and author of these 3 treasures. Okay, then I'll believe you. Zhong Qingyan showed a trusting smile and encouraged, Go and take a look. Lang Morong was a little worried, Sister Qingyan, let's go and stop making trouble here. My brother would never lie to me. Zhong Qingyan said firmly, Morong, if even I don't trust him, who else can I trust? Long Morong was silent. She clasped her hands together and prayed for Long Yangqing, hoping that he would not let Zhong Qingyan down. Yu Jijun looked disdainful. It seems that Director Zhong really has no one else to use, so he actually found a scapegoat. He said to Long Yangqing coldly, Boy, don't waste your time. Check whether these 3 treasures are real or fake. He was very impatient with Long Yangqing's attitude and felt that this was a waste of his precious time. Long Yangqing walked forward and examined the 3 antiques one by one. He pointed at the first calligraphy and said mercilessly, This calligraphy is obviously a fake, and there are obvious traces of imitation by later generations. Then, he turned to the second piece of porcelain and said firmly, This porcelain is genuine and worth the price. When he came to the 3rd jade artifact, his smile became even more sarcastic, This jade artifact? Humph, it couldn't be more fake. As soon as these words came out, Yu Jijun burst into laughter, his face full of disdain. He looked at Long Yangqing with extremely contemptuous eyes. How dare you come to appraise treasures like this? I advise you not to waste your eyes. He swore, these three antiques are all genuine. Zhong Qingyan and Lang Moron looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. But Long Yangqing smiled, and there seemed to be a deep meaning hidden in that smile. Chapter 12 Calligraphy Master. Before Yu Jijun's sneer faded, Long Yangqing pointed to another piece of porcelain and said in a loud voice, this piece of porcelain comes from the Dingzhou kiln in the Tang dynasty. It is the pinnacle of celadone art. The body is thin and light, the glaze is pure, and the carving craftsmanship is extremely fine. The glaze is green and smooth like jade. It can be called a treasure among porcelains. If measured by today's market value, it is probably worth about 60 million yuan. Oh? Yu Jijun was shocked. He originally thought that Long Yangqing was just an insignificant little character, but now it seems that his knowledge of porcelain is so profound that he can almost be compared with professional treasure appraisers. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Yangqing in front of him again. I originally thought it was just a small episode, but now it seems that Zhong Qingyan's high opinion of him is not unreasonable. He does have extraordinary insights. I really misjudged it. Not only is this piece of porcelain authentic, but those two pieces are as well. Sister Qingyan, look, your brother is really amazing. Lang Morong murmured in admiration and even revealed a hint of worship. Zhong Qingyan was also surprised. He knows so much about porcelain? She couldn't help but look forward to seeing whether Long Yangqing could accurately tell the origins of the remaining two antiques and whether he could embarrass Yu Jijun. This jade artifact is called a yellow jade dragon ornament. It is a masterpiece from the mid-Ming dynasty and is known as one of the 8 great jade artifacts. The dragon's body is slender and curled into an S shape. The dragon's eyes are round and convex, its nose is slightly upturned, its thick hair curls forward, and its claws are outstretched. This work uses a double-layer openwork technique, with the main body being dragon patterns and the bottom pattern being delicate brocade patterns. This is a typical style of the Ming dynasty and is undoubtedly a rare treasure. Long Yangqing spoke slowly and his voice revealed his deep understanding and love for antiques. You can see through this at a glance. Yu Jijun was shocked. You know, he once invited a famous treasure appraiser who examined it dozens of times before he dared to determine its authenticity. However, the young man in front of him only took a quick glance and pointed out its origin. The breadth of his knowledge was simply astonishing. Is he a walking encyclopedia? Yu Jijun was shocked, but he was unwilling to be outdone. He said sarcastically, I bought this jade pendant at a high price of 20 million, but you say it is fake? Young man, you are still lacking in experience. Long Yangqing smiled and said confidently, when water drops are dropped on real jade, dewdrops will form and last for a long time, but your piece. He strode forward and poured the water on the table onto the jade without hesitation. The water on the jade quickly seeped into it and disappeared without a trace. Everyone was stunned, and Yu Jijun widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. Long Yangqing sneered and said sarcastically, now, do you still want to say that this jade is real? Fake, fake, fake. Yu Jijun admitted it stutteringly. Obviously he was so angry that his speech was incoherent. He spent 20 million and bought a fake product. Is this Long Yangqing a god from heaven who has descended to earth, or is he a mortal with miraculous eyesight? At first glance, he seemed to be using Zhong Qingyan's fame to show off his own power. However, this is not the case. It is a blessing for Zhong Qingyan to have such a master by her side. Yu Jijun was extremely unwilling and originally wanted to show off, but was ruthlessly slapped in the face by reality. He pointed at the last painting and said angrily, I spent 90 million to buy this calligraphy, and I also invited 5 masters to appraise it dozens of times, and everyone confirmed that it is authentic. He angrily questioned Long Yangqing, what basis do you have to say it's fake? This calligraphy. Long Yangqing fell into deep thought. Zhong Qingyan and Lang Moron clenched their palms nervously and stared at Long Yangqing intently. Yu Jijun smiled proudly and said, why? You can't tell me the reason? I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you are only this capable. He regained his dignity and sipped his tea contentedly. The goateed man behind him also breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at Long Yangqing with fear. The handwriting is unrestrained and varied. Long Yangqing finally spoke. This is definitely an authentic work of Huaisu, one of the Dianzhang Zuisu of the Tang dynasty. Snap. Yu Jijun's teacup shattered. He stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief, staring at Long Yangqing and said, "Did you really see that?" Behind him, the goateed man Shi Yucheng took a deep breath and almost fell down. Shi Yucheng, the treasure appraiser master mentioned by Yu Jijun, is known as fiery eyes and golden pupils in the Jiangnan region for his sharp vision. Since he entered the world of treasure appraisal, he has never made a mistake and is respected as Master Shi by many connoisseurs. However, at this moment, facing Long Yangqing, he felt unprecedented pressure. The treasures he appraised had problems one after another. At first, he sneered at Long Yangqing, but now he feels that he is the real fool. Long Yangqing's insight is beyond the reach of ordinary people. No matter where he goes, he will be treated as a VIP. Such an existence is definitely not someone he can offend. Shi Yucheng felt bitter in his heart and almost wanted to shout out, "Mr. Long, please forgive me. Sister, Long Yangqing is so amazing." Long Moron's eyes sparkled with admiration. "He will be my role model from now on." "Of course." Zhong Qingyan showed a proud smile on her face. "He is my younger brother." Long Yangqing smiled faintly, his words were calm and firm, and every word hit Yu Jijun's heart like a hammer. This is indeed Huaisu's handwriting. His cursive script is praised as unparalleled in the world. However, this is not the original, but a copy made by later generations. He paused, staring at Yu Jijun with a sharp gaze. Huaisu's brushstrokes are as powerful as the power of piercing stone, and the ink can penetrate deep into the bones of rice paper. And what about this calligraphy? He pointed and Yu Jijun looked hurriedly, only to see that the ink on the calligraphy was indeed soft and weak, obviously very different from the original. Yu Jijun's face turned pale in an instant, and he was furious. He waved the calligraphy and painting in his hand and smashed them randomly. Finally, he glared at Shi Yucheng and roared, "Didn't you say it was true? What's going on?" Shi Yucheng looked innocent. "Boss Yu, I was also wrong. If I had the vision of young Master Long, I would never let you buy this painting. Unfortunately, I am not that kind of person." He sighed and continued, "It's rare to find a treasure appraiser like young Master Long in 50 years. The rest of us can only dream of him." Yu Jijun angrily cursed waste and then calmed down. He felt a chill on his back. Even an expert like Shi Yucheng praised Long Yangqing so much, so how sharp was his vision? This time, he might have hit a brick wall. Ding! The system prompt sounded. "Congratulations, host. Your sister is very impressed with your treasure appraisal ability. Now, you have the opportunity to choose one of the following 3 rewards. First, become an expert in the field of ceramics. Second, master exquisite carving skills. Third, the master level of calligraphy art." Long Yangqing was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Zhong Qingyan and found that her eyes were gleaming with excitement, and even with a hint of pride and admiration. This made him feel a sweet feeling in his heart, and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. He noticed that these 3 rewards seemed to be related to the treasures he had just identified, but the first 2 were not of much use to him. After a little thought, he decisively chose the third option, Master of Calligraphy. "Boss Yu, my brother has appraised all your antiques. Shouldn't you pay the 600 million? Zhong Qingyan said proudly. Yu Jijun took a deep breath, his face a little ugly. He said coldly, "Zhong Qingyan, although your brother is capable, he doesn't seem to understand the ways of the world. I spent a lot of money to buy these 3 treasures. I originally planned to sell them to make more money, but now that your brother has revealed the truth, how can I sell them? He made me lose more than 100 million. Therefore, I can't give you money now." "Don't dream." Zhong Qingyan's eyes immediately turned cold. "So, Boss Yu was planning to play a trick on me?" "That's right, I'm just kidding you." Yu Jijun's eyes flashed with cruelty, and he said with a stiff upper lip. Seeing his sister being insulted like this, Long Yangqing immediately became furious and said angrily, "Isn't it just over 100 million? What's the big deal? Get me some paper and pen." Chapter 13, Master Long's Personal Inscription. There is endless knowledge in Long Yangqing's heart, as if he has truly inherited the essence of the saint of calligraphy. He firmly believed that even a casual stroke of ink would be priceless. Didn't Yu Jijun once say that his mistakes cost him more than 100 million yuan? Then, Long Yangqing decided to use pen and ink to write down the value of more than 100 million. Yu Jijun almost laughed out loud. He joked, "Looking for paper and pen? Young man, are you planning to write on the spot to compensate for my loss? This is simply a joke. Do you really think you are the greatest calligrapher of all time?" Shi Yucheng also interjected, "Long Yangqing, you may have a unique eye for identifying antiques, but in the field of calligraphy, you are just a layman. Why humiliate yourself? However, Long Yangqing remained unmoved. He firmly said to Yu Jijun, I'll give you 5 minutes. Prepare paper and pen. At this time, Zhong Qingyan spoke. Her eyes were as cold as ice, staring at Yu Jijun. Just this one glance made Yu Jijun feel like he was falling into an ice cellar, and he never dared to underestimate the majesty of the richest man in Jiangnan City again. So he quickly ordered his men to prepare brushes and rice paper. Facing everyone's doubts and ridicule, Long Yangqing remained unmoved. He quietly ground the ink, and then began to paint under the gaze of everyone. The clouds look like clothes and the flowers look like beauty. The spring breeze blows across the threshold and the dewdrops on the face make it gorgeous. If we hadn't met on the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon on the Jade Terrace. This poem seems to be tailor-made for women, praising this stunningly beautiful woman. Although it is often used as an embellishment in love words to describe various beauties, it always feels a little inappropriate and fails to fully display its charm. It was not until Zhong Qingyan appeared that this poem found its true home. Her name and this poem complement each other. This poem also aptly describes her beauty. She, the words, and the person, the three complement each other, as if they were made for each other. Lan Moron's eyes were full of envy for Long Yangqing, but at the same time he felt ashamed of his own shortcomings. In front of the goddess like Zhong Qingyan, all of them pale in comparison and no one can surpass her. Zhong Qingyan was a little caught off guard by Long Yangqing's words. Her face flushed slightly and she lowered her head shyly, thinking, this brother is really good at making people happy. After a long time, Long Yangqing finally completed his calligraphy work. Yu Jijun and Shi Yucheng were both stunned, staring at the words intently, as if they were seeing an incredible sight. Not only were the words deeply engraved into the wood, but they also penetrated the rice paper, and even left deep marks on the base. It is hard to believe that such skills can be possessed by a young man who was only in his early 20s. Master Shi, what do you think of this word? Yu Jijun's voice trembled slightly, and he was obviously shocked by Long Yangqing's calligraphy. It's simply the best. Shi Yucheng said excitedly, this word is not only elegant and powerful, but also seems to be scattered but neat and orderly. More importantly, the charm contained in the poem is irresistible to any woman. Boss Yu, I really can't estimate the value of this word. A stroke of genius. Yu Jijun repeated these 4 words over and over again, his heart full of admiration for Long Yangqing. Long Yangqing looked at their reactions and asked with a smile, so do you think this word is worth 100 million? Definitely worth it. This voice rang in the minds of both of them at the same time. This is not only because Long Yangqing's calligraphy skills are superb, but also because the artistic value and potential historical value contained in this work are immeasurable. It may even be compared with the works of calligraphy masters in museums. Shi Yucheng slapped himself twice and explained anxiously, Mr. Long, I really didn't recognize the real talent. Please forgive my ignorance. Yu Jijun's face was pale, with sweat dripping down his forehead. He managed to force a smile, Mr. Long, we made a mistake just now. There was some misunderstanding between the family members. You are here for the Ling family's 600 million, right? I will give it to you right now, right now. He was afraid that Long Yangqing would blame him, so he quickly ordered his men to bring the contract, not wanting to waste even a second, as if he was trying to atone for his previous mistake. Long Yangqing was shocked by this change. Thank you, Mr. Long, for giving me this calligraphy. Yu Jijun smiled flatteringly and said, Mr. Long, there will be an auction in a few days. I plan to auction this calligraphy. I hope you can come and take a look at it then. Long Yangqing was about to refuse, but Zhong Qingyan took over the conversation. Okay, we will definitely go. How could she bear to see the words her brother wrote for her fall into the hands of others? Thank you, Mr. Long and Mr. Zhong, for your kindness. Yu Jijun asked again with expectation, Mr. Long, if I buy an antique in the future, can you help me identify it? Of course, I won't let you work in vain. I will give you 2 million for each identification. Long Yangqing thought about it for a moment and nodded in agreement. Mr. Long, there are 20 million in this card. Please accept it. It's a small token of my appreciation. Yu Jijun said with a smile on his face. You are quite a good person. Long Yangqing accepted the card and left with Zhong Qingyan. Yu Jijun felt a little more relaxed, but when he noticed that Shi Yucheng was staring at the table intently, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, what are you looking at? Shi Yucheng turned his head and said with a burning gaze, Boss Yu, I have no objection to auctioning your calligraphy, but can you part with this table? I am willing to pay 30 million, or even more, to buy it. Yu Jijun was stunned when he heard this. His eyes fell on the marks on the table and he said angrily, "What are you thinking about? There is a handwritten inscription by Mr. Long on it. Even if you give me 100 million, I will never sell it to you." Long Yongqing and Zhong Qingyan left the company with Lang Morong. Lang Morong said to Zhong Qingyan with great joy, "Sister Qingyan, thank you for helping me recover the 600 million. I would like to treat you to dinner and singing tonight to celebrate." Her eyes stayed more on Long Yongqing, as if inviting him was her real purpose. Zhong Qingyan knew Lang Morong's intentions very well. She glanced at Long Yongqing and saw that he had no objection, so she smiled and agreed, "Okay, I'll listen to you tonight." So, the three of them came to the mall, and after enjoying the delicious food, they moved to a high-end KTV. Throughout the evening, Lang Morong was like a lively child, happily recounting Long Yangqing's heroic deeds, her words full of admiration and gratitude for Long Yangqing. Huancheng KTV is a shining pearl in the prosperous area of Jiangnan City. It is rumored that only millionaires can enter its door. Several young men walked in with nervous expressions and flushed faces. They looked around, with awe and anticipation in their eyes. "Brother Chui, this is the first time I've come to a place like this in my life. If you hadn't brought me with you, I might never have the chance to set foot here," said a young man. Chui Runfeng, dressed in a suit and tie, with his hair neatly combed back, smiled proudly and said, "Actually, this is only my second time here. The last time, it was Brother Cheng who brought me here." "Brother Cheng? You mean Long Yangqing?" Someone nearby interrupted disapprovingly. "Brother Chui, when you were hanging out with him, it was fine to call him Brother Ching, but now that he's bankrupt, isn't it a bit cheap for you to still call him that?" Chui Runfeng smiled indifferently and said, "As people, we should always have some old friendships, right?" Chui Runfeng pretended to be indifferent on the surface, but he was secretly delighted in his heart. He cleared his throat and said, "Now I hold an important position in the Long family enterprise. If Long Yangqing comes to me for help, I will definitely do my best to help. Alas, it's just that he may not be able to come here now." Suddenly, someone pointed to the distance and shouted, "Brother Chui, look, isn't that Long Yangqing?" Chui Ruanfeng's smile froze instantly. He looked in the direction of the man's finger and saw Long Yangqing, accompanied by two beautiful women. Their temperament and appearance were in no way inferior to the first-line stars in the entertainment industry. Chui Runfeng felt mixed emotions. Just now he was looking down on Long Yangqing, but he didn't expect that the other party would bring such a beautiful female companion to consume, while he only brought some inconspicuous friends. He felt that his friends around him were looking at him with surprise, which made Chui Ruanfeng's face turn very ugly. He hated Long Yangqing for stealing his limelight, but he also didn't want to go over and say hello to him. At this time, the KTV staff shouted at the person who was shouting, "Why are you shouting? Don't you know where this is?" The man was immediately ashamed and apologized quietly, "I'm sorry." Chui Ruanfeng's face also turned slightly red. He felt very embarrassed and really wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. When Long Yangqing heard the voice and looked over, he was stunned. He asked in surprise, "Chui Runfeng, why are you here?" Chui Runfeng felt a little uncomfortable for a moment and was about to say hello and explain that he brought his friends here to broaden their horizons and relax. However, he noticed that the staff who had just looked at them coldly now put on a smiling face and humbly said to Long Yangqing, "Mr. Long, do you know them?" Chui Runfeng and his friends were stunned, completely unable to understand this sudden change. Chapter 14, Getting to Know Young Master Long. At this moment, no one has reacted yet. Before Long Yangqing opened his mouth to speak, the tough waiter suddenly changed his attitude and said with a smile, "Mr. Long, if I knew in advance that they were your friends, I would never dare to be so rude." He was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he was extremely shocked. The person in front of me is actually young Master Long. As for the woman next to him, although the waiter did not know her, he was well aware of the name of Lang Morong, the eldest daughter of the Lang family. However, the eldest daughter of the Lang family obeyed young Master Long's every word and loved him very much. Chui Runfeng also came back to his senses from his shock at this moment, but he still couldn't believe it. He knew that the waiters in this imperial city KTV had very high standards and usually looked down upon people like them. However, they treated Long Yangqing with the same respect as if he were a god. Chui Ruanfeng's friends looked at each other in bewilderment. Didn't Chui Runfeng just say that Long Yangqing had gone bankrupt and fallen on hard times? But now it seems that Long Yangqing's status is even more prominent than before. Chui Ruanfeng's position in their hearts is completely different from that of Brother Cheng. Long Yangqing glanced at Chui Runfeng, nodded slightly, and said to them, "They are all my classmates." Understood. The waiter reacted instantly and said hurriedly, "Don't worry, Mr. Long, I will immediately arrange the best room for them and I guarantee that you will not be embarrassed." Long Yangqing nodded slightly. "Chui Runfeng, have fun, we will meet again if there is a chance." "Okay, take care, brother Chang." Chui Runfeng hurriedly forced a smile and watched them leave. Recalling the past conflicts with Long Yangqing, he couldn't help but feel palpitations. However, Long Yangqing treated him with tolerance. Suddenly, Chui Runfeng realized that for a person of Long Yangqing's level, their conflicts were nothing but trivial matters in Long Yangqing's eyes. At this moment, Long Yangqing's help was undoubtedly a great opportunity for him. "I must seize this opportunity and cling to Brother Qing's thighs tightly, so that I can rise to the top in the future." There was a firm light in Chui Runfeng's eyes, and his heart was filled with passion and determination. His friends were just envious and jealous, and they were even willing to call Long Yangqing Master Qing. However, how could people like them be worthy of working for Master Qing? Suddenly, a surprised question broke the silence. "Hey, Chui Runfeng, are you willing to spend money here?" Chui Runfeng raised his head and unexpectedly saw an acquaintance. He quickly responded, "Boss Jing, why are you here too?" "Ha, I came here with a few leaders to relax." President Jing looked at Chui Runfeng and his friends, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He asked sarcastically, "Chui Runfeng, what kind of room did you book?" Chui Runfeng hesitated and couldn't answer. President Jing understood immediately, and he said sarcastically, "I heard that you can drink a lot, do you want to have a few drinks with us?" To cheer up President Shan? When Mr. Shan and the others heard this, their faces suddenly darkened. They said unceremoniously, "Mr. Jing, this is a private party. It's not appropriate to bring your subordinates here, right? Not just anyone can enter the VIP room." "Forget it, let him have fun with his country bumpkin friends." Chui Runfeng and his friends' faces were red, their fists were clenched, and their anger was evident. Mr. Jing just glanced at them, his eyes full of disdain and contempt, and was about to tell the truth. However, the waiter interrupted and said in a sarcastic tone, "You know what? They are going to the highest level VIP suite. VIPs like you are really several levels lower than them." Mr. Jing, Mr. Shan and others were stunned by these words. They simply couldn't believe their ears. The cost of a VIP suite is over 1 million, and a VIP suite requires tens of millions of dollars, and even requires certain connections to book. How could these seemingly insignificant people possibly afford such suites? However, Chui Runfeng seemed extremely excited. He smiled shyly and said, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Jing, we have the opportunity to go to the VIP suite because we know Mr. Long. Then we will leave first, and you can enjoy yourself in the VIP suite." He deliberately emphasized the words "enjoy it," obviously showing off his superiority. After saying that, he left with his friends. Their hearts were filled with satisfaction and pride because they knew Brother Qing, which made them feel very awesome. However, General Jing, General Shan and others just stood there in a daze with complicated expressions. They saw the contempt in the waiter's eyes, which made them feel so ashamed that they couldn't even raise their heads. Finally, Mr. Shan broke the silence. He coughed twice, forced a smile, and politely said to Mr. Jing, "Well, Jing, your subordinate is quite interesting. Can you introduce him to me? I don't care if he is unsophisticated or not. The main thing is that I also want to get to know Mr. Long." Mr. Jing was very surprised by Mr. Shan's words. He had always been so arrogant, so why did he suddenly become so polite? Long Yangqing, Zhong Qingyan and Lang Murong finally arrived at the Supreme Suite. Their arrival attracted everyone's attention like a magnet. People were not coveting Long Yangqing's handsomeness, but their envy of Zhong Qingyan and Lang Murong was beyond words. Without knowing the true identities of the two people, they felt that Long Yangqing was not only handsome, but also had extraordinary temperament. It was truly a blessing from their previous lives that these two beauties could travel with him. Although many women present were eager to talk to Long Yangqing, they all knew that their appearance and temperament could not be compared with Zhong Qingyan. Lang Murong excitedly picked up the microphone and began to sing "The Wind Keeps Blowing." Her voice is clear and melodious, like the sound of nature, intoxicating. While singing, she secretly observed Long Yangqing's reaction. Seeing the surprise and admiration in his eyes, a blush appeared on her face. She hoped to leave a good impression on Long Yangqing, so she sang with extra concentration. As Lang Murong's singing spread, more and more people gathered outside the suite, all attracted by her beautiful voice. People talked about it and praised it. "This lady is amazing. Not only is she so beautiful, but she also sings so beautifully. Indeed, I have heard singing here countless times, but this is the first time I have heard such a beautiful voice." These three are really a match made in heaven, just like a combination of gods from heaven. I just wonder how this handsome guy sings. After Lang Morong finished singing, he glanced at the 85 points on the screen and curled his lips. The score is too low. I'm afraid there is something wrong with this system. Morong, I have an idea. Zhong Qingyan suddenly interrupted. Let Long Yangqing try and see if he can get a score above 96. If he can, you have to kiss him, otherwise, you can do whatever you want with him. Long Morong was stunned, and Long Yangqing was also completely confused, not understanding what this had to do with him. But when they saw Zhong Qingyan's serious expression, they knew it was not a joke. Why, you don't dare to accept this challenge? Do you think the system is unfair, or are you worried that Long Yangqing will sing better than you? Zhong Qingyan asked with a smile. What am I afraid of? I'll just gamble. Provoked by Zhong Qingyan, Long Morong immediately handed the microphone to Long Yangqing. Sing, as long as you can get a score of more than 96 points, let alone a kiss, anywhere is fine. Wow! This sentence was like a thunder, shocking everyone present. They stared at Long Yangqing intently, full of curiosity about his singing skills. Although Long Yangqing's appearance and temperament are already outstanding enough, even if his voice sounds like a drake, it will not affect his image in people's minds. And yet, if his singing voice is so beautiful, then he will be a perfect person, and may even become the focus of everyone's attention and debut as the center. In contrast, Long Morong was skeptical about Long Yangqing's singing skills. She believed that Long Yangqing's profound attainments in calligraphy must be the result of his continuous research since childhood, so it was impossible for him to excel in other aspects. However, Long Yangqing felt helpless. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but now it seemed that this was impossible. So he chose a song to show his strength. He chose Jackie Chun's You Are With Me All the Way. Chapter 15. Is this your backer? Did you know? Loving you is not easy. It takes a lot of courage. It must be God's will. There are so many things I can't say. I'm just worried that you can't afford it. Do you believe? Meeting you in this life. I owed you this in my last life. It must be God's will. Let me fall in love with you. As soon as Long Yangqing started singing, the entire suite fell silent. The fruit that Lang Morong had just picked up slipped from her hand, and her ears seemed to be baptized. Zhong Qingyan was equally shocked, staring at Long Yangqing with surprise in her eyes. The rating on the screen soared to full marks. Unparalleled perfection. The people outside the door looked at each other, then woke up as if from a dream, and took out their mobile phones to start recording, for fear of missing any details. Oh my god, I've seen the original singer's video on KTV before, but I never believed it. His voice is so similar. This guy is not only handsome, but also a great singer. I must ask for his contact information later. Xiaoxue, what are you talking about? You have a fiancé, and he's worth hundreds of millions. Xiaoxue was completely selfless at the moment, and said intoxicatedly, can my fiancé compare to him? If I can marry him, I would be willing to live a few years less. The fiancé stood aside, his face twitching, his eyes fixed on Long Yangqing in the private room, his heart full of shame, as if he was afraid of being noticed by others. There was a trace of admiration and envy in his eyes. It would be great if I could be as good as him. Everyone was recording the video in amazement, but one of the young men, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, recognized Lang Morong. He widened his eyes and looked incredulous. She actually sang with a man and made a bet with him to kiss him? This young man was one of Lang Morong's many suitors, but Lang Morong was always extremely cold to him, even when he wagged his tail and begged for mercy like a dog. But now, Lang Morong was smiling, his face was rosy, and even a little shy. The young man was furious, his eyes shot at Long Yangqing like knives, and he roared in his heart, no matter how perfect you are, you can't steal my woman. Long Yangqing seemed to be immersed in his own world, turning a deaf ear to everything in the outside world and focusing only on his singing. His singing voice did not come from the help of the system, but his deep admiration for Jackie Chung and countless days and nights of hard practice made him have such extraordinary singing skills. When the song ended, Long Yangqing gently put down the microphone and turned his eyes to the score on the screen. Full marks. 100 points. Applause poured in from outside the door like a tide, full of praise for Long Yangqing. As for Lang Morong, her cheeks flushed and her heart was filled with nervousness and shyness, because she had never had such an experience before. Morong, since you have already lost, let's follow our previous agreement. Zhong Qingyan reminded with a smile. Sister, this is just a joke, don't take it seriously. Long Yangqing hesitated. Is this a joke? Do you think I can't afford to lose? When Long Morong heard this, she immediately became angry. She walked forward, quickly kissed Long Yangqing on the face, and then immediately retreated back to the sofa, as if what had just happened had never happened. Long Yangqing's heart was filled with emotions. He felt Long Morong's youthfulness. This was probably her first kiss? When Zhong Qingyan saw this scene, she felt sour in her heart and could only lower her head and continue to taste her fruit. Amid the cheers outside the door, the young men pursuing Lang Morong felt as if they were struck by lightning. They leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, the pain in their hearts unspeakable. That was Lang Morong's first kiss, the thing they had always dreamed of, but it was taken away by Long Yangqing. However, Long Morong suddenly came up with an idea. She rolled her eyes and made a new suggestion. Sister Qingyan, it's too unfair for me to be the only one kissing him. You two siblings should also compete, and whoever loses should kiss the other. Zhong Qingyan's hands trembled slightly. Just as she was about to respond, the door suddenly slammed violently. A young man rushed in angrily and shouted at Long Morong, "Long Morong, you really disappoint me." When Long Morong saw him, his face immediately darkened. "Shin Xiaoyu, what do you want?" Shin Xiaoyu was even more furious when he saw this scene. He felt that Long Yangqing was so gentle to her, but so cold to him. This was simply not something a normal person could do. He roared angrily, "Long Morong, do you still have any shame? You are actually hanging out with other men, and even kissing. If the head of the Lang family knew about this, he. Long Morong's face turned pale in an instant. When Long Yangqing saw this, he knew that this person was looking for trouble. As the only male among the three, he could not stand idly by, so he stood up without hesitation and shouted, "I don't care who you are, get out of here immediately, or don't blame me for being merciless." This sentence is full of arrogance. The people outside were already dissatisfied with Chen Xiaoyu's unauthorized intrusion, and when they saw Long Yangqing step forward, they couldn't help but admire him. They all gave thumbs up. This is a real man. Zhong Qingyan held up the red wineglass with an elegant look, like a queen high above everyone else. Her eyes were fixed on Long Yangqing, revealing deep pride. "Who I am?" Chen Xiaoyu shouted angrily, "I am the eldest son of the Chen family. Have you heard of Kong Mingze from Shenyang Group? He is my sworn brother." Although the Chen family was only a middle-class family in Jiangnan, the wealthy people present had heard of Kong Mingze's name. As an important figure in Shenyang Group, he is no pushover. Long Yangqing smiled disdainfully, "Is this your backer?" "I." Chen Xiaoyu was speechless for a moment, with an inexplicable fear in his heart. He threatened angrily, "Yes, this is my backer. Get out of here. Otherwise, I will make you pay." Bang! Long Yangqing kicked him to the ground. It hurt so much. Chen Xiaoyu was caught off guard and wailed in pain while touching his butt. Long Yangqing looked down at him. "Just you, do you want to make me look good? Ha ha ha." The crowd burst into laughter and took photos and videos, intending to record the scene and make Chen Xiaoyu the laughingstock of Jiangnan City. Compared with this young master, he is like one in the clouds and the other in the quagmire. "Sister Qingyan, I am really fascinated by this brother." There were star-like glitters in Long Morong's eyes. Zhong Qingyan was stunned for a moment, looked at Lang Morong, and said seriously, "He is my brother, not yours." Seeing Lang Morong's stunned expression, she added, "Don't call him brother anymore." Chen Xiaoyu fell to the ground in a mess, and the laughter coming from all around him pierced his eardrums like needles. He roared angrily, "Stop filming. I'll get mad if you continue filming me." He struggled to stand up, staring at Long Yangqing with flaming eyes, and said angrily, "You are so arrogant, you actually dare to hit me. But to be honest, I envy you for being able to play two at the same time." Before he could finish his words, Long Yangqing stepped on him and said coldly, "Do you dare to say it again?" "What? I said it, what can you do? Who do you think you are? The most you can do is beat me up, do you dare to kill me?" Chen Xiaoyu said provocatively, "Let me tell you, my eldest brother is Kong Mingze. If I tell him, destroying your family is just a piece of cake." As soon as the name Kong Mingze came out, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. Zhong Qingyan scoffed at this, but Long Morong seemed a little worried. The crowd outside also looked at Long Yangqing nervously, thinking, Kong Mingze is not someone you can easily mess with, you better not be impulsive. Or just forget it. However, Long Yangqing smiled. He turned on his phone, projected a video onto the screen and started playing it. In the picture, Kong Mingze was imitating the barking sound of a dog, which made everyone laugh. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became awkward and silent. Chapter 16. I want to see my grandson soon. Inside the suite, it was as quiet as the abyss, without a sound or movement. Suddenly, the barking of dogs broke the silence of the air. The video was playing in a loop and the barking of dogs continued. When everyone saw that the protagonist on the screen was Kong Mingze, the general manager of Shenyang Group, their reactions quickly changed from initial surprise to fear and awe. Kong Mingze, this name is well known in the business world, and everyone knows it. But at this moment, the fear in his eyes is so obvious, as if he has seen something extremely terrifying. This made them wonder, who exactly is young Master Long and how could he make a business tycoon like Kong Mingze feel so scared? It's really heartwarming. There were excited voices coming from outside, and some people couldn't help but cheer loudly. Hasn't Chen Xiaoyu always relied on Kong Mingze? Now it seems that Kong Mingze is not worth mentioning in front of young Master Long. Chen Xiaoyu's biggest backer is nothing but a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy in the eyes of young Master Long. The others also felt ashamed. They had been worried that their impulsiveness would bring trouble and wanted to persuade young Master Long to give up. But now it seems that these concerns were completely unnecessary. Long Yangqing, you are so amazing. Long Morong couldn't help but admire him, and his favorability towards Long Yangqing instantly soared to 99. My brother is, of course, the best. Zhong Qingyan boasted proudly. Long Yangqing closed the video and turned to look at Chen Xiaoyu, who was standing there in shock, frowning slightly. Did my eldest brother really destroy your family? Chen Xiaoyu screamed in fear at the power of Long Yangqing. He felt the coldness of his gaze, like a biting cold wind, which made him shiver. However, he suddenly had an idea and imitated the sound of a dog barking. Woof! 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 Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Long Yangqing was also a little surprised. You are quite good at adapting to circumstances. Mr. Long, I didn't recognize you just now. Please be merciful and let me go. Chen Xiaoyu pleaded. Go away. Long Yangqing waved his hand impatiently. Chen Xiaoyu fled the scene as if he had been pardoned. After this farce, Long Yangqing and the other two lost the mood to continue singing and quickly left the scene. However, they were surrounded by a crowd of people, who kept asking them to add WeChat and other contact methods, and it took a lot of effort to get rid of them. This incident was filmed by many people into a video, including the scenes of Long Yangqing singing and Chen Xiaoyu imitating a dog barking, and was uploaded to the Jiangnan City forum. For a moment, the entire forum was in an uproar. This is simply too much. Chen Xiaoyu fled into the car, still feeling frightened. He turned on his phone and found that his friends were sending him videos of themselves imitating dog barking, which made him feel angry and humiliated. His face was hideous, he was screaming madly, and there was a sinister light flashing in his eyes. He decided to go to the Lung family to seek revenge. The Lung family's status in Jiangnan City is unparalleled, far exceeding the influence of the Chun family. Master Lang, something terrible has happened. Your daughter has been bullied. As soon as Chen Xiaoyu entered the door, he shouted loudly, showing extreme grief and anger. There is such a thing. Upon hearing this, the head of the Long family was furious and immediately asked Chen Xiaoyu to explain in detail what had happened. In the course of his narration, Chen Xiaoyu deliberately exaggerated the story, portraying Long Yangqing as an unforgivable villain, while emphasizing Long Morong's innocence and the depth of her victimization. The head of the Lang family was angered by Chen Xiaoyu's words and immediately made a phone call, ready to take action. Chen Xiaoyu lowered his head, a sly smile on his face. He knew very well that the power of the head of the Lang family far exceeded that of Kong Mingze, and he was an important figure in Jiangnan City. He was also supported by powerful organizations such as the Martial Arts Alliance. For the head of the Long family, dealing with Long Yangqing was a piece of cake. Hey, Morong, explain to me right now, what happened in the Imperial City KTV today? Why did you let someone beat up Master Chen? The head of the Long family asked angrily on the phone. Lang Morong explained to his father, Dad, you can't believe everything Chen Xiaoyu said. Long Yangqing's matter is not as simple as you think. If he can really help our family get back the 600 million, what do you think? The head of the Long family frowned. Although he felt that hitting people was wrong, his attitude might change if he could really recover the huge sum of money. Long Morong continued, moreover, Long Yangqing's ability to appraise treasures is extraordinary, and even Master Shi praised him highly. He is even regarded as a VIP by Yu Jijun, not to mention that he is Zhong Qingyan's younger brother. Upon hearing this information, Patriarch Lang's eyes lit up. He immediately changed his attitude and said to Lang Morong on the other end of the phone, "Then you must entertain young Master Long well and make him happy. You don't have to come back today. I want to see my grandson earlier." At the same time, Chen Xiaoyu was still standing there stupidly, waiting for the response from the head of the Lang family. But the head of the Lang family kicked him away and shouted angrily, "Get lost. Do you know why you are being beaten? It's because of your face that deserves a beating. How dare you provoke young Master Long? You are really tired of living. Go back and tell your father that our two families will not have any cooperation in the future." Shen Xiaoyu was so frightened that he returned to the car in confusion. He returned to the car, his brows furrowed, his heart filled with confusion and bewilderment. He tried to make sense of what had happened, but couldn't. Finally, he slammed his fist on the steering wheel and said bitterly, "You stubborn old man, since you are unwilling to help me, then I have no choice but to go back to my dad. He is a powerful character, you will be in trouble." When Chen Xiaoyu stepped into the house and saw his father's cold face, he felt uneasy. He spoke carefully, "Dad, I was beaten." Upon hearing this, Chen's father flew into a rage. "Why weren't you beaten to death, you wicked son?" He waved the video in his hand, pointed it at the woman next to Long Yangqing, and shouted angrily, "Do you know who she is? Zhang Qingyan. Do you know Zhang Qingyan?" Chen Xiaoyu was stunned and stared at Long Yangqing in the video in disbelief. For the first time, he felt that this person was so out of reach. "Dad, You? Father Chen sneered, "Don't you like to bark like a dog? Come on, build him a doghouse and let this bastard live in it." Chen Xiaoyu was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Late at night, Long Morong returned to the Lang family, while Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan returned to their villa. Zhong Qingyan took off her coat and prepared to take a shower. She noticed Long Yangqing's astonished look and immediately had an idea in her mind, so she deliberately showed off her figure. Long Yangqing was a little embarrassed. He didn't understand Zhong Qingyan's intention. "Who do you think is prettier, me or Morong?" Zhong Qingyan asked with a smile. "Of course you are the most beautiful, sister." Long Yangqing answered without hesitation. "Oh, really?" Zhong Qingyan said with a half smile, "Then what were you thinking when she kissed you?" Long Yangqing was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Zhong Qingyan sneered, "Then I'll punish you by making you wash my socks." After saying that, she took off her socks and threw them aside. Although Long Yangqing didn't know where he went wrong, he was facing his own sister, so he could only helplessly pick up the socks and start washing them. A notification sound ding rang out, and Long Yangqing looked at the message on the phone screen, "Help your sister wash her socks, charm +1. His eyes widened. Washing socks can actually increase charm? This made him feel a little bit amused and helpless. At this time, Zhong Qingyan walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. She looked at the busy Long Yangqing and felt that he looked even more charming. The deep eyes and gentle temperament made her heart beat fast. She couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what do you think of Morong?" Long Yangqing smiled and replied, "Sister, this is our first meeting, what can I think? Of course, I have a good impression of her." Zhong Qingyan hummed softly and looked at Long Yangqing, as if she wanted to say something, but stopped. Finally, she gently advised, "Go to bed early." The next morning, Zhong Qingyan took Long Yangqing to do morning exercises together. In the park in the villa area, many elderly people were practicing Tai Chi, among whom a man in his 70s was particularly eye-catching. He performed Bajiquan with great ferocity, which stunned the young people around him. Long Yangqing watched the old man's performance and couldn't help but comment, "This Bajiquan is indeed a little imperfect." Chapter 17 Authentic Bajiquan. Bajiquan is a treasure of ancient martial arts. The vast universe, the 9 provinces and 8 poles, its power can reach the extreme in all directions. His moves are extremely powerful, his punches are as fast as the wind and lightning, without a trace of affectation. Although Long Yangqing only learned the basics of Bajiquan, his basic skills are solid and can be said to be first class. He could tell at a glance that the old man's movements were too complicated, and if he continued like this, it would probably cause damage to his body. The old man paused, stared at him with a puzzled look, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. The smiles of those young people who were originally flattering had now frozen. They glared at Long Yangqing and said, "Boy, what do you mean by that? Master Sang's Bajiquan is authentic. Are you jealous?" "Oh, that's ridiculous. Are you jealous of Mr. Sang's good health?" "Shut up." Hearing these words, Zhang nodded continuously, turned his gaze to Long Yangqing, and said in a calm tone, "Young man, you should be more humble. I have been practicing Bajikwan for more than 10 years. If you have any doubts, you may as well learn from me. Don't always want to show off in front of women. You said I was jealous? Long Yangqing sneered. I didn't want to compete with you, because my boxing skills are used to kill enemies, not for performance. But since you said so. Oh well. I will let you see the real Bajikwan and appreciate the charm of ancient martial arts. Amid the laughter of young people, Long Yangqing suddenly rushed out, while performing boxing techniques. Drinking loudly. Open the door to the universe. The top penetrates the heaven and earth. Shake the dragon body. Collapse of mountains and rivers. This is the 16-character formula of 8 extreme spirit. Do you know it? The power released by Long Yangqing seemed to shake the entire space. The air was filled with strong impact sounds, causing the trees in the park to tremble. The autumn wind blows suddenly, and all living creatures are startled. With the sound of crunching, birds and insects fled away. The young man who had been sarcastic towards Long Yangqing before now opened his mouth wide and his eyes wide open, as if he had seen an incredible sight, and almost fell to his knees. This is simply outrageous. Old Zhang stood there in a daze, sweating profusely. He had never seen such a scene before. If he were to compete with Long Yangqing, even his bones would probably be broken. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Long Yangqing used his unique skill of sticking to the mountain, and suddenly got close to the old man, punching him directly on the top of the head. My dear friend, spare my life. Mr. Zhang stepped back hastily, his face full of fear, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. Zhong Qingyan's heart was in her throat. This old man was of noble status. She brought Long Yangqing out for morning exercise just to get to know him. If Long Yangqing really killed him, forget it. Since he looked down on my brother, he deserved to die. But this way, I might get into some trouble. Zhong Qingyan's eyes gradually became cold. However, at this moment, Long Yangqing's fist suddenly stopped when it was only 3 centimeters away from Mr. Zhang. He showed amazing control, then retracted his fist, put his hands behind his back, and said calmly, You said you wanted to compete with me, but it would be easy for this punch to take your life. The park was silent and no one dared to speak. Old Zhang seemed to have his soul out of his body and just woke up from a dream. He gasped and stared at Long Yangqing's figure with deep surprise in his eyes. This young man is unfathomable. Who is he? The other young people were even more terrified and said goodbye to the old man. This scene is deeply engraved in their memory, and they will probably never forget it for the rest of their lives. Could this young man be a master of the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance? Elder Zhang asked tentatively. That's not the case. Long Yangqing replied calmly. Old Zhang was shocked. He didn't expect that there was such a master outside the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance. He immediately asked humbly, My dear friend, you said that my Bajikwan practice is not good enough, so how can I improve it? Your boxing skills are similar in form but not in spirit. Long Yangqing was not angry because of the previous contempt. Instead, he patiently explained, Bajikwan is known for its strength and ferocity. Young people are better at boxing. You are already in your twilight years. This boxing style may not be suitable for you. Let the young people do the fighting and killing. Why should you do it yourself? Mr. Zhang's admiration for Long Yangqing grew day by day. This young man has a broad mind and profound attainments in martial arts. In time, he will surely become a master. Ha, you are indeed Qingyan's younger brother. Your reputation is well deserved. Old Zhang laughed loudly, It is my honor to meet you. Old gentleman, do you know my sister? Long Yangqing looked puzzled. Mr. Zhang is the security consultant of our Changxing group. Zhong Qingyan explained on the side. Long Yangqing suddenly realized the purpose of Zhong Qingyan's morning exercise. He felt a little guilty and apologized to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, I am abrupt. Please forgive me. The smile on Zhang Lao's face became more intense, and he looked at Long Yangqing with more doting eyes than he looked at his own grandson. He asked tentatively, Mr. Long, are you interested in joining the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance? Long Yangqing looked confused. Elder Zhang explained, I have some influence in the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance, so it is not difficult to recommend someone to join the alliance. He was secretly looking forward to it in his heart, but his face was full of smiles, as if Long Yangqing's promise was right on his lips. Feeling Mr. Zhang's eager expectations, Long Yangqing went with the flow and nodded in agreement. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. Ah, that's great. I'll go and get you admitted right away. Mr. Zhang was ecstatic, as if he was even more excited than if he had won the lottery. As if Mr. Zhang was worried that Long Yangqing would go back on his word, he changed into casual clothes and hurried to the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance. He personally guided Long Yangqing into the society, and then a figure flashed through his mind. That was Yi Hongtai, the famous figure in Jiangnan City who taught him Bajiquan. With a smile on his face, Mr. Zhang asked Yi Hongtai about his Bajiquan skills. Yi Hongtai answered proudly, "Need I say more? I am number 1 in Jiangnan City." Chapter 18. The operation failed. Yi Hongtai, the descendant of Bajiquan and an important member of the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance, enjoys a very high reputation in Jiangnan City. He is so powerful that even the chairman of Shenyang Group has to show him respect. Many people dream of having him become their bodyguard, and some are even willing to offer a sky-high price of 100 million yuan a year. However, when Zhang Lao heard Yi Hongtai claiming to be the best in Jiangnan City, he smiled gently. "Did you really try your best? Have you ever tried to make an airburst or shake a big tree?" Yi Hongtai was stunned. He stared at Master Zhang with wide eyes, as if he had heard an absurd joke. "Master Zhang, you are not kidding, are you? Making an air explosion sound and shaking a tree? That is the skill of the tiger and leopard thunder sound realm. I have just entered the Ming Jin stage. How can you ask such a thing of me?" Looking at Yi Hongtai's reaction, Mr. Zhang raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. "I just saw a young man do this with my own eyes." Yi Hongtai's throat suddenly became dry. He swallowed hard, his eyes full of shock. "Mr. Zhang, are you telling the truth? Who is that young man? I must visit him in person." Zhang Lao looked at Yi Hongtai with a hint of pride in his eyes, but he did not directly answer Yi Hongtai's question. "Do you think you are qualified to know him?" Old Zhang turned and left. He couldn't reveal that it was Long Yangqing who did it, otherwise Yi Hongtai would also come to him to show off in the future, and then wouldn't his limelight be stolen? As Mr. Zhang walked, he thought, "Mr. Long, it is my honor to know a genius like you. Even if you let me beat me up, I would be willing to do so." Yi Hongtai stood there, his eyes flashing with complicated light. He muttered to himself, "Mr. Zhang is right, how could I be worthy of knowing such a genius?" Ding! A crisp prompt sound rang in Long Yangqing's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully convincing the grandson of Bajiquan. Xiantian Bajiquan has been promoted to intermediate Bajiquan. Long Yangqing was stunned for a moment, and then he felt a stream of air flowing through his body, as if his whole body was rejuvenated with new vitality. His strength, speed, coordination, explosiveness, and reaction ability have all been greatly improved. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Zhong Qingyan looked at the change in Long Yangqing's expression and couldn't help but ask. Long Yangqing smiled slightly and was about to answer, but his expression suddenly changed. He instantly hugged Zhong Qingyan tightly, jumped up, broke open the car door, and landed steadily on the ground. "Oh my God! What's going on?" Passers-by stared at the scene in amazement, completely unable to understand what was happening before their eyes. Just then, there was a loud noise, and a large truck suddenly rushed out from the roadside and smashed Zhong Qingyan's car into pieces. Passers-by finally reacted and were amazed. It turns out that this is not just a movie, but there really is someone who possesses such amazing kung fu. Long Yangqing's heart was pounding and his eyes were fixed on the front. Who among the sons and daughters of China does not have a yearning for martial arts? Seeing the ancient martial arts master being besieged today, the anger in his heart was ignited. But when he witnessed the amazing skills before him, all he could feel was deep admiration. He quickly took out his cell phone and, like everyone else, recorded this shocking moment. He hugged Zhong Qingyan tightly and looked for a safe place to take refuge. If he hadn't made a breakthrough in Bajiquan, he would have died in the face of this sudden attack. Although Zhong Qingyan was held tightly by him, she did not show panic on her face. Instead, she calmly analyzed, "This attack is definitely not accidental. Is it Shenyang Group?" Long Yangqing reacted immediately. Zhong Qingyan nodded and then made a phone call. Not long after, 10 bodyguards arrived quickly, and she ordered, "Go home first, I will take care of things here." In the building of Shenyang Group, Chairman Huang Runtai and General Manager Kong Mingze were gathered together. Both of them were still resentful of Long Yangqing's humiliation. Kong Mingze gnashed his teeth and said, "I have already found someone to deal with Zhong Qingyan. As long as she dies, Long Yangqing will become a helpless waste. We can deal with him as we please." "Well done." Huang Rentai's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he said word by word, "I will make that guy taste the taste of life worse than death." The two looked at each other, their hearts filled with joy at Zhong Qingyan's impending death and anticipation of Long Yangqing's impending humiliation. However, at this moment, a subordinate rushed in a panic with a tablet computer. What happened? Huang Runtai frowned and looked at his subordinates with dissatisfaction. The subordinate played a video with trembling hands. In the video, someone jumped out of a car holding a woman and landed steadily on the ground. This scene is several times more exaggerated than the special effects in the movie. Master! The two of them exclaimed almost at the same time and looked at each other. Kang Ming's eyes flashed with a serious light. Mr. Huang, looking at his skills, he is definitely a martial arts master who has undergone rigorous training. Huang Runtai nodded, looking serious. This man is so agile and so calm after landing. It is not something that ordinary people can do. I even want to hire him as my personal bodyguard. He must be recruited and treated with the highest respect, just like an elder of the family. Kang Mingzi smiled slightly. With people like this protecting us, what else do we have to worry about? Huang Runtai nodded in agreement, turned to his subordinate, and said with dissatisfaction in his tone, "This is obviously a good thing. Why do you say it is not good?" The subordinate replied in a trembling voice, "Mr. Huang, the original plan to kill Zhong Qingyan failed. The man in the video is Long Yangqing, and he saved Zhong Qingyan." Huang Runtai was stunned, and Kang Mingzi also stood up suddenly, staring at the figure in the video. Long Yangqing? Kang Mingzi muttered to himself, shouldn't he kneel down and bark like a dog? Why? Chapter 19 Class Reunion. Huang Rentai's hands were shaking when he picked up the teacup, and he accidentally spilled hot water on the solid wood floor, and a cloud of white smoke instantly rose. Mr. Huang, perhaps we should consider going abroad to avoid the limelight. Kang Mingzi's tone was full of anxiety. Faced with Zhong Qingyan's difficulty and Long Yangqing's threats, he already felt that he was in a desperate situation. Huang Runtai tried his best to stay calm, even though his hands were still shaking. "Don't panic, I'm not afraid, so why are you afraid? Go and invite Mr. Yi Hongtai over, he will definitely be able to protect us." Kang Mingzi felt relieved when he heard this. He nodded in agreement and left quickly. Mr. Yi Hongtai is the top master of the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance and the successor of Bajiquan. He will definitely be able to deal with Long Yangqing. There was a hint of anticipation in Huang Rentai's voice. Suddenly, the door was violently pushed open, and the subordinates rushed in a panic, shouting, "Boss Huang, something bad has happened, Zhong Qingyan is here with her people." Huang Rentai's heart sank suddenly and his face turned pale in an instant. He turned to look at Kang Mingzi and said hastily, "Go quickly and help me block it first." Kang Mingzi's face looked even uglier than Huang Rentai's. He widened his eyes, and suddenly his body softened and fell to the ground. "Boss Huang, I'm having a heart attack. I have to go to the hospital." Huang Runtai was stunned and at a loss for a moment. Recently, 2 videos have been circulating in the Jiangnan forum, attracting widespread attention. The first video was taken at Huangcheng KTV, and it showed 3 people singing. 2 of the women were identified by netizens as Zhong Qingyan and Long Morong. However, the identity of the man who sang so beautifully and behaved in a humiliating manner in front of Chen Xiao became the focus of heated discussion. Although no one knew the person's identity, everyone was amazed by his singing voice. Soon after, the second video came out and was hailed as the light of ancient martial arts. In the picture, a man jumped out of a car holding a stunning beauty and disappeared without a trace. His speed is jaw-dropping. This video completely dispelled the rumor that ancient martial arts could not be used in actual combat, and caused shock among all sectors of society. Although some so-called fighting masters expressed doubts about this, believing that it was the result of video synthesis and threatening to fight the protagonist, these remarks were quickly refuted and human flesh searches were conducted by netizens. In the end, these masters had to choose silence. Some careful netizens discovered that the male protagonist in these 2 videos is actually the same person. This discovery shocked everyone even more, and they used various means to try to find out the man's true identity. However, just as they were about to uncover the mystery, a mysterious force suddenly appeared and erased both videos. After investigation by enthusiastic netizens, it was discovered that the attacker was actually one of the world's top hackers. Despite this, many netizens have already memorized the appearance of the mysterious man. For example, Lan Wanqing watched these 2 videos in her spare time and was deeply shocked. She immediately recognized the man as Long Yangqing, who had cured her grandfather's illness. He not only possesses top-notch medical skills, but also has singing skills comparable to a god of song, as well as powerful kung fu. Lan Wanqing exclaimed in her heart. She quickly took out her cell phone, contacted many of her former classmates, and invited them to dinner the next night. Chui Runfeng, are you free tomorrow night? I'd like to invite you guys out for dinner. After continuous attempts to contact, Lan Wanqing finally got through to Long Yangqing. Her heart was beating like thunder and she was nervous, not knowing whether he would accept the invitation. At the same time, Long Yangqing had just finished a call with Zhong Qingyan, and he was relieved to learn that she was safe and sound. However, he then received a call from Lan Wanqing. Hello, is this Long Yangqing? It's me, Lan Wanqing. Are you free tomorrow night? My former classmates all said they wanted to get together, and now everyone is here, except you. Lan Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. Although she was usually pursued by many young masters like a young lady, this time she was more proactive than ever before. She actually wanted to have dinner with Long Yangqing alone, but she made the excuse that it was other classmates' idea. Tomorrow night. Long Yangqing hesitated for a moment. In fact, he was not very interested in this kind of gathering. It doesn't matter if you're only gone for a while. I'll pick you up. If you want to leave, I'll take you back immediately. Lan Wanqing understood the feelings of the boys who pursued her, feeling both expectant and nervous. After hearing what she said, Long Yangqing felt that it would be a shame to refuse again, so he accepted her invitation. Okay, just tell me the location tomorrow and I'll go over. After Lan Wanqing hung up the phone, she was so excited that she jumped around like a child, with a blush on her face. She fell into deep thought, wondering what she should wear tomorrow. In fact, it doesn't matter what you wear, as long as Long Yangqing likes it. Suddenly, she thought of someone Yushasha, Long Yangqing's first love. Yushasha must know what style of dress Long Yangqing likes. Shasha, where are you now? Can you come to my house? I need your help. Lan Wanqing said anxiously. Yushasha had been stuck at home for 7 days. After receiving the call, she was ecstatic and immediately started dressing up and putting on makeup, preparing to go out. She swore to herself in her heart, Long Yangqing, I have finally waited for this day. I will make you regret ignoring me in the past. After Yushasha arrived at Lan Wanqing's house, she saw the dazzling array of clothes in the exclusive dressing room and couldn't help but show envy in her eyes. But she was very cautious and afraid of dirtying these expensive clothes. Wanqing, where are you going dressed so beautifully? Yushasha asked with a smile. I'm going to attend a class reunion. Lan Wanqing replied. Class reunion? Yushasha was a little stunned. She and Lan Wanqing were classmates, so why was she not invited? She changed her mind and thought that maybe the level of this class reunion was too high and she was not qualified to attend. At this time, Lan Wanqing had changed 5 or 6 sets of clothes. She smiled and said to Shasha, Shasha, I called you here because I want you to tell me what style of dress Long Yangqing likes. Chapter 20 Who is the boss? The moment Yushasha was invited to Lan Wanqing's home, she seemed to have put Long Yangqing under her control. However, when she heard Lan Wanqing's words, she was stunned for a moment. Wanqing, are you saying you're going to meet Long Yangqing? Yushasha asked in disbelief. Yes. Lan Wanqing smiled apologetically, come to think of it, I don't even know what he likes. I care too little about him. Yushasha's eyes widened, and she looked at Lan Wanqing in disbelief. Did you ask me to help you dress up because of Long Yangqing? Is there any problem with this? Lan Wanqing asked in confusion, you and Long Yangqing have already broken up, so it's not too much for me to pursue him, right? An indescribable feeling of grievance suddenly welled up in Sasha's heart. The moment she turned around, tears fell like beads from a broken string. Long Yangqing, why are you so excessive? We have broken up, why do you still treat me like this? She sobbed, no longer daring to hold any resentment. However, Lan Wan's eyes were filled with confusion. She secretly wondered in her heart, is she trying to compete with me for Long Yangqing? Lan Wanqing told Long Yangqing on the phone that they would meet at Zhuoxianlu restaurant at 7 o'clock in the evening. Long Yangqing originally thought it was just an ordinary party, but he didn't expect the venue to be so high-end and the cost would probably be more than 100,000. However, he had a Supreme Diamond Black card, which could not only help share Lan Wanqing's expenses, but also allow him to save face in front of his classmates. At this time, Yu Jijun also called and invited Long Yangqing to appraise the treasure together. Long Yangqing agreed in his spare time. When Long Yangqing mentioned that the party would be held at Zhuoxianlu restaurant, his classmates, especially Yifan Yuan, seemed a little uneasy. Although Yi Fanyuan has a good position in Kaihuang Entertainment Company and is in charge of several third-rate female stars, he has never set foot in such a high-end restaurant. Suddenly, his eyes focused on two people, and an incredible shock surged in his heart. That turned out to be Yu Jijun, the chairman of their company. How come he is here in person? Yi Fanyuan was startled and immediately hid far away, fearing that his boss would find out that he was slacking off. However, when he saw Yu Jijun's attitude towards the young man was so respectful, he was completely stunned. The young man's face was so similar to Long Yangqing. This is impossible. Didn't Long Yangqing go bankrupt? He should be picking up trash in some corner now. How could he be here? Although his heart was full of doubts and disdain, Yu Fanyuan's curiosity still drove him to follow quietly, choosing to hide at the door, wanting to find out what was going on. In the chairman's office, Yu Jijun carefully took out a few antiques and said to the young man, "Mr. Long, please help me identify these antiques. If they are authentic, I will pay you 10 million as a reward." "Thank you, boss Yu." The young man, Long Yangqing, nodded with a satisfied smile on his face. He secretly admired in his heart that Yu Jijun was indeed a sensible man. He was willing to pay 10 million for a few antiques, which was much more realistic than the hypocritical promises of others. "Boss Yu, do you know what the reserve price of my calligraphy is?" Long Yangqing asked. 100 million? Yu Jijun answered tentatively. 500 million. Long Yangqing smiled faintly. Yu Jijun was shocked. He did not expect that Long Yangqing's calligraphy could be sold at such a high price. In the subsequent conversation, Yu Jijun praised Long Yangqing highly and even said that he would give him additional compensation in a special way after the auction. At this moment, Yu Jijun has deeply realized the value of Long Yangqing. His calligraphy is not only a kind of art, but also a tool to make money. Therefore, he decided to treat Long Yangqing as a VIP. Yu Jijun's expectations of Long Yangqing were soon met as he successfully identified all the goods and they were all genuine. Yu Jijun was very happy and paid the money immediately. He asked Long Yangqing to wait for a moment while he picked up his mobile phone and started the operation. Yi Fanyuan was eavesdropping outside the door. Although he could only hear some fragments of the conversation, it was enough to shock him. 100 million, 500 million, these astronomical figures of transactions left him stunned. He began to wonder who this young man was whose back looked very similar to Long Yangqing. Suddenly, a graceful figure slowly walked over. She was wearing a sexy professional suit, black stockings, and high heels. What was even more eye-catching was her beautiful face. She is a popular first-line actress in the entertainment industry, Yang Maikun. Why is she here? Does director Yu want her to? Yi Fanyuan was full of doubts. He knew that Yang Maikun was a star promoted by their company and had appeared in many popular TV series, but she was also constantly involved in scandals. Rumor has it that she got to the top by sleeping with other men, but Yi Fanyuan knew that this was not groundless. A feeling of envy welled up in his heart. For him, being able to have a relationship with a third-rate female star was like begging for favors from everyone. But now, this popular first-line actress has taken the initiative to come to the door. Such a sense of conquest will undoubtedly make him feel extremely satisfied. This person is definitely not Long Yangqing. I heard that he can't even keep a third-rate woman. What a loser. Look at him, he can sleep with a first-tier female star. Whenever Yi Fanyuan thought of Long Yangqing, his heart was filled with disdain. Instead, he eagerly looked forward to his attendance at the class reunion so that he would have the opportunity to severely humiliate him. Suddenly, his eyes focused and he saw a popular female star walking by with an extremely seductive figure. An impulse surged in his heart, and he almost rushed forward to ask, "Boss, do you still need men?" He did a rough calculation and found that in a short period of time, 4 or 5 popular female stars had walked through that door, and their combined pay might reach a staggering number of over 100 million. Yi Fanyuan took a deep breath and made up his mind. He would stare closely at the door and find out what was going on. Who is this big guy? Perhaps, this is his chance to rise to prominence. Chapter 21. Your vision is too narrow. In the office, Long Yangqing witnessed a group of female stars come in. He was amazed at first, but now he only feels disgust. He asked calmly, "Boss Yu, what do you mean?" Yu Jijun laughed and replied, "Mr. Long, you've worked hard identifying antiques today. I'll pick one to accompany you. If you like, it's not a big deal to pick two." Those female stars could tell from Yu Jijun's attitude that he was an extraordinary person. If they could get his favor, their status in the entertainment industry would definitely be raised to a higher level. Especially Yang Maikon, she is full of confidence and believes that her charm is unstoppable. Even young people like Long Yangqing can be easily manipulated by her. This is what is called a respected female star. Long Yangqing sneered and turned away. A look of confusion appeared on Yu Jijun's face. He specially invited so many female stars, thinking that he was giving them the highest courtesy, but unexpectedly, Long Yangqing just left a sarcastic remark and walked away. Such treatment was a blow that he had carefully prepared for. When Long Yangqing reached the door, he stopped, turned around and said to Yu Jijun, "Boss Yu, your vision is too narrow. Although these female stars are beautiful, they are just mediocre women in my eyes. If you can change a group of people, maybe I will consider it." Yu Jijun was struck by a bolt from the blue. He followed Long Yangqing's departing back with his eyes closely. He suddenly realized something and couldn't help but want to slap himself. How can I thank Mr. Long with these goods that have passed through who knows how many hands? Isn't this extremely stupid? Change batch? Yang Maikon and others were shocked, and then their hearts were filled with anger. They felt completely ignored. Yang Maikon said sarcastically, "Do you really think you are a big shot? If Boss Yu gives you face, you are a guest of honor. If Boss Yu ignores you, you are worse than a fart." She twisted her waist and moved closer to Yu Jijun, smiling charmingly, "Boss Yu, don't bother with that boy. Let us serve you well tonight and make you happy." Other female stars are also extremely arrogant and think they are as beautiful as angels. Get lost. Yu Jijun pushed them away in disgust. His face was filled with shame. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He shouted angrily, "Mr. Long is right. You are just a bunch of mediocre people. After all, I have talked with Mr. Long before. My vision has been improved. How could I still look down on you? Get out of here." Several people were suddenly shocked. Observing the boss's expression, they instantly realized that Long Yangqing's identity was far more prominent than they had imagined. The female stars looked pale and terrified. "Sister Yang, the boss's words made us realize that young Master Long's status is far beyond our reach." "That's right. How can you still speak rudely to Mr. Long? If Mr. Long can smile at me, I will be satisfied." Yang Michuan's smile froze on her face instantly. She looked around and saw those popular female stars, whose fans added up to tens of millions. They were usually so arrogant, but at this moment, each of them had a look of longing and admiration on their faces, as if she had returned to the girlhood of her first love. And the object of their worship is the legendary young Master Dragon. "Are you qualified to talk about young Master Long?" She felt jealous and forced to smile. She looked at Yu Jijun eagerly and said, "Boss, we are in need of a leading actor for our next movie. What do you think about letting young Master Long play the role?" Yu Jijun's heart moved, thinking that this was a good opportunity to please Long Yangqing, so he nodded and agreed, "Okay, I will ask for Mr. Long's opinion. But the heroine also needs to be changed. You are not suitable. You have to be replaced by a goddess recognized by the entertainment industry as pure and innocent. Only in this way can she be worthy of Mr. Long." Yang Maikon was so shocked that she almost lost her balance. Although the other actresses were laughing secretly, they could not hide their regret in their hearts. If they had known that they would meet young Master Long, they would definitely maintain their pure image. For a moment, several people were immersed in their own thoughts, and couldn't help but sigh on Weibo, the man who was hard to reach in this life, young Master Long. Topic explosion. This news spread quickly on the internet, like a bombshell, instantly detonating the hot search list. These popular female stars in the entertainment industry have a total number of fans numbering tens of millions. When they all saw this Weibo post at the same time, the entire cyberspace seemed to be ignited. Who is the person who can make the first-line female stars admire him so much? This question was like a stone thrown into a lake, arousing strong curiosity among netizens. They all began to dig into the true identity of young Master Long, but found nothing. Soon after, unveiling the mystery of young Master Long became the headline topic on the hot search list, sparking heated discussions among the nation. Even a wealthy man offered $1 million reward just to find out the true identity of this mysterious figure. However, Long Yangqing was completely unaware of all the heated discussions and speculations. He walked out of the room and into the elevator. At this moment, at the corner of the elevator, Yi Fanyuan was waiting with anticipation. He thought to himself that this legendary mysterious figure was finally going to reveal his true appearance. However, when he saw the elevator door open and someone walked out, he was so surprised that he could hardly believe his eyes. This is actually Long Yangqing. Yi Fanyuan stood there in astonishment, with turbulent waves surging in his heart. He couldn't have been wrong, that person was definitely Long Yangqing. However, Long Yangqing was clearly bankrupt, so why was he here? His thoughts were like a spinning wheel, and a series of questions echoed in his mind. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his eyes, as if he had found a perfect opportunity. If I can show my value at this critical moment and become Master Qing's right-hand man, he will definitely look at me with new eyes. Yi Fanyuan thought excitedly, his heart beating faster, as if he had already seen the day when he would become Long Yangqing's closest lackey. He was determined to make this goal his main pursuit this year. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the entrance of Zuixinlu was bustling with people, and Long Yangqing's classmates gathered there on time. They looked up at the glittering sign, their hearts filled with longing for the delicious food. When they walked into the restaurant, they were shocked by the scene before them: gorgeous decoration, comfortable environment, everything seemed so perfect. They couldn't help but sigh that if they could enjoy a dinner here, it would be the most worthwhile thing in their lives. Chapter 22, Brother Qing's Top Subordinate. Time flies. Old classmates who haven't seen each other for 2 or 3 years get together again at Zuixinlu restaurant. The joy of this reunion is indescribable. Everyone sat together and talked about each other's changes, from new cars to wealth accumulation. Suddenly, Cui Runfeng said in a low and mysterious tone, "Do you still remember Brother Chang?" "Brother Chang? Are you talking about Long Yangqing?" someone asked doubtfully. "Brother Cui, why do you still call him Brother Chang? Hasn't he gone bankrupt? It's a joke that he's being played around by a woman." Another person said sarcastically, "Brother Cui, you are doing very well now, don't forget us old classmates." Someone joked. Cui Ruanfeng's face flushed red, and he got angry at the students who laughed at Long Yangqing. "If anyone dares to insult Brother Chang again, I will never forgive him." The classmates were all shocked by his reaction, because Cui Runfeng had often stepped on Long Yangqing to elevate himself at previous gatherings. "I saw Brother Qing at the Imperial City KTV," Cui Runfeng said with a proud smile. "Does Long Yangqing still have the money to go to that kind of place now?" The students asked in surprise. Cui Runfeng continued to brag, "Do you know how arrogant the waiters at the Royal City KTV are? They simply don't treat the rich second generation as human beings. But when Brother Qing speaks, they are as respectful as pugs and even arrange for me to stay in the best suite." The classmates looked at each other, their throats dry, and asked in disbelief, "Brother Cui, you are not lying to us, are you? That Long Yangqing, oh no, Brother Chang, is he really that awesome?" Cui Runfeng laughed disdainfully, "That's nothing. My leader wants to meet Brother Qing, but he's not qualified yet." The students' faces all had complicated expressions. Before, everyone was talking loudly in the Zuixinlu restaurant, thinking that they were by no means the most miserable people. After all, there was still the so-called waste Long Yangqing at the bottom. However, Cui Ruanfeng's words completely overturned their cognition. Long Yangqing's true identity was at a level they had never imagined. Cui Runfeng observed the reactions of the crowd and was satisfied. He whispered, "Do you remember the Royal City KTV video that went viral on the forum?" "Of course I remember, that was Zhong Qingyan and Lang Moron." The classmates nodded one after another, still feeling shocked when they recalled the video. Cui Runfeng continued to whisper, "I tell you, the male protagonist in that video is Brother Chang. You must not leak it out. I saw Brother Chang with Zhong Qingyan and Lang Moron at that time." Impact. Like a huge rock falling into a calm lake, it stirs up waves. The students felt their minds were in chaos for a moment. Lang Moron, the princess of the Long family, is worth billions. Zhong Qingyan, the pinnacle of wealth in Jiangnan City. These two people are an unattainable dream for them. However, Long Yangqing actually brought these two goddesses to sing and suppress Qin Shao? What's more, there is a video circulating on the internet, in which he makes Kong Mingzi, the general manager of Shenyang Group, bark like a dog. Before, they were still wondering which powerful and influential son had such courage and strength to dare to do such a feat. Now, the answer is revealed: it is Long Yangqing. The classmates came back to their senses from their shock and looked at Cui Ruanfeng's smug expression. They immediately realized that he was showing off. There was a glimmer of envy in their eyes. "Now I am Brother Qing's #1 younger brother," Cui Runfeng said proudly. "Brother Cui, I am not qualified to be Master Qing's younger brother. Do you still need subordinates? Please accept me." please, let us follow you. The students begged. With a roar, a valuable BMW sedan stopped steadily at the door. The car door opened and Yi Fanyuan got out. He glanced at the old classmates present and couldn't help showing a look of confusion. "What's wrong with you guys?" he asked. As soon as the students saw Yi Fanyuan, the expressions on their faces instantly became complicated. They all knew that Yi Fanyuan was doing very well in Kaihuang Entertainment Company and even had unclear relationships with some female stars. In the past, this was enough to arouse their envy and jealousy. But now, they are not in the mood to pay attention to Yi Fanyuan. In their eyes, even becoming a follower of Long Yangqing is better than Yi Fanyuan. Cui Runfeng took a step forward and said with some pride, "Old Yi, we are talking about Brother Qing's affairs." "Long Yangqing?" Yi Fanyuan frowned, and his expression became serious. "What's wrong with him?" He originally planned that if these people dared to insult Long Yangqing, he would stand up and refute without hesitation and record a video as evidence. As soon as Long Yangqing arrives, he will show him the video. Maybe he can use this opportunity to get in touch with him. "I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you." Cui Runfeng sneered and began to describe in vivid detail what had just happened. On weekdays, Yi Fanyuan always liked to compete with him and always acted superior. This time, after meeting Brother Qing, he finally found an opportunity to let Yi Fanyuan see what real awesomeness is. Yi Fanyuan widened his eyes and finally understood why Boss Yu was so respectful to Long Yangqing. It turns out there is such a story behind this. After hearing this, he was not shocked as his classmates expected, but smiled. "To be honest, I also met Brother Qing in the company today." He went on to recount his encounter with Long Yangqing and what happened in the company. After hearing this, the students' expressions turned pale and bloodless. Their previous contempt and neglect of Long Yangqing now turned into deep awe and surprise. Long Yangqing's reputation continued to grow in their hearts. They could not imagine that this former classmate had now reached the height they admired. He stepped on Chen Xiao, made Kong Mingza bark like a dog in humiliation, hugged Zhong Qingyan and Lung Morom on both sides, and even the boss of Kaihuang Company treated him with respect, and even used the popular actress to seduce him. This class reunion was originally just a place for them to keep in touch with each other and compete to see who was doing better, but Long Yangqing has become someone they can never reach. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and excitement, and they eagerly hoped that Long Yangqing would show up soon. They wanted to be Long Yangqing's younger brothers and share his glory and success under his protection. This party is no longer just a simple class reunion, but an occasion for them to express their respect and longing for Long Yangqing. Chapter 23. You are not worthy of dining at Zuixinlu. Conflict breaks out. The one-of-a-kind Land Rover was parked steadily by the door. The students' eyes were fixed on the car door. Then, a lady in a white long dress, as beautiful as a fairy, walked out of the car. She is Lan Wanqing. This class reunion was all thanks to her careful planning. What is even more admirable is that she actually paid out of her own pocket and invited everyone to share the delicious food at the Zuixinlu restaurant. The classmates were filled with gratitude. When they saw her, they immediately surrounded her. "Lan Wanqing, you little goddess are getting more and more beautiful. It's been a long time since we last met, but you are still as charming as ever. You are all dressed up today. Is there any special surprise waiting for us?" Cui Runfeng and Yi Fanyuan also came over, smiling widely and praising him endlessly. Lan Wanqing, a girl who never paid much attention to her appearance, was touched by everyone's praise and asked shyly, "Am I really pretty?" This question caused everyone to fall into a brief confusion. She was indeed beautiful, and her beauty was on par with Lang Morong. But compared with Zhong Qingyan, she might still be a little short of the mark. However, even so, Lan Wanqing's overall image is eye-catching enough. The classmates echoed, "Of course it looks good. If I could have a girlfriend like you, I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Lan Wanqing smiled sweetly and said frankly, "Actually, I invited everyone to dinner today because I hope you can help me pursue someone." The little goddess is also looking for a boyfriend? The classmates were very surprised. Lan Wanqing nodded affirmatively and said seriously, "You all know this person, Long Yangqing." She looked at her classmates nervously, worried that they would look down on Long Yangqing. However, her classmates' reactions were beyond her expectations. When they heard the name, they were instantly stunned. "It's Long Yangqing again." Lan Wanqing asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" In response to Lan Wanqing's doubts, I then explained, "Don't underestimate Long Yangqing. It's not that he is not worthy of me, but that I am not worthy of him. Therefore, I need your help. The students fell silent. In fact, considering Long Yangqing's current status, Lan Wanqing is indeed somewhat mismatched. Just as Chui Runfeng was about to say something, a car horn suddenly sounded, breaking the brief silence. Everyone looked up and saw a brown Cadillac parked quietly in front of them. The car door slowly opened and a young man in a white suit walked out. Facing everyone's surprised looks, he just smiled and said, "Long time no see." You are Haitian?" Everyone showed shocked expressions. Haitian is also an old friend. His family is quite wealthy, so he went abroad to study in just half a year. This kind of class reunion had nothing to do with him. Lan Wanqing was also confused and did not inform Haitian. "Haha, I heard you guys had a class reunion, so I came uninvited. I guess you guys don't mind?" Haitian said with some sarcasm. Everyone present said they didn't mind. Lan Wanqing also smiled and said, "There's no need to say too much between classmates. We haven't seen each other for many years, so this is a good opportunity to catch up. Wanqing, I really didn't expect you to choose to have a party at Zhuixinlu restaurant. The prices here are really high." Haitian's words were full of disdain, having said that, "If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that several of my classmates would never have the chance to step into this threshold in their lifetime." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present felt a little unhappy and lowered their heads, feeling dissatisfied. Could it be that they were really able to come here only because of Lan Wanqing's help? But Haitian is a well-known rich second generation with huge assets. How dare they offend him? They can only endure it silently. "Haitian, what you said is true. We are all friends. We get together to have fun. The location is not the point." Lan Wanqing tried to ease the atmosphere. "But then again, if it was just a random restaurant on the side of the road, I probably wouldn't consider it." Hai Tian continued to shake his head. "Only a high-end place like Zhuixinlu restaurant can be worthy of my status." Lan Wanqing felt Haitian's disdain, but the kind-hearted girl didn't know how to respond. "Ha, I'm a straightforward person, you won't be offended, right?" Haitian smiled again, trying to ease the awkwardness. Faced with classmates shaking their heads, they dared not speak out in anger. Hai Tian narrowed his eyes, his voice revealing a hint of chill. "Why are you guys silent? Is it because you are not full, or am I too direct?" The classmates felt a chill on their backs and were terrified. They quickly explained, "You misunderstood. How could we blame you? Haitian, please don't overthink it. Yeah, we're actually really happy to see you." Although they said this verbally, the students felt frustrated and humiliated in their hearts. Seeing the smugness and disdain on Haitian's face, they felt extremely aggrieved. "That's good. Actually, I didn't come here alone. I brought a female companion with me." Hai Tian waved towards the car. Yang Maikun walked out of the car gracefully. After receiving Haitian's call, she rushed over without hesitation. Seeing the group of cowering classmates around her, she frowned. "Mr. Hai, why are there so many people who have never seen the world? Why are you competing with a bunch of bumpkins?" Hai Tian said bluntly, "Well, those with a net worth less than 100 million, please help yourself. You are not worthy of dining at Zhuixinlu restaurant." This sentence made everyone feel nervous. 100 million? Apart from Lan Wanqing, who else has so much money? Haitian is clearly making fun of them. The anger in the students' hearts continued to accumulate. Just then, a taxi stopped at the door of Zhuixinlu restaurant. When everyone looked over, they saw Long Yangqing, wearing an inconspicuous outfit of unknown brand, getting out of the car. Chapter 24: The man you can never get in your life. Not only did Long Yangqing come to the scene in person, he also brought the eye-catching Supreme Diamond Black card, intending to share some of the pressure on Lan Wanqing's bill. As he walked toward the crowd at the door, the puzzled look on his face became more and more obvious. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. When Chui Runfeng, Yifan Yuan and others saw Long Yangqing, they immediately thought of his identity and status. They were so excited that their faces turned red. They could hardly calm down and the tears in their eyes almost burst out. In their eyes, Haitian group is nothing compared to Long Yangqing. An inexplicable emotion surged in Lan Wanqing's heart. She had fantasized about meeting Long Yangqing again and again, but when she actually faced him, she felt that she seemed no match for this outstanding man. Yang Maikun was stunned for a moment. She had seen her boss's respectful attitude towards Long Yangqing in the company, and her heart felt like it was covered with ice and snow at this moment. Only Hai Tian knew nothing about Long Yangqing's identity. He looked at Long Yangqing with a sarcastic smile on his face. "How dare you come here? You actually took a taxi to attend the class reunion? Long Yongqing, you really opened my eyes. His words were full of complacency and pride, as if in his eyes, Long Yongqing had become a complete loser. Although he is wealthy, with assets worth over 100 million, he still remembers his old friendships and happily attends class reunions. What is even more eye-catching is that the popular film and television actress Yang Maikun is also by his side. The two are inseparable, which is very enviable. Long Yongqing looked at Haitian, his eyes full of confusion. He thought for a moment, and finally couldn't help asking, "May I ask who you are?" Hai Tian was completely confused by the question, as if he had been slapped in the face, and an indescribable anger surged in his heart. Ha, it feels so good. Cui Runfeng and others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Long Yongqing is avenging them. Who are you? This sentence undoubtedly showed a deep contempt for Haitian. Long Yongqing's action was simply admirable. Lan Wanqing couldn't help laughing, but when she saw Hai Tian's angry expression, she immediately stopped laughing. She was about to explain, but she saw Hai Tian was already furious, pointing at Yang Maikun and saying to Long Yongqing, "Long Yongqing, you may not know me, but you should know her. She is a top female star with millions of fans. She can accompany me to the class reunion. Don't you know who I am? I am someone you can never catch up with even if you work hard for 8 lifetimes." Long Yongqing just glanced at Yang Maikun casually. "Oh, her, of course I know her. This afternoon, Lao Yu also suggested that she come to serve me, but I didn't agree." Ha ha ha. The classmates burst into laughter again. They had heard Yi Fan Yuan talk about this before. Seeing Hai Tian get humiliated again, they danced with excitement and gestured to Long Yongqing. "Brother Qing, that's awesome. Brother Qing, you are so powerful, humiliate Haitian severely." "What?" Hai Tian was shocked and looked unhappy. He then sneered, "You are exaggerating too much. She is a famous actress. How could she possibly serve you? Who do you think you are?" Suddenly, he felt someone pulling his clothes and turned around to look. Yang Michuan's face was red. She lowered her head and said in a weak voice, "Mr. Hai, this is true. I am not worthy of Mr. Long. Do you know the #1 trending search? It's Mr. Long." This news was like a bolt from the blue, shocking Haitian. His eyes widened, he couldn't believe his ears. Every time he invited Yang Maikun out, he would spend at least tens of millions, but she always ignored him. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Yang Maikun whispered again, "Mr. Hai, I will return the 10 million you gave me, please stop pestering me. I still want to maintain a pure image in the eyes of Mr. Long." At this point, she sighed regretfully, "Unfortunately, young Master Long is the man I will never get in my life." "You." Hai Tian was so angry that he couldn't breathe, his face turned red and he almost fainted. Lan Wanqing was also surprised, but soon regained her composure and immediately said, "Long Yongqing, don't you recognize Haitian?" Long Yongqing understood instantly. He glanced at Haitian and smiled disdainfully. "I thought it was someone else who came up to me and mocked me. After not seeing you for a year, your IQ doesn't seem to have improved at all." Hai Tian had just breathed a sigh of relief when he was furious again by Long Yongqing's words. "Brother Qing, he is not just mocking you, he is also saying that only people with a net worth of less than 100 million are not eligible to attend this party." Cui Runfeng added fuel to the fire. "What a big mouth." Long Yongqing's face suddenly turned cold. "We are all still young. You are just relying on your father's property. Who can tell what will happen in the future? You insist on asking for money. It's really stupid. Damn it, Long Yongqing, what are you talking about? I just have money, what can you do to me?" Hai Tian was angered by Long Yongqing's words and started cursing. "Okay, since you insist on talking about money, I'll tell you something else." A hint of coldness flashed in Long Yongqing's eyes, and he moved his body, rushing towards Haitian as agilely as a cheetah. Under the moonlight, his figure appeared in front of Haitian in an instant like a phantom. With a thud, Long Yongqing put one hand on Haitian's shoulder and pressed him hard to the ground. Seeing the look of fear and disbelief in Hai Tian's eyes, Long Yongqing said calmly, "Aren't you rich? Then tell me, how much are you willing to pay for your life?" Suddenly, the entrance of Zuixinlo restaurant fell into silence. Not only the students present, but even the big shots who often dine here opened their eyes wide and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. My God, with such skills, could he be a special forces soldier? It doesn't look like it. Wait, could this be a master of ancient martial arts? Damn, it's definitely ancient martial arts. It's so powerful. If this guy fights against boxing champion Tyson, who will win is hard to say. Two videos that were hotly discussed on the forum flashed through the students' minds. Could the hero who saved lives by demonstrating ancient martial arts on the street and was hailed as the light of ancient martial arts be Long Yangqing? Chapter 25. I'm not good enough of him. The singing is so beautiful. The kung fu is even more extraordinary. He is also Zhong Qingyan's younger brother. The classmates discussed Long Yangqing's identity, and some even speculated whether he was a god from heaven. Such talent and strength are simply unmatched. And those prominent figures also wanted to make friends with him. With warm smiles on their faces, they would wait for Long Yangqing to finish the things at hand before going over to chat with him. Only Haitian seemed at a loss. His knees were in unbearable pain and he almost cried. Looking at Long Yangqing's cold eyes, his heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar. He said in a trembling voice, "Qing, brother Qing, what I said just now was unintentional. We are all classmates. I will treat you to dinner today. Let's just forget about this matter, okay?" As a second-generation rich man, Hai Tian knows very well that there are some extremely crazy people in the world. They specialize in practicing ancient martial arts, and their strength is even stronger than that of soldiers and boxing champions. Now it seems that Long Yangqing is just such a person, and he dare not offend him at all. He could only force a smile, his face filled with extreme pleading. Ha ha ha. Cui Runfeng and others finally let out their anger and laughed out loud. They looked at Long Yangqing's back with admiration and respect. In their hearts, even the most dazzling star in the world is not half as charming as Long Yangqing. The same was true for Lan Wancheng. Her infatuation grew so deep that she even fantasized about giving half of the Lan family's property as a dowry. However, will Long Yangqing accept such a proposal? Long Yangqing waved his hand gently, looking coldly at Haitian who had just stood up. He laughed sarcastically and said, "Are you treating me? Why do you need to treat me? Get lost. You are not allowed to attend our class reunions in the future, or I will beat you up every time I see you," Long Yangqing announced domineeringly. This is the real courage. The bigwigs present were deeply shocked. The students' faces were filled with pride, as if they had said those words themselves, and their blood was boiling. Yes, brother Qing, I'll leave right away." Haitian turned around in a hurry and got in the car. He saw Cui Runfeng and the others through the car window, his eyes full of envy and yearning. If he had known that the situation would be like this today, he would have been willing to become Long Yangqing's younger brother. "Brother Qing, do I still have a chance?" Yang Maikun got into the car reluctantly with a hint of anticipation on her face. Everyone present was going crazy. This was a popular film and television star, a first-line artist, with millions of fans, but at this moment she was so humble just to have a chance to get close to Long Yangqing. Lan Wanqing's heart beat faster and she bit her lips tightly, feeling deeply that Long Yangqing was a strong competitor. "No." Long Yangqing replied indifferently. The type he likes is someone like Zhong Qingyan, not this kind of worldly person. Yang Nichuan's figure suddenly flashed before everyone's eyes. A trace of daze flashed in her spring eyes, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. She covered her face and sobbed, then turned and left in a hurry, looking like a girl who had been heartbroken. This scene was captured by someone and uploaded to the internet, immediately causing an uproar. On the hot search list, this news soared like a rocket, reaching the second place. Some careful netizens conducted an in-depth analysis and found that from Yang Nichuan's tearful expression, they saw not only the look of someone encountering difficulties, but also the traces of being deeply hurt by a man. Such speculation shocked countless netizens. Yang Maikun, as a popular actress in the entertainment industry, her brilliance seems unmatched. Who would have the heart to hurt her? Such speculation has aroused the curiosity of the public. They have been wondering who could make this goddess so sad. At this time, Yang Maikun herself also issued a statement, "Don't guess, I am not worthy of him." This simple sentence was like dropping a bombshell, shocking the entire entertainment industry. Long Yangqing had just seen Hai Tian off, and before he had a chance to reminisce with Lan Wanqing and the others, a group of big shots arrived like a tide. They greeted each other politely with smiles on their faces. "Mr. Long, I am the general manager of the Blue Sky Group. Our group is currently in need of a security consultant with an annual salary of tens of millions and generous benefits. I wonder if you are interested in considering it? You want to hire Mr. Long with an annual salary of tens of millions? That's too rash. We are from the Yida Group. As long as Mr. Long is willing to join, we are willing to offer a 3-year contract of 100 million after tax. Mr. Long, please listen to me. If you are willing to join us, we are willing to give you 5% of the shares of our company. In order to win over Long Yangqing, these bigwigs spared no expense and offered tempting conditions. Lan Wanqing and her classmates were all shocked and confused. Each of these companies is the economic pillar of Jiangnan City and is worth as much as billions. What is even more surprising is that some of these companies are even larger and more influential than the Lan family, but they all extended such an attractive olive branch to Long Yangqing. Lan Wanqing was extremely nervous. Originally, she planned to invite Long Yangqing to dinner and hoped that he could go back to the Lan family with her to meet his grandfather. After my grandfather recovered under her treatment, he always hoped to bring Long Yangqing into the Lan family. But now, faced with so many powerful forces vying for invitations, the Lan family's chances seem slim. Perhaps, even as Zhong Qingyan's younger brother, Long Yangqing would be shaken by these tempting conditions. After all, this is the cruelty of reality, and even someone like Long Yangqing can't avoid it. How great it would be if he could reject them all. Lan Wanqing shook her head bitterly, her heart filled with helplessness. She noticed that the students around her were also excited about these opportunities, with longing glimmers in their eyes, as if they were Long Yangqing themselves, eager to accept these invitations. Brother Cheng, I think the conditions at Yida Group are really good. 100 million is more than you can spend in your lifetime, a classmate whispered excitedly. I also prefer the Yida Group. Brother Cheng, have you decided which one to choose? Another classmate asked impatiently. Don't worry, I believe Brother Chang will have more unique insights and vision. He will definitely make the choice that suits him best. A classmate tried to calm everyone's excitement and turn the focus back to Long Yangqing. The students' eyes were sparkling with eagerness and full of anticipation. And those heavyweights, as chairman and general managers, were full of confidence, even a little arrogant. They personally participated in the recruitment, which undoubtedly showed that they attached great importance to this event. However, Long Yangqing just shook his head and smiled. He said calmly, even if these companies give it to me for free, I will not accept it, let alone let me join. His words revealed his dissatisfaction and criticism towards these companies. Your vision is too narrow. Chapter 26 Meeting an Important Person. Although Long Yangqing already had his own plans, even if he did not start a new company, he would choose to join Zhong Qingyan's company. Faced with invitations from these companies, he never wavered. His refusal was unequivocal, yet it surprised everyone present. After all, among these invitees are some of the top 10 large companies in Jiangnan City. But Long Yangqing's words seemed to imply that he did not even value the generous gifts from these big companies. Does this mean that his vision is too high or that his vision is too small? People began to question whether his words were too exaggerated. In Jiangnan City, perhaps only Zhong Qingyan dares to make such bold statements. However, even though Long Yangqing had a deep network of relationships, he did not reach that position. Therefore, his classmates began to worry about him, fearing that he would offend these powerful financial groups because of his arrogance. After all, no matter how talented a person is, he may feel powerless when facing the powerful force of a consortium. Although Lan Wanqing hoped deep down that Long Yangqing's answer was true, she couldn't help but worry about his overconfidence. Young man, you are being too arrogant. Ha, you say we are narrow-minded? That's really interesting. I want to know who you are to dare to speak so arrogantly. We sincerely invited you, but you responded like this? I hope you can give a reasonable explanation. The faces of those powerful people darkened, and there was a fierce light in their eyes, as if to say that if they didn't get what they wanted, they would destroy it completely. How dare you be so arrogant in front of them? I'm so tired of living. Zhou Zhaitian, the manager of Zuixin Le Restaurant, was attracted by the noise outside. He looked unhappy and asked in a cold voice, everyone, what's going on? All the bosses of Zuixin Le Restaurant will be here today. They plan to meet an important person. If you disturb the boss's interest, the consequences will be serious. Manager Zhou, how dare we trouble you? Someone quickly smiled and explained, actually, this matter has nothing to do with us. It's mainly because there is a kid who doesn't know his limits. We just want to teach him a lesson. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and dared not be negligent in the slightest. The owners of Zuixin Le Restaurant are of prominent status, how dare they offend them? What's more, I have to meet an important person today? Who is this big shot and why do these bosses pay so much attention to him? Oh. I want to see which ignorant kid it is. Zhou Zhaitian said coldly. Before Zhou Zhaitian could finish his words, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Long Yangqing's figure. He felt as if he had been electrocuted. His face changed drastically and he cried out in surprise, "Mr. Long, why are you here? I am the young man whom you think is ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth." There was a hint of indifference in Long Yangqing's tone. "What?" Zhou Zhaitian's mind seemed to be struck by lightning. His eyes went dark and he almost lost consciousness. He looked at the people around him with anger. Everyone was stunned, completely unable to comprehend the situation before them. They used to be in awe of Zhou Zhaitian, but now he treated Long Yangqing like a VIP, which made them very confused. Zhou Zhaitian took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and said, "Mr. Long, all of our bosses came here today just to meet you. If you don't know your place, who else can be called a superior?" Everyone was as terrified as Zhou Zhaitian. Facing Long Yangqing's expressionless face, the fear in their hearts grew like a snowball. "Want to invite Long Yangqing to Zuixinlo restaurant?" Even Zhong Qingyan has never enjoyed such treatment. Just now they were trying to recruit Long Yangqing in a clever way, and after being rejected, they even thought of destroying him. Now, looking back, what young Master Long said about small-mindedness was actually a compliment to them. "Stop arguing. What Mr. Long just said was that our Yida group is small in scale, not you," someone muttered in a low voice. "Bullshit," another person roared, "Mr. Long is obviously talking about us. What is your Yida group? It is one of the top 10 enterprises in Jiangnan every year. Is it bigger than our Blue Sky group? I will get angry with anyone who dares to snatch it from me." A group of celebrities in Jiangnan City almost came to blows over a word from Long Yangqing. Lan Wanqing and others were stunned. When have they ever seen a small vision being used as a compliment? These people were afraid that Long Yangqing would get angry, so they scrambled to show their ugly side in order to save their lives. Just now they were still complaining that Long Yangqing had offended these celebrities. Now it seems that being Long Yangqing's classmate would be more impressive than them, right? Long Yangqing glanced at the people who were arguing, and a scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, these people are just a group of insignificant ants, so why bother with them? However, he also knew that it was precisely because of the Supreme Diamond Black Card that attracted the owners of Zuixinlu restaurant. After a moment's thought, he nodded and agreed to Zhou Zhaitian's arrangement. He pointed at Lan Wanqing and said, "These people are my classmates. You have to treat them well. Please rest assured, Mr. Long." Zhou Zhaitian responded with a smile, then turned to Lan Wanqing, "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. I will arrange the best room for you." The students were very excited, their eyes shining, and they took out their mobile phones to take videos and photos to record this unforgettable moment. They will always remember what happened today. At this moment, Lan Wanqing suddenly stopped, pointed at the group of entrepreneurs, and asked in confusion, "What should they do then?" "Them?" Zhou Zhaitian showed a disdainful smile. "Dare to offend Mr. Long and want to come to Zuixinlu restaurant for dinner? It's simply a dream. As for all of you," he smiled slightly and said, "After we finish our meal, I will apply for membership for you. You can dine at Zuixinlu restaurant for free in the future." "What?" Lan Wanqing and the others were so shocked that they could hardly believe their ears. It is said that in the entire Jiangnan city, there are very few people who have membership in Zuixinlu restaurant, and even some well-known figures do not have such treatment. If they did have membership, wouldn't that mean they were somehow more prominent than the big guys? Some students were so excited that their blood boiled and their noses almost bled. However, no one laughed at them. On the contrary, they were all immersed in great joy and could not calm down for a long time. An hour ago, they were still carefully budgeting and spending dozens of dollars to buy clothes, but now, following Long Yangqing, they have become rich overnight. When the entrepreneurs who were still arguing heard this, they looked at Lan Wanqing and others with envy, tears of regret in their eyes. They were filled with regret. "Master Qing, we were wrong." Chapter 27 I Can Treat the Chairman. Long Yangqing guided Lan Wanqing, Cui Runfeng, and others to have dinner, while he followed Zhou Zhaitian through the long corridor. They came to an elegantly decorated room, but Long Yangqing was still thinking in his heart. What logic did the system use to give him that Supreme Diamond Black Card? When these business giants learn of this, how will they interpret this mysterious situation? Long Yangqing couldn't help but think. The way the system worked was indeed confusing, and sometimes the sign-ins were just for insignificant items like toothbrushes and towels, which made him a little frustrated. Fortunately, Long Yangqing has no shortage of these daily necessities. When he stepped into the room, 5 or 6 middle-aged men in neat suits all turned their eyes to him. Their eyes were filled with excitement, and some even trembled slightly due to excessive excitement. "Mr. Long, it's really you," one of them shouted excitedly. It is a great honor to meet Mr. Long again, another man added. Long Yangqing showed a surprised look. Do you know me? Mr. Long, you may not remember that when you were 7 years old, you saved our chairman, and he gave you a diamond black card. Over the years, we have been thinking about you and hoping to have a chance to meet you. Today, we finally found you. A middle-aged man wearing gold glasses said with tears in his eyes. Wait, aren't you the one on TV? Wang Lin, one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in the Northern District? Long Yangqing suddenly recognized him. Wang Lin was stunned for a moment, then he was so excited that he could hardly speak. Mr. Long, you can just call me Xiao Wang. Several other bosses looked at Wang Lin with envy. They didn't expect that Wang Lin could be recognized by young Master Long. This was undoubtedly a great honor for them. Long Yangqing also understood why they came. The reasons of these people are the same as Zhong Qingyan's, all of which are based on things that happened before they were 10 years old, but he did not have much memory of it. It seemed that all this was a system arrangement. Where is your chairman now? Long Yangqing asked. Mr. Long, our chairman is seriously ill. Now he can only lie in bed and can barely communicate normally with others. He may not hold on for much longer. Wang Lin said sadly. You are so financially strong, can't you hire the best doctors in the world? Long Yangqing frowned. It's no use. We've already tried that. Wang Lin's voice was filled with grief. Someone said that only China's most mysterious traditional Chinese medicine can save the chairman's life. The others also fell silent, their fists clenched, their hearts filled with anger and helplessness. In China's ancient tradition, Chinese medicine is hailed as a mysterious and profound science, and finding a true master of Chinese medicine is often harder than climbing to the sky. After a long year of searching, they covered every inch of China's land, paid a huge price, but still found nothing. Now, they can only give up helplessly with a heavy heart. However, fate always seems to bring surprises to people inadvertently. At this critical moment, Long Yangqing unexpectedly realized his opportunity. The traditional Chinese medicine he mastered might be the life-saving straw they urgently needed. He might be able to become the hero who turns the tide. Just as Long Yangqing was about to step forward, Xiao Wang's words caught his attention again. Although the chairman has no children, he has already made a will. If he can't find Mr. Long, his estate will be donated in full. But if he finds you, he will give you all his estate to inherit. How much is the inheritance? Long Yangqing couldn't help but ask curiously. Hundreds of billions of dollars. Xiao Wang's voice was firm and powerful. This number is enough to move anyone. Hundreds of billions of dollars is an astronomical figure for anyone. Such a huge wealth is enough to make Long Yangqing one of the richest people in China. Moreover, they didn't know that he knew Chinese medicine. This gave him more courage and confidence, and he believed that he could win this challenge with his Chinese medicine skills. Mr. Long, please come back with us and inherit this huge inheritance. Xiao Wang suddenly bowed respectfully and asked. Others followed him and shouted in unison, their voices shaking people's hearts, as if the whole world was cheering for them. Long Yangqing is now standing on the edge of 10 billion. He only needs to take a small step forward to easily join the ranks of billionaires. This is an irresistible temptation for anyone. The temptation of tens of billions of dollars, coupled with a capable assistant like Xiao Wang, is enough to make anyone indulge in the joy of power and wealth. However, Long Yangqing just smiled calmly and said softly, I happen to know some Chinese medicine, maybe I can treat the chairman. This sentence was like a thunderbolt, instantly making Xiao Wang and others feel like they were struck by lightning. Their brains went blank and they were unable to think. They looked at Long Yangqing in shock. That confident smile seemed to have a magical power that made them unable to look away. Mr. Long, are you serious? Xiao Wang asked with difficulty. Long Yangqing nodded and said, I'm 70% sure. Although he has not seen the chairman's condition in person, he is not overly optimistic. However, for Xiao Wang and others, this was the most beautiful music they had ever heard. Their hearts were filled with excitement and joy, as if they had seen the light of hope. Finally, they all knelt on the ground, expressing their gratitude to Long Yangqing. Thank you, young Master Long. There was a gleam of admiration in Long Yangqing's eyes, and he was satisfied with the loyalty of these people. He then said, however, I cannot leave Jiangnan now, and your chairman's condition does not allow me to act easily. Mr. Long, please rest assured. Our chairman can still hold on for another year. Xiao Wang said excitedly, as long as you can help us within 1 year, we will be very grateful. Long Yangqing nodded slightly, showing his understanding. Xiao Wang looked at him, full of curiosity and doubts, and finally couldn't help asking, "Mr. Long, I have a question for you. Faced with such an attractive inheritance of tens of billions of dollars, can you really remain unmoved? As long as you are willing to conceal the fact that you know Chinese medicine and follow us back to inherit the inheritance, you will have this wealth without any worries." The others also showed complicated expressions. They understood that what Xiao Wang said was true. Faced with such tempting wealth, who can guarantee that they will not be tempted? Even if they know medical skills, they would probably make the same choice as Xiao Wang. However, Long Yangqing smiled indifferently and turned away. He said calmly, "What's the use of ill-gotten gains? With my ability and means, whether it's tens of billions or hundreds of billions, I can earn it through my own efforts. Why should I do something that goes against my conscience?" It is hard to predict a person's heart. You can know a person's face but not his heart. Long Yangqing continued, "You keep calling me young Master Long, but do you really know me? I am not the kind of person who is moved by wealth. I pay more attention to my conscience and principles." Chapter 28: Calligraphy and Paintings for Beauties. As Long Yangqing's figure gradually walked away, his steps seemed steady and powerful, like a walker in the abyss, unfathomable. Xiao Wang and his companions stood there, staring at him intently, their hearts filled with shock. It was hard for them to imagine that such calm confidence actually came from such a young man. He was like a domineering overlord with a strong aura. They exchanged glances, and a sharp light flashed in their eyes. Now that young Master Long is here to help, there is no need for those ghosts and monsters lurking in the dark to stay any longer. Long Yangqing is eager to improve himself. He regards his own progress as his top priority, even the system is just an auxiliary force for him. At present, Zhong Qingyan is his protector, but the future scene is that he stands beside her, providing shelter for her and those sisters who have not yet appeared. This is the strong ambition in his heart. At this moment, Long Yangqing understood the true meaning of the diamond black card, which symbolizes the identity of the chairman. In other words, the Zuixinlo restaurant in Jiangnan City now belongs to him, and the daily turnover will be deposited into his diamond black card. However, he didn't care about that. He was more concerned about how to use this power to protect the people he cherished. He walked into another room, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. Faced with his appearance, everyone seemed a little at a loss, as if even their breathing had become cautious. However, Long Yangqing broke the deadlock with a peaceful smile. "We are all old classmates, there is no need to be restrained, just enjoy this moment and enjoy the food like we did in the past." His words were as warm as a spring breeze, gradually easing the originally tense atmosphere. The students also began to relax and enjoy this rare gathering. Yi Fanyuan revealed to everyone mysteriously, "Everyone, do you know? Jiangnan City is about to hold an auction, and the finale of this auction is said to be extraordinary." Extraordinary? How special can it be? Lan Wanqing asked curiously. Yi Fanyuan smiled slightly and whispered mysteriously, "In fact, the most important thing is not the auction itself, but the finale item. I heard that it is the collection of our chairman Yu Jijun." "What on earth is it?" Everyone's curiosity was completely aroused. Yi Fanyuan said word by word, "That is a painting specially made for a beautiful woman." When Long Yangqing heard it, he immediately realized that those were the words he had written. The other students were all shocked and were wondering what was so special about this calligraphy and painting created for the beauty. Yi Fanyuan continued, "Have you ever heard of the poem 'The clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze blows through the threshold and the dew is gorgeous'? It is said that the handwriting on this painting can be compared with that of the saint of calligraphy." Everyone was shocked. There are many calligraphy enthusiasts among them, and they certainly know what the calligraphy of the saint of calligraphy means. But the rigor and seriousness of the sage of calligraphy made him only able to create formal prefaces, and he would never write such words. Several girls were envious. Which lady is so charming that she can inspire others to create works that are comparable to those of the saint of calligraphy? "Brother Cheng, are you interested in this?" Yi Fanyuan saw Long Yangqing sipping tea and he shook his head. Yi Fanyuan smiled slightly and felt that his question was a bit redundant. Lan Wanqing and others also laughed. How could Long Yangqing not be interested in such a treasure? After all, even a man of his stature might not be able to create such a stunning work. If they could buy this original painting as a collection, it would be a very happy thing. However, when they learned that the reserve price of this authentic painting was as high as 100 million, they finally understood why Long Yangqing shook his head. Presumably, he was not sure that he could buy the original work of this calligraphy master. What a pity! Unexpectedly, even a person like Long Yangqing has things that he cannot obtain. The class reunion ended with laughter and joy. Everyone was shocked by the thrilling events that happened today and needed to go home to digest it all slowly. Lan Wanqing quietly walked to Long Yangqing's side and said softly, "Brother Qing, my grandfather wants to see you. He wants to personally express his gratitude to you for saving his life." Long Yangqing waved his hand and said modestly, "Saving your grandfather was just a matter of convenience, no need to thank me." However, Lan Wanqing did not give up. She continued coquettishly, "Brother Qing, just go. My grandfather has specially prepared a gift for you. He said you will definitely be interested. Just think of it as me begging you." Seeing that Long Yangqing was still unmoved, Lan Wanqing gritted her teeth and whispered, "Brother Qing, my grandfather also said that he knows some secrets about Shenyang Group. As long as you can come tomorrow, he will tell you immediately." A hint of interest flashed in Long Yangqing's eyes. He nodded and smiled, "Okay, I'll definitely go there tomorrow." "That's great, thank you Brother Qing." Lan Wanqing jumped up with joy and said happily, "Then I'll pick you up tomorrow and we'll go together." Long Yangqing stepped into the villa gently and saw Zhong Qingyan leaning on the sofa with her eyes slightly closed, as if she was in deep thought. She looked a little haggard, which made Long Yangqing feel concerned. He walked closer and asked, "Sister, is the company in trouble again?" "Just some trivial matters." Zhong Qingyan opened her eyes and smiled gently when she saw Long Yangqing. She teased, "Qinger, you smell a faint scent of perfume. Did you go somewhere romantic again?" Long Yangqing was slightly stunned, then explained, "I just attended a class reunion." He paused and continued, "Sister, I know some well-known entrepreneurs in the North District, such as Wang Lin and others. Maybe they can help our company." Zhong Qingyan heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly shook her head and said firmly, "I can handle my company by myself. I don't need help from others." Long Yangqing smiled. He knew his sister's character, so he didn't insist. He gently put his arm around Zhong Qingyan's shoulders and said softly, "Sister, have you forgotten that I studied Chinese medicine? Let me rub your shoulders and relax you." Zhong Qingyan's body stiffened, and she subconsciously grabbed Long Yangqing's hand and asked vigilantly, "What do you want to do?" Long Yangqing lowered his head, looked into Zhong Qingyan's eyes, and asked softly, "Sister, what do you think I want to do?" Zhong Qingyan's cheeks rarely flushed, and she didn't say anything. Feeling the gentle force on her shoulder, her tense nerves gradually relaxed. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth and she slowly closed her eyes. Finding this younger brother was indeed the wisest decision in her life. Long Yangqing looked at Zhong Qingyan's peaceful sleeping face, gently covered her with a quilt, then sat beside her, staring at the night outside the window. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. It was time for Shenyang Group, this behemoth that had stood for 40 years, to come to an end. Chapter 29, Telling You a Secret. Long Yangqing followed Lan Wanqing into the Lan family's gate. Old Master Lan's face was flushed. He spotted Long Yangqing at a glance and praised with a smile, "Mr. Long, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look even more charming and elegant." The Lan family had prepared a banquet and Long Yangqing was invited to the main seat. The Lan family members around had different looks. Some looked disdainful, some watched coldly, but more of them were indifferent to Long Yangqing. Long Yangqing didn't care. He got straight to the point, "Mr. Lan, why do you have to beat around the bush? Didn't you say that if I was willing to come, you would tell me the secrets of Shenyang Group?" Old Master Lan laughed and avoided Long Yangqing's questioning. He just said, "We'll talk about these things after dinner. Mr. Long, you should eat first and enjoy the delicious food on this table." Long Yangqing frowned slightly and asked again, "Then, will the old man tell me after dinner?" Mr. Lan smiled but was vague, "Of course, of course. Mr. Long, these things are not as important as the friendship between us." Long Yangqing was dissatisfied with the Lan family's vague answer. His brows were furrowed and his displeasure was evident. What he could not tolerate most was this ambiguous attitude, which ignited a fire of anger in his heart. The other members of the Lan family smiled teasingly, as if they were teasing him. The whole atmosphere suddenly became tense and awkward. Lan Wanqing realized that something was wrong, and she gently persuaded him, "Long Yangqing, eat first. Maybe Grandpa will tell you the answer in a while." "In a moment?" Long Yangqing sneered and stood up from his seat. He looked around at everyone in the Lan family, and finally fixed his gaze on Old Master Lan. He said in a cold tone, "Old Master, since you don't want to talk, then I won't accompany you anymore. I'm not interested in having dinner with your Lan family." Having said that, he turned and left without hesitation. Everyone in the Lan family was shocked by his decisiveness and determination. They looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration in their hearts. This young man is so brave that he won't endure any grievance. Mr. Lan's expression suddenly changed and he looked extremely embarrassed. He saw that Long Yangqing had no intention of looking back and felt extremely depressed. Mr. Long, you only need to stay for a while and I will tell you everything. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Do you think, old man, that if it weren't for that secret, your Lan family would be qualified to invite me here? Long Yangqing stopped but did not look back. I'm not doing this to save your face, nor for Wanqing, but for the secret. His voice was cold and firm. These words made everyone in the Lan family extremely angry, but also filled with fear. Long Yangqing's tone was unsettlingly calm, as if what he said were irrefutable facts. Lan Wanqing's body trembled slightly, she bit her lips, and felt mixed emotions. However, when she recalled Long Yangqing's majesty yesterday, she felt more admiration. Only such an outstanding person could make her so obsessed. Old Master Lan took a deep breath and suggested with a smile, Mr. Long, how about this? I'll tell you half of the secret first. After dinner, you can stay at our Lan family and find a suitable time to tell you the other half. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand why the old man would make such concessions to Long Yangqing. They stared with eyes wide open, waiting for Long Yangqing's response. The existence of Long Yangqing made them full of awe and curiosity about this mysterious figure. Long Yangqing's eyes darkened, and he looked extremely impatient. However, he turned around with a smile on his face. Old man, are you teasing me? Mr. Long, how can you say that? I've already told you half of it. Doesn't that prove my sincerity? Mr. Lan retorted dissatisfiedly. That's true, others echoed. Lan Wanqing had a sense of uneasiness. She was about to say something when suddenly, Long Yangqing moved violently like a swinging clock. He punched the old tree in the yard that was as thick as a water tank. With a crack, the ancient tree instantly broke into pieces, and broken wood splashed everywhere. Mr. Lan and others were stunned by this scene. They couldn't believe that this was something that human power could do. Old man, if you want to tell me something, please tell me clearly at once. I don't like beating around the bush, and I don't like being perfunctory. You should understand what I mean, right? Long Yangqing wiped his hands as if nothing had happened. Although his tone was calm, it made everyone in the Lan family feel a piercing chill. When old Master Lan noticed young Master Long's gaze, his heart trembled slightly and his throat suddenly became extremely dry. He said hurriedly, Mr. Long, please listen to me. After dinner, I will tell you everything without reservation. Since you are here, how dare I tease you and make you unhappy? Don't you think so? That's true, Mr. Long. Please don't get angry. It's not good for your health to get angry. The old man just wants to communicate with you more and enhance mutual understanding. Everyone in the Lan family originally looked down on Long Yangqing, but the scene before them shocked them completely. The tragic sight of the ancient tree being shattered into pieces made it impossible for them to recover from the shock. Some of the family members who were good at math began to try to estimate how much power would be needed to cause such damage. However, the results they obtained were incredible. This has completely exceeded the limits of the human body and is only a theoretical possibility. They looked at Long Yangqing anxiously, and a shocking thought popped up in their minds. This person, is he really a god? Old man, if you had said this earlier, wouldn't everyone be happy? Long Yangqing responded with a tolerant smile and then sat down again. Mr. Lan tried to hide his embarrassment with a smile. Alas, I was really confused at that time. I hope Mr. Long can forgive me. Long Yangqing nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. I understand, but I hope that the old man won't make the same mistake again in the future. Old Master Lan smiled awkwardly and then changed the subject. By the way, I heard that young Master Long doesn't have a partner yet. I wonder if he is interested in Miss Wanqing. Long Yangqing looked at Grandpa Lan with a little surprise, while Lan Wanqing lowered her head shyly. Chapter 30 I have no love for her. Last night, Lan Wanqing recounted to Mr. Lan in detail her experience at Zhuixinlu restaurant. Old Master Lan was shocked when he heard this, and he made a prompt decision to let Lan Wanqing and Long Yangqing join hands, hoping to recruit this mysterious figure and bring about a huge leap forward for the Lan family. So, here is the question today. To be honest, Lan Wanqing's beauty and figure are first class, which is why she was known as the school belle when she was in school. At this moment, her shy expression and flushed cheeks are even more heartwarming. However, Long Yangqing has seen too many beauties recently, from Long Morong to Yan Maikun, and to many other fair, rich, and popular actresses. His feelings for Lan Wanqing are limited to friendship between friends, which is far from love. Especially when another beautiful figure appeared in Long Yangqing's mind, he became more determined in his decision. I have no love for her. Everyone in the Lan family is still immersed in an atmosphere of envy. They know nothing about Long Yangqing's strength, but they understand that after the marriage with Lan Wanqing, the Lan family will be under the control of Long Yangqing. In addition to envy, there is also jealousy growing in my heart. However, when Long Yangqing finished speaking, they were stunned for a moment. What does this mean? Is Long Yangqing going to give up the Lan family, which is so easily within his reach? Old Master Lan frowned, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Mr. Long, do you look down on my Lan family? Faced with the questioning, Long Yangqing just smiled calmly and did not answer. For him, even the billion-dollar inheritance of the chairman of Zhuixinla Group was nothing but a passing cloud, let alone a family like the Lan family. The Lan family doesn't have much appeal to me, but I always regard Wanqing as a close friend. Long Yangqing's words made Mr. Lan's face darken. After all, Long Yangqing still despises the Lan family. Although Lan Wanqing lowered her head, she had anticipated this result. She whispered to Old Man Lan, Grandpa, I am not worthy of Long Yangqing. Don't be angry and don't make things difficult for him, so as not to bring trouble to the Lan family. Her words were almost inaudible. Old Master Lan still caught her words and felt embarrassed. Considering the strength that Long Yangqing demonstrated yesterday, the Lan family is indeed no match. He understood that it was completely impossible to win over Long Yangqing. So, he changed his words. Since young Master Long has no interest in Wanqing, I wonder if he is willing to cooperate with our Lan family? What cooperation? Long Yangqing asked curiously. Actually, it is a collaboration with Mr. Zhong. I hope to purchase shares of Changsheng Group and face future challenges together with Mr. Zhong. Mr. Lan said solemnly. Long Yangqing's eyes turned cold. Do you want to interfere with Changsheng Group? Mr. Long, don't be so absolute. This is just a cooperation. Besides, our Lan family is also quite powerful and can definitely help Changsheng Group develop better in the Jiangnan region. Mr. Lan responded with a smile. Don't even think about it. Long Yangqing responded briefly. Mr. Lan's smile froze instantly. Not only your Lan family, but no one in the entire Jiangnan city can touch the Changsheng Group. Long Yangqing said firmly. Long Yangqing stood up and said to Mr. Lan in a cold tone, Mr. Lan, I have already told you not to try my patience. Why do you always ignore me? He was well aware of the old fox's wishful thinking. Once you agree, it's like letting the tiger return to the mountain. If he becomes a shareholder of Changsheng Group, he might even force Zhong Qingyan out of office in the future. If the Lan family and Shangyang Group join forces, the result is predictable. Oh, Mr. Long, don't be angry. Since you don't agree, I won't think about it anymore, hee. Old Master Lan's thoughts were seen through. He smiled awkwardly and quickly asked Long Yangqing to sit down. His face was hot and red all the way to his ears. He felt that Long Yangqing was very difficult to deal with. Mr. Lan, we are almost done with the meal. Now is the time to talk about the secrets of Shangyang Group, right? Long Yangqing asked. Old Master Lan's pupil shrank slightly, he sighed softly, and dismissed everyone, leaving only Lan Wanqing. He said in a deep voice, the reason why Shangyang Group is so rampant is that there is a powerful supporter behind it, that is Huang Runtai, a member of the Huang family in the North District. The Huang family is the top family in the North District. Their support makes Shangyang Group fearless of Zhong Qingyan. Moreover, I heard. He was halfway through his words, looking at Long Yangqing's cold expression, and decided to continue. The young master of the Huang family is interested in Zhong Qingyan. The Huang family. There was a sharp gleam in Long Yangqing's eyes. No wonder my sister has been so tired recently. If the Huang family hadn't intervened, Shangyang Group might have ceased to exist long ago. The Huang family, what a powerful existence. Mr. Long, have you heard about the auction that will be held in a few days? Old Master Lan continued. At that auction, the most eye-catching item was a painting praising a beauty. This painting has long been widely circulated in the market, and many experts have appraised it and believe that it is comparable to the work of a calligrapher. I heard that the young master of the Huang family will send someone to buy this calligraphy and intends to give it to Zhong Qingyan. How does the Huangs compare to Zhuixinlu restaurant? A hint of deep thought flashed across Long Yangqing's eyes. There is no comparison. One is in heaven, and the other is on earth. Mr. Lan answered without hesitation. Long Yangqing was temporarily relieved. If he really encountered difficulties, Xiao Wang and others would help him. The Huang family was no problem for us. All these disputes stemmed from Long Yangqing. Although Zhong Qingyan did not say it explicitly, she was deeply worried about his safety. We must not let him face all this alone. Long Yangqing has made up his mind, and he plans to destroy Shengyang Group first. If the Huang family dares to act rashly, he will wipe out the Huang family altogether. He wanted to let everyone know that he would never let anyone who dared to hurt his sister go. When Mr. Lan saw his determination and confidence, he suddenly realized that how could Long Yangqing, who could make all the owners of Zuixinlu restaurant come to pay him a visit, be afraid of the Huang family? His heart was shocked, and he pleaded hurriedly, Mr. Long, our Lan family is willing to be your loyal subordinates, please accept us. Chapter 31 Who can stand up to defend the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine? From the initial enthusiastic recruitment to the current desperate pleading, it only took a dozen minutes. Old Master Lan fully realized that if the Lan family could cling to the big tree of Long Yangqing, they would surely prosper. He begged eagerly, Mr. Long, my Lan family is willing to serve you wholeheartedly, just give me a chance. Long Yangqing glanced at him coldly, turned away, and said in a cold voice, the Lan family is not worthy. Old Master Lan stood there in a daze, looking at his receding back, but it was too late for regret. He felt regretful in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. He should have surrendered from the beginning. Maybe there could have been a glimmer of hope. Lan Wanqing comforted him softly, Grandpa, Long Yangcheng is right. The Lan family and he are no longer from the same world. I am already satisfied to be friends with him. Old Master Lan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Wanqing, no matter what, you must maintain a good relationship with young Master Long. And... He paused, a blush spreading across his face. Lan Wanqing asked curiously, Grandpa, what's wrong? Mr. Lan smiled awkwardly and said, can you lend me your Zuixinlu restaurant membership card? I also want to show off in front of my old friends. There was another thing hidden in his heart, which was that he longed to personally experience the feeling of enjoying the distinguished treatment in Zuixinlu restaurant. Ding! The system prompt sounded. Congratulations host, the sign-in operation has been successfully completed. As the light flashed, his agility attribute increased by 10 points. It was past midnight, and Long Yangqing was signing in while helping Zhong Qingyan relieve the fatigue in her shoulders and neck. After receiving the reward, he suddenly felt as light as a feather and was filled with joy. After a few days of signing in, he finally got some precious goodies. But Jiquan is known for its strength and ferocity. If the speed can be increased, it can add some unpredictable changes. He felt that his strength had improved again. According to Mr. Zhang from the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance, he seems to be approaching the threshold of Mingjin. He saw that Zhong Qingyan was still awake, and he suggested, Sister, maybe I can consider joining Changshan Group, what do you think? Ha? Zhong Qingyan showed a surprised look, didn't you say before that you wanted to start your own business? Why did you suddenly change your mind and come to my sister's company? Long Yangqing explained with a smile, it is actually quite troublesome to set up a company by myself. I think working in my sister's company is also a good choice. Zhong Qingyan smiled and nodded at Long Yangqing, wait a few days, I will take you there after I finish dealing with the company's affairs. Okay. Long Yangqing agreed readily. Zhong Qingyan's eyes gradually became sharp. She understood that in order for her brother to join the company smoothly, some special measures must be taken to stabilize Changshan Group. Otherwise, those evil-minded old foxes in the group might harm my younger brother. In the Huang family of Shengyang Group, Mr. Huang. She smiled contemptuously. She thought to herself, do you really think that I, Zhong Qingyan, am afraid of you? Oh, right, Zhong Qingyan suddenly thought, the auction will be held the day after tomorrow. Morong and I will accompany you to attend it. Do you still want to bring Lung Morong? Long Yangqing asked. Do you hate her? Zhong Qingyan looked at him puzzledly. No, it's just that with you around, I feel that the existence of other women is redundant. Long Yangqing explained with a smile. Zhong Qingyan was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw his smile. Her heartbeat accelerated a bit, you're just sweet talking. Okay, I'll talk to Morong and tell her that you don't want her to go. Long Yangqing sighed helplessly. Bite. The host makes my sister happy, and her charm value increases by 2 points. Seeing that Long Yangqing did not respond for a long time, Zhong Qingyan turned back to glance at him, but this glance made her stun again. She felt that Long Yangqing was even more handsome than before, and his charm was almost irresistible to her. So, she stood up in a hurry, turned around and fled back to her room, her voice trembling slightly. "Well, you don't have to massage me for the next few days, let me get used to it first." Early the next morning, Zhong Qingyan rushed to the company, not even bothering to eat breakfast, as if she was afraid to meet face to face. This made Long Yangqing start to doubt whether the charm of the system was really so great that even his sister could not resist it. He wondered to himself, what would happen if his charm value increased by another 10 points? With such expectation, he hurried to the hospital to welcome his parents out. Dean Su Yongbua came out to greet him personally, which made Long Yangqing satisfied. He calmly handed Su Yongbua 200,000 yuan as compensation for medical expenses. Although Su Yongbua seemed very excited, he still seemed a little nervous and hesitated to speak. When Long Yangqing was about to leave, he finally mustered up the courage and made a request to Long Yangqing. "Mr. Long, there is a patient in our hospital with a very difficult condition. Can you help take a look at him?" After a brief thought, Long Yangqing nodded in agreement. He thought to himself that his parents were being well taken care of in the hospital, so it was only natural for him to help out a little. So he followed Su Yongbua to the ward and saw a group of doctors gathered there anxiously, with sweat on their foreheads, obviously helpless. Various medical instruments also showed that the patient's life was in danger. Su Yongbua looked at the old man with white hair and old clothes. The silver needle in his hand sparkled in the sun, but the cold sweat on his forehead revealed his uneasiness. Su Yongbua walked forward and said softly, "Oldly, young Master Long is here. You should take a rest for a while." Hearing this, Old Li's eyes flashed with determination. "Director Su, please give me some time. I believe I have the ability to cure this patient." However, Su Yongbua frowned. "Old Li, the patient's condition is not optimistic. We can't take any more risks. Let young Master Long take a look. Maybe he can find a better solution." Old Li's face was flushed with shame and anger, but he chose to remain silent. He just stepped aside quietly and stared at Long Yangqing. There was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, as if he saw hope for the future. Although Long Yangqing is so young, he has already won the dean's deep trust. This undoubtedly proves that he is extremely capable and is likely to have graduated from a top Western medical school. Old Li couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a wonderful thing it would be if such a genius could devote himself to the field of traditional Chinese medicine. However, the reality is that traditional Chinese medicine is becoming increasingly less popular, while Western medicine is becoming more prevalent in the world. Old Li couldn't help but feel a little sad. In this ancient land of China, who can stand up to justify the name of traditional Chinese medicine and fight for its place? Chapter 32. My medical skills are the pinnacle of Chinese medicine. Old Li thought of those highly respected masters who held important positions in society but had failed to promote Chinese medicine. He couldn't help feeling powerless. He looked at Long Yangqing and pleaded, "Young man, no matter what method you use to cure him, I have a request. If you have time, can you learn more about Chinese medicine? I have many ancient books here, and I am willing to give them all to you for your reference." Long Yangqing was slightly stunned, then said frankly, "Old sir, your suggestion is worthy of respect. But I think, perhaps in this world, no one can teach me Chinese medicine." Old Li fell silent again, as if he felt the disdain and ridicule of the doctors around him. He tried to force out a smile and said bitterly, "Yes, for a genius like you, it is natural to look down on traditional Chinese medicine." Although the doctors around him did not say it explicitly, their eyes were full of contempt and dissatisfaction towards Long Yangqing. In their view, the young man was just putting on an act in the hospital and being a nuisance. "Old man, you misunderstood me," Long Yangqing said firmly. "It's not that I don't want to learn Chinese medicine, but there is no one in the world who can be my teacher." He picked up the silver needle left by Lao Li, his eyes flashing with confidence. "Please read carefully," he said. "The medical skills I master are the pinnacle of Chinese medicine." Although his words were full of confidence, people around him scoffed at his remarks. As soon as the Gagouzi magic needle came out, whoosh! The silver light flashed and pierced into the patient's back accurately and powerfully. The true medical skill lies not in complicated appearances, but in the ability to bring the dead back to life. In just 4 minutes, the patient woke up. At that moment, a miracle happened in full view of everyone. Su Yongbua witnessed the miracle again and his heart was numb. He finally became convinced that Long Yangqing's medical skills surpassed the technological concepts of the time and were an impossible feat. As for the other doctors, it was the first time they witnessed such medical skills. Their eyes widened, as if they were frozen in that moment, speechless. Old Li's body was shaking violently, his eyes fixed on Long Yangqing's technique, afraid of missing any details. This is the secret of Chinese medicine that he has been pursuing all his life. This technique was only briefly seen in ancient books, but is now perfectly demonstrated by this young man in reality. Long Yangqing smiled slightly, his tone revealing confidence and calmness. Old sir, how do you think a Chinese medicine practitioner like me can be inferior to others? When Lao Li heard these words, the blood in his heart was instantly ignited, as if his cold body was surrounded by a warm current. He straightened his back and laughed loudly, his laughter full of pride and relief. Yes, with someone like young Master Long, how can Chinese medicine be inferior to Western medicine? Old Li pointed at Su Yanghua and other doctors excitedly and said loudly, "Don't you look down on me in Chinese medicine? Now look at the medical skills displayed by young Master Long, what else do you have to say?" Su Yanghua and others lowered their heads in shame. They did not really look down on Chinese medicine, but they had doubts about Lao Li's skills. However, the miraculous medical skills demonstrated by Long Yangqing now made them deeply aware that as long as Long Yangqing was there, anyone who studied Chinese medicine was worthy of respect. What makes them even more excited is that if traditional Chinese medicine can be developed and promoted, China will also rise as a result. Those foreigners would be amazed when they see such medical skills. All this is thanks to Long Yangqing. "Mr. Long, please accept my greeting." Old Li suddenly knelt down with a face full of respect. Long Yangqing helped him up, and the two walked out of the ward together. Old Li said with emotion, "Mr. Long, Chinese medicine is so lucky to have you. However, this kind of medical skills cannot be passed down by one person. I wonder if you are willing to pass on the medical skills." "Pass it on?" Long Yangqing smiled. "Old sir, you misunderstood. I am not willing to teach medical skills for any reward. As long as someone has the heart to save lives, no matter what his status is, I am willing to teach him medical skills. Medical skills are my personal ability, but Chinese medicine is a tradition that has been passed down for thousands of years throughout China. I am willing to do my part to pass on Chinese medicine." These words are powerful and full of love and respect for traditional Chinese medicine. Old Li stood there for a long time, and finally whispered two words, "Mind." This is true magnanimity. Old Li was so excited that he almost knelt down again, but was stopped in time by Long Yangqing. He took a deep breath, looked at Long Yangqing seriously and said, "Mr. Long, you are so generous. It is a blessing for China. From now on, all those who study Chinese medicine, those who learn your medical skills, and those who are treated by Chinese medicine will respectfully call you Master Long." "Old sir, I'm afraid I can't bear this title." Although Long Yangqing shook his head modestly, his heart was full of longing for the future. Imagine that in the future, Chinese medicine will flourish and hundreds of thousands of people studying Chinese medicine across the country will shout "Master Dragon" in unison. What a glorious moment that will be. "Mr. Long, there is no need to be too modest." Lao Li said mysteriously, "Do you know who my master is?" "Who?" Long Yangqing asked curiously. "My master is the president of the Northern China Medical Association. He has devoted his life to the study of Chinese medicine, but he has not found the way. He has tried to invite famous Western doctors to communicate, but to no avail. If he knew you existed, he would definitely be very happy. I'll call him now." Lao Li spoke excitedly, took out his cell phone from his pocket and started dialing his master's number. At this critical moment, the North District Medical Association was holding an emergency meeting. The dilemma they face is that an important domestic medical technology has reached a bottleneck, and a breakthrough can only be achieved with the help of advanced foreign technology. However, these foreign forces took this opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price, even demanding tens of billions. This unreasonable request has silenced the members of the medical association. President Shi Jiachang was even more furious and couldn't help but curse. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 33: Picking up parents from hospital. A phone call is like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Shi Jiachang frowned slightly, his eyes fell on the caller ID on the mobile phone screen. After a little hesitation, he finally pressed the answer button. "Old Li, what happened?" he asked in a deep voice. On the other end of the phone, Lao Li's voice revealed his excitement. "Master, Chinese medicine can help." Shi Jiachang didn't seem to buy it. His voice was cold and firm. "Old Li, you don't have to comfort me. I have studied Chinese medicine for so many years. Don't I know its effectiveness? It's not worth wasting my time." Old Li seemed to have been poured with a bucket of cold water, and instantly calmed down from his excitement. He asked tentatively, "Master, haven't you always had hope in Chinese medicine?" "That was in the past." Shi Jiacheng answered without hesitation, his voice revealing a hint of determination. "If you don't have anything important to say, I'll hang up first. I'm still in a meeting. Master, please listen to me. Today I met young Master Long." Old Li began to tell the story of Long Yangqing curing the patient. A gleam flashed in Shi Jiacheng's eyes, and he interrupted Lao Li eagerly, "You didn't lie to me? Master, do you think I would lie about something like this?" Lao Li asked back. Shi Jiacheng was silent for a moment, then said decisively, "I understand, I will go back to Jiangnan tomorrow." After saying that, he hung up the phone. If you look closely, you will see tears in the corners of his eyes. Although he once gave up on traditional Chinese medicine, believing it had no future, the revival of Chinese medicine has now made him change his attitude. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, he will try without hesitation. Especially when foreign forces were eyeing China covetously, Shi Jiacheng hoped even more that traditional Chinese medicine could rise. "President Shi, what should we do now? If we don't buy this technology, we may not be able to make a breakthrough, and many patients will die. But if we buy it..." The man pounded the table angrily, "I really can't accept this. The current situation is indeed tricky, and we have no other choice. President, you should report to your superiors and consider whether to purchase this technology." Someone sighed. The Chinese Medical Association is the superior organization of the Northern District Medical Association, and the decision-making power lies in the hands of those bigwigs. Old Li just told me that there is a young man who has shown amazing talent in traditional Chinese medicine. Shi Jiacheng said, "I am going to Jiangnan tomorrow to see if our traditional Chinese medicine is really revived. We don't have to be so humble to those foreigners. Let alone hundreds of billions, they can't even take a dime." As they watched Shi Jiacheng's back gradually walk away, everyone looked at each other and whispered, "Can this be true? Can traditional Chinese medicine really cure diseases and save lives? Isn't this a fantasy? If that young man was really so outstanding, why didn't he become famous, but chose to remain unknown in Jiangnan City? This is simply unbelievable. President Shi actually believed such a ridiculous thing." Someone had a sly look in his eyes and left in a hurry, hurriedly contacting members of the Chinese Medical Association, hoping to take this opportunity to bring Shi Jiacheng down. The reason they slandered him was that Shi Jiacheng was too superstitious and actually believed that traditional Chinese medicine was effective. When Long Yangqing learned that Master Lao Li was about to arrive, he exchanged contact information with him and planned to meet him in person after Lao Li arrived. During this period, he also taught Lao Li some basic concepts of traditional Chinese medicine, hoping that Lao Li could gain knowledge from them. Although these TCM concepts are only the basic knowledge provided by the system, they contain a wealth of knowledge, such as the 8 trigrams and the 5 elements, analysis of human symptoms, and the use of various herbs. For modern society, this is undoubtedly a precious treasure in the field of medicine. "Xiaoqing, why isn't Qingyan with you?" Father Long asked curiously in the car. "My sister is busy at the company," Long Yangqing explained. Not long ago, Long Yangqing bought a comfortable house suitable for his parents' retirement and sent them to live there. "You must seize the opportunity." Mother Long warned, "I can see that Qingyan has a crush on you. Such a good girl is hard to come by, so don't miss her." "Dad, Mom, you misunderstood. We are just as close as siblings, and there is no other relationship," Long Yangqing explained helplessly. "What do you mean by brother and sister? You are not related by blood. Listen to me and seize the opportunity. I still want to have a grandson," the dragon mother insisted. Father Long also echoed his mother's opinion. Long Yangqing was confused, but whenever he thought of Zhong Qingyan, he would smile unconsciously. He secretly wondered how his sister would feel if she were here. Isan Community, as the most upscale, luxurious and beautiful retirement community in Jiangnan City, has attracted many parents of celebrities to live there. This leads to frequent comparisons among the elderly in the community, with everyone firmly believing that their children are the best. In the sunshine at the entrance of the community, a young man was massaging Mr. Li's shoulders, and this scene attracted the envious gazes of other elderly people. "I tell you, my son is the most promising one," Old Li said proudly. "Look at him, driving a luxury car worth millions and wearing custom-made clothes worth hundreds of thousands. Tell me, which young man can be compared with my son?" The young man smiled modestly. "Dad, you can't say that. Money is not everything." However, there was a hint of boasting in his words, "Although I do only have money left now." The other elderly people looked at their children, felt ashamed, and even dared not speak. In this EXIN community, this young man is undoubtedly one of the richest people. They simply can't compare. At this moment, a Land Rover sedan was parked quietly at the entrance of the community. Long Yangqing got out of the car. He was driving an old car that Zhong Qingyan had discarded. Although it was not a luxury car, it was still good enough for use. He carefully helped his parents get out of the car. The old men smiled at each other, with disdain in their eyes. They looked at the family of three. The clothes they were wearing were obviously bought from street stalls. With such cheap clothes, they must have spent all their life savings to live in this community. It is truly a blessing from heaven that such a poor family could live in this high-end residential area. The young man who was massaging old Li's shoulders felt that Long Yangqing looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Suddenly, he thought of something and his face turned pale. Chapter 34. The auction begins. As soon as Long Yangqing's family appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding residents. The elderly people's children couldn't help laughing. A young man pointed at Long Yangqing's parents and said, "Dad, look, there are many people in the world who are poorer than us. Even if my son has no money, he has $1 million in savings." Another young man echoed, "Yes, although we can't compare to old Li's family, we are still more than enough compared to others." When old Li heard this, he showed a look of dissatisfaction on his face. He muttered, "Son, why does EXIN community let anyone in? Isn't this lowering our status? Can you talk to the property management and ask them not to let them live here?" The other elderly people were filled with envy when they heard this. They looked at Long Yangqing's family and secretly despised them, thinking that people who had no money but still lived here were really pretentious. The Long Yangqing family felt very restrained. They looked at each other and showed awkward smiles on their faces. They felt that their presence had embarrassed Long Yangqing, and they lowered their heads almost to the ground. At this moment, a voice broke the silence. "Mr. Long, why are you here?" Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw a young man jogging to Long Yangqing with a smile on his face. He was completely different from the arrogant look he had just shown. "Mr. Long, do your parents live here too?" Long Yangqing looked at the young man blankly, as if he was recalling something. The young man hurriedly explained, "Mr. Long, I'm Xiao Li, from the Ida Group. We met before at the entrance of Zuixinlu restaurant." Long Yangqing suddenly realized, "Oh, it's you." The young man's face was full of glory, as if he was carrying an indescribable pride. He said eagerly, "Mr. Long, where are you going? I know this place very well. Let me lead the way for you." "Then thank you for your help." Long Yangqing nodded politely. As the sunlight shone down, old Li and the other old and young people were all stunned with shock. They were filled with confusion and surprise. Who is this young man and why is he receiving such special treatment? When they recalled their indifference and rejection of these three people just now, and even wanted to drive them out of the community, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They finally realized that the young man was not poor, but chose to keep a low profile. Long Yangqing's parents also noticed their son's extraordinary talent. They looked up and saw the awe and worry in the eyes of the people around them. Their hearts were filled with pride and joy, as if they were showing the people around them, "Look, this is my son." After successfully finding a house, Xiao Li finally returned to the gate of the community. He sighed with relief. Seeing Lao Li's astonishment, he hurriedly explained, "Dad, you must be careful and don't offend Mr. Long's parents, otherwise I can't save you." "What?" Old Li asked in confusion, "Son, who is that young man?" The other elderly people also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Xiao Li's explanation. Xiao Li took a deep breath and began to explain in detail, "Dad, do you know Changsheng Group?" "Of course I know. Their chairman, Zhong Qingyan, is the richest person in Jiangnan City." Old Li replied. "Young Master Long is Zhong Qingyan's younger brother," Xiao Li emphasized. Old Li was stunned, his eyes widened, and the other elderly people also showed expressions of horror. Xiao Li then asked, "Do you know ancient martial arts?" "It is the kind of martial arts that is specifically used for actual combat, not for performance." "Of course I know." Old Li said hurriedly, "When I was young, I saw a martial artist who was very good at fighting. He could easily beat more than a dozen people by himself." The other elderly people also nodded. They believed this more, which is why they insisted on practicing Tai Chi. "Young Master Long is known as the light of ancient martial arts." Xiao Li said seriously, "I have seen him demonstrate his kung fu with my own eyes, and the power is even more amazing than in the movies." Lao Li and others gasped in astonishment, and fear spread in their hearts. Dad, have you heard of Zuixinlu restaurant? Xiao Li asked again. I know. Old Li stammered, isn't that the top restaurant in the North District? I heard that the chairman behind it has a net worth of tens of billions. Son, could that young man be a VIP member of Zuixinlu? VIP member? That's nothing. He is the supreme VIP of Zuixinlu. I heard that the bosses of Zuixinlu will come to see him in person. Xiao Li said respectfully, that's why I can't let you offend him. Not only us, but even if everyone in the entire community were added together, they wouldn't be able to compete with young Master Long. If I could have half of his ability, I would be willing to die. Old Li was shaking all over and cried, son, let's move away. I'm scared to live with such a powerful person. Other elderly people expressed the same idea. They can't compare to the family that has such an outstanding son. Dad, you should think about how to apologize to Mr. Long's parents. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Xiao Li shuddered and left in a hurry. The other young men were not ignorant either. They knew that they were just insignificant figures in front of young Master Long, so they said goodbye and left quickly. Old Li and the others were all shocked and speechless, their regret was beyond words. They quickly returned home and made up their minds that if they met the dragon father and mother in the future, they would bow to them and extend their regards. Even if the two elders are slightly unhappy, they will immediately apologize. After Long Yangqing properly settled his parents, he left home. He chose Yisan community mainly because security protection here is fully guaranteed. It is said that the community security team is composed of masters hired from the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance at huge expense by the developer. As long as he could ensure his parents' safety, the only worry in his mind would disappear. The next day, the auction started on time. Chapter 35 received 3 tasks. Night falls and the lights come on. In the hall, the exquisite solid wood furniture exudes a faint sandalwood scent, and under the light, everything looks elegant and noble. The 8 o'clock bell rang, marking the start of this highly anticipated auction in Jiangnan City. Yu Jijun, the helmsman of Kaihuang Entertainment Company, personally served as the host of tonight. His voice was loud and magnetic, adding a bit of solemnity to this event. Jiangnan City was crowded with celebrities. The chairmen of major companies such as Shangyang Group and Yida Group were all dressed in neat suits and talking with smiles on their faces. However, their topic always revolves around one person, Long Yangqing. Who exactly is this young Master Long? Is it possible that he is so successful just because he is Zhong Qingyan's younger brother? Someone was full of curiosity. I'm afraid it's not that simple. A man wearing glasses took over the conversation. He easily obtained the supreme VIP status of Zuixinlu, which even Zhong Qingyan did not have. It is even rumored that he is a master of ancient martial arts, and he may have a close connection with the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance. This news exploded among the crowd like a bombshell. Everyone was amazed and looked at this young man who was only in his early 20s with new eyes. His achievements seemed to have transcended the boundaries of his age, and one cannot help but admire his extraordinariness. Originally, they thought that Long Yangqing's halo only came from his sister Zhong Qingyan. But now it seems that his own strength and charm should not be underestimated. People generally believe that this pair of siblings are as powerful as dragons and tigers and can control the changes in the world. Long Yangqing. Huang Runtai listened to everyone's discussion, his eyes flickering, and he said coldly, everyone, he is indeed from the Kung Fu Martial Arts League, but he is just an ordinary member. Seeing this, all the celebrities shut their mouths. As we all know, the grudge between Huang Runtai and Zhong Qingyan is extremely deep, almost to the point of being irreconcilable. Therefore, no one wanted to interfere in their dispute. Look who's standing next to me. Huang Runtai raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smug smile. A burly man walked out from behind him. Everyone was shocked. Yi Hongtai. One of the important decision-makers of the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance. The successor of Bajiquan. Huang Runtai actually bribed him? It seems that Mr. Huang has made up his mind. Even Zhong Qingyan will be inferior to him. With Yi Hongtai's help, even if this pair of siblings join forces, it will be difficult to resist their edge. Celebrities expressed their admiration and kept discussing it. Huang Runtai was very proud in his heart. These days, he had been living a miserable life under the suppression of Zhong Qingyan. Now, he plans to use this auction to get back the shame that humiliated him one by one. At the same time, Yi Hongtai was also looking around, his heart full of doubts. Mr. Zhang once said that by attending this auction, he would be able to see people who have reached the pinnacle of Bajiquan, which is why he agreed to come with Huang Runtai. He began to have some guesses in his mind. Could it be that young Master Long is that person? In the corner of the hall, Grandpa Lan and Lan Wanqing also arrived at the scene. They heard some people talking and had anxious looks on their faces. Wanqing, quickly contact young Master Long and tell him not to come. Huang Runtai and Yi Hongtai have joined forces, and the Huang family is watching secretly. This is a very dangerous situation. Old Master Lan said anxiously. Grandpa, I've tried to contact Brother Qing, but I can't get through to him on the phone. Lan Wanqing responded anxiously. What should I do? What should I do? Old Master Lan was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Looking at Huang Runtai chatting and laughing with a group of celebrities, his mood fell to the bottom. After a brief exchange, everyone finally determined the two main highlights of the auction. One is to observe how the fierce competition between Huang Runtai and Zhong Qingyan unfolds. The second reason was to see with one's own eyes the precious calligraphy that was praised as being on par with that of the saint of calligraphy. Just as everyone was wondering about the absence of Zhong Qingyan and Long Yangqing, a noise suddenly broke out at the door of the hall. Long Yangqing took Zhong Qingyan's hand and walked into the hall gracefully. The appearance of the two of them immediately attracted everyone's attention. This perfect couple seems like a match made in heaven. Long Yangqing's handsomeness and profound temperament, Zhong Qingyan's height and coolness are all amazing. Compared with them, other celebrities, although they have their own merits, seem to pale in comparison. Everyone felt inferior to him. Even Huang Runtai couldn't help but snort in dissatisfaction. What made him even more embarrassed was that the people who had been surrounding him just now ran over and greeted Zhong Qingyan and Long Yangqing with smiles on their faces, as if they were trying to curry favor with them. This auction was originally a competition between Huang Runtai and Zhong Qingyan, but the appearance of the latter made Huang Runtai lose the chance of winning instantly. He had never enjoyed such treatment before. Yi Hongtai carefully examined Long Yangqing. After examining him for a moment, he shook his head and denied it. Although the man described by Mr. Zhang is young, even if he is younger, it is unlikely that he looks like Mr. Long. The strong man who can practice Bajiquan to the peak cannot be him. He noticed the confident smile on Long Yangqing's face and couldn't help but sigh, feeling worried about the young man's ostentatious attitude. Young people who do not know how to be humble will suffer major setbacks sooner or later. If the person that Mr. Zhang was talking about is really Long Yangqing, then I think he is being a little too low-key. It's a pity, he is not. When Grandpa Lan and Lan Wanqing saw the two people coming over, they were extremely anxious and wanted to remind them to leave, but the crowd was too crowded, so they could only return to their seats helplessly, look at each other, and smile bitterly. For Long Yangqing, the situation this time is probably very disastrous. However, they did not know that Long Yangqing was not calm at the moment. In fact, he received 3 tasks at the same time. Chapter 36. Let's wait and see. Ding. With a prompt sound, a new task came one after another. Goal: subdue the core member of the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance, Yi Hongtai. Correspondingly, the reward after the mission is successful is also very tempting: the complete inheritance of Bajiquan Master School. Long Yangqing's heart moved. Bajiquan was an ancient and famous school in the martial arts world. If he could inherit its tradition, it would not only mean that he would master profound martial arts skills, but it would also mean that he would have the opportunity to become the head of Bajiquan and lead the entire school. Then, the second task appeared. Task: help your sister defeat Huang Runtai and win glory for her. The reward for the task is, increase your charm value by 20 points. The increase in charm means that he will be more attractive in interpersonal communication and more likely to be recognized and liked by others. Finally, an even more shocking task appeared before him: use your true strength to win your sister's trust and make her stop worrying about you. This time, the reward for the mission is even more astonishing: a world-class, one-of-a-kind supercar, the Overlord. Long Yangqing imagined the scene of driving this supercar named Bahan speeding on the streets. It was undoubtedly the most impressive scene he could imagine. Long Yangqing's charm is truly irresistible. With just a little bit of display, he can attract so many people's attention. If he adds another 20 points, what will happen? However, the completion of the last task made him realize that Zhong Qingyan had been silently caring about him. No wonder she always excluded him from various important events. Long Yangqing held Zhong Qingyan's hand tightly, determined to protect her. Is my brother scared? Zhong Qingyan was a little puzzled, but when she thought about the fact that he had never experienced such a big scene, it would be strange if he was not afraid. Her face became serious. Please leave, my brother needs to rest. She pulled Long Yangqing towards her seat and no one dared to stop her. Everyone looked at their backs, feeling envious but also grateful at the same time. Fortunately, they are just siblings. If they go one step further, I'm afraid no one in Jiangnan City can stop them. Only Huang Rentai's eyes became more and more gloomy. He sneered and whispered to Yi Hongtai, Mr. Yi, please teach that kid Long Yangqing a lesson later. That's not good. Although Yi Hongtai was somewhat tempted, he was still a little hesitant. What's wrong with that? He is a member of your Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance, and you are one of the responsible persons. What's so difficult about teaching a junior a lesson? Huang Rentai said calmly, besides, don't you still owe me a favor? Mr. Yi, as long as you teach Long Yangqing a lesson, this favor will be repaid. Yi Hongtai cast a sympathetic look at Long Yangqing, and he gritted his teeth and nodded. I'm sorry, little brother, there's nothing I can do. He sighed. We can only blame Huang Rentai for being so despicable and shameless. Yangqing, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, Yi Hongtai won't dare to do anything to you. Zhong Qingyan sensed the tense atmosphere between the two and comforted them. Long Yangqing smiled easily and replied, Sister, there is nothing to be afraid of. On the contrary, I hope he can do it. Zhong Qingyan couldn't help laughing when she saw how eager he was to try. This younger brother is really stubborn, just like her. She looked serious and said jokingly, of course, if my brother takes action, let alone Yi Hongtai, even if their ancestor is resurrected, he will definitely not be your opponent. Long Yangqing suddenly winked mischievously and said, Sister, since I performed so well, shouldn't you give me a little reward, like a kiss? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Zhong Qingyan and Long Yangqing were both stunned. Zhong Qingyan looked at Long Yangqing, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and the smile on her face slowly froze. Long Yangqing realized that his joke might have been a bit too much, so he quickly explained, Ahem, sister, I was just joking just now, don't take it seriously. Really, I'm not afraid of Yi Hongtai at all. Zhong Qingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She rolled her eyes at Long Yangqing and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, How dare you joke around? Yi Hongtai is the best in Bajiquan in Jiangnan City. He won his position as the leader of the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance through countless battles. How long have you practiced Kung Fu to dare challenge him? If you can really beat him, what's wrong with me kissing you? Her words were full of concern for Long Yangqing, fearing that he would become overconfident and lose his way, but at the same time she also didn't want her words to be too harsh and undermine his self-confidence. Sister, let's wait and see. Long Yangqing responded with a smile, if he dares to make a move, I promise to make him look for his teeth on the ground. Oh, you are so arrogant. A young man in a suit came over with a smile. Zhong Qingyan didn't seem to be disgusted with him. Instead, she smiled back, he's not just being arrogant, but being confident. I also believe he can do it. Humph, I'll just watch him destroy the world, and then you'll believe it. The young man said in a joking tone. Of course, if even I don't believe him, who else would believe him? Zhong Qingyan answered seriously. Forget it. We've known each other for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen you care so much about a man. The young man looked a little jealous. Long Yangqing listened to the conversation between the two and realized that the young man was not an enemy, so he asked curiously, Sister, who is he? He is another celebrity in Jiangnan City, Su Haotian, who is known as the Divine Eyes. His ability to appraise treasures is comparable to Shi Yucheng. He is also a good friend of mine. Zhong Qingyan introduced. One can tell from Long Yangqing's reputation that he is of great importance, but the emotion inadvertently revealed in Su Haotian's eyes made him alert. The long time he and his sister have spent together and the deep affection they have for each other, coupled with that subtle feeling, are obviously of great significance. Don't look at me like that, kid. Su Haotian said somewhat dissatisfiedly, your sister has rejected me 20 times. Can't I have expectations for her? The admiration in Su Haotian's words was beyond words. As soon as he appeared, he aroused enthusiastic response from the celebrities present. Many people wanted to come forward and make friends with him. Even Huang Rentai was tempted and wanted to recruit him. However, Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan ignored him. Chapter 37, Treasure Appraisal Showdown. Su Haotian was confused about Zhong Qingyan's attitude towards Long Yangqing, but he could understand her choice. However, why did Long Yangqing win her favor? This gave him the urge to compete with Long Yangqing and prove who was better. My sister made the wise choice to reject you. Long Yangqing responded unceremoniously, besides, you'd better be respectful when you speak to me. I have my own name, and it's not called Boy. Su Haotian became interested in this. Oh? You don't obey me? Then why should I respect you? Zhong Qingyan observed all this from the side, feeling a little nervous. Su Haotian is her good friend from the National Treasure Appraisal Association. Although he has a straightforward personality, his strength should not be underestimated. She believed that Su Haotian would not harm Long Yangqing, but at the same time she also expected Long Yangqing to show his strength to compete with Su Haotian. Old Master Lan watched Long Yangqing provoking Su Haotian and secretly groaned in his heart. He was worried that Long Yangqing had offended Su Haotian before dealing with Huang Runtai, which would be a big trouble. Lan Wanqing, on the other hand, had some expectations for Long Yangqing. She felt that Long Yangqing might not be worse than Su Haotian. Not even close. Old Master Lan shook his head. Su Haotian became famous at a young age and has extraordinary strength. How could Long Yangqing be his opponent? Huang Runtai also laughed contemptuously, thinking that Long Yangqing was overestimating his own abilities. Other celebrities were also watching the upcoming contest with great anticipation, expecting Su Haotian to defeat Long Yangqing easily. Facing the sarcastic looks around him and Su Haotian's questioning, Long Yangqing responded with a calm smile, "Why should I seek your respect? How you treat others is your own business. I am just reminding you out of good intentions. But what does your opinion have to do with me? It is like a passing cloud, which will disappear in a moment. Why should I take it to heart? Frankly speaking, if you were not my sister's friend, I would not even look at you. In my eyes, you are no different from a beggar on the street, just an ordinary person." These words shocked everyone present. If an ordinary person said this among ordinary people, he might be considered pretentious. But it is even more surprising that in front of so many celebrities and bigwigs, Long Yangqing was so outspoken and his tone was as calm as water without any ripples. A hint of admiration flashed in Zhong Qingyan's eyes and a proud smile appeared on her face. Old Master Lan and Lan Wanqing looked at each other, both deeply shocked by Long Yangqing's words. Huang Runtai's smile froze instantly, and he lowered his head, trying to hide the envy in his eyes. It has been a long time since he last had such a glorious moment. Su Haotian was also stunned by this situation. He looked at Long Yangqing carefully, then smiled and challenged him, "Interesting. Long Yangqing, I heard that Shi Yucheng said that your treasure appraisal ability is unmatched. In this case, let's have a treasure appraisal duel. When the auction starts, we will reveal the origins of the treasures one by one, limited to 10 pieces. Whoever speaks more and with a higher accuracy rate wins. If I win, you have to call me Brother Tian when you see me in the future, and you are not allowed to refuse my pursuit of Zhong Qingyan. If you win, I will follow you and call you Brother Qing. It's a deal." Long Yangqing agreed without hesitation. Everyone was attracted by this showdown, looking forward to seeing who would stand out in this fierce battle. Whoever wins this competition will become the most dazzling talent in Jiangnan City. The auction was about to begin, and Yu Jijun walked onto the stage gracefully. He nodded and smiled at Long Yangqing, as if he was saying hello, but everyone mistakenly thought he was greeting Zhong Qingyan. At this moment, everyone began to speculate, is there any cooperation between the two of them? Huang Rentai's brows were furrowed and his face was gloomy. This simple action triggered endless imagination among most people present. Yu Jijun looked around at the crowd and smiled, "I know everyone can't wait for the auction to begin. I won't say much. There are a total of 10 items for auction tonight, and the most eye-catching one is the calligraphy. Moreover, I want to tell you a secret. The master who wrote this calligraphy is also here in person." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience immediately became excited. Everyone was very excited. They looked at each other, trying to find out who was the calligraphy master. They had long heard of the legend of the handwriting, and it would undoubtedly be the honor of their lives if they had the opportunity to meet this master of calligraphy. Huang Rentai's face turned red with excitement. He gritted his teeth and said, "I really want to know who that master is. If I can get a piece of his calligraphy, I will be willing to spend 1 billion. Yi Hongtai shook his head slightly and sighed. People like this have reached the pinnacle of calligraphy. They are true masters of art. Money has no meaning to them. Mr. Huang, even if you kneel before them, they may not see you." Huang Runtai nodded in agreement, but his eyes still gleamed with anticipation. "Even so, it would be a great honor for me to just have a few words with this master. After all, I am also a person who loves calligraphy." Su Haotian stared into the distance and whispered to himself, that calligraphy is truly divine. What kind of person is it who can write such calligraphy? If he shows up, I will definitely express my deepest respect to him. Chapter 38. The first mission is finally here. Yu Jijun smiled at the curious audience and the calm Long Yangqing. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, stop guessing. You will never be able to guess the identity of that mysterious person, and I am not in a position to reveal it myself. Okay, the auction officially begins, and everyone can bid freely." Then he gracefully walked off the stage, sat aside and watched what happened. The host quickly brought the first treasure onto the stage, gently lifted the red veil, and revealed the jade plate inlaid with gold edges. At this moment, everyone understood. When the auction started, the contest between Long Yangqing and Su Haotian also began. Even Huang Rantai, his rival, couldn't help but cast a concerned look, hoping to gain some new insights from their conversation. Is this first treasure so extraordinary? Su Haotian was shocked. He examined the jade plate and had some guesses in his mind, but he was hesitant between two possibilities and needed more information to make a judgment. He also didn't think that Long Yangqing could figure out the origin of the jade plate in such a short time. However, Long Yangqing spoke calmly. "This jade plate is made of jade inlaid with gold. It was originally a dining vessel for the emperors of the Song dynasty. It was used to hold tonics such as ginseng water. Therefore, it contains a special spirituality. If I am not mistaken, there should be only two such jade plates in the world. One is stored in the museum, and the other is this one in front of you." The host showed a surprised expression and said to Long Yangqing with a smile, "Mr. Long really has a sharp eye and made a brilliant statement. The reserve price of this treasure is 6 million. Zhong Qingyan looked at Su Haotian proudly, as if to say, "Look, my brother is better than you." Su Haotian was not discouraged by this. He said calmly, "This is only the first one. There are 9 more to come. It is still unknown who will win." As Su Haotian finished speaking, the second treasure was carried onto the stage. Su Haotian took a quick glance and quickly explained the origin and characteristics of the treasure, winning applause from the audience. Although Long Yangqing also recognized this treasure, he had to admit that Su Haotian was indeed one step faster than him. "Brother, don't be nervous. I have faith in your ability and you will definitely win." Zhong Qingyan encouraged him. Su Haotian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and gave Zhong Qingyan a playful smile. "Qingyan, I have an idea. If I were your boyfriend, maybe I could let him win a little bit and make him unable to win this game." Zhong Qingyan glanced at him coldly and said calmly, "Do you think you are worthy of me?" Su Haotian was choked and wanted to continue to explain. A sharp gleam flashed in Long Yangqing's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Do you really think I can't beat you? Do you dare to make a bet that I can recognize the next 8 treasures before you?" Su Haotian smiled disdainfully and shook his head. "I don't believe it." Not only Su Haotian didn't believe it, but even Huang Rantai and others felt that Long Yangqing was a little too confident. Although his eyesight is indeed extraordinary, it seems unlikely that he can be the first to recognize the treasure every time. Even Zhong Qingyan began to doubt what Long Yangqing said. However, Long Yangqing did not say anything else, but just waited quietly for the next treasure to appear. Su Haotian stared intently at the items under the red veil, full of confidence, believing that once the red veil was completely lifted, he would be able to recognize the treasure inside. However, just when the red veil was about to be completely removed, Long Yangqing's voice rang out, "This is a bronze fish-ear tripod incense burner. Can you recognize this?" Everyone was stunned. The host also found it unbelievable and stammered, "Mr. Long is right." Su Haotian was stunned. Looking at the confident smile on Long Yangqing's face, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, telling himself it was just a coincidence. Most other people think so too. However, when the fourth treasure was just halfway revealed, Long Yangqing blurted it out again and gave the correct answer again. The fifth item, the sixth item, one after another, Long Yangqing accurately identified the treasure before Su Haotian every time, without giving Su Haotian any chance to speak. Su Haotian's mood went through a process from suspicion to shock and then to numbness. He even pinched himself hard, wondering if he was dreaming. "Brother, you are awesome." Zhong Qingyan gave a thumbs up, but then her face turned cold again, looking at Su Haotian and said, "Since you lost, you must abide by the bet. From now on, you are my brother's younger brother, so don't bother me anymore." Unexpectedly, Su Haotian did not feel ashamed, but was very excited. He smiled and said, "Brother Qing, you will be my big brother from now on. How did you develop such good eyesight? Can you teach me?" Everyone began to envy Su Haotian. They finally understood why Su Haotian accepted the bet so readily. If they could also get this secret, not only would they be willing to be your younger brother, they would even be willing to be your son. Even Huang Runtai became jealous. He pricked up his ears and listened quietly to the conversation between the two. Long Yangqing shook his head and said, "You don't actually need any special eyesight to observe these things. You can tell the essence of them at a glance. It's not that I'm better than you, but your eyesight has not yet reached a certain level." Su Haotian was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer. His vision is not good enough yet? In the entire northern region of China, who dares to say that to him? But when it came from Long Yangqing's mouth, he couldn't refute it. After all, he was indeed defeated by his opponent, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Brother Qing, using your own standards to hold me to a standard, isn't that bullying?" Everyone is still talking about Long Yangqing's extraordinary abilities and outstanding vision, and it seems that no one can compare with him. Zhong Qingyan is so lucky to have such a younger brother. "Mr. Yi, it's time to show your strength." There was a hint of gloom in Huang Rentai's voice. Yi Hongtai shook his head helplessly, but still walked towards Long Yangqing. Long Yangqing noticed Yi Hongtai's movements and a smile appeared on his lips. The first mission has finally arrived. Chapter 39. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Yi Hongtai's every move touched the nerves of everyone present. Zhong Qingyan adjusted her position to ensure that she could protect Long Yangqing from any angle. She asked Yi Hongtai in a cold tone, "Mr. Yi, what are you going to do?" "Mr. Zhong, I know it's hard to repay a debt of favor, but please rest assured, I promise that I will not let Mr. Long's life be in any danger." Yi Hongtai showed a bitter smile. "You dare?" Zhong Qingyan stood up suddenly, with a chill on her beautiful face. "If you dare to touch my brother, I swear, I will completely destroy the Kung Fu Martial Arts Alliance." Her words were like a chill wind that pierced the bones, causing everyone present to feel a palpitation in their hearts. Because they all know that Zhong Qingyan is a person who does what he says. A trace of fear flashed across Yi Hongtai's eyes, but he still insisted, "Mr. Zhong, the contest between Mr. Long and I is just a friendly exchange, not a life and death duel. Please give me some face, I owe you a favor." Zhong Qingyan responded coldly, "Your favor is of no use to me." The celebrities present were full of respect for Zhong Qingyan. She was not only the richest person in Jiangnan, but also a female president with extraordinary temperament. Her style is undoubtedly more dazzling than those stars. Yi Hongtai said firmly, "Mr. Zhong, I must have a fight with young Master Long today, and you can't stop me." Huang Runtai leaned on the chair, humming a little tune, tapping the table, and said sarcastically, "Director Zhong, young Master Long is also a member of our martial arts alliance. As the person in charge, it is only natural for Mr. Long to teach him a lesson. It seems inappropriate for you to interfere like this." Zhong Qingyan looked at him coldly, with a sharp gleam in her eyes. Huang Rentai's heart trembled, and he quickly waved his hand to explain, "Mr. Zhong, you misunderstood. This is not my intention." It was Mr. Yi who insisted on doing this. Celebrity's impression of Huang Runtai was greatly reduced, and Yi Hongtai also looked down on him. How dare such a person compete with Zhong Qingyan? It's simply courting death. 10 lives are not enough to compensate for it. At this critical moment, Zhong Qingyan, a woman who had never been nervous before, had wet palms and was filled with anxiety. She was afraid that her brother would be hurt, that his self-confidence would be dented. If possible, she would even be willing to face all of this on behalf of Long Yangqing. Zhong Qingyan took a deep breath and made up her mind. Even if she had to give up all her face, she couldn't let her brother get hurt. Maybe she should. She should ask Yi Hongtai for help in public. This was the first time that Zhong Qingyan asked someone for help, and she believed that Yi Hongtai would give her this face. She didn't care about other people's reactions. As long as her brother is safe and sound, why would Zhong Qingyan care about the worldly views? "Leave." She was about to speak when a warm and strong hand grasped her shoulder. Then, a calm and confident voice sounded in her ears. "Sister, leave this matter to me." Long Yangqing took a step forward, leaving everyone with a firm and far-reaching back. Zhong Qingyan was stunned. Su Haotian widened his eyes. Old Master Lan and Lan Wanqing were both incredulous, and a trace of anger and disappointment flashed in Huang Rentai's eyes. They all thought that Long Yangqing would look panicked when facing Yi Hongtai. However, the opposite was true, as he displayed surprising calm and confidence. "Younger brother." Zhong Qingyan came back to her senses, smiled, and said loudly, "Okay, sister believes you." Long Yangqing responded with the same smile. "Bite." I have sensed my sister's inner fluctuations. Now I ask the host to challenge Yi Hongtai. If you succeed, you will receive an extraordinary reward. In sharp contrast to their confidence, most people were not optimistic about Long Yangqing and were skeptical about his actions. They believed that compared with Yi Hongtai, who had already achieved fame, Long Yangqing was simply overestimating his own abilities. In their opinion, ancient martial arts require a long period of training. Even if Long Yangqing started practicing since the womb, he could not be a match for Yi Hongtai. How foolish! Mr. Zhong has always been wise, how could he be so unwise this time? Old Master Lan shook his head and sighed, not optimistic about Long Yangqing's prospects. Grandpa, don't you understand? This is the gap between me and Mr. Zhong. Lan Wanqing smiled bitterly. No matter what Long Yangqing does, Mr. Zhong will believe in him unconditionally. And I, even though I have witnessed so many miracles, still feel that Long Yangqing can't be Yi Hongtai's opponent. Perhaps, too many honors have made Long Yangqing a little proud. Old Master Lan agreed. Ha ha ha, I'm going to humiliate you too this time. When Mr. Long wins, I'm going to humiliate you severely. Huang Runtai sneered, you dare to go against me, you are really looking for death. Zhong Qingyan, you are really stupid. As the two began to compete, someone immediately made room for them to display their respective skills. Yi Hongtai stared at Long Yangqing's face, which was as calm as water. There was a sharp flash in his eyes. His face was tense, and he was going all out like a lion hunting a rabbit. Even though Long Yangqing seemed vulnerable, he would not take it lightly and would exert every bit of his strength. The eyes around were directed at Long Yangqing like arrows, but only Zhong Qingyan's eyes revealed trust in him. Faced with suspicion, contempt, sarcasm and ridicule, Long Yangqing simply smiled gently. He knew that only fists could break all doubts. However, just as the two were about to start, Zhong Qingyan suddenly said, please wait a moment. Huang Rentai's eyes flashed with a sinister look, and he sneered, what are you waiting for? Zhong Qingyan, you won't regret it, right? Let me tell you, it's too late to regret it now. However, if you are really willing to humble yourself and beg me. Zhong Qingyan interrupted him, her voice calm and firm, what's the point of fighting like this? She turned to Huang Rentai and said slowly, Chairman Huang, I am willing to give out 30% of the shares of Changsheng Group to bet on my brother's victory. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Chapter 40, Real Ancient Martial Arts. When Zhong Qingyan opened her mouth, the atmosphere in the room became solemn. Everyone speculated that she might regret it and leave in disgrace with Long Yangqing, becoming disgraced and mediocre from then on. However, everyone's expectations were completely wrong. Zhong Qingyan actually chose to take a gamble. She was willing to bet 30% of Changsheng Group's shares, which was worth billions. Where does this courage and determination come from? Does she really not know that Long Yangqing has no chance of winning this bet? Is this due to her absolute trust in her brother, or is there an irrepressible pride deep in her heart? Huang Runtai was shocked at first and was intimidated by Zhong Qingyan's aura, but soon he was ecstatic. This is wealth that comes to your doorstep. Ah, Zhong Qingyan, I accept your bet. Let's sign the contract now. Huang Runtai couldn't wait to hold the contract in his hands. Zhong Qingyan nodded slightly, picked up the pen, and signed her name on the contract without hesitation. Qingyan, you can't be so impulsive. No matter how much you trust Brother Qing, you can't joke about this kind of thing. Su Haotian anxiously dissuaded him. However, Zhong Qingyan just said 4 words lightly, no need to say more. Zhong Qingyan said these 4 words concisely and signed the contract without hesitation. Huang Rentai's laughter became more and more unbridled. He shouted arrogantly at Yi Hongtai, Old Yi, find me 2 female celebrities after the auction. I want to enjoy it. Ha 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 ha. Don't leave after the auction. I'll treat you. Everyone was shocked by his arrogance and speechless. No one expected that this seemingly simple fight between the elders teaching the younger ones a lesson would turn into an important event that changed the power structure in Jiangnan City. In their opinion, Long Yangqing had no chance of winning. Mr. Zhong is really generous, but unfortunately, he made a mistake. Yi Hongtai glanced at Long Yangqing, shook his head and sighed, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Director Zhong could easily deal with 10 Huang Rentai. It was you who made her lose her composure. How dare you question my sister's decision? Long Yangqing sneered at Yi Hongtai's words. Young man, your arrogance is truly breathtaking. I must let you know what true power is. A hint of coldness flashed in Yi Hongtai's eyes, and he pounced on Long Yangqing without hesitation, his movements like a ferocious crocodile, his fists clenched tightly, as if forming the crocodile's jaws. Once a person was clamped in between, he would be squeezed to death. This is the squeezing force in Bajiquan. Long Yangqing was well aware of the power of intermediate Bajiquan. He quickly mobilized the strength in his body, absorbed energy from the earth, transmitted it through his waist to his fingertips, and stabbed it towards Yi Hongtai's eyes as fast as lightning. This move is called marking finger. If it hits the target, even if the eyeball does not explode, it will cause the person to go blind instantly. For outsiders, they can only see the excitement on the surface, but for those who really know the business, they can see the tricks behind the fight. Huang Runtai and others only saw Long Yangqing fighting back in panic, and they showed sarcastic smiles on their faces. Although Zhong Qingyan remained calm on the surface, her palms were full of sweat. Only Yi Hongtai was keenly aware of the danger of this confrontation. He took 3 steps back in succession, cleverly avoiding Long Yangqing's fierce attack. Although he was sweating profusely, his mind was highly concentrated. This fighting style is so cruel. Yi Hongtai's heart was as cold as an ice cellar. He looked at Long Yangqing vigilantly, not expecting that the other party was so powerful. This is the real ancient martial art. Compared with those ancient martial arts masters who were easily defeated by boxers, Long Yangqing's strength is undoubtedly much stronger. His fighting style is like the ultimate interpretation of the proverb hitting is against the law. If an ordinary person was stabbed by his sharp 2 fingers, even if he didn't die on the spot, he would probably become an unconscious vegetable. I'll kill you while you're sick. Long Yangqing quickly stepped forward, transformed his palm technique into fist technique, and launched a series of fierce attacks, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe. At this life and death moment, any mercy would be foolish. Shake your arms to knock the sky down, stomp your feet to shake the 9 states. Yi Hongtai was forced to retreat step by step. He had no chance to fight back and could only protect his vital parts with his hands. He was surprised to notice Long Yangqing's posture and steps, which turned out to be the purest Bajiquan. His basic skills are simply flawless. How is this possible? As a descendant of Bajiquan, Yi Hongtai once heard from his master that modern people can only practice the basics of this boxing style to 60% or 70% at best. Even the founder could hardly reach 80%, let alone perfection. Yi Hongtai sensed a strange glow on Long Yangqing's body. This made him think of what Mr. Zhang had said before. Was it the sound of an explosion in the air, or the swaying of a tree? Could it be that this peerless genius who was hailed as the reincarnation of the ancestor is really the Long Yangqing in front of him? I actually want to challenge the Grandmaster? Yi Hongtai's heart trembled violently, and he could hardly believe his eyes. As a Mingjin master, he should have been sure of victory, but facing Long Yangqing's boxing skills that were as pure as flowing water, coupled with his own inner hesitation, he began to show signs of defeat. In battle, the worst thing to do is to be distracted. It's like walking on a narrow tightrope. Once you get distracted, an endless abyss awaits you. There was a sharp light flashing in Long Yangqing's eyes. He attacked mercilessly, using 3 consecutive blows, 8 sections at a time, and a punch that exploded like a bomb in the air, instantly knocking Yi Hongtai to the ground. The winner has been decided. Long Yangqing's voice was calm and confident, everything was under his control. There was a dead silence in the hall. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they could not believe what was happening before their eyes. Yi Hongtai had the upper hand just now, how come he was defeated in the blink of an eye? However, when they recalled the powerful aura that Long Yangqing had just exuded, the contempt in their hearts instantly disappeared, and was replaced by deep awe. It was not unfair for Yi Hongtai to lose to such a person. He actually won. Old Master Lan and Lan Wanqing looked at each other in disbelief. After a long while, the old man slowly spoke, Wanqing, you are right, this is the gap between you and Director Zhong. From now on, you should stop thinking about young Master Long, you are really not worthy. Lan Wanqing was so ashamed that she lowered her head and remained silent. Zhong Qingyan felt relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. Chapter 41 Obtaining Bajiquan Master's Inheritance. How is this possible? Huang Runtai was humming a little tune leisurely just now, but now his face was pale and he muttered to himself in disbelief. The people around him looked at him because they knew the bet between him and Zhong Qingyan. Yi Hongtai, are you and Zhong Qingyan teaming up to play a trick on me? Huang Runtai roared angrily. Before Yi Hongtai had a chance to respond, the crowd around him had already started talking. It's really a desperate dog. It seems that Mr. Huang's current situation is not much different from that of a dog. One person sneered. There's nothing we can do about it. Mr. Long has already tried his best. So what if he's not as skilled as others? Another sighed. It's clearly written in black and white. He can't just deny it. Someone else pointed out coldly. When Huang Runtai heard these words, he felt as if his heart was cut by a knife. 30% of the shares, this is no small amount. If it falls into Zhong Qingyan's hands so easily, Shenyang Group's position in Jiangnan City will be in jeopardy. Long Yongqing, why are you so powerful? Such questions echoed in Huang Runtai's mind. At the same time, Yi Hongtai also got up from the ground. Although his chest was painful, his consciousness had recovered. He looked at Long Yongqing and knew that the other party was showing mercy, otherwise he would have been seriously injured. He took a deep breath and asked with a bit of awe and curiosity, Mr. Long, may I ask where did you learn Bajiquan from? I am also a descendant of Bajiquan, but I have never seen a master like you. Yi Hongtai's eyes became sharp, even with a hint of greed. He could see that Long Yongqing had a solid foundation in Bajiquan and must have a unique method of training. If this method could be obtained, Bajiquan would surely rise in the ancient martial arts world and be invincible. This greed was noticed by everyone present. They were all veterans in the business world and immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. Although Long Yongqing is very powerful, he is too flamboyant and does not know how to hide his edge. The Baji sect is undoubtedly much more dangerous than the Shenyang group. Zhong Qingyan also felt the situation was difficult and began to think about how to deal with it. Huang Runtai was stunned for a moment, then burst into a hearty laugh, the sound echoing throughout the space. If handing over 30% of the shares can eliminate the hidden danger of Long Yongqing, then all this will be worth it, he thought to himself. Ding! A crisp prompt sound rang in Long Yongqing's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Yi Hongtai and obtaining the Bajiquan master's inheritance. Long Yongqing was slightly stunned, and then began to think about what this sudden inheritance was all about. At this moment, Yi Hongtai's face suddenly turned pale. He exclaimed, "Oh my god, I almost forgot that young Master Long is the reincarnation of the founder. With him in Baji sect, there is no need to worry about its prosperity. I actually wanted to steal the training method. I am really courting death." As he said this, he slapped himself hard, feeling extremely regretful. How could he be so confused just now? He actually wanted to be disrespectful to the founder. He was simply courting death. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yi Hongtai suddenly knelt on the ground and begged, "Mr. Long, your appearance is the dawn of our Baji sect. Please forgive my ignorance, come back with me, and lead Baji sect to the peak." Everyone was stunned and shocked. Is this the reward from the system? The inheritance of Bajiquan? Long Yongqing was amazed in his heart. This was simply amazing. My younger brother is so amazing. Even Yi Hongtai obeys him. Zhong Qingyan was secretly proud of herself. With a snap, Huang Yintei's laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by his clenched fists and gritted teeth. Is it possible that Long Yongqing is really his nemesis? Chairman Huang, I want to see the result of the share issue tonight. After Long Yongqing helped Yi Hongtai up, Zhong Qingyan's tone became cold and firm. Tonight? Huang Runtai's eyes widened. He wanted to delay for a few days, but at this moment he could only helplessly say, "Director Zhong, the issue of shares is not a trivial matter." Tonight. I remember Mr. Huang also learned Kung Fu, brother, how about you compete with him? Zhong Qingyan suddenly proposed, trying to use Long Yongqing to exert pressure. Long Yongqing glanced at Huang Runtai, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Sister, I will fight him with one hand to avoid being accused of bullying others." One hand? Okay, be gentle. Zhong Qingyan looked at the horrified eyes of the crowd and couldn't help laughing. She admired her brother more and more. No, no, no. Huang Runtai forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, trying to hide his inner panic. Don't worry, Director Zhong, the shares will definitely be in place tonight. But the auction is not over yet, let's continue. He lowered his head and tried his best to avoid everyone's gaze. Although Long Yongqing had lost interest in the auction, when he saw Zhong Qingyan nod, he decided to continue waiting. The unique voice of the system echoed in his mind again. Congratulations, host, you have won a special reward. Every time you sign in, you have a 6% chance of meeting a new sister. New sister? This thought flashed through Long Yongqing's mind, and he couldn't help but look at Zhong Qingyan beside him. Her smile was as warm as the sunshine. He recalled the sign-ins from the past few days, and they seemed to be just trivial things, so what were the chances of getting a new sister? The host's current chance is 6%. The system gave the answer. What? Long Yangqing widened his eyes in surprise. It turned out that there were no new sisters when signing in before because the probability was 0. When the sister's emotions change, the host will receive a reward. When this probability accumulates to 100%, a new sister will appear. The system further explained. Long Yangqing suddenly became very interested in this system. He turned to look at Zhong Qingyan, his eyes full of gratitude. Sister, you know? I really feel good having you around. He said sincerely. Chapter 42, The Ode to Beauty is what I wrote. The auction will continue in full swing, with every treasure triggering a fight for it. The audience was eagerly awaiting the unveiling of the last treasure, a piece of calligraphy that was comparable to that of a calligrapher. Long Yangqing, aren't you interested in this handwriting? Su Haotian asked excitedly, this is simply a miracle. I heard that people from the National Calligraphy Association came here specially just to witness the magic of this font with their own eyes. If the people in the Calligraphy Association saw the old man who wrote this calligraphy, I'm afraid they would immediately invite him back to be the president. After Yi Hongtai surrendered, he listened from the side, his eyes full of longing. He also wanted to see who was the master who could create such a masterpiece. It's just a piece of calligraphy, what's the big deal? Long Yangqing smiled easily. Zhong Qingyan knew that the calligraphy was written by Long Yangqing, so she rolled her eyes at him and said, only you dare to be so contemptuous. Don't talk nonsense, or you'll be caught by someone. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Runtai sneered, oh, young Master Long is quite arrogant. That calligraphy was written by the contemporary calligraphy master, and we should all bow down to him. But in your mouth, it has become just a piece of calligraphy that is not worth mentioning? As soon as these words were spoken, all the calligraphy enthusiasts present were dissatisfied and glared at Long Yangqing. Mr. Long, you should be careful with your words. If we anger the old calligraphy master, the consequences will be disastrous. Brother Ching, I think what they said makes sense. Let's keep a low profile. You really don't know much about calligraphy, so your comments may not be appropriate. Su Haotian said softly. Zhong Qingyan held back her smile. She was very curious. How would these people react if they knew that the calligraphy was written by Long Yangqing? The reason she stayed was because she also planned to buy the calligraphy. Originally, the calligraphy was given to Yu Jijun as collateral, so she didn't think much about it. But now that it has been put up for auction, how can she watch the lyrics her brother wrote for her fall into the hands of others? Who said I don't understand calligraphy? Long Yangqing responded calmly. Brother Ching, you're not going to tell me that you know calligraphy, are you? Su Haotian showed a puzzled expression. You are so good at appraising treasures, and you also know Kung Fu. I heard that you are also a great singer. Could it be that you can also do calligraphy? That's unlikely. That painting of Ode to Beauty was written by me. Long Yangqing said frankly. The word beauty contains all the beautiful words of praise and is appropriate to describe Zhong Qingyan. Brother Ching, you're joking a little too much. Su Haotian smiled, not completely believing it. He is looking forward to the appearance of Ode to Beauty, when the truth will be revealed to the world. Su Haotian's belief became stronger, and Long Yangqing's words seemed more like nonsense. This made him feel a little happy. It seems that even an outstanding figure like Brother Ching was deeply envious of the person who could create such a masterpiece, so much so that he wanted to claim the credit for it. Senior, it's time to show up and let Brother Ching see the real treasure. Zhong Qingyan, you want to get your hands on this calligraphy? It's simply wishful thinking. Huang Runtai's eyes turned gloomy. He had just contacted the Huang family and planned a big show for this calligraphy and painting. He's going to get it no matter what. Even the Huang family wanted to take this masterpiece back home for worship. Finally, after 9 lots were presented one by one, the 10th lot was unveiled. Yu Jijun walked onto the stage again with excitement and said to the crowd in a loud voice, ladies and gentlemen, the next work to be exhibited is the highly anticipated calligraphy work Ode to Beauty. When this masterpiece was born, I was fortunate enough to witness it with my own eyes. This is a great honor for me. As for why it is being auctioned. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, and he continued, how could I not want to treasure such a treasure? However, I also know that it is difficult for me to protect it. Therefore, I decided to take it out so that more people have the opportunity to appreciate and own it. Yu Jijun acted without hesitation and lifted the red veil. What appeared before his eyes was a simple and elegant rice paper painting, decorated only with a gold wireframe and no other complicated patterns. The screen clearly reads: "The clouds look like clothes and the flowers look like beauty. The spring breeze blows across the threshold and the dewdrops on the face make it gorgeous. If we hadn't met on the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon on the Jade Terrace." The beauty of this poem is so mesmerizing that many audiences were captivated by it. So, what is truly peerless calligraphy? It is not just about the strength of the brushstrokes, nor is it just about the stability of the character shape, nor is it about the deliberate pursuit of unconventional and strange things. This truly peerless calligraphy can deeply attract you at first sight, as if there is a beauty dancing above the clouds. Her graceful figure and elegant temperament are surprisingly similar to Zhong Qingyan. People were deeply shocked by it, and then felt it was natural. Zhong Qingyan, she deserves such praise. I'm afraid that only the ancient masters of calligraphy can be compared with this level of calligraphy, and no one in modern times can match it. He is the true master of calligraphy and the leader of contemporary literature. If I could have the chance to see the true face of this calligraphy master, I would have no regrets even if my life ended. How ridiculous that young Master Long actually despises such calligraphy and painting. The value of such art is hard to measure even with tens or hundreds of billions. Su Haotian said to Long Yangqing firmly, "Brother Qing, what everyone said is not without purpose. I hope you can reconsider your attitude towards this calligraphy." Without waiting for Long Yangqing to respond, he muttered to himself, "Qingyan, in the entire Jiangnan region, except for you, who else can truly deserve this calligraphy? However, I don't have enough money to buy it now." Zhong Qingyan responded gently, "The calligraphy is indeed very good, but do you understand the writer's state of mind? I will buy this calligraphy and treasure it for the rest of my life." Long Yangqing was deeply touched by Zhong Qingyan's words. To him, what was priceless was Zhong Qingyan's smile, not the value of the calligraphy. He didn't care about any impact of the calligraphy, he only cared whether Zhong Qingyan was happy. Yu Jijun then announced, "Everyone, after the Ode to Beauty is sold, people from the Calligraphy Association will come. At that time, I will also discuss with the author of this calligraphy whether to disclose his identity." These words excited everyone present and the auction officially began. Chapter 43: How will the showdown end? The calligraphy of Ode to Beauty received great attention at the auction. Even with a reserve price of 500 million, it still attracted many buyers. The price rose by 20 million at a time, and soared to 900 million in just a few minutes. Even though the price was so high, the celebrities present were still scrambling for it like crazy, as if they were in a frenzy. Su Haotian whispered to Brother Qing and Qingyan, "The real strong ones haven't made a move yet. For example, Huang Runtai and others, it may not be easy to take down this calligraphy." Zhong Qingyan said firmly, "I will get it no matter what." She prepared 15 billion and was ready to compete with everyone. Su Haotian couldn't help but take a breath after hearing this. This was almost the entire Changqing Group's assets. Zhong Qingyan is not interested in calligraphy, so why is she so obsessed with this piece of calligraphy? As the auction entered a white-hot stage, the price had risen to 1.2 billion. Finally, Huang Runtai made his move. He looked at Zhong Qingyan provocatively and said coldly, "We in the Huang family are determined to get this calligraphy. I will pay 1.6 billion. This price increase undoubtedly dropped a bombshell on the crowd. Huang Runtai directly raised the price by 400 million, which was jaw-dropping. His action not only demonstrated his financial strength, but also used the Huang family's reputation to deter some potential competitors. They knew that competing with Huang Runtai would undoubtedly be a battle of financial strength and determination, and they were likely no match for him. The venue suddenly fell into silence, with only Huang Runtai's firm and confident voice echoing. "If no one is willing to raise the price, then this calligraphy will be mine." Huang Runtai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and looking at everyone's evasive eyes, a sneer appeared in his heart. This is the trump card he has, and he believes it is enough to give him the upper hand in this fight. "Zhong Qingyan, haven't you always been awesome? Then show us your skills and make an offer." He thought provocatively, "If you dare to ask, I will add another 600 million. However, Zhong Qingyan's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. She said a shocking number in a calm tone, 3 billion. These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly exploding in everyone's hearts. They stared at Zhong Qingyan in amazement, their eyes filled with shock, fear and panic. Huang Runtai originally wanted to shock them by raising the price by 600 million, but Zhong Qingyan's response directly threw his plan into the abyss. 3 billion. What an astonishing number! It is estimated that many people present here would not be able to achieve such a wealth even if they spent their entire lives. From 1.6 billion to 3 billion, the numerical gap is as huge as a chasm. Huang Rentai's face froze instantly, and he could no longer maintain his previous smile. He stared at Zhong Qingyan with a gloomy gaze, his heart filled with anger and shame. He slammed his palm on the table, the frustration almost made him lose control. This is the second time I've been slapped in the face in public. First it was Long Yangqing, then Zhong Qingyan. Why are these two siblings always more confident and self-assured than him? Qingyan, you don't need to quote such a high price all at once. What if he can't afford that much money? The corner of Su Haotian's eye twitched. This number exceeded any of his previous treasure appraisal experiences. Sister's bottom line is 15 billion. As long as the price is within this range, I can pay any price to get that calligraphy. Long Yangqing smiled and said, but if it exceeds this bottom line, I won't pay even $1 more. Zhong Qingyan glanced at Long Yangqing with appreciation. Brother, you still understand me the best. After I buy this painting, I will definitely take you out to have a good time. Long Yangqing smiled and nodded. Su Haotian felt speechless. This is an auction. The amount involved is as high as tens of billions. Why can this brother and sister chat and laugh so easily? On the stage, Yu Jijun looked around and found that no one responded. A sly look flashed in his eyes, and then he announced loudly, if no one bids again, this calligraphy will belong to Mr. Zhong. In his opinion, this was undoubtedly returning the property to its original owner, and he could also gain an additional 5 billion in profits, which really made him very happy. Wait. Huang Runtai suddenly stood up, took a deep breath, his face distorted, and hesitated again and again, as if he still wanted to continue bidding. Huang Runtai, don't forget that you still owe my sister 30% of the shares. Do you have enough funds to continue to bid? Long Yangqing said sarcastically. You. Huang Runtai almost went crazy after his sore spot was exposed in public. He said word by word, Zhong Qingyan, I know your bottom line is 3 billion. But I want to tell you that I am determined to get this calligraphy. Therefore, I offer 5 billion, do you still dare to follow? 5 billion. Once this number is spread, it will surely become an important moment in the auction history of China and even the world. Everyone was shocked by Huang Rentai's courage. If you still dare to continue bidding at this time, you are simply risking your entire fortune. This matchup is so exciting. What Huang Rentai said made sense. 5 billion was by no means a small amount for Zhong Qingyan, and it might very well be her bottom line. If she raises the price any further, her capital may not be able to sustain it. Is it possible that this undefeated goddess of Gangnam City is about to be defeated? Can Huang Yante really defeat this legendary woman in a head-on battle? Huang Runtai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the sneer at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. With the support of the Huang family, could he still not defeat Zhong Qingyan? If that were the case, he would rather find a piece of tofu and die. However, Zhong Qingyan looked calm and spoke again, 8 billion. These words seemed to have a magical power, which made the whole audience fall into a dead silence, and even the breathing disappeared. 8 billion. The shocking power of this number is like the sky falling and the earth collapsing. From 3 billion to 5 billion, and then from 5.5 billion to 8 billion, the gap is like the difference between heaven and earth. Huang Runtai was stunned. The water bottle in his hand fell on his clothes, but he didn't notice it at all. At this moment, he began to doubt whether the Huang family could really compete with Zhong Qingyan. Long Yangqing has not yet made a move. How will this confrontation end? Chapter 44. No one can take it away. Everyone present was confused, including Huang Runtai. This number 8 billion is really astonishing. Why did Zhong Qingyan make such a decision and was willing to risk putting Changsheng Group into financial difficulties to purchase this ode to beauty? In addition to the value of appreciation in calligraphy learning, what other benefits can this work bring? Spending 8 billion to buy it is simply crazy. Everyone was confused about Zhong Qingyan's thoughts and didn't even dare to guess her true motives. It was not until this moment that they finally understood that the myth was real and could not be broken. Su Haotian was about to collapse. He couldn't help but say, Qingyan, Sister Yan, I really admire you. Even if you put out 6 billion, Huang Rentai wouldn't make any money, so why spend so much more? Zhong Qingyan simply responded, it's worth it. Worth it? Su Haotian seemed a little confused. Long Yangqing then interrupted and said, what is truly valuable is not the calligraphy itself, but the meaning behind it. You will soon understand. Su Haotian sighed, 8 billion, is there a higher bid? Yu Jijun was extremely excited. He thought to himself that as long as he got the 8 billion, he would be the richest man in Jiangnan. Even if he needs to split half to Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan afterwards, he will still have 4 billion left, which makes him feel extremely satisfied. At this moment, no one in the field dared to bid again. Everyone felt that Huang Runtai was beyond redemption. His lofty words seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the figure of 8 billion. However, Huang Runtai suddenly laughed grimly. Zhong Qingyan, do you think you can buy this calligraphy if you have money? Long Yangqing sensed a strong sense of danger, and he immediately became alert. At the same time, he signaled to Yi Hongtai to protect Zhong Qingyan. What could have happened? Zhong Qingyan keenly noticed the change in atmosphere. We're just preparing ahead of time. Long Yangqing comforted her and said with a smile, if things go wrong later, you go first, I will ensure your safety. Zhong Qingyan's concern for Long Yangqing made him feel warm in his heart. No matter when and where, his sister was always the first person he thought of. Sister, even Mr. Yi is no match for me. Who do you think can hurt me? I should be the one protecting you. Nonsense. Zhong Qingyan widened her almond-shaped eyes and said seriously, no matter how powerful your kung fu is, you can't resist a peanut. Do you really think you are immortal? Long Yangqing sighed. He knew that the times were different now. No matter how powerful a master of ancient martial arts was, he could not withstand the power of hot weapons. However, he still firmly believed that under certain circumstances, the power of martial arts could not be ignored and that he had the ability to protect his sister. The ode to beauty belongs to Mr. Zhong. Yu Jijun announced loudly and put the calligraphy away. Just when everyone thought that the matter had been settled and was about to disperse, a young and lazy voice suddenly sounded, wait, boss Yu, isn't this a bit hasty? Long Yangqing frowned and looked towards the door, only to see a young man walking in with a group of people. He was dressed as a nobleman, looking confident, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Only when he looked at Zhong Qingyan did a hint of greed flash in his eyes. This is Huang Zongwei, Mr. Huang. Oh my god, it's him, there's no doubt about it, why did he come here in person? Some of the celebrities present recognized the young man and there were expressions of shock on their faces. The Huang family is one of the most famous families in northern China, and Huang Zongwei, as the second son of the Huang family, has an extremely respected status. At a young age, he was involved in many industries and founded many companies. Under the protection of the Huang family, he was even more powerful and was once ranked 13th in the list of young talents. In their eyes, this young master Huang is inferior to even Long Yangqing. Look, Huang Runtai, who was arrogant before, now put on a smiling face, ran up to him quickly, and complimented him, Mr. Huang, you are finally here. Huang Zongwei frowned slightly and said dissatisfiedly, what a waste, he can't even write a calligraphy. Huang Runtai nodded and flattered him when he heard this, yes, I am a waste, but when you, Mr. Huang, take action, is there anything you can't accomplish? Huang Zongwei smiled proudly, obviously enjoying the words. However, the other celebrities present shook their heads and sighed. Yu Jijun on the stage looked pale and felt uneasy. Faced with such a powerful figure, how could he dare to have the slightest resistance? Qingyan, Huang Zongwei is here, and our current strength is simply not enough to compete with him. Su Haotian tried to persuade. The words are mine, no one can take them away. Zhong Qingyan said this in a decisive tone, her voice revealing unquestionable firmness. Huang Zongwei's eyes flashed with admiration when he heard this. He smiled and said, Ms. Zhong, your confidence is really admirable. However, you have rejected me repeatedly, which is a bit ungrateful. Zhong Qingyan seemed to ignore it and there was no expression on her face. Long Yangqing lowered his head silently to hide the coldness in his eyes. He could not tolerate such humiliation. His eyes darted around, searching for the best way to escape. Those members of the Huang family actually dared to bully his sister. He swore that once the time was right, he would eliminate them one by one, and then take his sister away from here, free as the sky is. If anyone dares to chase him, he will not waste any time and will knock them to the ground with one punch. Chapter 45 He's just an imposter. The coldness on Long Yangqing's body became more and more intense, but the way he lowered his head made everyone mistakenly think that he was stage fright. At that moment, they understood that there was a huge gap between this so-called young Master Long and young Master Huang. Huang Runtai sneered, feeling happy. With a backer, what could Long Yangqing matter to him? No matter how capable he is, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant now. Lan Wanqing whispered in the corner, "Grandpa, do you think Brother Cheng still has a chance?" Old Master Lan sighed, his eyes full of regret. "No more. Once young Master Huang arrives, the situation is set. What use will young Master Long's tricks have?" Lan Wanqing felt an urge to walk over to Long Yangqing and give him some comfort, but she didn't have the courage after all. At this moment, a hand as delicate as jade and pure white gently placed on Long Yangqing's wrist. "That's Zhong Qingyan." Huang Zongwei's eyes revealed a bit of chill, and he said in a cold voice, "Zhong Qingyan, if you plan to buy this calligraphy with 8 billion, then you should listen to the original author's opinion first, right?" Original creator? Everyone was confused. Yu Jijun had previously revealed that the original creator would attend the auction, and they all wanted to catch a glimpse of this calligraphy master. However, Huang Zongwei's words confused them. Could it be that the original creator was right next to him? Long Yangqing raised his head and looked at Zhong Qingyan, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Huang Zongwei laughed proudly. He pointed at an old man wearing a Zhongshan suit beside him and said loudly, "This old man is the original creator of this calligraphy." What? Everyone looked at the old man in astonishment. He indeed gave people a sense of being otherworldly, and his aura seemed to have floated in from the deep mountains and valleys. Their eyes became enthusiastic and filled with admiration for this saint of calligraphy. "Senior calligraphy saint, it is such a great honor to meet you here. Could you please write a calligraphy for me? I'm willing to buy it for 200 million. Su Haotian muttered in a low voice, "No wonder Huang Zongwei is so confident. It turns out that the old man who is the master of calligraphy is standing behind him." Him? That's just an imposter. Long Yangqing suddenly realized that this young master Huang was really good at playing tricks and was extremely shameless. Imposter? Su Haotian smiled bitterly, "Brother Cheng, I understand your doubts, but you have to accept your fate. How could anyone dare to impersonate such a person?" Zhong Qingyan understood the truth, remained calm, and thought quickly about how to resolve the situation. Yu Jijun also knew the truth. He was stunned when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but said, "Mr. Huang, I saw that calligraphy written with my own eyes, but what? Boss Yu, do you have any doubts?" Huang Zongwei's eyes turned cold. "I'm fine." Yu Jijun suddenly fell silent. The Huang family was very powerful and he absolutely dared not offend them. Even though he knew the truth, he could only remain silent and cast an apologetic look at Long Yangqing. "Everyone, these people behind me are members of the Calligraphy Association. They witnessed the calligraphy master write this masterpiece with their own eyes." Huang Zongwei proudly displayed his skills. He directly bribed the members of the Calligraphy Association. Then he fabricated a calligraphy master. This series of measures is perfect. Even in the future, he can use this title to gain more benefits. In comparison, the value of a piece of calligraphy seems insignificant. But he just wanted to discuss Zhong Qingyan and bully her. Only in this way could he feel satisfied. Huang Zongwei smiled and asked the old man known as the calligraphy saint, "Old man, are you willing to sell this calligraphy work to Zhong Qingyan?" "No way," the old man refused without hesitation. He coughed a few times and continued, "She doesn't deserve this calligraphy. However, since you know something about calligraphy, I am willing to transfer it to you for 10 yuan. 10 yuan? Everyone present was shocked. Yu Jijun was stunned for a moment, with a flash of anger in his eyes, but considering the background of the Huang family, he could only bite the bullet and hold it in. "Then I will respectfully obey your command." Huang Zongwei smiled proudly. Huang Runtai also showed a smug smile. He glanced at Zhong Qingyan, who remained calm, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. "Now, what can your so-called brother do for you?" However, just when the two were getting carried away, Long Yangqing suddenly interrupted and said, "Huang Zongwei, are you crazy or are you born a fool?" When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They were originally immersed in the $1 transaction, but were interrupted by Long Yangqing's words. Actually insulting Mr. Huang in public? They secretly praised in their hearts, "What courage! Brother, I think you have misunderstood these two words." Zhong Qingyan corrected with a smile, "Having a problem with the brain and born idiot actually mean the same thing." "Oh, I see." Long Yangqing suddenly realized and said, "No wonder he used such idiotic behavior to play us for fools." Huang Zongwei's smile suddenly froze, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes, but he quickly controlled his emotions and said in a cold tone, "You too, give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise." His words sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. "You said he wrote this calligraphy. Do you have any evidence? Long Yangqing looked at Huang Zongwei's gloomy face and laughed sarcastically. I think you have no evidence at all. However, I have an idea. Why not let this so-called calligraphy master write a word on the spot? If the handwriting is the same as this ode to beauty, in addition to the 8 billion from my sister, I am willing to add another 2 billion and give it all to you. When everyone heard this number, they couldn't help but gasp. What does this mean? 10 billion? As long as the calligraphy master can write one word, isn't it easy? Only Zhong Qingyan noticed that Huang Zongwei and the old man looked a little flustered, and she couldn't help but smile. This younger brother is so smart, he kills two birds with one stone. Chapter 46 written by me. Amazing auction. 10 billion yuan. The auction has never been conducted to this point before and will never be repeated. Everyone in the audience was stunned. No one had expected it to develop to this extent. The mastermind behind all this was actually Long Yangqing. Huang Runtai was stunned for a moment after hearing the news, and then his face showed ecstasy. He couldn't help laughing out loud. Long Yangqing, you are so confused. Isn't this the same as giving us money for nothing? Senior calligraphy saint, please write a word for us now. I have never encountered a good thing where someone actively gave money to my door in my life. Seeing Huang Rentai's smug look, everyone couldn't help but sigh, knowing in their hearts that the old man was indeed a true saint of calligraphy, and Long Yangqing was probably really in trouble this time. However, while everyone was talking, Huang Zongwei and the old man seemed extremely flustered. You said you would write it? I would believe that Zhong Qingyan has 8 billion, but do you have 2 billion? Huang Zongwei tried to calm down and said sarcastically, if the calligraphy master is really willing to write for us, please take out 2 billion to prove it first. Huang Zongwei felt that this move of his was really brilliant. Even for himself, it would be difficult to come up with 2 billion at once, let alone Long Yangqing. Long Yangqing took out a unique diamond black card from his pocket and casually threw it on the table, saying calmly, this is the supreme diamond black card of Zuixinlu restaurant. There is only one in the world, and all the income of Zuixinlu restaurant in Jiangnan City will be automatically transferred to this card. Do you think it can be worth 2 billion? Is it worth it? Of course it is. This is not just a simple card, the value it contains far exceeds 2 billion. The exquisite patterns and the 3 large characters Zuixinlu on the black diamond card on the table all demonstrate its unparalleled nobility and uniqueness. None of the people present had a membership card of Zuixinlu, but Long Yangqing easily took out this diamond black card. It was simply unbelievable. Huang Zongwei was also shocked, and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. However, he knew that he couldn't take it because the old man sitting next to him was a liar. Mr. Huang, please agree to it. Please agree to it. Huang Runtai almost jumped up and said excitedly, this diamond black card is extremely precious. If you can get it, it is not impossible to become the head of the Huang family. He had seen this black card with his own eyes in Zuixinlu and knew how valuable it was. However, Huang Zongwei glared at him and said coldly, even if this diamond black card is precious, I don't want it. What's more, the old calligrapher is in poor health today and will definitely not be able to perform at his best, so we can't let him write. He added, maybe some other time. At first, everyone was surprised that Huang Zongwei could resist such an attractive opportunity. But then they understood that writing requires a certain state of mind, especially for an old man like the sage of calligraphy. His calligraphy represents the ultimate art and cannot be expressed casually. Are you feeling unwell? What a coincidence! I happen to be proficient in medicine. Let me treat him. I guarantee that he can live another 10 years and prolong his life. Long Yangqing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, full of confidence. Don't brag. Your kung fu is already so advanced, do you still have time to study medicine? Huang Runtai sneered. I can prove it. Grandpa Lan suddenly stood up. He caught a glimpse of the supreme diamond black card and knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I was on the verge of death in the hospital, and it was Master Long who saved me with Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine? Can traditional Chinese medicine really cure diseases? Huang Runtai was about to sneer, but he heard someone echoing. Yes, I also remember that Mr. Lan had an incurable disease, and even Dean Su was helpless. How come he got better later? I also remembered that my nephew worked in a hospital. He said that a young man with superb medical skills appeared. His last name seemed to be Long. It must be young Master Long without a doubt. Celebrities all know each other tacitly, and the complex interpersonal relationships make the transmission of information quick. With just a slight mention, it would be immediately clear whether Mr. Lan's statement was true. Young Master Long not only dabbled in Chinese medicine, but also had extraordinary skills. This fact shocked everyone present. Whether it is treasure appraisal, kung fu, or Chinese medicine, Master Long has mastered the essence of China's thousands of years of traditional culture. In time, he will surely become China's national teacher. Brother Qing, this is simply unbelievable, Su Haotian exclaimed. Zhong Qingyan smiled proudly and said, "Of course, my brother is not an ordinary person." When she saw that everyone around her was impressed by Long Yangqing's talent, she felt extremely happy, as if she was in the clouds of happiness. Su Haotian also sincerely admired him and said, "But Brother Cheng, no matter how great you are, you can't just say that person is the sage of calligraphy. Just wait and see. I promise my brother will open your eyes." Zhong Qingyan rolled her eyes at Su Haotian, and her attitude seemed to have changed into that of a little fangirl, filled with endless admiration for Long Yangqing. Su Haotian smiled helplessly. Zhong Qingyan was only like this when dealing with Long Yangqing. At other times, she was always cold and noble, like a queen. However, he was also curious about what made Long Yangqing so confident. The old man, who had originally looked down on Long Yangqing, had a glimmer of hope in his eyes after hearing that he was indeed proficient in Chinese medicine. "Can what you just said really extend my lifespan and let me live another 6 or 7 years?" "Of course," Long Yangqing said lightly. The old man began to waver. He was old and frail, and he didn't know when he would die. If he could live a few more years, it would undoubtedly be a huge temptation for him. Maybe I should betray Huang Xiao and tell the truth. After all, young Master Long is so powerful, he can also protect me. If you dare to utter another word, I will make you wish you were dead." Huang Zhongwei threatened in a low voice with a gloomy face. The old man's body trembled violently and he lowered his head in fear. He knew that his life was completely in Huang Zhongwei's hands. Huang Zhongwei's expression eased a little. He turned his gaze to Long Yangqing, and his dissatisfaction surged in his heart again. He said coldly, "In the final analysis, you just don't recognize this person as the calligraphy master? Everyone has accepted it, why are you still questioning it?" His tone was cold and hard, as if it carried a bone-chilling chill, making everyone present shudder and their bodies tremble involuntarily. "It's very simple." Long Yangqing's answer was unusually calm, because this calligraphy was written by me myself. Chapter 47. Long Yangqing picks up the pen. For Long Yangqing, when he wrote Ode to Beauty, it was just a momentary emotional catharsis, and he had never expected that this work would cause such a stir. Although he is hailed as a master in the calligraphy world, he always keeps a low profile and enjoys the mysterious tranquility. However, Huang Zhongwei's impersonation and even suppression of the two of them undoubtedly touched his bottom line. "Did you write this Ode to Beauty?" Huang Zhongwei and his men showed an expression of disbelief after hearing this answer. They looked up and down at Long Yangqing, as if they could not believe that this young man could create such a stunning work of calligraphy. In their view, calligraphy requires the accumulation of profound experience, and Long Yangqing is only in his 20s. Apart from his talents in martial arts and medicine, how could he have reached such a high level in calligraphy? Su Haotian said to Zhong Qingyan anxiously, "Sister Han, Brother Qing is confused, please try to persuade him." Zhong Qingyan responded calmly, "Believe me, this Ode to Beauty was indeed written by my brother." After hearing this, Su Haotian smiled bitterly in his heart. He wondered if Huang Zhongwei had put too much pressure on them, causing both of them to lose their minds. Huang Rentai's laughter echoed in the air. He said to Long Yangqing sarcastically, "Long Yangqing, you are really talking nonsense more and more. You said you wrote this? I think you are crazy. And Zhong Qingyan, you are so beautiful, why is your brain not so smart? Do you want me to find a neurologist for you?" Huang Zhongwei sneered and said sarcastically, "This is absolutely ridiculous. Someone just testified for you. Who can prove that this calligraphy is yours now?" While everyone was discussing, Yu Jijun suddenly stepped forward, his eyes firm and resolute. "I can prove it." He looked straight at everyone without flinching and continued, "I was there when young Master Long wrote this calligraphy." This sentence was like a breath of fresh air, breaking the deadlock. Compared with Huang Zhongwei's questioning, Long Yangqing's words do seem less convincing, but Yu Jijun's testimony makes people believe it. After all, it was he who auctioned the calligraphy. Recalling what Yu Jijun said at the auction, he said that the author of this calligraphy was a mysterious person who would surprise everyone. Now it seems that he has not broken his promise. If these words were really written by Long Yangqing, then the excitement of this auction will undoubtedly far exceed everyone's imagination. Did Long Yangqing write this? Impossible. How could he have the courage to challenge me? Huang Zongwei thought to himself, although he was not sure who wrote these words, he would never believe that it was Long Yangqing. This is so horrible. Among the younger generation, Huang Zongwei considers himself outstanding. How is it possible that a man who was 10 times stronger than him could appear? Therefore, Huang Zongwei was filled with anger at the moment. He was furious at Yu Jijun's defiance and even wanted to hire a few killers to get rid of this man. In fact, Yu Jijun was also forced into a desperate situation. Cutting off someone's source of income is like taking their life. He originally planned to sell the calligraphy to Zhong Qingyan and get at least billions in compensation. However, Huang Zongwei just said it casually, as if he wanted to buy the calligraphy for $10. Who can accept such a thing as threatening someone without giving any benefits and even hitting him with a hammer? With Long Yangqing's words, Yu Jijun became even more determined. In his heart, Long Yangqing's ability is definitely not worse than Huang Zongwei. Huang Runtai witnessed this scene and was so angry that he was about to open his mouth to refute. However, Huang Zongwei stopped him with his hand, stared at Yu Jijun with a sharp gaze, and said coldly, "You are not worthy enough to be compared with this. This calligraphy was written by the calligraphy master beside me." Everyone at the scene looked at each other, not knowing who to believe, their brows furrowed, their hearts full of doubts and speculations. "You want evidence?" Long Yangqing's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence at the scene. "Of course, can you provide solid evidence?" Huang Zongwei raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and looked at Long Yangqing provocatively, "Or, as you said, write a word in public. If the word is exactly the same as the one in the painting, I will admit it." Everyone thought that Long Yangqing would reject the challenge without hesitation, but he smiled nonchalantly and said 4 words with confidence, "How difficult is this? Hurry up and get some brushes, ink, and rice paper." Long Yangqing actually dared to accept the challenge? Everyone at the scene was shocked. Even Huang Zongwei found it unbelievable. He didn't understand why Long Yangqing was so confident. Could it be that the calligraphy was really written by him? "Mr. Huang, don't worry." The people from the Calligraphy Association spoke out to comfort them. Since ancient times, calligraphy masters have needed years of accumulation and training before they can achieve a certain level of accomplishment. Long Yangqing is still young. Even if he is given another 20 years, he will definitely not be able to write such exquisite calligraphy. As authoritative representatives in the calligraphy world, they denied the possibility of Long Yangqing with just one speech, which made everyone nod in agreement. It has been difficult to produce a master of calligraphy since ancient times. A true calligrapher, such as the author of Ode to Beauty, must have been very old to create a masterpiece that will be passed down through the ages. Long Yangqing is just being mysterious. Let's wait and see. The real master of calligraphy is none other than the one next to Mr. Huang. Huang Zongwei was very satisfied with these remarks, and it seemed that his investment of several million was not wasted. After a passionate presentation on the spot, all the celebrities finally realized that it was impossible for Long Yangqing to create a master-level calligraphy work, and the so-called on-site calligraphy was just a gimmick. Good. However, Yu Jijun was in high spirits. Recalling Long Yangqing's previous performance, he ignored the confused looks of the people around him and personally went down to prepare writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He even personally cleared out a spacious area and placed a large table to make it convenient for Long Yangqing to write. At this moment, no matter whether people believed in Long Yangqing's ability or not, everyone stared at Long Yangqing's hand nervously. Finally, Long Yangqing picked up the pen. Chapter 48, The Pen Flies. The auction became Long Yangqing's personal stage. He waved his feather-like pen, manipulating the emotional fluctuations of the audience. Even those who had been skeptical of Long Yangqing, such as Su Haotian, were now curiously looking forward to seeing if he could write a beautiful painting. "I'll grind the ink for him," Yu Jijun said eagerly. Lan Wanqing in the corner cast an envious look and couldn't help but imagine what a wonderful scene it would be if the person standing in the spotlight was her. However, at this moment, Zhong Qingyan took a step forward gracefully, gently picked up the ink stick, and said tenderly, "I am willing to grind ink for my brother." Yu Jijun was slightly stunned, then respectfully stepped aside. All the celebrities present were moved by Zhong Qingyan's actions and expressed their admiration. In the Jiangnan area, the only person for whom Zhong Qingyan is willing to grind ink is Long Yangqing. Everyone's eyes were focused on Long Yangqing. He stared at Zhong Qingyan and fell into a moment of contemplation. Then, he started writing the poem, There is no beauty in the world that can surpass this beauty. She is so beautiful that she dazzles the eyes. She is so stunning that she astonishes the world. This is another beautiful sentence praising beauty, which complements the ode to beauty. When everyone saw Long Yangqing start writing, they were stunned. Because his handwriting is exactly the same as that in Ode to Beauty, full of the heaviness of history, the lightness of the wind, and the majesty of the mountaintop. Although the handwriting was intoxicating, everyone soon woke up from their intoxication and looked at each other in bewilderment. Their worldviews completely collapsed. Huang Zhongwei was actually deceiving them. The so-called calligraphy master was actually Long Yangqing himself. Everyone felt extremely ashamed. Facing Long Yangqing, they felt so embarrassed that they didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Their previous doubts seemed to have turned into an invisible slap, hitting them hard in the face. With his talent and strength, Long Yangqing once again proved his status as a genius. At only in his early 20s, he has already reached a height that many people dream of but cannot reach. Su Haotian's eyes widened, and the unusual interaction between Zhong Qingyan and Long Yangqing flashed through his mind, and he suddenly realized. He finally understood why Zhong Qingyan spent a huge sum of 8 billion to purchase Ode to Beauty. It turns out that this calligraphy was written by Long Yangqing. No wonder she was so determined to get it. Why is Long Yangqing so confident? The answer is revealed, because these words were written by him. Anyone with such amazing talent would have no fear. Su Haotian felt that the distance between him and this big brother was unreachable. He whispered to himself, "What kind of big brother did I recognize? This. Young Master Huang, is this calligraphy really written by Long Yangqing? How is this possible?" Huang Runtai was struck by lightning, his body trembling, and he repeated these words in a daze. I originally thought that with such a powerful backer, Long Yangqing would be insignificant. But now it seems that this idea is simply childish and ridiculous. Long Yangqing's achievement at such a young age will surely shock the entire China and attract the favor and wooing of countless bigwigs. By then, Huang Runtai might become a pawn sacrificed for the Huang family's interests. Brother Cheng, no, Uncle Cheng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone against you. Huang Runtai was almost scared to tears. Huang Zhongwei was also in shock, stunned. He felt as if he was in a movie. He actually encountered such an event with extremely low probability. He felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. All his arrogance and status seemed so insignificant at this moment. Thinking of the possible consequences of this incident, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling, and stared at Huang Runtai fiercely. It's all your fault, you idiot. I. Huang Runtai was so anxious that he was about to cry. How could I know he would be so powerful? Huang Zhongwei was filled with rage and almost lost control. At the same time, the members of the Calligraphy Association who had originally stood on his side also began to discuss. Although they were tempted by Huang Zhongwei with money, what was more important was that Huang Zhongwei had promised them that he would find the legendary calligraphy master. Therefore, they spared no effort to assist Huang Zhongwei, and even took pleasure in mocking Long Yangqing. However, when the facts came into view and it was revealed that Long Yangqing was the real saint of calligraphy, their attitudes took a 180-degree turn. Huang Zhongwei, you must give us a reasonable explanation, they demanded in unison. Mr. Long's calligraphy attainments are so profound, he should be the president of our Calligraphy Association, not you. Why do you want to frame young Master Long? If you can't give us a satisfactory explanation, we will never give up. Huang Zhongwei was extremely anxious. He knew that the identities of these Calligraphy Association members were not simple. If he could not handle the matter properly, his reputation and status would be in jeopardy. At this moment, he even wanted to bow his head and beg for mercy from Long Yangqing, hoping that he would let him go. However, Long Yangqing did not seem to intend to stop writing. He continued to write with sharp and powerful strokes. I will wear my golden armor after 100 battles in the yellow sand, and I will not return until I have conquered Lulun. Don't laugh at me for sleeping drunk on the battlefield. How many men have ever returned from a battle in history? Lying in bed late at night listening to the wind and rain, I dreamed of iron horses on an icy river. I have fought in battles over 3,000 miles, and my sword has been as powerful as 1,000,000 men. Wherever the pen goes, it reveals an imposing sharpness. A solemn and murderous atmosphere spread. People stared at the words and were shocked in their hearts, as if they were brought back to the bloody scene of an ancient battlefield, where the power of life and death was in the hands of others and they dared not even breathe. Huang Yante leaned against the wall. Although he tried to stay calm, sweat kept dripping from his forehead, soaking his clothes. Huang Zhongwei's face was so pale that it was almost transparent. Fear made his legs tremble uncontrollably. He was no longer able to resist this powerful aura. However, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Long Yangqing's eyes became increasingly cold, and he continued to paint. I wanted to chase the light cavalry, but the heavy snow covered my bow and sword. Killing millions of soldiers from Jiangnan, the sword on his waist is still bloody. Long Yangqing wrote countless poems in one stroke, expressing his lofty ambitions. He glanced at the two terrified men and a disdainful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He once again wrote the last line of the poem, the 3-foot-long sword embraces the world, and the white horse opens the border of Wu. With a bang, Huang Zhongwei's face turned pale in an instant, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, his heart filled with fear and panic. Chapter 49 Half the Price. In just a few minutes, Long Yangqing started painting with ink, replacing sheets of rice paper one by one. Each of his calligraphy works is in no way inferior to the famous Ode to Beauty. As his emotions gradually grew, what he wrote was no longer just words, but the spiritual power that surged from the depths of his heart. From the tenderness of praising a beauty to the fierce murderous intent, every stroke tells a complete story. Everyone present seemed to be able to feel the strong emotional fluctuations, because they had not expected at first that the calligrapher in front of them who was writing with ease was actually the legendary saint of calligraphy. Are these works enough to prove my ability? Long Yangqing put down his pen. Although he looked a little tired, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. No one present dared to look him in the eye and chose to remain silent. Yu Jijun, a friend who had always supported Long Yangqing, was now emotional and asked loudly, Mr. Huang, tell me, are these enough to prove his talent and status? Is his weight heavy enough? The loud sound echoed in the empty venue, making everyone present feel a little ashamed. They had just doubted Long Yangqing's identity and strength, but now, they were more envious of the deep friendship between Yu Jijun and Long Yangqing. Faced with this sudden questioning, Huang Zhongwei could only smile awkwardly, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere. This is just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Long Yangqing sneered, Mr. Huang, do you really think I can't tell whether this is a misunderstanding or intentional on your part? Huang Zhongwei's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a mixture of fear, shame and anger. He struggled to get up from the ground and said in a tough tone, whether you understand it or not, this is just a misunderstanding. If you are dissatisfied, go and find the Huang family to argue. Obviously, he had fallen into extreme panic and could only rely on the power of the Huang family to deal with the current difficulties. Everyone present was angry at his shameless behavior, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Huang Zhongwei is a member of the Huang family, and the Huang family will definitely do their best to protect him. In comparison, Long Yangqing alone seemed a little weak. In this situation, everyone thinks the best option is to quit while you're ahead. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Long Yangqing's mind, congratulations to the host, you have successfully helped your sister fight back against Huang Rentai. Get reward, charm plus 15. A voice suddenly sounded in Long Yangqing's ear. He turned his head involuntarily, only to see that Huang Rentai had fainted from fright and collapsed to the ground, with no one paying attention to him. Hey, there must be something fishy going on here. The people who just thought that Long Yangqing should quit while he was ahead, now looked at him and felt that he was even more unfathomable. A flash of inspiration suddenly came to them, as if they had thought of something. Their expressions became serious. Young Master Long has achieved such extraordinary things, how could he be afraid of the power of the Huang family? Mr. Huang actually wants to use the Huang family as a shield. This is simply stupid. Have you noticed that young Master Long's aura seems to have become even more fierce? He is so handsome and elegant. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely do my best to pursue her. Hey, stop joking. Zhong Qingyan is the only one who is not inferior to Long Yangqing. The beauty of others will pale in comparison to Long Yangqing. Fuck, am I really crazy? Why am I holding on and trying to threaten others at this time? Huang Zhongwei's heart was shocked and he really wanted to slap himself. Long Yangqing's calm attitude frightened him. He is like the bright moon in the mountains, clear and high, awe-inspiring. Huang Zhongwei felt so insignificant in front of him, as if 10 of himself would not be able to compete with him. He was sweating profusely and was filled with fear. Why did my brother suddenly change again? When Zhong Qingyan recalled the moment when he massaged her at home, her heart couldn't help but beat fast, even her ears felt slightly hot, and she was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Ding! The elder sister's heartbeat has accelerated. The host has a 5% chance of drawing a new elder sister at the next sign-in. Long Yangqing glanced at Zhong Qingyan and noticed that her eyes were evasive, as if she was trying to hide her embarrassment. Zhong Qingyan smiled and praised, "You did a great job, keep it up." This seemingly cold sister is actually quite cute, but the probability of drawing her when signing in every day has been reduced to 5%. Everyone, now that the truth has been revealed, this painting ode to beauty should belong to Mr. Zhong. Does anyone have any objection to this? Yu Jijun announced loudly. No one present dared to object, and they all nodded in agreement. Huang Zhongwei was also frightened, his scalp tingling, and he wanted to leave quietly, but he was unwilling to give up so easily. He felt Long Yangqing's sharp gaze and trembled all over. Even if you really wrote this calligraphy, what can you do with it? Your Changsheng group has still lost 8 billion, and now it is at the end of its strength. A cunning look flashed in Huang Zhongwei's eyes, and he came up with another sinister plan. Yu Jijun handed the letter to Zhong Qingyan and said apologetically, "Mr. Zhong, I was careless this time and caused you to suffer huge losses. In this way, you only need to pay me half of the price, and you can even choose to pay in installments." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Yu Jijun is actually willing to give up 4 billion. Huang Zhongwei felt ashamed and shouted angrily, 4 billion. Changsheng Group has lost 4 billion and is still unable to continue. Zhong Qingyan glanced at Huang Zhongwei coldly, and said to Yu Jijun, "In that case, thank you very much, boss Yu." Yu Jijun felt relieved. Although he had offended Mr. Huang, with the protection of Mr. Long, there would be no problem. This ending is good for everyone. Just when everyone thought the auction was about to end, Long Yangqing suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Everyone stopped and looked back in confusion. Huang Zhongwei's heart tightened and he did not dare to hesitate for a moment. Instead, his steps became even more hurried. He even did not bother to check on the unconscious Huang Runtai and left quickly as if he was fleeing the scene. Long Yangqing smiled coldly, and then announced, "Please be patient, there is one more thing I need to explain." Chapter 50 Supercar, Overlord. In the middle of the hall, Long Yangqing stopped everyone. He pointed his finger at the words he had just written, which attracted a lot of surprised looks. He said calmly, "These words are no longer useful to me, so I want to sell them to everyone here." Zhong Qingyan lost 4 billion due to the purchase of Ode to Beauty, which made Long Yangqing feel that he could not let his sister suffer any loss. Therefore, he wanted to make up for the loss by selling calligraphy. The celebrities in the hall were shocked at the proposal, but they didn't say anything yet. However, the people from the Calligraphy Association were like crazy, shouting anxiously, "Mr. Long, this won't do. These calligraphy works are national treasures and should be studied and passed down by future generations. How can you sell them? Mr. Long, we beg you, please don't sell them. Please give these precious calligraphy works to our North District Calligraphy Association for safekeeping." Seeing the crazy red light flashing in the eyes of the people from the Calligraphy Association, as if anyone who dared to touch these words would provoke their fierce resistance, everyone could not help but be speechless. Long Yangqing sneered, "You want me to donate these to the Calligraphy Association? Should I be as generous as a philanthropist? Mr. Long, as a contemporary calligrapher, isn't this your responsibility? The duty of our Calligraphy Association is to protect calligraphy." This group of old guys acted as if it was a matter of course and started questioning. Everyone present was amused by their words. There was a flash of coldness in Zhong Qingyan's eyes, and she felt a little angry. Long Yangqing glanced at them and said coldly, "Get lost." What a relief! Long Yangqing's words made everyone present feel relieved. For a long time, the North District Calligraphy Association has relied on its special status and official support to act in an overbearing and unscrupulous manner. However, young Master Long dared to stand up today and criticize them mercilessly. The old men smiled at each other. They knew that this time they had met a real challenger. Although they were somewhat surprised by Long Yangqing's bluntness, they decided to face it bravely and put forward their request. "Mr. Long, we have no objection to your auction, but can you please fulfill our 2 small wishes?" Speaking. Although Long Yangqing's tone was a little cold, the old men still mustered up their courage and continued, "First of all, we hope that you can serve as the president of the North District Calligraphy Association and bring new vitality and hope to our association. Secondly, we also hope to participate in the auction, compete with you, and experience the fun of the auction." Everyone present was shocked by this sudden request. After all, the position of president of the Calligraphy Association has always been held by older calligraphers, but today, they invited the young man Long Yangqing to be the president, which is undoubtedly a bold attempt. Long Yangqing shook his head slightly and said to everyone, "Regarding the first proposal, I am not interested. The position of president is not attractive to me. However, for the second proposal, I can consider accepting it. When they heard Long Yangqing's answer, the people from the Calligraphy Association were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other, obviously not expecting the other party to refuse so easily. In their view, Long Yangqing's attitude seemed extremely abrupt. However, they soon realized that their sincerity might not be enough and they needed the current president of the Calligraphy Association to personally invite them. Thank you very much for your agreement, Mr. Long. Please continue the auction. Several old men made a decision that they would buy these characters even if it cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. After all, this is a national treasure. However, when the first piece of calligraphy was put up for auction and people started bidding, they were all shocked. 2 billion. This price directly shocked everyone. The people in the Calligraphy Association looked at each other in bewilderment. They obviously couldn't afford this price. Unexpectedly, all of Long Yangqing's calligraphy and paintings were sold out at the auction, bringing him an astonishing income of tens of billions. After deducting the 4 billion that Zhong Qingyan had previously invested, he still made a huge profit of nearly 10 billion. He gave the money to Zhong Qingyan without hesitation, and she did not refuse because Changsheng Group was short of funds. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the auction finally came to a successful conclusion. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, it still had a happy ending in the end. During this period, people from the Calligraphy Association continued to lobby Long Yangqing, claiming that there would be many benefits to becoming the president. However, Long Yangqing firmly rejected their temptations one by one. Although they felt helpless, they still exchanged contact information and determined to have the current president personally invite Long Yangqing. Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan walked side by side, followed closely by Yi Hongtai and Su Haotian, and behind them was a group of celebrities who were extremely flattering and eager to establish a good relationship with Long Yangqing. For Long Yangqing, this auction was a fruitful one. Not only did he inherit Bajiquan from his master, he also gained widespread fame and gained a deep understanding of the magic of the system. The only regret is that we were not able to get rid of Huang Zhongwei. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have been recognized by your sister and thus obtained the world's only supercar, the Overlord. Long Yangqing felt a little more relaxed, and he was no longer so concerned about the importance of the mission. More importantly, he saw Zhong Qingyan's trust in him, which made him full of confidence in the future. When they walked to the parking lot, they were stunned by the scene before them. Long Yangqing's expression also turned grim. Zhong Qingyan's car was covered in ink, and its 4 tires were punctured, looking like it was completely scrapped. You don't have to guess who did this kind of vandalism, Huang Zhongwei. But to everyone's surprise, Zhong Qingyan did not get angry. Instead, she smiled easily. It's no big deal. It's just a car. It's not worth getting angry about. We can change one. Everyone admires Zhong Qingyan's calmness and open-mindedness. At this time, someone made a suggestion. Mr. Zhong, why don't you and Mr. Long take my car back? I'll take you there. Another person immediately retorted, can your car accommodate 2 big shots? You should take mine. I just picked it up yesterday and it's worth 20 million. In such a situation, Long Yangqing silently took out the car keys from his pocket and wondered in his heart, where is the Bahen supercar? Chapter 51, Journalist Exposure. Shen Hong and Jiang Tao, a successful couple of journalists, drove their expensive Mercedes-Benz to the bustling parking lot. However, the scene before them confused them. A group of people gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Brother Tao, do you think that's Yu Jijun, the boss of Kai Huang Company? Shen Hong pointed at a man in the crowd and asked in surprise. Jiang Tao looked in the direction of Shen Hong's finger and his eyes widened immediately. It's not just Yu Jijun. Judging from the situation, it seems that all the corporate giants in Jiangnan City are here. Shen Hong's heart tightened. She pulled Jiang Tao to hide in a corner, picked up the camera and started filming. Xiaohong, look at the lady in the middle, is she Zhong Qingyan? There was a slight tremor in Jiang Tao's voice. Shen Hong took a closer look and found that it was indeed Zhong Qingyan, and there was a handsome man standing next to her. That man had such an extraordinary aura that it was hard to ignore. Who is this man? Jiang Tao frowned, feeling an inexplicable jealousy in his heart. Shen Hong was also deeply attracted to the man. She felt that this person was unfathomable and that if she could get to know him, it might be helpful to her career. Could it be the gigolo that Zhong Qingyan kept? Jiang Tao guessed jealously. Shen Hong frowned slightly. She felt that a man with such temperament was unlikely to be a kept gigolo. Don't worry about it, just take the picture. If we can reveal the news that Zhong Qingyan has a gigolo, it will definitely make the headlines. Jiang Tao urged excitedly. Shen Hong couldn't help feeling a little disgusted when she saw her boyfriend's jealous look. She became even more curious about who the man next to Zhong Qingyan was. Perhaps this was a news clue worth digging deeper into. Many celebrities have extended olive branches to Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan, hoping to invite them to ride in their cars in order to deepen their relationship. However, Long Yangqing smiled, took out a car key from his pocket and declined their invitation. "Thank you for your kindness, but I already have a car." His words stunned everyone present, including Zhong Qingyan. She had always been with Long Yangqing, but had never heard that he had a car. This car key looks strange. Is it an unusual car model? Some people began to question Long Yangqing's car keys, and some even mocked him unceremoniously. "Mr. Long, we don't mean to look down on you, but you and your sister are not suitable to ride in the cars of those unknown people. You'd better take our car. The worst ones are all $1 million luxury cars." When everyone saw the car keys in Long Yangqing's hand, they all showed confused expressions, but they did not make any sarcastic sounds. Instead, they expressed their doubts in an extremely sincere tone. Long Yangqing just smiled faintly, as if everything was under control. Could the world's only super sports car, the king of speed, be a generic car? He flicked the car key. The roar sounded. In the dim parking lot, a unique vehicle shape gradually reveals its full appearance. Two headlights that look like the horns of a tyrant god extend forward in flash red light. The body of the car is winding and twisting like the judgment of a tyrant god until the rear part is raised high, like a pair of unruly and ferocious wings. Oh my god! This car is simply amazing. This. All the celebrities were stunned by the scene before them, and those who usually paid attention to their status could not help but blurt out vulgar words. Words cannot describe how stunning this car is. It's called Tyrant. Long Yangqing introduced, "This is the only super sports car in the world. Overlord." Many people present love cars, but when they saw this Lux, they felt that their luxury cars worth tens of millions were like a pile of worthless garbage. Their faces were filled with shame and they were secretly curious. "Mr. Long, how did you get this car? Please, tell us." "Sister, let's go." Long Yangqing said to Zhong Qingyan with a smile, and seeing her surprised expression, he felt even more proud. The two of them got into the car together, started the car, and disappeared from everyone's sight. The rear wing of the Bahan supercar spread out like an eagle's wings, spurting out a stream of air like a raging fire as it sped away. Shen Hong and Jiang Tao in the corner were stunned by this scene, and the cameras in their hands fell to the ground. They were too far away to see the specific appearance of the car keys in Long Yangqing's hand, but just a corner of it that was exposed from the supercar was enough to make them dumbfounded. "Jiang Tao, do you still think he is a gigolo?" Shen Hong asked in a complicated tone. "That car must belong to Zhong Qingyan. He just borrowed it to show off." Jiang Tao guessed jealously. Shen Hong took a deep breath and slowly uttered 3 words, "Let's break up." Jiang Tao woke up as if from a dream and stood there in a daze. Shen Hong continued, "Let's break up. If you can have 3% of the temperament and ability of that handsome guy just now, I won't say anything. But you don't, and I also want to pursue my own happiness." After saying that, she turned around and left resolutely. Jiang Tao was stunned for a long time, watching Shen Hong's back, feeling extremely angry. Doesn't he want to have 3% of that person's strength? But is this possible? The gap between the two of them is as far as the distance between heaven and earth. No matter how hard I try, I will never be able to own a sports car like that. This bitch must be looking down on me because I'm handsome and rich. Jiang Tao gritted his teeth, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Soon, a rumor about Zhong Qingyan keeping a gigolo spread like wildfire in Jiangnan City, and various versions emerged one after another. Chapter 52 Killer Scorpion. Although the scandal about Zhong Qingyan was only circulated in the streets and became a topic of conversation after dinner, the name Long Yangqing had long been well known among the senior officials in Jiangnan City and even the North District. He is revered as Prince Dragon and is also known as one of those people who should not be easily messed with. Everyone has already dug out Zhong Qingyan's background clearly, but what about Long Yangqing? He was praised as the reincarnation of the ancestor by Yi Hongtai, the orthodox successor of Bajiquan, and was eagerly invited by the North District Calligraphy Association to return and serve as the president. He was hailed as a contemporary calligraphy master. In addition, he is also a master of medical skills. What is even more eye-catching is that he owns a supercar that shocked the automotive industry. If all this happened to an old man in his 70s or 80s, people might still be able to accept it, and might think that he was a hidden wealthy man. But what happened to Long Yangqing, who was only in his early 20s, made people feel terrified. How many amazing talents and secrets are hidden in him? The headquarters of the North District Calligraphy Association was bustling with activity. Several elderly men had returned from Jiangnan. After much effort, they finally purchased a painting by Long Yangqing. Who exactly is Long Yangqing? Are his calligraphy and paintings really that magical? I don't know. Is it an exaggeration? Members of the Calligraphy Association sat together and talked about the issue. They had never seen Long Yangqing's authentic works in person, so they were skeptical about the young man's calligraphy skills. After all, in this era, forgeries of famous calligraphy and paintings are not uncommon. However, the president was quite familiar with Long Yangqing's calligraphy and painting, but was dissatisfied with his refusal to join the Calligraphy Association. He signaled the elders to unfold the calligraphy and paintings, and everyone gathered around to watch. The pitch-black night swallows up the starlight, and the murderous spirit flies away. Just 14 words cost a whopping 120 million. The old man who bought the calligraphy and painting had no regrets at all, but instead felt that it was great value for money. Because these words are simply a stroke of genius. When the president first saw it, the teacup in his hand suddenly slipped and shattered. He was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He murmured in a low voice, This is the realm of the saint of calligraphy. A true saint of calligraphy. The words on the big screen also attracted the attention of other members. They seemed to be sucked into the words and experienced the solemnity and tension on the battlefield firsthand. They have never experienced this kind of experience in other calligraphy works. In their hearts, Long Yangqing's calligraphy has reached the pinnacle. Quick, buy me a plane ticket immediately. The president said eagerly, I will personally invite young Master Long to join our North District Calligraphy Association. As long as he can join us, I am willing to pay any price. After a long period of contemplation, the president's eyes flashed with determination, and he said to everyone seriously, everyone must keep it a secret. You must not reveal Mr. Long's true identity and his calligraphy level. Why is that? Someone asked in confusion. If such superb calligraphy skills were to be spread, even the Chinese Calligraphy Association would probably be shocked. Have you forgotten? The president reminded, soon, there will be a competition among the calligraphy associations. He said excitedly, our North District Calligraphy Association has failed many times. This time with young Master Long, we will surely become famous in one fell swoop. Not only will we shock China, but we will also let the whole world see our strength. After hearing this, the members' eyes sparkled with excitement. They imagined young Master Long showing off his skills in the competition and leaving those so-called calligraphy masters dumbfounded. The blood in their hearts was boiling to the extreme. In the Bajiquan sect in Jiangnan City, after Yi Hongtai parted with Long Yangqing, he hurried back to the sect and found his fellow disciples and his long-ill master. However, the scene before him shocked him. His fellow disciples were all covered with scars. Brother, I'm sorry, we embarrassed you. People from other sects looked down on us and came to provoke us, but we were really powerless to stop them. The fellow disciples looked ashamed, their eyes filled with anger and helplessness. Ahem. The master on the bed suddenly started to cough violently, coughing up a mouthful of blood, and asked weakly, Hongtai, will I be able to see Badgeman regain its former glory in this lifetime? Will I be able to live to see that time? In this era, traditional martial arts gradually declined, and other schools of martial arts flocked to find boxing champions to take charge. Although Bajiquan is known as one of the most powerful martial arts, the brothers have only been practicing it for a short time and are naturally no match for these boxing champions. Yi Hongtai's eyes were slightly red. He took a deep breath and said firmly, Master, you will definitely live to that time. I found the reincarnation of the ancestor. He then recounted in detail what had happened at the auction. The master's cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light, as if he was radiating vitality. In this case, I will live a few more years, for you, for Bajiquan, and for the glory of Chinese martial arts. Yi Hongtai was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes and he nodded vigorously. With the help of young Master Long, they will definitely be able to restore Bajiquan to its former glory and restore the reputation of Chinese martial arts. After Huang Zhongwei returned, he did not tell anyone what happened at the auction. Instead, he actively contacted domestic martial arts masters, even some retired soldiers and boxing champions. There was a cold light in his eyes, and he cursed in a low voice, Long Yangqing, you have humiliated me, I will make you pay the price. He disdained the so-called Bajiquan and other martial arts, thinking they were just fancy moves. In this era, he firmly believed that hot weapons were the key to determining victory or defeat. He wondered if Long Yangqing could withstand a bullet. With this belief, he contacted a close friend overseas and spent $20 million to hire a renowned and undefeated killer named Scorpion. It is said that Scorpion has received training from top special forces and can deliver a fatal blow from 600 meters away. Huang Zhongwei firmly believed that Long Yangqing would definitely die this time. As for Zhong Qingyan, a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Since they had already fallen out, he would not show mercy and was prepared to take extreme measures against her. Chapter 53 Excellent Brother. In the waiting room of Jiangnan Airport, a middle-aged man sat in a seat, holding a newspaper in his hand and frowning. He assured Jia Chang, the president of the North District Medical Association. He came here with a glimmer of hope, wanting to find the Chinese medicine genius that Lao Li mentioned. However, the newspaper in front of him broke all his expectations. The newspaper clearly stated, Zhong Qingyan keeps a gigolo. Sure, Jia Chang was shocked. He remembered the master of traditional Chinese medicine that Lao Li had mentioned. Could he be referring to this pretty boy? He couldn't help but feel disappointed and angry, thinking to himself, could it be that Lao Li was also deceived by this liar? Sure, Jia Chang felt extremely heavy-hearted. He thought to himself, oh my god, when will Chinese medicine be able to get rid of this predicament? Is there really no one who can stand up and vindicate it? However, despite his disappointment and helplessness, he did not give up. He is well aware of the importance of traditional Chinese medicine, and also understands that traditional Chinese medicine needs someone to stand up and speak for it at this moment. So he took a deep breath and said firmly, no matter what, I will go to see him. The dignity of traditional Chinese medicine cannot be violated. Sign-in completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the advanced disguise skill. Long Yangqing spent a pleasant day in the villa. He casually signed in on the system, but he did not expect to receive a practical reward this time. Although the disguise technique is not of much use to him at the moment, it is better than those toothbrushes, towels and thank you for your patronage consolation prizes. Long Yangqing gradually realized that as the frequency of his interactions with the sisters increased, the value of the rewards he received was also increasing. The host observes very carefully. Interaction with the sisters will indeed increase the chance of drawing a new sister, and this will also increase your chances of getting precious items by signing in every day. The system gave a clear response. Long Yangqing suddenly realized that it was a good thing that signing in was free, otherwise according to this lottery mechanism, he didn't know how much money he would have to invest to win valuable rewards. Xiaoqing, are you awake? Zhong Qingyan got off work very early and even bought some vegetables to prepare dinner. Sister, why did you come back so early? Long Yangqing felt a little surprised. Because Shenyang Group lost 30% of its shares, plus your 10 billion investment, our Changsheng Group has now become the industry leader in Jiangnan City, so I don't need to be in charge myself anymore. Zhong Qingyan explained. With the support of Long Yangqing, her work became smooth sailing, and with the cooperation with Changsheng Entertainment, Shenyang Group was no match at all. The Huang family did not take any action. Therefore, Zhong Qingyan was able to enjoy her time outside of work easily. Besides, I promised you before that I would take you out to play after the auction, didn't I? Long Yangqing suddenly realized and offered to help Zhong Qingyan prepare dinner. The two chatted while busying themselves in the kitchen, and finally decided to go to a small island near Jiangnan City for a few days. Zhong Qingyan said with some concern, but now there are rumors about us everywhere, we can't be too high profile. After dinner, Zhong Qingyan returned to her room and changed her clothes. When she appeared again, Long Yangqing couldn't help laughing. He said, Sister, you are too low-key in your outfit. If you go out, people will definitely think you are an alien. Zhong Qingyan felt a little embarrassed by what he said. She was indeed wrapped tightly from head to toe, but this was to avoid being recognized. Long Yangqing looked at her and felt a little worried. What if she got heatstroke in such hot weather? After Zhong Qingyan changed back into her pajamas, she sighed and said, What should I do? I'm so famous, I'm sure I'll be recognized when I go out. Long Yangqing suddenly thought of the advanced disguise technique he had just learned, so he said, Why don't you let me help you change your appearance? Zhong Qingyan looked at him with some surprise, but quickly nodded. She had full trust in her younger brother and believed that he could help her solve this problem. Long Yangqing slowly walked up to Zhong Qingyan, stretched out his hand and gently pinched her cheek. Zhong Qingyan took a step back in surprise and looked at Long Yangqing in confusion. What are you doing? Sister, this is called touching bones. Long Yangqing explained, I need to understand your face shape so that I can better help you disguise yourself. The knowledge related to disguise emerged in his mind. Bone touch? Zhong Qingyan was unfamiliar with the word, but seeing Long Yangqing's serious expression, she chose to believe it. She took a step back and asked cautiously, then you don't need to touch other parts of the body, right? Well. Long Yangqing thought for a moment, and seeing Zhong Qingyan's nervous expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Sister, what are you thinking about? I helped you disguise your face, not your body. Besides, your figure is already so perfect, you don't need any disguise at all. How do you know I have a good figure? Zhong Qingyan asked curiously. Long Yangqing glanced at her and said with a smile, you are dressed like this, it's hard for me not to know. All right, let's get started. Zhong Qingyan's face flushed and she urged. Seeing Long Yangqing pinching her face gently, a faint warmth welled up in her heart. She hadn't experienced this feeling of being cared for and protected for a long time. She truly hoped this moment could last forever. Sister, your face shape is really perfect. Long Yangqing exclaimed, among ordinary women, your face shape can only be considered 5 or 6 points at most, but your face shape is definitely a high 9 points. You are just a sweet talker. Zhong Qingyan responded with a smile. A few minutes later, Long Yangqing took out a bottle of hair dye and carefully completed the disguise for Zhong Qingyan. Her originally exquisite face now looks a little ordinary, but still reveals a bit of coolness and beauty. With her newly dyed short dark green hair, she is no longer the businesswoman, but more like a pure girl who has just stepped out of the campus. The transformation is so great that even if someone compared her with her previous photos, they would probably find it difficult to recognize her. Long Yangqing looked at Zhong Qingyan's new look and exclaimed sincerely, this is really an advanced disguise technique, it's amazing. Zhong Qingyan stared at herself in the mirror, with curiosity flashing in her eyes. She asked softly, do you like this type of girl? Long Yangqing waved his hands and explained, Sister, I just changed your look casually, please don't misunderstand. Although Zhong Qingyan said that she didn't think much about it, she felt a sweetness in her heart. She has such an outstanding brother, so naturally she doesn't want him to share this closeness with others. Chapter 54, Major Events Concerning the Nation. After completing his sister's disguise, Long Yangqing made some minor changes, and the two of them immediately planned to go to the island. 2 train tickets had already been purchased, so they packed up a bit and set off on their journey. At the same time, Shi Jiachang, president of the North District Medical Association, approached Lao Li with a fancy newspaper in his hand with Long Yangqing's picture printed on it. He pointed at the photo and asked, is this the young man who was proficient in Chinese medicine that you mentioned? Master, this is absolutely malicious slander. Lao Li was indignant. He believed that a medical expert like Long Yangqing should be treated like a national teacher, rather than being subjected to such false accusations. I have personally witnessed young Master Long's medical skills, which are comparable to Hua Tuo's. Old Li carefully took out a book and said, Master, this is the medical book that young Master Long gave me. Please take a look. Shi Jiachang took the book. Although he had confidence in Lao Li's character, he still had doubts about the matter. However, the moment he opened the book, a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. What is recorded in this book is actually a complete set of traditional Chinese medicine theories. If he can study hard, he will definitely surpass those so-called Western doctors. This is truly a rare medical Bible. Young Master Long is so generous that he would give such a precious book to others? Shi Jiachang's expression was extremely complicated. He took a deep breath and asked Lao Li in a serious voice, Lao Li, did young Master Long say anything when he gave you these things? Or, does he need us to do something for him? Old Li's expression also became serious, and he replied, Mr. Long only said one thing to me, that is, as long as I am here, Chinese medicine will not be worse than others. Hearing these words, Shi Jiachang's heart was instantly touched. He recalled how when he was young he traveled around in search of the true meaning of Chinese medicine, but he often ran into obstacles and was looked down upon. He also remembered that he gave up traditional Chinese medicine due to the pressure of reality and even began to doubt it. However, now China has finally welcomed its own inheritor of traditional Chinese medicine. Finally, someone is able to shoulder the responsibility of traditional Chinese medicine and lead it to glory. Shi Jiachang was extremely excited. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, straightened his clothes, and then bowed deeply. Seeing this, Old Li was shocked and hurriedly tried to help him up. But Shi Jiachang said firmly, don't stop me. Master Long deserves my respect. Inspired by his master, Lao Li also bowed deeply. Shi Jiacheng calmed down and said to Lao Li, contact young Master Long immediately. I want to see him right away. Old Li nodded in agreement and immediately called Long Yangqing. However, the news he received made him feel depressed. Young Master Long was currently traveling abroad and was not in Jiangnan. Shi Jiacheng frowned. He knew that the current situation was very serious. The medical association urgently needed Mr. Long's technical support, and the transaction with foreign countries could not be delayed any longer. Old Li, tell young Master Long that the situation is very urgent. Ask him to come back as soon as possible. Shi Jiacheng said seriously, this is a matter of great importance to the country. I will do my best to delay the situation until he comes back. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. President Shi, hello. We are from the investigation department. We have heard that you are superstitious about traditional Chinese medicine and have abused your power, so we have decided to temporarily remove you from your position as president. Please come to the investigation department within 1 day to accept our questioning. Shi Jiacheng was shocked by the news. He hung up the phone without any hesitation. Master. Old Li looked worried. We must believe in Master Long. Shi Jiacheng's eyes revealed determination and trust. On the train heading to the island, Long Yangqing's expression looked a little solemn after he hung up the phone. Seeing this, Zhong Qingyan curiously asked the reason. Long Yangqing said concisely, the people from the medical association are looking for me. Is the situation serious? Should we go back now? Zhong Qingyan asked with concern. Long Yangqing thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. There's no rush, there's still time to go back in 2 days. He knew that this trip with his sister was rare and precious, and he didn't want to disappoint her due to any unexpected situation. He noticed that everyone around was looking at them, feeling somewhat helpless, and joked, Sister, it seems that your charm is really irresistible. Even in disguise, you are still so attractive. Zhong Qingyan glared at him and said jokingly, then why don't you draw me uglier next time? Although she had hidden her identity, she seemed to be in a particularly relaxed mood and joked with Long Yangqing from time to time, filling the entire carriage with a joyful atmosphere. During the cordial conversation between the two, Shen Hong was observing them silently. Her attention was more attracted to Long Yangqing than to Zhong Qingyan. The unique temperament emanating from Long Yangqing made her feel both familiar and fascinated. She had seen someone with a similar temperament to Long Yangqing somewhere, which filled her heart with confusion and curiosity. Finally, she found an opportunity to talk to Long Yangqing. When the empty seat in front of Long Yangqing appeared, Shen Hong walked over with a warm smile and greeted them politely. Hello, my name is Shen Hong, and I'm a reporter. Can I interview you? It was this reporter in the parking lot, Shen Hong, who approached them with curiosity and anticipation. After breaking up with her boyfriend, she decided to go out and relax, but she didn't expect to meet such an eye-catching person here. Long Yangqing smiled back and looked at Shen Hong. He felt Shen Hong's professionalism as a reporter and the sincerity and friendliness revealed in her smile. Shen Hong continued with a smile, can you tell me your names? Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan smiled at each other, with a slightly confused expression on their faces. They looked at each other, as if thinking about how to answer the question. Chapter 55 My business has nothing to do with you. On the train, Shen Hong looked at Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan, her heart in turmoil. As a successful entrepreneur, she has millions in savings and has interviewed countless celebrities. However, facing the two people in front of her made her feel inexplicably nervous. My name is Long San, and she is my sister Zhong Yi. Long Yangqing introduced briefly. A gleam of light flashed in Shen Hong's eyes, as if she had captured some important information. Are you siblings? She asked anxiously, secretly delighted in her heart. This means she might have a chance to develop a closer connection with both men. She suppressed her inner excitement and continued to ask, can you tell me what your occupation is? Long Yangqing smiled and shook his head, I'm just a freelancer. Shen Hong didn't believe what he said. She felt that the temperament exuded by Long Yangqing was not comparable to that of ordinary people. So, she turned her gaze to Zhong Qingyan, her eyes full of expectation. Little sister, what about you? Are you responsible for taking care of your brother? Zhong Qingyan glanced at her indifferently, then closed her eyes and did not answer. Shen Hong was stunned and felt a little disappointed. She felt that she had been very polite, but she didn't expect that she still didn't get a response from Zhong Qingyan. So she had to turn her attention back to Long Yangqing and started interviewing him. Long Yangqing keenly captured his sister Zhong Qingyan's dissatisfaction. Although he did not want to respond, he answered Shen Hong's questions one by one out of politeness. After several hours, they finally arrived at the beautiful island. Zhong Qingyan stood up gracefully, interrupting the conversation between the two. She only glanced at Shen Hong, then turned her gaze to Long Yangqing and said in a clear voice, "Brother, let's go." After saying that, she walked out of the room first. Long Yangqing nodded and said goodbye to Shen Hong, then quickly caught up with Zhong Qingyan. From the moment Shen Hong sat down to the moment they left, Zhong Qingyan only glanced at her twice. Shen Hong felt very uncomfortable with the feeling of being ignored. She stared at the backs of the two men and muttered in a low voice, "What are you so proud of? I must chase this handsome guy." She looked down at the contact information on her phone, her heart filled with anticipation and joy, and she finally experienced what love at first sight was. Huadao is a shining pearl near Jiangnan City. It is surrounded by azure waters, with sunshine shining on the fine sandy beach. The beauties are like jade and the scenery is picturesque. "Sister, don't you like that reporter?" Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan walked towards the hotel that had been booked in advance, and he asked curiously. "I neither like nor dislike her." In the sunlight, Zhong Qingyan's hair color was even more dazzling, complementing her delicate face. She said softly, "Besides, this girl seems to have a good impression of you." "Really?" Long Yangqing looked at his sister, feeling happy and surprised. He couldn't help but smile, and then he suddenly thought of a possibility. Is his sister jealous? Zhong Qingyan said softly to Long Yangqing, "Don't think too much. You are my brother. You have to find a girlfriend who is better than me. How can a reporter be worthy of you?" After saying that, she left quickly. Long Yangqing noticed that her pace seemed to have quickened a bit, and couldn't help but smile. Better than my sister, he thought to himself. In Jiangnan City, or even in the whole of China, how many women can compare to her? The Flower Sea Hotel is the top hotel on the island, and the presidential suite costs as much as 500,000 per night, but for the two of them, it is just a number. When they arrived at the front desk to check in, they unexpectedly ran into Shen Hong. "You guys live here too?" There was a hint of surprise in Shen Hong's voice. Long Yangqing smiled and said, "Why, do you think we can't afford it?" "That's not what I meant." Shen Hong hurriedly explained, but her curiosity drove her to continue asking. After all, this is the most luxurious hotel on the island. Although she made up her mind and spent 100,000 to live in a medium-sized room, she still couldn't imagine the cost of two people sharing a room. "Are they kids from rich families?" "Sir, madam, this is your room card." The waiter handed over the room card. Shen Hong noticed that there was only one room card and couldn't help but blurt out, "You guys are staying in the same room?" Long Yangqing frowned slightly. The woman's surprise had attracted the attention of the people around her. Everyone looked at Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan with envy, and even a foreign friend gave them a thumbs up without any reservation. However, when they were questioned about their relationship as siblings, the atmosphere suddenly became delicate. Shen Hong began to wonder if they chose to share a room because they were short of money. As soon as this idea came up, the people around them began to look at them strangely, full of contempt and dissatisfaction. "Mr. Long, if you are short of money, I can help you book another room." Shen Hong felt that she had found an opportunity to get close to Long Yangqing. But when she looked up at Long Yangqing, she felt a chill. That look seemed to say, "My business has nothing to do with you." Shen Hong's heart tightened, and she was about to retreat, but Zhong Qingyan said generously, "No need, our room is very big, it's enough for two people." After saying that, she took Long Yangqing's hand and followed the waiter to the elevator. No matter how big the room is, there is a limit, right? As a sister, you should also avoid suspicion. Shen Hong grumbled dissatisfiedly. The hotel receptionist gave her a disdainful look and said, Mr. Long and Ms. Zhong are staying in our hotel's presidential suite, which is over 400 square meters. So you don't have to worry about how comfortable they will be. It's more than enough for a few more people to stay." Presidential suite? Shen Hong was so shocked that she was speechless. The passers-by around her were also surprised and speculated about their relationship and background. Chapter 56. What is your relationship? The presidential suite, the top room at Huahai Hotel, is undoubtedly extremely luxurious. The daily rental is as high as 250,000 yuan, which is a sky-high price in a city where every inch of land is valuable. The area is up to 400 square meters, which is amazingly spacious. Shen Hong originally knew nothing about this place and had almost paid for another room. At this moment, her face turned red and she felt extremely embarrassed. The pedestrians around were also shocked by the price. They looked at Shen Hong and whispered to each other. Does this woman have ulterior motives? Who knows? Maybe he was jealous of others living in such a nice room. These comments made Shin Hong feel even more ashamed, and she just wanted to find a place to hide. She hurriedly checked in. Looking at the small room in front of her, she suddenly remembered what Zhong Qingyan had said before: although this room is large, it can barely accommodate everyone. Shin Hong couldn't help but smile bitterly. The presidential suite was just okay, so how could she describe her small room of only a few square meters? After some rest, Long Yangcheng and Zhong Qingyan carefully planned an afternoon yacht trip and an evening beach barbecue, looking forward to enjoying the various entertainment facilities tomorrow and ending this wonderful journey. But fate does not seem to go their way. As soon as they arrived at the beach, they ran into Shin Hong, who was arguing with a man. Should we go up and help? Zhong Qingyan asked softly. Long Yangqing shook his head without hesitation. Sister, we are not friends with her, why should we interfere? Let's go to the sea as planned. Zhong Qingyan nodded with a smile on her lips. She felt that this was the brother she had hoped for. However, they didn't expect that Shin Hong had already noticed them. In an instant, the anger in her heart subsided, and a thought flashed through her mind. Jiang Tao, can you stop bothering me? We have broken up, and I have found true happiness. Shin Hong, stop joking. We just broke up a few days ago. I've already sold the news that Zhong Qingyan is supporting a gigolo and made 6 million. Jiang Tao gritted his teeth and said, I'm no worse than that pretty boy. Shin Hong became more and more irritated. She walked straight to Long Yangqing and said coldly, he is my boyfriend. Him? Jiang Tao looked at Long Yangqing and felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on it for a moment. That's right, we have been together for a long time, do you understand? Shin Hong said coldly. Long Yangqing frowned, and Zhong Qingyan's eyes also revealed a hint of coldness. Boy, tell me the truth, what is your relationship? Jiang Tao asked unwillingly. Shin Hong looked at Long Yangqing, her eyes full of pleading, hoping that he could help. In fact, she was not worried that Long Yangqing would refuse. After all, Jiang Tao was not a rich second generation, and she herself was not bad-looking. For most men, this should be a good thing. However, Long Yangqing said calmly, don't get me wrong, she and I really have nothing to do with each other, not even friends. Hearing this, Shin Hong was stunned, and Jiang Tao also breathed a sigh of relief. He glared at Long Yangqing, then smiled, Xiao Hong, don't lie to me. I've already said it has nothing to do with you. Brother Long, how can we have nothing to do with each other? Don't be afraid, he won't dare to do anything to you. Shin Hong felt unwilling and very uncomfortable. She thought she could use this opportunity to get rid of Jiang Tao's entanglement, but she didn't expect to be rejected so directly by Long Yangqing. Jiang Tao was burning with rage. He was so angry that he was ready to fight and almost hit someone. However, Long Yangqing just smiled contemptuously and asked back, do you think I'm scared? Shin Hong and Jiang Tao were completely confused by the question and had no idea what Long Yangqing meant. Suddenly, Long Yangqing punched Jiang Tao, and the air seemed to be torn apart by this punch, making a deafening explosion. The powerful force instantly tore the clothes on Jiang Tao's chest into pieces, but Jiang Tao himself was unharmed. If a martial arts master saw this scene, he would surely be amazed. Dark power, bright power, transformed power, tiger roar, and thunder sound. Long Yangqing's strength at this moment has not yet reached Ming Jin, but he has demonstrated such amazing fighting power. Jiang Tao looked down and found that his chest was cold and his clothes were torn. His eyes widened in horror, his face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground. Shin Hong also covered her mouth and widened her eyes, looking terrified. Long Yangqing put away his fist, stared at Jiang Tao coldly, and said calmly, you want to attack me? Guess what would happen if I didn't hold back and hit you with that punch just now? The horrific scene of the watermelon being smashed emerged in Jiang Tao's mind. His scalp suddenly went numb and his brain went blank. He no longer dared to have the slightest desire to resist. Long Yangqing continued, I am not interested in your affairs, and I don't want to interfere. But if you dare to disturb my sister and I, or affect our mood, then I will no longer be polite to you. Although his voice was calm, the threat in it made Shin Hong and Jiang Tao shudder. They could only nod their heads repeatedly to indicate that they dared not cause trouble again. Jiang Tao looked at the two people's backs as they left, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and struggled to stand up from the ground. He looked around and his eyes fell on Shin Hong. She was pale and obviously frightened by the scene just now. Jiang Tao raised a sarcastic smile and said, Shin Hong, you are such a boaster. Are you worthy of such a person? And you said he is your boyfriend. It's ridiculous. Shin Hong opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but found herself speechless. She felt extremely regretful. If she had known that Long Yangqing was so powerful, she would not have involved him. But it was too late to say anything now, she could only silently endure Jiang Tao's sarcasm. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Shin Hong's mind. She looked up at Jiang Tao, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Jiang Tao, why don't we cooperate? Dig out their true identities. The value of this information is definitely greater than Zhong Qingyan's support for a gigolo. Chapter 57 Accepting the Challenge. Facing the sparkling sea and the mighty speedboat in front of him, Long Yangqing faced a problem he didn't know how to drive. He felt uncomfortable considering that if he hired a driver, he would always have some concerns when communicating with his sister. Long Yangqing, I thought you were omnipotent. Zhong Qingyan said in a teasing tone. Long Yangqing smiled awkwardly and responded, well, this is indeed beyond my ability. Just when he was feeling embarrassed, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind, ding. The system never lets you down, and rewards you with a world-class speedboat driving skill. At the same time, a lot of speedboat driving experience flooded into his mind. Shin Hong and Jiang Tao came over. Although their relationship was tense before, they acted quite close at this moment. Brother Long, if you don't know how to drive a speedboat, why don't you let Jiang Tao and I take you out to sea? Shin Hong suggested, trying to find out the details of the two people in this way. Jiang Tao also said confidently, please rest assured, as a reporter, I have specially taken the junior speedboat driving license test, and I guarantee to take you out to sea safely. Long Yangqing was a little annoyed. Just when he was about to refuse and show off his top skills, Zhong Qingyan took the lead and said, don't worry about it. I can drive a speedboat. After saying that, she swiftly sat in the driver's seat. Seeing this, Long Yangqing knew that his sister really knew how to drive a speedboat, so he sat in the back with peace of mind and praised, sister, you are really amazing. Of course. Zhong Qingyan smiled triumphantly, then sped away in the speedboat. Shin Hong and Jiang Tao looked at each other, surprised at sister Long Yangqing's superb driving skills. This woman's skills are amazing, almost on par with mine. Jiang Tao exclaimed, his tone full of admiration. He even began to envy Long Yangqing for having such an outstanding sister, and felt that Long Yangqing was extremely lucky. Shin Hong was full of jealousy. She snorted coldly and then challenged Jiang Tao, let's try it too, Jiang Tao. If you can beat her, I will reconcile with you. When Jiang Tao heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Shin Hong nodded firmly. She was very confident in her driving skills and believed that she could beat Zhong Qingyan. On the vast ocean, Long Yangqing sat in the back seat of the speedboat, hugging Zhong Qingyan's waist tightly, feeling the impact of the sea breeze and waves. This feeling made him feel extremely comfortable. Zhong Qingyan was wearing thin clothes, and after being wet by the waves, her figure looked even more graceful. She recalled the days when she was a child and learned to drive a speedboat with her father. Although those days were full of laughter, there were also sadness. Sister, when did you learn to drive a speedboat? Long Yangqing asked curiously. It was a long time ago. My father taught me how to drive a speedboat when I was a kid. A trace of memory flashed in Zhong Qingyan's eyes. She looked at the waves in front of her, her pupils contracted slightly, and her body trembled involuntarily. Although she tried hard to hide her inner fear, Long Yangqing still noticed her uneasiness. Long Yangqing still didn't notice and mistakenly thought that she was too cold, so he pressed tightly against her back, trying to give her some warmth. At this moment, Jiang Tao came rushing over with Shin Hong at an astonishing speed, stirring up turbulent waves in the sea that passed by the two of them. Mr. Long, Ms. Zhong, since we have the chance to meet here, why don't we have a speed race to see whose driving skills are better? Jiang Tao shouted loudly. Shin Hong also glanced at Zhong Qingyan provocatively. Zhong Qingyan chose to remain silent. It seems that she is scared? Shin Hong guessed complacently, as if showing off her victory, Jiang Tao, don't embarrass Miss Zhong. After all, she is a girl and her driving experience is definitely not comparable to yours. Jiang Tao nodded in agreement and deliberately made a regretful expression, that's a pity, I thought Miss Zhong's driving skills would be excellent, ha ha. A hint of coldness flashed in Long Yangqing's eyes. The two men obviously ignored his warning. How dare they laugh at my sister? He felt very unhappy and looked around, only to find that there was no one around. He calculated the distance between the speedboats and realized that he only needed one jump to knock the two men into the sea, leaving them to fend for themselves. On the sea, the disappearance of two people would not attract much attention. Okay, I accept your challenge. Zhong Qingyan's silence just now was actually an effort to overcome the fear deep in her heart. As a noble being, she didn't need to pay attention to the two people, but behind her, she had her beloved brother who was watching her. Sister. Long Yangqing observed that Jiang Tao's driving skills were almost the same as Zhong Qingyan's. However, he seemed to sense that his sister seemed to be preoccupied and unable to give her full effort, which made him feel a little worried. In 10 minutes, whoever is ahead is the winner. With a hint of disdain on his face, Jiang Tao announced the rules of the game, then suddenly started the speedboat and rushed 7 or 8 meters away. Don't worry, I can handle it. Although Zhong Qingyan's voice was calm, it also revealed a certain firmness. She started the speedboat, and at the beginning, she was able to keep pace with Jiang Tao. 6 minutes later, the two speedboats were still maintaining the same speed. But suddenly, a huge wave swept in. Jiang Tao was fearless and rushed straight toward the waves. However, Zhong Qingyan was stunned, and her body trembled even more violently. She recalled the scene when her father passed away when she was a child, and emotions such as fear, grievance, loss, and loneliness surged into her heart like a tide. For a moment, she could hardly control her speedboat and was about to fall off the boat into the sea. But at this moment, a big warm hand held her firmly. Sis, leave it to me. Chapter 58. Brother, can you swim? Long Yangqing moved to the driving position and gently put Zhong Qingyan's hands around his waist. Only then did her nervousness ease a little. He fully understood that Zhong Qingyan was deeply afraid of the sea, and it was only for him that she reluctantly went out to sea to compete with Jiang Tao. Thinking of this, he felt so guilty that he even wanted to slap himself. Zhong Qingyan leaned on Long Yangqing's back with her eyes closed. She finally felt a sense of security and satisfaction in her heart. However, she then asked curiously, "Didn't you say before that you can't drive a speedboat?" Long Yangqing turned around and winked at her mischievously and smiled. "I just want to give my sister a chance to show her style." "Huh, you think of my sister as a guest performer?" Zhong Qingyan pinched him lightly and couldn't help but continue to ask, "Then why don't you leave? There are only 4 minutes left, and we are about to lose." Long Yangqing held Zhong Qingyan's hand tightly, with a slight smile on his face. "Don't worry, let them lead for 1 minute first." Jiang Tao steered the speedboat, broke through the waves and sprinted at full speed. Shen Hong looked back from time to time, her face filled with the joy of victory, and said with a smile, "They can't see anymore, we will definitely win this round. Of course, my speedboat driving skills are among the best in Jiangnan City." Jiang Tao said proudly, "Xiao Hong, you promised me that as long as I win, we will get back together. Why rush? There's still 1 minute left." Although Shen Hong felt that Jiang Tao was somewhat unscrupulous, she had to admit that he was a capable man. Although he was not as capable as the man she met in the parking lot, he was still a good choice. On the open sea, there are no reference points, so you can't see them. This means we are already several hundred meters ahead. There are only 2 minutes left, and they can't catch up anyway. Jiang Tao said confidently, "Although Miss Zhong has good skills, her mental quality is still a little lacking. It's not too glorious for me to beat her." Although he said that the victory was not glorious, he could not hide the excitement and pride on his face. "Well, since you are so outstanding, I will reluctantly agree to it." Shen Hong said that she felt annoyed when she thought of being ignored by Zhong Qingyan on the train and in the hotel. It's really satisfying to win the speedboat race so comfortably this time. "Huh?" Jiang Tao suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Why did the wind suddenly get stronger? Shen Hong also felt a little strange, as the sea breeze seemed to be blowing from behind. She couldn't help but look back, and saw a small black dot approaching rapidly. The speed was so fast, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. The waves were startled and piled up layer by layer, like a spectacular picture scroll. This is no longer a simple speedboat race. This is an ultimate display of speed and an eternal artistic pursuit. In just 10 seconds, the little black dot surpassed them. Jiang Tao looked at the scene in front of him in amazement, muttering to himself, What on earth is going on? Long San and Zhang Yi. Shen Hong blurted out. Although she only knew their pseudonyms, her heart was now full of confusion. She quickly glanced at the time and saw that there were only 40 seconds left. She said to Jiang Tao anxiously, "Hurry. Jiang Tao, we have to overtake them." Jiang Tao's eyes widened. He retorted, "Are you kidding? They are so fast, how can I catch up with them? Doesn't that Long San not know how to drive a speedboat? But his skills are even better than the world champion. This is incredible. He is like a god." Despite what Jiang Tao said, he still tried his best to speed up the speedboat, but unfortunately, the distance between them did not narrow. When Zhong Qingyan was driving the speedboat, they were able to remain tied for 6 minutes, but after encountering waves, Zhong Qingyan gradually took the lead. However, when Long Yangqing took over the driving, in just 2 minutes they made up for the previous gap and even led them by several hundred meters. Shen Hong couldn't accept it. She asked in despair, Jiang Tao, is there something special about their speedboat? Did they cheat? Jiang Tao glared at her and said angrily, cheating? Look at our speedboat, it's exactly the same as theirs. This is not a problem with the speedboat at all, it's their control over the sea, it's the pinnacle of their technology. I bet that if Long Yangqing participated in the speedboat competition, he would be able to win the world championship in minutes. I can't beat him even if I practice all my life. Shen Hong was stunned. She had never seen Jiang Tao admire someone so much. Her face was ugly, her heart was filled with resentment, and she muttered in a low voice, but we are competing with Miss Zhong. Jiang Tao was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly felt that Shen Hong was a little silly. The joy in his heart disappeared instantly, and he even began to consider whether he should break up with Shen Hong again. Watching Long Yangqing's superb skills on the speedboat, Jiang Tao's heart was filled with awe and fear. He began to keep his distance and decided not to be stupid anymore. Long Yangqing paused his actions, and a feeling of dissatisfaction quietly emerged. If it weren't for the speedboat's lack of performance, he was sure he could go even faster. Zhong Qingyan was completely immersed in this new experience. She opened her arms, as if she could feel every caress of the sea breeze. The haze in her heart gradually dissipated, replaced by full joy. She smiled and asked Long Yangqing, brother, can you swim? Long Yangqing answered without hesitation, sister, I really can't. Zhong Qingyan didn't seem to believe it completely. She asked, what if you lied to me? Long Yangqing waited for a while and did not hear any system prompts, so he completely relaxed. He said frankly, sister, I really can't swim. Let's get back to the shore as soon as possible. He was about to restart the speedboat. However, at this moment, a sudden force pushed him aside. Zhong Qingyan stretched out her hands and gently pushed him into the sea. Sister, I really can't swim. Long Yangqing struggled in the water, looking a little panicked. Looking at Long Yangqing struggling in the water, Zhong Qingyan showed a bright smile on her face. She stretched out her arms and leaned back, like a sea goddess, gracefully falling into the arms of the sea. At the same time, top killer scorpions from overseas also arrived on the island. He was holding a photo in his hand, which showed Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan's disguised appearance. He came to the Flower Sea Hotel and began busily assembling his sniper rifle. Chapter 59 Pull the Trigger. Scorpion examined the information in his hands, his eyes cold as steel. As a top killer, he never looked down upon any opponent. However, when he saw the note knowing ancient Oriental Kung Fu under the name Long Yangqing, a scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The disdain and sarcasm in his heart surged like a tide. Those so-called Eastern Kung Fu were nothing but fancy moves and could not stand a single blow in the international arena. He looked down at the sniper rifle he had carefully assembled in his hand, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Eagle hunting game. He whispered to himself, now, let's officially begin. Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan finally returned to the shore. The scene just now was really thrilling. If it weren't for Zhong Qingyan's superb swimming skills, Long Yangqing would have almost lost his life. When they returned to the original place, Jiang Tao and Shen Hong were still waiting there. Mr. Long, Ms. Zhong, I'm so glad you're all right. Jiang Tao looked at them, his eyes full of admiration and envy. Shen Hong seemed a little uneasy, with a hint of desire flashing in her eyes from time to time. Long Yangqing glanced at them and said in a cold tone, it seems that my warning did not attract enough attention from you. Jiang Tao waved his hands hastily and explained, Mr. Long, you misunderstood. Your speedboat driving skills are unparalleled, and we admire you very much. I hope to write a column for you to make your skills famous all over the world. Shen Hong also whispered, with your amazing martial arts, we think you have great potential as a star. As long as we cooperate, you will definitely become a hot top star. Long Yangqing couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. What benefits can becoming a star bring me? Money and fame? Shen Hong nodded and said, yes, this is the standard for being a star. And wherever you go, there are fans following you. Don't you think this is an honor? Long Yangqing smiled calmly, for me, money is just a number, and reputation is even more insignificant. If I want everyone in Jiangnan City to know me, it would be easy. So, I don't think the so-called honor is anything special. Jiang Tao and Shen Hong looked at each other, both expressing deep shock. Although Long Yangqing's words sounded absurd, he revealed an indescribable confidence that could not be questioned. They felt inferior to him and could only hang their heads in shame, feeling Long Yangqing's mountain-like aura, which seemed beyond the reach of even the richest young men. Mr. Long, are you doubting our sincerity? Jiang Tao mustered up his courage and said, do you know the recent scandal about Zhong Qingyan that has been making a lot of noise in Jiangnan City? That's the exclusive news I got. Although Shen Hong scoffed at this that day, she now added with a hint of boasting, I can also testify. I was also at the scene. Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan looked at each other. Although they didn't care about these rumors, they were still a little unhappy. I didn't expect to meet the person involved this time. With a complicated expression, he praised, it seems that you are indeed outstanding. Of course. Jiang Tao said proudly, the pretty boy supported by Zhong Qingyan is from a prominent family. The supercar he drives is extremely rare and his aura is very strong. I think his identity is definitely not simple. But for the sake of news effect, I can only say that. Shen Hong recalled the scene of that day and couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Zhong Qingyan suddenly asked, what do you think the identity of that pretty boy is? Jiang Tao was excited when asked by the beautiful woman. He analyzed, I guess he might be the eldest son of a big family, or the son of a well-known entrepreneur. And Zhong Qingyan was able to become the richest person in Jiangnan, probably because of his background. Otherwise, business leaders like Yu Jijun would not be so respectful to her. Shen Hong also sighed, no matter what his true identity is, we can only look up to him. You are right. I have a good relationship with Zhong Qingyan and know some inside information. My sister smiled faintly, when we get back to Jiangnan City, I can help you arrange an interview with the two of them. Really? Jiang Tao and Shen Hong were both surprised and delighted. Being able to interview Zhong Qingyan and the mysterious man is the dream of all reporters in Jiangnan City. I will do what I say, but before that, please give me some space, otherwise, I will not show mercy. There was obvious displeasure in Zhong Qingyan's tone, and her expression gradually turned cold. She has short hair with a unique color, which makes her look capable and fashionable. Her eyes were as cold as ice, as if they could see through people's hearts. Yes, I understand. We will leave now and will not disturb you. Jiang Tao nodded hurriedly, left a business card, and hurriedly left with Shen Hong. In their opinion, compared with Zhong Qingyan, the richest person in Jiangnan and the cold and beautiful female president, everything else seems insignificant. In the hearts of young people in Jiangnan City, Zhong Qingyan is like a supreme goddess. Sister, you are still the best. Long Yangqing's admiration for Zhong Qingyan was beyond words. Zhong Qingyan was like a proud little peacock and said proudly, you still have a lot to learn. Just as the two were about to return to the hotel to rest, Long Yangqing suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked up and saw a figure hiding in the shadows in a corner of the hotel building. A sneer hung on the corner of his mouth and his hand was quietly pulling the trigger. Chapter 60 Chinese Martial Arts. Whoosh! With a light sound, the sound of a sniper rifle with a top-notch silencer was barely noticeable in the crowd. However, Long Yangqing instantly sensed the cold breath of death. His hair stood on end, goosebumps appeared all over his body, his face flushed, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. He pushed Zhong Qingyan aside without hesitation, and then fell to the ground at an extremely fast speed. On the floor tiles, the holes left by the bullets were clearly visible, as if telling the thrilling scene that had just happened. Long Yangqing reacted very quickly. He immediately stood up, pulled Zhong Qingyan out of the crowd, and hid behind the wall. The people around them all showed puzzled expressions when they saw this, and some even grumbled in dissatisfaction, thinking that the two young men were deliberately creating chaos. However, Long Yangqing had no intention of paying attention to their discussions. He took a deep breath, tried to stay calm, and whispered to Zhong Qingyan, "Sister, there is a killer." Zhong Qingyan also looked solemn. She quickly took out her cell phone, made a call, and began to mobilize resources for an investigation. Long Yangqing pressed close to the wall, carefully observing the situation around him. He knew that their current location was the only shelter, and if exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind, "Ding, sister is in danger, gain range scanning skill once." Long Yangqing was delighted, as this was exactly the skill he needed most at the moment. Range scanning allows him to gain insight into all the dynamics around him in a short period of time, which is undoubtedly a fatal blow to a sniper. He was filled with murderous intent and secretly vowed to make the killer named Scorpion pay a heavy price. At the same time, Zhong Qingyan has also obtained detailed information about the Scorpion. She looked at Long Yangqing solemnly and reminded him, he is a foreigner-level killer, extremely powerful, and good at sniping. He has completed dozens of missions in China, and each one was completed in a very short time. Long Yangqing smiled slightly, with confidence gleaming in his eyes. He gently held Zhong Qingyan's hand and said softly, "Sister, don't worry, I won't be impulsive. This time, I will make him have no way back." After saying that, he turned and walked into the darkness, ready to launch his counterattack. The existence of the Scorpion puts his sister's safety at risk. If this problem is not solved, Long Yangqing will always live in fear and anxiety. What is the meaning of such a life for him? Therefore, he decided to take extreme measures and take the initiative. Zhong Qingyan silently put down her phone and focused her eyes on the information on the screen. This is a warning message from Mr. Zhong, the security consultant of Changsheng Group. Scorpion is extremely powerful. He once set an amazing record of killing 10 people by himself. Mr. Zhong, you and Mr. Long must be careful and don't act impulsively. Mr. Zhong is experienced and has witnessed countless assassination attempts. His warning made Zhong Qingyan deeply aware of the danger of scorpions. However, she could not stand idly by in the face of her brother's determination. Zhong Qingyan made a quick decision and sent a message to Mr. Zhong. "Mr. Zhong, you don't have to come over. I believe my brother can solve this problem." "Nonsense." Mr. Zhong's response was full of anxiety and anger. Although young Master Long's boxing skills are powerful, they have not yet reached the realm of Ming Jin. In the eyes of a killer like Scorpion, he is still vulnerable. No matter how hard his bones are, can they block bullets? "Mr. Zhong, please stay calm and don't let young Master Long take the risk of dying." Zhong Qingyan did not respond. She stared at Long Yangqing's back, her palms sweating slightly. She was able to remain calm and composed even when faced with life or death crises. But at this moment, her heart was worried about Long Yangqing, and she silently prayed that he would be safe. Starting area search. Long Yangqing pressed himself against the wall, and everything around him seemed to become blurry, except for a foreigner on the rooftop of the hotel who was clearly visible. He was holding a sniper rifle with the lens covered with cloth, making it extremely concealed. He is indeed a Class A killer. This kind of location might be difficult to spot even with a careful search with the naked eye, let alone from such a long distance. However, no one would have thought that Long Yangqing possessed the power of the system. The question now was how to approach him. A hint of determination flashed in Long Yangqing's eyes, and he chose the most direct and effective method to break through. As a martial artist, his lower body is as solid as a mountain, not to mention he has a perfect foundation in Bajikwan. Although his speed is not fast, his dodging ability is extremely strong, and he can avoid these many obstacles. It's extremely difficult to hit him. "Oh my god. It's you again. Do you really think you're an action movie star?" Passers-by had not yet left when they saw Long Yangqing rushing out from the corner of the wall and started cursing. However, then their mouths opened wide and couldn't close. Long Yangqing's steps were nimble, as if he was stepping on the Bagua pattern. He jumped over 2 or 3 people and rushed out more than 10 meters in an instant, like a Superman. "Oh my god, what the hell is this? I'm the sprint champion in school, but I can't even match half his speed. Who said this was just a show of force? This is clearly the national martial art passed down by our ancestors. Brother, don't run away, I'm kneeling down for you, please teach me." Passers-by watched in amazement as Long Yangqing disappeared 100 meters away in 2 flashes. Then they reacted and their faces were filled with shame. They actually suspected that their ancestors' things were only used for making movies. They really wanted to slap themselves. Even the world's top special effects company, can it produce such an effect? The sons and daughters of China present were filled with pride, their blood was boiling and they were extremely excited. The foreign tourists who came from afar were surprised and confused, and then they couldn't help asking curiously, "Oh, my god, my dear friends, is this your Chinese Kung Fu? Its impact and practicality are far different from boxing and karate, it is extremely powerful." Yes. This is Chinese Kung Fu. Chapter 61 Lamenting Your Ignorance. Scorpion was lying by the window on the top floor of the Flower Sea Hotel, staring at the wall where Zhong Qingyan was with his eyes as sharp as torches. There was a disdainful smile on his face, like an eagle staring at its prey. He originally thought that this hunting would be much easier, but Long Yangqing's thrilling dodge just now surprised him. However, this did not discourage him, but instead aroused his fighting spirit even more. He was not in a hurry to kill his prey immediately, but wanted to toy with and torture it slowly, making it struggle in despair. However, just as Scorpion was immersed in his plan, he suddenly saw a figure quickly rushing out from behind the wall and rushing towards the hotel. The speed is astonishing. So fast. Scorpion couldn't help but gasp. He tried to lock onto the target with the sniper scope, but the figure moved too fast to be locked onto at all. He was worried that his bullets might hit innocent people by mistake, which would go against his principles. Damn it! Scorpion cursed in his heart, feeling a little angry and embarrassed. He originally thought it was just a simple game, but now it seems that this little mouse is much trickier than he thought. If Long Yangqing really broke into the hotel, the consequences would be disastrous. You forced me to do this. There was a flash of anger in Scorpion's eyes, and he decided not to hold back. Looking at Long Yangqing's approaching figure, he understood that this was a provocation and contempt from the other party. Scorpion decided to teach a profound lesson to a man who dared to be so arrogant under the sniper's gun. The moment the trigger was pulled, Long Yangqing rolled out as agilely as a cheetah, cleverly avoiding the trajectory of the bullet. He seemed to be able to see the Scorpion's face twisted with anger, with a hint of disdainful smile passing through the corners of his mouth. His speed increased again, and he was like a ghostly figure, speeding through the night. He can actually dodge it. A hint of shock flashed in Scorpion's eyes. As an A-level killer, his predictive ability has reached the S-level, which is why he was able to achieve the record of killing 10 people. However, Long Yangqing seemed to possess some mysterious power and was always able to escape when he least expected. Scorpion took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. There was a gleam of anger in his eyes as he pulled the trigger 3 times in succession, each shot filled with deadly murderous intent. However, Long Yangqing was like a ghost. He not only successfully dodged the bullets, but also quickly arrived at the hotel entrance. Damn it! Scorpion cursed angrily, his face as gloomy as if a storm was coming. He originally thought that this was a game of cat and mouse, but now it seemed that Long Yangqing was more like a cunning fox, who could always give him a loud slap in the face when he was most proud. Just when Scorpion was feeling extremely frustrated, he suddenly discovered that Long Yangqing had stopped at the door of the hotel, not moving at all. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity. A hint of joy flashed in Scorpion's eyes, and he quickly raised his sniper rifle and aimed at Long Yangqing's figure. In just 1 second, he could end the battle. However, at this critical moment, Long Yangqing looked up in the direction of the Scorpion. He stretched out a hand as if in provocation, then sneered and walked into the hotel door without hesitation. The Scorpion froze in shock, confusion welling up in his mind. Could it be that he has been discovered? This is impossible. Scorpio tried his best to deny it, but his heart was filled with anxiety. He had just been delighted to think that Long Yangqing was too exhausted to continue the pursuit, but at this moment his heart was cold as ice, and the gun in his hand had lost its meaning. He turned around and fled without hesitation. As a well-trained killer, he is well aware of the principle that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Every time he went on a mission, he would carefully plan several evacuation points to ensure his own safety. This time, he chose the hotel's garbage chute as his escape route. This chute leads directly to the outside of the hotel. Although the environment is dirty, it is the safest option. Next time, I will definitely take your life. The Scorpion left a cold remark and then jumped into the garbage chute. 5 seconds later, he could barely hold back his retching. The stench in the passage was so unbearable that he even began to doubt whether his choice was correct. Half a minute later, Scorpion crawled out of the garbage chute. He weakly held onto the wall, looked around, and after making sure that there was no one around, he squatted down and began to vomit. The suffocating stench nearly killed him. Fortunately, we are finally safe. Scorpion breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that his actions had caused unnecessary trouble. Coupled with Long Yangqing's pursuit, his choice of this way of escape was undoubtedly the wisest. He even began to feel proud of his own wit. That Long Yangqing is probably still searching for him in vain in the hotel right now? Will this make you angry and frustrated? Ha ha ha. Mr. Scorpion, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Scorpion's thoughts. Scorpion's face suddenly changed, his eyes full of disbelief. He looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. Long Yangqing noticed the Scorpion's reaction, frowned slightly, and took a step back calmly. This Scorpion is such a ruthless creature that it even dares to drill into a garbage pipe. If it weren't for my scanning skills, he would have escaped again. I would have to be very cautious in the next few days. How on earth did you catch up with me? Scorpion couldn't help but ask, his voice revealing confusion and unwillingness. Long Yangqing glanced at the time and said lightly, I didn't chase you, I just waited here for half a minute, and you came down by yourself. Impossible. Scorpion denied it flatly. This is the evacuation route I carefully planned. There is no way it can be discovered. He took a deep breath and sneered, since you don't want to leave, don't blame me for being ruthless. Since you dared to appear in front of me, be prepared. He suddenly pulled out the dagger and laughed sarcastically, aren't you provoking me? Well, then let me see how powerful your Chinese kung fu is. Alas. Long Yangqing sighed again. What do you mean? Scorpion asked dissatisfiedly, with a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes, looking for the best time to strike. I'm just lamenting your ignorance. Long Yangqing said coldly, you don't understand the profoundness of Chinese kung fu, and you don't know my true strength, yet you dare to provoke me so rashly. Scorpion was stunned and was about to refute, but he saw Long Yangqing quickly took 3 steps and punched him like a tiger descending from a mountain. It was a fatal blow. The Scorpion was caught off guard and could only retreat repeatedly until it reached the corner of the wall. It suddenly jumped up and grabbed Long Yangqing's arm tightly with one hand. With his other hand, he grasped the dagger tightly and stabbed it hard into Long Yangqing's heart. Chapter 62, Subduing the Scorpion. An inch longer is an inch stronger. This is a golden saying in Chinese martial arts. In fact, many martial arts schools evolved from ancient spear techniques. Long Yangqing was well aware of this. He knew that swords, guns, sticks, or clubs were all powerful weapons to defeat the enemy, but fists were no match for them. Therefore, he bent down, as if he had transformed into a huge bow, concentrated all his strength on one point, and shot at the Scorpion's chest. This is the essence of Baji Taishanko. With a loud bang, the Scorpion was completely unprepared for Long Yangqing's clever attack. It was hit and flew into the wall. His internal organs seemed to be displaced by the vibration, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of fighting technique is this? Scorpion was struck by a bolt from the blue. All the world-class fighting skills he knew before, such as Taekwondo, Karate, and Muay Thai, pale in comparison to Long Yangqing's counterattack just now. The combined history of those techniques you mentioned is not as long as our national martial arts. Long Yangqing looked disdainful. Fighting against the sky, against the earth, against people, striving for self-improvement, and being virtuous, this is the spirit of our national martial arts. Can your skills compare? Scorpion was speechless. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that what Long Yangqing said was true. The reason why he lost was because he underestimated the power of Chinese martial arts. Who sent you to assassinate us? Long Yangqing stared at Scorpion with a sharp gaze. It's Huang Zhongwei. Scorpion answered honestly as he struggled to his feet, seeming to have accepted his fate of failure. However, at this moment, he suddenly reached out and touched his lower back. With a crisp crack sound, Long Yangqing jumped up nimbly and kicked the Scorpion, knocking it heavily to the ground. With the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, an exquisite pistol slipped from Scorpion's hand and fell to the ground. The Scorpion, this cunning opponent, finally showed his true colors. Although Long Yangqing admired Scorpion's cunning, he did not relax at all, because he knew that Scorpion was a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. Even if I die at the hands of someone like you, I will accept it. The Scorpion smiled bitterly, closed his eyes, and seemed to have given up resisting. However, Long Yangqing's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing, and he asked sarcastically, do you really want to die? Now, even if I don't die, I'm no different from a useless person. Scorpion was filled with regret. He knew that he was really in trouble this time. Who made him so unlucky that he met his nemesis, Long Yangqing? Even an S-level killer would not be able to complete this mission. What if I can cure you? Long Yangqing suddenly asked. Cure me? The Scorpion was stunned, then gave a bitter smile. You want me to work for you, right? Don't bother. Even if you want me to work for you, you don't have to make up such lies. I know some medical skills. I know my own physical condition. Even the world's top doctors and the most advanced medical equipment may not be able to cure me. You say you can cure me? Ha, what a joke. You may not know Chinese martial arts, but how can you understand Chinese traditional medicine? Long Yangqing laughed disdainfully. Even if you only have one breath left, I can bring you back to life if I want to. Hearing Long Yangqing's words, a glimmer of hope flashed in Scorpion's eyes. He has lived in China for so long that he has naturally heard some magical legends about traditional Chinese medicine. Can you really cure me? Scorpion couldn't help but ask. Able. Long Yangqing looked at Scorpion with a half smile, but why should I save you? Master. Scorpion knelt on the ground without hesitation and said loudly. He willingly submitted to Long Yangqing, and even felt a little secretly delighted. Because he knew that this might be his only chance to survive. Long Yangqing's strength is astonishingly powerful. If you can follow him, you will definitely reap a lot of rewards and may even become an S-level killer. However, this urge must be resisted. I can't let my master realize that I'm taking such a big advantage. Let's retreat first. Long Yangqing looked at the Scorpion, frowned, covered his nose, and left first. He met Zhong Qingyan at the hotel. Yangqing, are you okay? As soon as they met, Zhong Qingyan asked anxiously, looking Long Yangqing up and down, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was not injured. Didn't you find the Scorpion? It doesn't matter, leave it to me, I'll find someone to deal with him. Zhong Qingyan's words made Scorpion feel a chill down his spine. He knew that Zhong Qingyan was not just talking nonsense. If she really sent someone to come, he would probably have no chance of survival. Sister Yen, who do you think this is? Long Yangqing smiled and pointed at the Scorpion. Him? Zhong Qingyan was a little confused. In her impression, Scorpion was an A-level killer, but now he looked so miserable and smelled bad. Go wash up first. Long Yangqing said to Scorpion. The Scorpion blushed, nodded in agreement, and then fled away. Yangqing, did you tame the Scorpion? Zhong Qingyan asked in surprise. With a killer on hand, it will be much easier for us to get things done. Long Yangqing smiled, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. More importantly, I have found out that it was Huang Zhongwei who sent people to assassinate us. Zhong Qingyan nodded, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. At this moment, the phone rang rapidly. Director Zhong, how are you and young Master Long doing? Please hold on, our team will be here soon. Mr. Zhong's voice revealed deep anxiety. Mr. Zhong, you don't have to come over. My brother has successfully solved the Scorpion problem. There was a hint of pride in Zhong Qingyan's voice. What? Get rid of the Scorpion? Mr. Zhong, you are not trying to comfort me, are you? Did young Master Long meet with misfortune? Mr. Zhong's voice was filled with grief. I warned you long ago not to act rashly. How could young Master Long possibly deal with a man like Scorpion? He was too confident, and that's why he ended up like this. Zhong Qingyan sighed and handed the phone to Long Yangqing. Chapter 63 Mission Start, Revitalize Traditional Chinese Medicine. Mr. Zhong, it's me. Long Yangqing said calmly into the phone. There was dead silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Elder Zhong's voice trembled and came, Mr. Long, did you really solve the problem of the Scorpion? No. Long Yangqing responded calmly. Mr. Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was still surprised, he thought that it was a blessing in disguise that Long Yangqing was able to escape from the A-level killer Scorpion. However, Long Yangqing's next words struck him like lightning. I just made him surrender. What? Mr. Zhong was so shocked that his cell phone slipped from his hand. He stood there in a daze, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, and was speechless for a long time. Mr. Zhong, what's wrong? Did something happen to Mr. Long? Someone asked anxiously. Hurry up and speak, another voice urged. The people around were shocked and uneasy, and even began to plan revenge. In their eyes, Long Yangqing's behavior was too impulsive. They knew very well that even they, the elite among the elites who had received years of training from the world's top coaches and had perfect teamwork, had to proceed with caution when facing an A-level killer like Scorpion. Scorpion's sniper rifle could fire deadly bullets at any time in the dark and kill them all. This is the horror of a Class A killer. However, Long Yangqing dared to take the initiative. In their opinion, this only means that Long Yangqing is seeking death. An accident occurred? This is absolute nonsense. Young Master Long is the shining star of our Chinese martial arts world. How can a tiny Scorpion be his opponent? Old Zhong retorted excitedly, with a proud and arrogant expression on his face. We don't need to go there anymore. Master Long has successfully tamed the Scorpion, he announced proudly. Upon hearing the news, the elites looked at each other in shock. It is much more difficult to subdue a Class A killer than to kill him. Although they had their doubts about the authenticity of the incident, their blood began to boil when they saw Mr. Zhang's excited and proud face. These proud elites have never given such high praise to anyone except Zhong Qingyan. However, just by hearing Mr. Zhong's description of Long Yangqing, their hearts were filled with respect and admiration. Mr. Long, that's awesome. This is our idol. We are proud of you. Long Yangqing successfully cured the scorpion, and Zhong Qingyan happened to have finished cooking, so the three of them sat around the table and had dinner together. At this moment, the scorpion, unlike its usual cunning and cruel appearance, became like a docile insect, eating carefully and not even daring to breathe loudly, for fear of angering the two. Long Yangqing suddenly asked, "Scorpion, how long will it take you to fully recover?" Scorpion immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and replied respectfully, "Master Long, in another 5 days, I will be able to recover as before." Zhong Qingyan snorted coldly, with a look of dissatisfaction on her face, and her voice was chilling. "Scorpion, you are quite courageous. Huang Zongwei asked you to assassinate my brother, and you dared to accept it." Scorpion's body trembled, feeling the huge pressure, and he almost cried out, "Miss Zhong, if I knew that young Master Long was so powerful, even if I was given 100 courages, I would not dare to come." Seeing that the killer was about to collapse under his sister's momentum, Long Yangqing could not help but admire his sister's majesty. "Sister, don't bother with him, this is all Huang Zongwei's conspiracy. I will seek justice for you." Zhong Qingyan's eyes turned cold, and she was obviously angry. Long Yangqing smiled slightly, turned to Scorpion and said, "Now, I will give you your first task. In 5 days, the assassination mission of Huang Zongwei must be completed." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole space seemed to be shrouded in a chill. Scorpion's face was full of disbelief. He whispered, "Mr. Long, are you really determined to get rid of Huang Zongwei?" Zhong Qingyan was equally shocked. In her opinion, although Huang Zongwei must be punished, now is not the best time. After all, the Huang family's influence in northern China cannot be underestimated. If you act hastily, it could lead to a host of thorny problems. If Huang Zongwei only had some intentions towards me, I might consider letting him go. There was a hint of coldness in Long Yangqing's tone. But he actually dared to attack my sister. I will never tolerate such an enemy to continue living in this world. Scorpion, I'll give you 5 days. If Huang Zongwei is still alive, you don't have to come see me again. Scorpion took a deep breath. Faced with Long Yangqing's determination, he could only agree. At this moment, he finally understood Long Yangqing's bottom line, that was Zhong Qingyan. Anyone who dares to have bad intentions towards her will pay a heavy price. Zhong Qingyan's heart was filled with gratitude. Although she wanted to say something blaming, she couldn't say it in the end. A warm smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although this trip was full of dangers, it became the most precious memory of her life. While Scorpion was preparing for the assassination, Long Yangqing returned to Jiangnan City with Zhong Qingyan. As soon as they arrived, the system's voice came as expected. "Host has performed well and successfully helped my sister escape from danger. I will now reward you with a 4% chance of obtaining my sister." Even though Long Yangqing was already used to the system's surprises, he still only had a 15% chance at this point, and he would probably have to sign in for a month before he had a chance to win. However, at this moment, a new voice came from my mind. "Special mission launched, revitalize traditional Chinese medicine. Complete this task and you will receive a 30% chance of becoming a sister." Hearing this reward, Long Yangqing was stunned. 30%, this reward is too tempting. He asked expectantly, "System, can we have more tasks like this?" The system responded, "Special tasks are triggered by probability, but the reward after completion is at least a 30% chance of obtaining a sister. The host has the right to choose whether to accept the task." After hearing this explanation, Long Yangqing had a deeper understanding. At this time, Lali called again. Chapter 64. Sister, I have a business to discuss with you. At the same time, Huang Zongwei also learned the news that Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan returned to Jiangnan. He was having a happy gathering with his friends when he angrily smashed the wine glass in his hand to pieces. He immediately tried to contact Scorpion, but strangely, no one answered the phone. Has Scorpion already failed? Huang Zongwei's palms began to sweat and his heart was filled with disbelief. If even an A-level killer can't deal with Long Yangqing, then isn't he in danger as well? Impossible. Scorpion is so powerful, it should be easy to kill Long Yangqing. What happened? The more Huang Zongwei thought about it, the more flustered he became, and cold sweats broke out. "Mr. Huang, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so angry?" When his friends saw his unusual behavior, they asked him curiously. Huang Zhongwei took a deep breath, his expression a little ugly. It's all because of Zhong Qingyan's matter. Zhong Qingyan? Oh, I remember now. She's the female CEO who always has a stern face. I remember that our family does have cooperation with her company. Yes, now that you mention it, I remember that our family also has cooperation. His friend smiled coldly, and then said, Mr. Huang, since she is so ungrateful, I will go back and tell my family to cancel all cooperation with her. Unless she can apologize to you in front of everyone, I will make her pay the price. Huang Zhongwei was stunned for a moment, and then a smug smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand generously and said, I will be fully responsible for today's consumption. He seemed to understand the current situation. So what if the scorpion dies? His status and influence far exceed Zhong Qingyan's. There is no need for his family to step in. His circle of friends alone is enough to deal a devastating blow to Zhong Qingyan. He lay leisurely in the chair, as if he had foreseen the scene of Zhong Qingyan kneeling down in front of him and begging for mercy. In the afternoon, Zhong Qingyan received an urgent call, informing her that there was a problem in Changsheng Group and she needed to resolve it immediately. At the same time, Long Yangqing arrived at the designated location according to the agreement with Lao Li. Old Li and Shi Jiacheng, president of the North District Medical Association, were anxiously awaiting Long Yangqing's arrival. When they saw Long Yangqing, both of them showed expressions of ecstasy and excitement. Mr. Long, you are finally here. My master has been waiting for you for a long time. Old Li said anxiously. The North District Medical Association is now in the midst of a drastic change, and the superiors have sent someone to replace Shi Jiacheng as president. The new president chose to trade with foreign countries without hesitation, planning to spend tens of billions to purchase certain medical technology. If we don't wait for Long Yangqing, China will probably be taken advantage of and slaughtered. Old Li. Shi Jiacheng glanced at Lao Li in reproach, then turned to Long Yangqing, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, Mr. Long, I should respectfully call you Master Long since I am learning your medical skills. I am willing to wait no matter how long it takes. He looked at Long Yangqing, his eyes full of anticipation and respect. Long Yangqing flashed and asked in confusion, President Shi, what does this mean? I hope to popularize Chinese medicine to a wider range of fields. Shi Jiacheng said firmly. If traditional Chinese medicine can be popularized, I believe it will be able to overcome many difficulties in medical technology. Long Yangqing nodded in agreement. In this way, China's medical level may become the best in the world. We no longer have to seek help from those barbaric foreign countries, and we no longer have to worry about being blackmailed. Shi Jiacheng said excitedly. Under Shi Jiacheng's expectation, Long Yangqing finally spoke, I have accepted the task of compiling TCM textbooks. But it will take time. TCM is profound and cannot be accomplished overnight. Shi Jiacheng was very excited after hearing this. The scene he imagined was that everyone would hold the masterpiece of traditional Chinese medicine written by Long Yangqing, study it in depth, and pass on the wisdom of traditional Chinese medicine. He firmly believes that with Long Yangqing's leadership, traditional Chinese medicine will rise again and shine in the world. He couldn't help but admire her and continued, Master Long, your wisdom is like a mountain. We are willing to climb along your footsteps. You are not only the leader of our Chinese medicine, but also our national teacher. Your wisdom is worth pursuing with all our strength. He paused, took a deep breath, and continued, Master Long, I hope you can go with me to the medical association and use your medical skills to show those people that we Chinese medicine practitioners do not need to rely on outsiders. We can also be the best in the world. I am willing to pay any price, just asking you to show your medical skills. After listening to this, Long Yangqing thought for a while, and finally nodded, agreeing to Shi Jiacheng's request. As the president of the North District, Shi Jiacheng has a prominent status. He came in person to invite and waited patiently, which is enough to demonstrate his sincerity. From his eyes, Long Yangqing saw his devotion and respect for medical skills. However, he also knew that in addition to demonstrating his medical skills, this trip to the medical association would probably require an in-depth negotiation. So, he made a phone call, Sister, is everything okay at the company? Don't worry, it's nothing serious. What's wrong? Zhong Qingyan's voice was gentle and concerned. Sister, I have a business matter that I want to discuss with you, and I also want to take this opportunity to take you out to relax. Long Yangqing's tone was full of anticipation. Business? Zhong Qingyan was slightly surprised, but then replied, Where are you? I'll come find you right away. Long Yongqing gave an address. Zhong Qingyan hung up the phone, her eyes fell on the pile of contracts on the table, her brows slightly frowned, and she fell into deep thought. Huang Zongwei joined forces with several families to cancel their cooperation with Changsheng Group, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the company and caused serious capital loss. If the situation continues, the company's normal operations may be threatened. Zhong Qingyan just smiled contemptuously at the means before her. These sinister schemes were not worth mentioning to her at all. After all, Zhong Qingyan has plenty of ability and wisdom. Even if the company collapses, she has the confidence to start over again and build a more glorious enterprise. But she thought it was better not to tell her brother about these things, so as not to affect his mood. After all, this was the first time her brother had taken the initiative to invite her, and she was full of anticipation. Moreover, she suddenly realized that the scale of her brother's business was so huge. The tens of millions of dollars made her feel that her previous understanding was a bit narrow. Chapter 65. This painting is fake and worthless. Long Yongqing and Zhong Qingyan followed Shi Jiachang into Longhai City, the central area of northern China, where the headquarters of Zuixinla Restaurant and large companies such as the Huang family are located. Shi Jiachang arranged a hotel for them and said that he would handle the affairs of the medical association tomorrow. Long Yongqing was not in a hurry about this. He was full of curiosity about the unfamiliar city of Longhai. In his spare time, he and Zhong Qingyan go out exploring together. Under the night sky, Longhai is ablaze with lights, bustling with people coming and going. The roadside stalls are of various kinds, full of the flavor of life. This is my second time in Longhai. Zhong Qingyan felt the night breeze, looked into the distance, and smiled. The first time was with Dad. Long Yongqing had never heard Zhong Qingyan mention her family, so he was a little curious. Sister, where are uncle and aunt now? They are already dead. Zhong Qingyan's tone was as calm as the bright moon in the sky, but there was a cold light flashing in her eyes. The official conclusion is that my parents died in an accident, but... She didn't continue speaking, but Long Yongqing already understood what she meant. He held Zhong Qingyan's hand tightly and said firmly, I am here. These words made Zhong Qingyan feel much more relaxed. Just like that, she let Long Yongqing hold her hand and stroll along the busy streets. They came to a street where stalls around them were selling antique trinkets. People were arguing over prices and the sounds of bargaining were heard one after another. Long Yongqing stopped in front of a stall, his eyes attracted by a certain object. What do you like? Zhong Qingyan asked curiously. She knew her brother had a unique vision. Long Yongqing nodded slightly and was about to speak, but someone suddenly came over and asked in a steady voice, Shopkeeper, how much is this painting for? Are you Mr. Su Haochen? The owner recognized the man at a glance and couldn't help but gasp. When these words were spoken, the people around were shocked and looked at him curiously with admiration in their eyes. After all, Su Haochen is a famous treasure appraiser. He and his younger brother Su Haotian were known as the two heroes. One was praised as a master of treasure appraisal, the other as having divine pupils. Together, they formed a family of treasure appraisers, with two successful candidates in the imperial examinations, and were famous throughout the world. It's me. I want to buy this painting. How much is it? Su Haochen said, pointing at the painting depicting the mountains and rivers. The shop owner looked at the painting, feeling somewhat confused. He bought the painting for $100 and originally planned to sell it for only a few $1,000s. But now Su Haochen is so interested in it, could this painting really be priceless? At least $2 million. The shop owner said the price hesitantly. Okay, $2 million, I'll buy it. Su Haochen answered without hesitation. The people around were shocked again and talked about it. Su Haochen was so generous that he directly broke the transaction record of this street. 2 million. They looked at the painting but could not see anything special about it. They could only marvel at Su Haochen's extraordinary vision and his ability to see the value that they could not see. Su Haochen's face was filled with smiles and his heart was filled with excitement. In his opinion, this painting is absolutely a genuine authentic work, but it has been temporarily ignored and has not received the recognition it deserves. Brother, are you also interested in this painting? Zhong Qingyan asked curiously. However, Long Yongqing shook his head and said firmly, this painting is fake and worthless. How can I appreciate it? Fake? Zhong Qingyan was slightly surprised and didn't have time to respond. The passers-by around were stunned, and then burst into laughter. Who is this guy? How dare he question Master Su? When Master Su was appraising the treasure, this guy didn't even know where he was. Su Haochen also slightly side glanced at Long Yangqing, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Little brother, don't say anything nonsense. Do you mean to say that my identification is wrong? He picked up the painting and said confidently, no matter how I look at it, this is an authentic work. If you say it's a fake, then please point out the flaws in it. As long as you can convince me, I will give you the 2 million. Get out of here and stop making trouble. Seeing the wealth that was about to fly away, the boss was furious and yelled, I spent 1.5 million to buy this painting. It is absolutely genuine. 1.5 million? Long Yangqing sneered, if you spend more than 150 yuan to buy this painting, I'll give you my head. He shook his head in disdain, and then said, well, let me popularize some knowledge to you. Sister, give me some water. Zhong Qingyan gently unscrewed the bottle cap for Long Yangqing, her eyes shining with anticipation. Whenever she saw her brother achieve great things, she felt sincere joy and deep love. Long Yangqing took the water, but with a nonchalant attitude, he poured the water directly on the painting in front of everyone's astonished gaze. The ink on the painting began to twist and deform, as if revealing a hidden secret to everyone. Everyone was shocked and filled with anxiety. Is this painting really fake? Su Haochen's expression also turned ugly, and he began to doubt his own judgment. If this painting is an authentic one, then its brushstrokes should be very thorough, and even if it gets wet, it should only cause some damage to the rice paper, not the ink. However, now the colors have begun to disperse, which is obviously due to the lack of skill of the copyist. Long Yangqing looked at Su Haochen with a mocking smile on his face. So, do you think this is a flaw? Su Haochen took a deep breath, his heart filled with shame. He admitted that he had made a mistake this time and that he had gone head to head with others, which was really embarrassing. Before he could answer, Long Yangqing turned his gaze to the boss again. You just said that you spent 1.5 million to buy this painting? The boss was so angry at Long Yangqing's words that he was shaking all over. His heart was filled with despair. 1,500,000 was just wasted like that. Long Yangqing said coldly, I didn't want to expose your lies, but you just wanted to provoke me. Now, you should understand. Some people should never be underestimated. Chapter 66, The Beautiful Woman in the Mirror. The painting is fake. Passers-by looked at Su Haochen's embarrassed expression, looked at each other, and their faces blushed at the same time. They felt like clowns, and their ridicule of Long Yangqing seemed so ignorant and ridiculous. They really wished that time could go back to a few minutes ago, kick themselves hard a few times, and question what qualifications they had to ridicule this young man. Su Haochen took a deep breath, bowed to Long Yangqing, and said with an apologetic look on his face, Little brother, I didn't recognize the great man just now. Thank you for your reminder. I will keep my word and give you the full 2 million. He saw Long Yangqing's sharp eyes and powerful aura, and knew that this young man was no ordinary person, and he couldn't help but want to make friends with him. However, he felt uneasy and worried whether he was worthy of establishing a relationship with the other party. The boss was so angry that he was fuming and felt extremely regretful. If he had known this would happen, he should not have spoken harshly to Long Yangqing, and ended up letting the cooked duck fly away. However, Long Yangqing shook his head, saying that a mere 2 million was not worth the trouble of taking out his mobile phone to transfer the money. These words left passers-by stunned, and Su Haochen was also stunned. To them, that is 2 million. It was just a simple transfer operation, but in Long Yangqing's eyes it seemed so insignificant. They were extremely envious and wished that one day they could act so cool and treat 2 million as insignificant. Even someone of Su Haochen's status couldn't help but give a thumbs up and express his sincere admiration for Long Yangqing's carefree attitude. The boss felt dizzy and as if he was about to have a heart attack. Compared with Long Yangqing, he felt that he was simply insignificant. So he decided to pack up and go home for a while to rest for 2 days to recover his energy. Brother, the painting you just mentioned is not what you really like. So what is it? Zhong Qingyan asked curiously. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to the boss, as if he was the answer to the mystery that was about to be revealed. The boss also stopped what he was doing, his eyes flashing with anticipation. My dear little brother, are there really treasures hidden in these antiques? Su Haochen couldn't help but ask. In Long Yangqing's eyes, the things he values are absolutely extraordinary in value. At least it is priceless. What exactly is this amazing treasure? Everyone's curiosity was aroused, and the boss felt that his career seemed to have ushered in a new spring. His eyes were full of pleading, as if to say, tell me now. I want to know the truth, and I want to make money too. Long Yangqing smiled and pointed at the ancient bronze mirror on the stall. How much is this? I want to buy it. Everyone turned their eyes to the bronze mirror. After a long while, Su Haochen said softly, "Little brother, please forgive my poor eyesight. This bronze mirror doesn't look anything special, it just looks a little old." There were also people present who had deep knowledge of bronzeware. Master Su is right. This bronze mirror is indeed quite ordinary. I am sure that my vision is correct this time. Little brother, can you tell me why you want to buy it? The boss was also in a low mood. This bronze mirror was given to him by someone else. He originally thought that 300 yuan was too much, not to mention that no one would be interested in it. I bought it for my reasons. Long Yangqing didn't want to explain too much, he just asked the boss, "Boss, please tell me a price." This. The boss hesitated for a moment, but then gritted his teeth and said, "If you really want to buy it, I'll sell it to you for 300,000. The crowd watching was speechless. 300,000? This is simply extortion. In their opinion, the value of this bronze mirror is only 100 yuan at most. Su Haochen also frowned and was about to say something, but Long Yangqing waved his hand to interrupt him and said lightly, "I bought it." This move shocked everyone. They couldn't understand why Long Yangqing spent such a huge price to buy this bronze mirror. "You won't regret it, will you? Quick, transfer the money." The boss reacted, took out the QR code immediately, and urged excitedly. Long Yangqing completed the transfer without hesitation, then picked up the bronze mirror and looked at it carefully for a moment, and suddenly smiled, "Sister, this is for you." "Send it to me?" Zhong Qingyan was surprised. "Brother, you spent so much money to buy this bronze mirror just to give it to me?" "Yes." Long Yangqing nodded. Everyone was confused by Long Yangqing's gift. They felt that if they were to give gifts, they should give something like diamond perfume to please women, rather than giving such seemingly useless things. Is it just because it is worth as much as 300,000? Some even thought that Long Yangqing might have made a mistake and bought it just to save face. However, Zhong Qingyan accepted the gift with great joy, her heart filled with sweetness. In her opinion, no matter what it is, as long as it is given by Long Yangqing, she will like it. "Sister, although this bronze mirror is not particularly precious, it has a special meaning and I think it is very suitable for you," Long Yangqing explained with a smile. Seeing the confusion on Zhong Qingyan and the others' faces, Long Yangqing continued, "The scenery is infinitely beautiful, and the bright mirror reflects the beauty. In my heart, no one is more suitable for this poem than my sister." These words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly waking everyone up. They began to understand Long Yangqing's real intention in buying the bronze mirror. The scenery is infinitely beautiful, and the bright mirror reflects the beauty. This poem is so beautiful. Compared with diamond perfume, it has more connotation and depth. Long Yangqing uses this method to express his love for Zhong Qingyan. Which woman can resist it? Zhong Qingyan's face flushed like the rising morning glow. In the bronze mirror, her graceful figure is clearly visible, with the bright moon behind her. Her elegance and grace are like a beautiful painting, eclipsing all other scenery. Everyone was deeply moved, and they all agreed with what Long Yangqing said in their hearts, that the real beauty was the beautiful figure reflected in the mirror. Long Yangqing said firmly, "It is precisely because of this beauty that I will buy it without hesitation, even if the price soars to 3 million, 30 million, or even 300 million. He turned to Zhong Qingyan and asked softly, "Sister, do you like it?" Chapter 67. Can an appraiser compare to me? Zhong Qingyan nodded to Long Yangqing, indicating that the gift undoubtedly touched her heart. However, her brother's teasing skills also caught her off guard and left her in a state of confusion. The boss looked extremely dissatisfied, as if he had lost a business worth hundreds of millions. His face turned blue and he hurriedly packed up his things and left, wanting to see a doctor. He always felt that he was sick because of Long Yangqing's anger, and even his walking became unsteady. "Young man, please wait a moment." Just as Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan were about to leave, Su Haochen spoke up to try to keep them. He smiled awkwardly and said politely, "Would it be convenient for us to exchange contact information? I hope we can become friends." Long Yangqing felt that Su Haochen's previous attitude was quite good, so he nodded in agreement. "May I ask your name?" Su Haochen asked expectantly. "Long Yangqing." "Oh. It turns out to be young Master Long from Jiangnan City." Su Haochen was suddenly stunned and exclaimed in surprise, and then asked in confusion, "Are you the Long Yangqing who was famous in Jiangnan City?" Long Yangqing couldn't help but touch his nose, feeling a little surprised. His reputation had spread to places like Longhai, and even people here knew about him. Mr. Long, I am Su Haotian's elder brother. He praises your achievements highly and often mentions them to me. Su Haotian suddenly felt excited, as if the glory of his ancestors was shining on him. It was a great honor for him to meet such a legendary figure. This Mr. Long not only has a unique eye for appraising treasures, but his calligraphy skills are comparable to those of the sage of calligraphy, which is truly admirable. Mr. Long, it is my honor to meet you here. Su Haotian was so excited that he almost danced. Master Su, you are also a leader in the industry. Please maintain your composure. Long Yangqing reminded softly. How dare I claim to be an expert in front of you? I'm just a beginner. Su Haotian said modestly, Mr. Long, there is a treasure appraisal meeting tonight. I wonder if you can come and give me some advice? Originally, Long Yangqing wanted to politely decline because he had other things to do tomorrow. But Zhong Qingyan said enthusiastically, let's go and have a look. We finally got out here, so of course we have to have fun. Since his sister said so, Long Yangqing had no objection and nodded in agreement. Su Haotian was so happy that he almost fainted, and immediately called Su Haotian to show off. Next, he was like a caring butler, running around, serving tea and water to Long Yangqing and constantly asking him for advice on treasure appraisal. Ding! A prompt sound rang out. You have gained admiration from industry insiders. Congratulations to the host. Your treasure appraisal ability has been upgraded to the intermediate level. Long Yangqing's knowledge of antique identification has been enriched a lot. Nowadays, even when faced with antiques that are difficult to distinguish between real and fake, he can make a judgment in an instant. His ability to appraise treasures is probably among the best in the whole of China. Su Haotian consulted for 3 hours and gained a lot. He looked at Long Yangqing with eyes full of admiration. His attitude was extremely respectful, as if he was a student meeting his mentor. Mr. Long, the treasure appraisal conference is about to begin. Let's go over there. Long Yangqing nodded in agreement, then followed Su Haotian to a courtyard with Zhong Qingyan. The courtyard was crowded with people, sitting around the stage, and people kept bringing treasures to the stage for everyone to appreciate. The rules are extremely simple and clear. Whoever identifies the authenticity and origin of the treasure first will own the treasure. This is entirely a test of vision, not a competition of financial resources. Su Haotian's arrival was warmly welcomed, with many people coming forward to greet him, while Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan seemed more low-key. The two of them didn't care about these things, they just followed silently and looked around, as if they had opened the door to a new world. Zhong Qingyan joked to Long Yangqing, brother, if you take action, won't everything here become ours? Long Yangqing responded with a smile, sister, as long as it is what you want, I will do my best to help you win it. Zhong Qingyan was a little unconvinced and deliberately asked, then can you tell me what that vase is? She pointed at a vase in the distance, about 60 meters away. At such a distance, no one would be able to make out the specific details of the vase without careful observation. Long Yangqing's ability improvement was just right. He could tell at a glance the origin of the Yuan dynasty underglaze red jade vase with chrysanthemum pattern. Although the bottle has an elegant shape, its background is dark, which makes it obviously a fake. How can you see everything? Zhong Qingyan was surprised and pointed to another painting. What about this one? This is a work by a famous Ming dynasty artist. Although it is authentic, it is a rubbing and is not very valuable. Long Yangqing answered confidently. Oh my god. Zhong Qingyan was both happy and shocked by her brother's ability. Yangqing, is there anything else you don't know? No. Long Yangqing smiled proudly, sister, I can even clearly know what color underwear you are wearing today. Zhong Qingyan's heartbeat quickened, and she felt something was wrong, but she deliberately put on a stern face. Yangqing, you little brother, you even dare to tease your sister. At this time, Su Haotian came over, and Long Yangqing immediately went to meet him. Master Su, you called us here so late, but you let us wait here, isn't that inappropriate? Su Haotian sighed, I'm sorry, Mr. Long, this is my mistake. I didn't expect to meet my enemy tonight. What's going on? Long Yangqing asked curiously. Su Haotian pointed at a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes and whispered, it's him. He tried to recruit me before, but I didn't agree, so he hated me. I heard that he found a very powerful treasure appraiser to deal with me tonight. Not only does he want me to not get any treasures, he also wants to humiliate me in public. Long Yangqing couldn't help but ask, can any great treasure appraiser compare to me? Chapter 68. This is a fake. If Su Haotian heard these words from someone else, he would definitely sneer at them, but when Long Yangqing said them, he believed them without a doubt. He whispered, Mr. Long's vision is naturally superior to others, but my enemy is definitely not an ordinary person. Who is he? Long Yangqing asked curiously. Su Haochen sighed, this matter is hard to talk about. Anyway, even our Su family doesn't dare to offend him easily. This enemy is named Jiang Nan, a senior executive of Zuixinlu restaurant. He is extremely powerful and all the major forces in Longhai City are in awe of him. Since he is an enemy, you should face him bravely. Why be so timid? Long Yangqing said with some dissatisfaction, they have bullied you right at your doorstep, and you are still planning to hide. This is too shameful. Su Haochen smiled bitterly, Mr. Long, I'm not afraid, it's just that the helpers Jiang Nan found are too powerful for me to contend with. With me here, I'll make you stand up straight today. Long Yangqing looked at Su Haochen's expression and knew that he had suffered a lot of grievances in his daily life. In addition, Su Haotian was his younger brother, so he decided to help him. Zhong Qingyan was watching from the side and was not surprised by Long Yangqing's ambition. She admired Long Yangqing's self-confidence. No matter what difficulties he encountered, he would always face them head-on and never give up easily. This spirit of self-improvement makes Zhong Qingyan feel gratified. She feels that her brother has grown up and become a responsible person, which is exactly what she has always hoped to see. However, just as she was immersed in this joy, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, making her mood complicated. She hopes that these happy days can last forever, but the reality is often not as expected. Good. Su Haochen took a deep breath and said firmly, Mr. Long, please stand up for me. I will bear all the consequences. I absolutely cannot tolerate this evil. Long Yangqing nodded with satisfaction and took him and Zhong Qingyan to the central table, ready to start appraising the treasures. At this time, Jiang Nan also noticed Su Haochen. He sneered and walked over with a white-haired old man. He said casually, Master Su, long time no see. It has been a week since I embarrassed you last time. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Haochen. They all showed sarcastic smiles on their faces. They felt that this man was so pitiful. He was troubled by Jiang Nan again and again, but he could do nothing about it. It's so tragic, someone sighed. Your name is Jiang Nan, right? Long Yangqing said directly, I am Master Su's friend. I came here today just to give you a hard slap in the face. His words shocked everyone. They looked at Long Yangqing with admiration in their hearts. Who is this guy? He is too arrogant, someone whispered. Mr. Jiang is so powerful, but he dares to contradict him. Does he want to die? What kind of friend is Su Haochen making? He is such a reckless man. When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhong Qingyan looked at her brother's unusually high-profile performance today with a faint smile on her face, as if she was enjoying a good show. Jiang Nan's face was as gloomy as the sky before a storm. Su Haochen, what do you mean? Looking for a scapegoat to die? Su Haochen finally couldn't help but explode. He yelled, fuck you, you scapegoat. Then he looked at Jiang Nan provocatively, let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Jiang Nan's expression was unpredictable. He thought he could humiliate Su Haochen today, but he didn't expect to be outmaneuvered by the other party. He took a deep breath and said coldly, since we are going to compete, let's raise the stakes. Su Haochen, if you lose, I will take both of your eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Is this going to make the treasure appraiser lose his eyes? This is too cruel. But this is also Su Haochen's own fault. He actually found a fool to help. Long Yangqing added fuel to the fire at this time. Su Haochen, if you lose, not only will you lose your eyes, but you will also have to crawl under Master Su's crotch. This sentence made Su Haochen feel surprised. He had never thought that there would be such a bet. But Long Yangqing's words inspired his fighting spirit. He thought to himself, if I can become Mr. Long's younger brother, what an honor it would be. Don't waste your time. If you win, you can even call him daddy. Jiang Nan sneered. The old man next to him was a treasure appraisal expert with a national reputation, and his level was far superior to Su Haochen. How could he possibly lose in a competition that tests his eyesight, such as treasure appraisal? Even if Long Yangqing really has some skills, can he surpass this highly respected old man? That's almost impossible. Let's not go through all the red tape and just have people bring the treasures up. Whoever can accurately identify the authenticity of the treasure will own it. After an hour, whoever has the most treasures will win. Jiang Nan announced loudly. Long Yangqing accepted the challenge without hesitation. What was originally a grand treasure appraisal conference turned into a contest between the two of them. Fortunately, the audience present were sensible and no one disturbed them. They just kept carrying up the treasures. The old man next to Jiang Nan took out a very peculiar magnifying glass and behaved very professionally. Seeing this scene, someone exclaimed, "Mr. Jiang, could this be Master Yan Xiu? Yan Xiu? Could he be the treasure appraiser who won the silver medal recently? It's him. Look at the magnifying glass in his hand. The edge is gold-plated. It's a symbol of honor." Yan Xiu was proud of being recognized. He concentrated on holding the magnifying glass and preparing to carefully study the first treasure. He thought that winning the competition would be easy. However, while he was still confused, Long Yangqing calmly pointed out, "This one is fake." Chapter 69. You are not qualified to be my disciple. Long Yangqing's speech immediately attracted the attention of the whole audience. "I've only just started watching it, and you've already figured out it's fake?" Yan Xiu's face suddenly turned gloomy, and a strong feeling of displeasure surged in his heart. After all, he is a gold medal master in the treasure appraisal world, and the gold-plated magnifying glass in his hand can see every detail of the treasure clearly. However, Long Yangqing was able to see through the truth with just a quick glance. How could he accept this? Jiang Nan couldn't help laughing and said sarcastically, "What the hell is this? Are you trying to give us a pair of wise eyes? Su Haochen, what kind of helper are you looking for?" The crowd watching also started laughing, and the scene seemed a little funny. However, Long Yangqing didn't care at all. He smiled faintly and said confidently, "How can you shallow people understand my ability? I have already said that his treasure appraisal ability is not even 1 or 2 points better than mine. For such a thing, why should I bother to observe it carefully?" He went on to explain, "This item is called a Doqing Blaze Taotai pattern double-eared vase, and it is a porcelain from the official kiln of the Qing dynasty. Although it has been in the imperial palace, its quality is far from worthy of its historical value. Therefore, this is definitely a fake made by later generations, and it couldn't be more fake." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Even the owner who took out the treasure was stunned and asked in a lost voice, How can you be so accurate? This is the first time I take out this treasure. Could it be that? Is Long Yangqing really right?" Everyone looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock and admiration. They looked at Long Yangqing with eyes full of admiration. With just a quick glance, he can accurately judge the authenticity of the treasure. Such eyesight is simply amazing. Perhaps Yan Xiu really met a strong opponent this time. Oh, how enviable. When will I be able to have such vision? Damn it, I must learn from this Mr. Long in the future, someone shouted excitedly. And if my son could be half as strong as young Master Long, I would be satisfied. When Yan Xiu heard these discussions, he felt dissatisfied. He is obviously very strong, so why did he lose in the first round? He glared at Long Yangqing and secretly vowed to turn the tables. What a bunch of people who look down on others. Yan Xiu cursed, "This is only the first treasure, it's not certain who will win or lose. If I lose, I will worship him as my master." Jiang Nan also echoed loudly, "That's right. Haven't you guys heard of Master Yan Xiu's reputation? Watch carefully, Master Yan Xiu is just being polite." Although people had some doubts in their hearts, Yan Xiu and Jiang Nan were well known after all, so they did not dare to underestimate them. Everyone looked at each other silently, secretly expecting Long Yangqing to show even more amazing strength, slap Yan Xiu in the face, and finally win. The second treasure was carefully presented. Yan Xiu couldn't wait to pick up the magnifying glass and observed it attentively, with a hint of joy gradually appearing on his face. He was confident that he could identify the authenticity and origin of the treasure in just 1 minute. However, before he finished speaking, Long Yangqing sighed and interrupted his thoughts, "Don't waste your energy, this is true." He once again easily revealed the origin of the treasure, astonishing everyone present. Even the owner of the treasure couldn't help but sigh, "Thank you, Mr. Long, for broadening my horizons today." Everyone expressed their gratitude to Long Yangqing because he not only brought everyone a visual feast, but also imparted a lot of valuable knowledge. In contrast, Yan Xiu still held the magnifying glass stubbornly, as if he was still trying to find out his previous mistakes. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's just a coincidence. Let's do it again." When Jiang Nan saw the scene, he couldn't help but worry for Yan Xiu, but at the same time he was also looking forward to his counterattack. However, Long Yangqing was still able to quickly and accurately identify the origins and authenticity of the third and fourth treasures. Each of his answers lasted less than 6 seconds, but were full of depth and insight, leaving everyone present mesmerized. Yan Xiu's face became increasingly grim, and it was obvious that he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. The audience couldn't help but whisper. They said that people look down on others. Now it seems that who is looking down on others? Young Master Long is simply a walking treasure trove. He doesn't even need to compete with Yan Xiu. He can easily crush him. But then again, Master Yan Xiu is actually quite capable. He just encountered a stronger opponent today. Yan Xiu's face turned from red to white and then to blue, and a feeling of powerlessness surged into his heart like a tide. He was well aware of the gap between himself and Long Yangqing. This comparison was simply a world of difference. Even if he spent his entire life researching, he would not be able to reach the level of Long Yangqing. Master Yan Xiu, don't lose heart, there is still half an hour left, come on. Jiang Nan recalled the promise he had just made, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he encouraged Yan Xiu. When Yan Xiu heard the reminder of half an hour, his heart moved. Long Yangqing looked at his watch and smiled. I'll consider this half hour as a gift to you. Master Yan Xiu, feel free to use your appraisal skills. As long as you can surpass me, I lose. Exceed? Yan Xiu smiled bitterly in his heart. Long Yangqing had already identified at least 50 treasures in a short period of time. How could he possibly exceed him at such a speed? He was almost crying with anger. This was clearly a blatant humiliation. However, Yan Xiu's eyes suddenly gleamed with a gleam of light. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, Mr. Long, I admit that your vision is unmatched. I am willing to accept defeat and become your disciple to learn from you. In Yan Xiu's opinion, this is a wise choice. If he could become Long Yangqing's disciple and learn his identification skills, his future achievements would be limitless. Long Yangqing looked at Yan Xiu, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He said calmly, your idea is quite good. But you have to understand that you are not qualified to be my disciple. Chapter 70. If you don't like it, just throw it away. I. Yan Xiu's inner eagerness was like being poured with cold water, his anger surged like a violent storm, his whole body was shaking, as if he was about to erupt with tremendous power. Jiang Nan watched coldly from the side, but couldn't help laughing wildly in his heart. This young Master Long is really shameless and ungrateful. If Yan Xiu was really pushed into a corner, even he might be afraid. Yan Xiu was indeed extremely angry, but when he thought of Long Yangqing's amazing eyesight, a trace of fear arose in his heart. He suddenly fell to his knees with a plea on his face, Master Long, I beg you to accept me as your apprentice. Your eyesight is truly a gem in the world of treasure appraisal. It would be a great honor for me to be with you. The corner of Jiang Nan's eye twitched, and he was obviously shocked by Yan Xiu's behavior. Everyone was amazed. Although they felt that Yan Xiu's behavior was a bit exaggerated, they could understand it. After all, Long Yangqing's vision was so amazing that it was understandable that Yan Xiu admired him so much. They also wanted to bow down to Long Yangqing's power, but unfortunately they didn't even have this opportunity and could only look at Yan Xiu with envy. However, Long Yangqing turned a deaf ear to Yan Xiu's pleas, and instead turned his gaze to Jiang Nan, saying calmly, we should have won this competition, right? Mr. Jiang, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? What promise? Jiang Nan's voice was trembling, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. He threatened in a cold voice, if you lose, you lose. Young man, I advise you not to push others too far, otherwise you will bear the consequences. His words were full of threats, and everyone couldn't help but secretly curse him as shameless. But no one could do anything to him. After all, Jiang Nan had a special status in Zhuixinlu restaurant. Mr. Long, let's just forget it. Su Haochen's voice was low and weak. Haha, Su Haochen, look at how you look now. You're just like a dog wagging its tail to beg for mercy. Jiang Nan was very proud when he saw this scene, and he taunted, I'm about to win, and then I'll dig your eyeballs out. But I lost, and you didn't even have the courage to face me, and just said forget it. Do you want me to spend money to build you a doghouse, and you can just move in, ha ha ha? His arrogance drew contempt from those around him. A flash of bloodshot appeared in Su Haochen's eyes, but when he thought of the possible consequences, he finally forced himself to hold it back. However, Long Yangqing could not tolerate such an insult. He was young and energetic, and he had practiced Bajikun before. How could he tolerate others humiliating him in front of his sister? He quickly stepped forward, taking 2 steps at a time, and suddenly grabbed Jiang Nan's shoulders, pressing with all his strength. The force was so great that it seemed to weigh several hundred pounds. With a thud, Jiang Nan was pinned to the ground, screaming and shaking all over, with an expression of disbelief on his face. You actually know Kung Fu? Are you still human? The crowd around was shocked by this scene again. They only felt a gust of wind passing by, and Jiang Nan was already kneeling on the ground. This man's strength is simply amazing. Long Yangqing pointed at Su Haochen coldly and ordered Jiang Nan, "You have 5 seconds to call me daddy," and crawl under his crotch. Yan Xiu was also shocked when these words were spoken. He was terrified and glad that he had chosen to surrender before. Noticing the gazes of the people around him, Yan Xiu's face turned red, and he hurriedly explained, "Why are you all looking at me? Although young Master Long has not accepted me as his disciple, he will always be my master in my heart. How can a disciple be an enemy of his master? This is so shameless." The people around him cursed inwardly. However, they also felt envy for Long Yangqing in their hearts. They also wanted to be as unscrupulous as him, but they were not qualified. Jiang Nan was completely enraged. He stared at Long Yangqing and shouted angrily, "I won't scream, what can you do to me?" He even said that if Long Yangqing didn't let him go, he would find someone to deal with Su Haochen, even including Long Yangqing and his woman. "You still dare to threaten me?" Long Yangqing sneered, then suddenly attacked, and with a snap, he crushed Jiang Nan's shoulder. "Ah!" Jiang Nan screamed and almost fainted. He suddenly felt a surge of fear in his heart. Did Long Yangqing really dare to kill him? He felt Long Yangqing's cold gaze, and his heart went cold. He begged for mercy quickly. I'll crawl now, Dad, let me go, I beg you." Amid everyone's astonished gaze, Jiang Nan really crawled out from under Su Haochen's crotch. His attitude changed so quickly that it was unbelievable. Su Haochen was very confused about what was happening before his eyes, and he kept repeating, "Mr. Long, this. He witnessed the miserable state of Jiang Nan, who had once humiliated him, and could hardly believe his eyes. Jiang Nan was dying at this moment and was carried out. This was in stark contrast to his previous arrogance and domineering behavior, which made Su Haochen feel a little unreal. Since he participated in the gambling, he must bear the consequences. This is the path he chose. Long Yangqing said lightly, as if he was just talking about an insignificant matter. He wiped his hands and prepared to leave with the people around him. At this moment, Yan Xiu suddenly reminded loudly, "Master, you haven't taken your antique yet." This reminded Long Yangqing of the rules of the treasure appraisal conference. He turned around and asked Zhong Qingyan, "Sister, which antique do you like?" Zhong Qingyan glanced at the antiques and shook her head gently, "There's not a single one that I like." Long Yangqing nodded and made a decision without hesitation, "Since my sister doesn't like it, let's throw it away." This statement shocked everyone present. It is difficult to tell whether these antiques are genuine or fake, but if they are real, their value may be as high as tens of millions. However, in Long Yangqing's eyes, they did not seem worth lingering on. They couldn't help but sigh that Long Yangqing's broad-mindedness was truly admirable. Yan Xiu looked around at everyone with a smug look on his face, and said smugly, "Look, this is my master. Be careful from now on. If anyone dares to offend my master, Old Xiu, will make him unable to survive in the whole country." Chapter 71 Don't Hold Back. The treasure appraisal conference came to an end amidst laughter and joy. It was already late at night and the sky was dotted with stars. Su Haochen expressed his gratitude to Long Yangqing and even offered to pay him, but Long Yangqing politely declined. Long Yangqing and Zhong Qingyan walked side by side on the quiet street, feeling the night breeze and immersed in each other's conversation. When they returned to the hotel, it was already late at night. Zhong Qingyan was exhausted. She fell headfirst onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The early morning ringing broke the silence, and Long Yangqing received a call from Shi Jiachang, informing him that they would arrive at the hotel in half an hour. He turned to look at his sister who had just woken up from her sleep. She had obvious dark circles under her eyes and looked exhausted. Long Yangqing suddenly had an idea and asked softly, "Sister, are you very tired?" Zhong Qingyan rubbed her eyes and muttered, "I didn't go to bed until 4 last night, and now I'm woken up by you again. How can I not be tired?" Although her words were full of complaints, Long Yangqing noticed the fatigue that flashed in her eyes. "Then let me give you another massage." Long Yangqing suggested, "Massage can effectively relieve fatigue. I guarantee that you will feel more comfortable than after a good night's sleep." "Really?" Zhong Qingyan was a little skeptical, but recalling the comfort she felt when her brother rubbed her shoulders last time, she decided to give it a try. She obediently lay on the sofa, ready to receive her brother's massage. "Sister, I'm about to start, just bear with me." Long Yangqing gently performed massage techniques on his sister. Ah! Zhong Qingyan suddenly let out a cry of surprise, not of pain, but of comfort. Long Yangqing's fingers were as gentle as the spring breeze, or as gentle as flowing water, massaging each acupoint on her back one by one. Zhong Qingyan's tired body gradually relaxed in this soothing massage, as if the long-accumulated fatigue disappeared in an instant. This feels so good. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and recalling the sound she made involuntarily just now, a blush appeared on her face. She shyly buried her head in the soft sofa, enjoying this rare comfort. When Long Yangqing stopped, Zhong Qingyan looked up at the time and found that half an hour had passed. She stretched, stood up gracefully, and commented with satisfaction, "Your massage skills are really good. From now on, you will be my exclusive masseur." Long Yangqing responded with a smile, "Of course I can give you a massage, but are there any special rewards?" Zhong Qingyan glared at him and said jokingly, "How about I give you a wife?" Long Yangqing showed a playful expression, "Sister, you are not talking about yourself, are you?" "You wish." Zhong Qingyan snorted in reproach, but she felt a little proud and happy in her heart. She walked back to her room and prepared to put on makeup. As Zhong Qingyan stepped into the room, the system's prompt sounded in Long Yangqing's ears, "Ding, sister's heart is moved, the host gets the reward of agility +8. Long Yangqing touched his nose and thought to himself, although his sister might be joking, the system is real. Doesn't this prove that with the help of the system, my sister's inner thoughts can no longer be hidden? Not long after, Zhong Qingyan came out with exquisite makeup, and Shi Jiachang also arrived at the right time. The two got in the car together and drove towards the medical association. Shi Jiachang said to Long Yangqing in a low voice, "Mr. Long, the situation this time is quite tricky. I am afraid our plan will not be successful." Long Yangqing frowned slightly and asked, "What happened?" Shi Jiachang smiled bitterly and whispered, "Mr. Long, I am no longer the president of the Northern District Medical Association. I was dismissed last night because I insisted on practicing traditional Chinese medicine. In this land of China, there are actually people who think that believing in traditional Chinese medicine is superstition." Long Yangqing's face suddenly darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Traditional Chinese medicine is the treasure of China. You may not believe in it, but you must not blaspheme it." Shi Jiachang sighed, "Yes, but this is the reality. Traditional Chinese medicine has lost trust in China. The higher-ups have decided to spend 300 billion to introduce foreign medical technology. The contract will be signed tomorrow. In other words, we only have 1 day left." However, his eyes suddenly became firm, "Mr. Long, but I still have a glimmer of hope, that is you. Your medical skills are superb. If you can show them in front of everyone, maybe you can change their views on Chinese medicine. Therefore, I risked my future and fought for such an opportunity for you." Shi Jiacheng pleaded, "Mr. Long, today, please use all your strength and don't hold back. Let us Chinese people know for ourselves, and let those foreigners see what real medical skills are." Long Yangqing witnessed Shi Jiacheng's deep love for traditional Chinese medicine, and his heart was moved. If everyone in China could cherish traditional Chinese medicine so much, how could it have fallen into decline and allowed foreign forces to become arrogant and domineering? He gazed into Shi Jiacheng's pleading eyes and his sister's expectant gaze, and made a decision in his heart. How can we allow others to defile the national treasure? About half an hour later, the vehicle stopped in front of a magnificent building, which was the top medical gathering place in the Northern District, the Medical Association. The medical elites here are constantly tackling difficult problems and striving to solve various diseases. However, China still lags behind in the medical field and has to cooperate with foreign medical companies to purchase advanced technologies. These foreign companies are like vampires, seizing this opportunity to blackmail. The moment Long Yangqing stepped into the Medical Association, he knew his mission. That is to revitalize traditional Chinese medicine. Calling the wind and rain, and turning beans into soldiers, are just legendary Taoist secrets. Medical skills are not just empty myths, they require real actions to save lives. Long Yangqing already has a plan, he will conquer everyone with his own means. Resurrection from the dead, these 4 words represent his belief and commitment. Chapter 72. Are you really not going to give traditional Chinese medicine a chance? Long Yangqing followed Shi Jiacheng into the spacious hall and saw a crowded scene before them. Most of the people present, whether they were domestic elites or foreign experts, were in their 30s and had serious expressions. They kept looking at the 2 newcomers. There was a hint of disdain in their eyes towards Long Yangqing, but when they turned to Zhong Qingyan, their eyes lit up as if they were attracted by a magnet. Beautiful women are the focus wherever they go, and Zhong Qingyan's temperament is even more unique, as if she is better than anyone else present. Shi Jiachang, is this the Chinese medicine expert you found? Yan Hongfei asked with a sarcastic smile. He rose to prominence by reporting Shi Jiachang's superstition about traditional Chinese medicine. Now he has become the acting president of the North District Medical Association and holds great power. Yes, it's him, Long Yangqing, young Master Long. Shi Jiachang's answer was firm and powerful. I don't want to say anything more. Just let young Master Long show you his medical skills, and you will understand why I am so obsessed with Chinese medicine. His medical skills alone are enough to eclipse the medical level of the whole world. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue immediately became boiling. Oh, Shi Jiachang's words are really inspiring. Someone lamented, however, no matter how nice the words are, they cannot change the fact that Chinese medicine is pseudoscience. Does he still need to demonstrate his medical skills? We are all graduates of prestigious universities and medical graduate students. What right does he have to demonstrate it? Someone sneered with disdain. These words came from the mouths of the Chinese people. Foreigners standing by saw this scene and showed mocking smiles on their faces. China, this great country, is truly awe-inspiring. If they can unite as one, perhaps they can really dominate the world. However, it is precisely because of their disunity that we foreigners have the opportunity to take advantage of them. The foreigners said in not-so-fluent Chinese, President Yan, stop wasting time on these clowns. Let's complete the deal as soon as possible. For today's transaction, we set the price at 300 billion. But if it were tomorrow, the price would rise to 500 billion. Yan Hongfei's face darkened. He could still make some money from 300 billion, but 500 billion would be a pure loss. He shouted angrily, Shi Jiachang, take your people and get out of here. This is a national matter, how can we allow you to do whatever you want? Yan Hongfei, didn't we reach a consensus? Can you give me a chance? Shi Jiachang's tone revealed confusion, and a trace of bloodshot flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for his previous promise, he would not have given up the position of president so easily. Give you a chance? What chance does Chinese medicine have? Yan Hongfei sneered, also, what did you call me just now? Shi Jiachang, let me give you another chance, as long as you kneel down and beg me. Shi Jiachang's body shook violently. As the president of the North District, if he kneels down at this moment, he will lose all his dignity and honor. But for the survival of Chinese medicine. Yan Hongfei's face turned pale and he opened his eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Shi Jiachang actually knelt down. He originally thought that this request would only remain a verbal one, but now it seemed so real and firm. Yan Hongfei, I beg you to give Chinese medicine a chance. Shi Jiachang's voice echoed in the empty hall, filled with unquestionable firmness. This scene shocked everyone in the audience. They originally thought that Shi Jiachang was just talking, but they didn't expect him to actually do it. However, surprisingly, there was not a trace of ridicule or mockery in the audience, but instead there was full of admiration. Those foreigners also gave thumbs up and expressed their sincere respect for Shi Jiachang. Yan Hongfei's face became more and more ugly. He felt like he was forced into a desperate situation by Shi Jiachang. He roared, you old stubborn man, you dare to kneel. His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. He waved his hand and shouted, Shi Jiachang, even if you kneel down, I won't give you a chance. Get out. Otherwise. Before he finished speaking, a group of aggressive bodyguards suddenly rushed into the hall. This is an elite bodyguard team composed of retired boxing champions and military kings. Their combat effectiveness is extremely strong and can almost be compared to an army in this small space. After all, this is a deal worth 300 billion, and the higher-ups were worried about accidents, so they sent this elite team directly. Shi Jiachang looked at Yan Hongfei, a sad smile flashing in his eyes. He repeated again, Yan Hongfei, you really don't want to give Chinese medicine a chance? Yan Hongfei sneered at Long Yangqing and the others with disdain, traditional Chinese medicine? That's just a bunch of old-fashioned stuff. What qualifications do you have for me to give you a chance? Get lost. Shi Jiachang was shocked by Yan Hongfei's words and felt despair in his heart. However, at this moment, Long Yangqing suddenly jumped out from beside Zhong Qingyan, gave her a soothing look, and then calmly said to Yan Hongfei, if we don't want to leave, what are you going to do? Yan Hongfei responded coldly, you have disrupted the medical transaction. This is treason. I have the right to execute you on the spot. Long Yangqing sighed and said calmly, since you are so disdainful of Chinese medicine, then you probably know nothing about Chinese martial arts. Yan Hongfei frowned, national martial arts? What is that? When they heard this word, excitement shone in the eyes of the foreigners. Oh, I see. Do you mean martial arts, like IP Man's Kung Fu? But I heard that IP Man's Kung Fu is just fancy stuff. Some boxing champions even said they could beat him on the streets. No, after IP Man's death, there is no one in China who can promote Kung Fu to the international level. Although IP Man is great, his Kung Fu was still not good enough. Listening to the foreigners' discussions, Long Yangqing moved his body slightly, and his joints made crackling sounds. Chapter 73. It's not your turn to speak yet. Strength is the most powerful weapon to break rumors. Every vibration of Long Yangqing's muscles and bones was as shocking as thunder, which amazed the foreign audience present and made them applaud loudly. Are they witnessing the legendary Chinese Kung Fu with their own eyes? After all, even the most high-end movie special effects can't compare to this. Humph, it's just some fancy moves. Yan Hongfei smiled contemptuously and waved his hand to signal his men to come forward. In his opinion, these moves may attract attention on the stage, but in a real battle, they are nothing but tricks that will cost you your life. However, the reality was far from what he thought. As Long Yangqing rushed towards his opponent at astonishing speed, each of his movements became so swift and precise. His arms were like flexible ropes, tightly wrapping around his opponent, and then his fierce punch hit the coccyx, shocking everyone. Bang! In a flash, one person collapsed to the ground. But Long Yangqing's offensive did not stop. He launched an attack again. The others woke up as if from a dream, their eyes filled with astonishment, but they had no time to think deeply. They just looked at each other and then quickly surrounded Long Yangqing. Oh my god! Is this Chinese Kung Fu? It's like the modern Ip Man. No, even if it's Yuan, I'm afraid he doesn't have such power. This is incredible. Is this the true essence of a great country? For this group of foreigners, they seem to have long forgotten their original intentions and were deeply attracted by the fierce battle before them. They were so excited that they even took out their cell phones to record videos, and they didn't care about the outcome of the fight. In their eyes, the most important thing is to witness real Kung Fu with their own eyes. Especially the step forward taken by Long Yangqing, it was so handsome. His fists whizzed out like stars, instantly conquering the hearts of all foreigners. They even had the urge to become apprentices and learn skills. Mr. Long, this. Shi Jiaqing observed from the side, with a complicated expression on his face, and whispered to himself, is there anything that young Master Long can't do? My brother is multi-talented, and medicine is just the part he is least good at. Zhong Qingyan praised proudly, saying that her brother made her feel extremely proud. Looking at Long Yangqing's expressionless face, his skills are unmatched. He is not at all inferior when fighting against many people alone. His style is even more chic than the editing in the movie. The words national teacher flashed in Shi Jiaqing's mind. He seemed to see the hope of the country, the teacher of a country. National martial arts is so powerful? Yan Hongfei found it unbelievable. Seeing the foreigner's admiration for him, he actually felt a little proud. The look he gave Long Yangqing was full of envy and yearning. How great it would be if this person was him. But then, Yan Hongfei came to his senses and realized that this man was an enemy, and his strength was disadvantageous to him. However, watching the elites on the battlefield gradually being defeated, he couldn't help but curse them as trash. Then, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. He looked at Zhong Qingyan and ordered coldly, hold him and capture that woman for me. As soon as Zhong Qingyan finished speaking, the elites turned to her, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, ready to take action. However, Long Yangqing was faster than them. Each of his punches was like thunder, as if carrying a ton of power. The elites who were hit collapsed to the ground, twitching continuously, and completely lost their combat effectiveness. In just 20 seconds, those so-called elites were defeated one by Long Yangqing. He waved his hand calmly and asked in a cold voice, now, do you understand what Chinese martial arts is? National martial arts. These two words hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Yan Hongfei was also shocked by Long Yangqing's strength and felt that he indeed had the demeanor of a master. He had never thought that a group of elites were no match for Long Yangqing, and he couldn't help feeling a little nervous at this moment. But he didn't want to lose his composure in front of foreigners, so he suppressed his fear and remained calm. Foreigners came forward one after another, expressing their sincere admiration and worship for Long Yangqing. They regard the strong as heroes, and Long Yangqing's performance today undoubtedly amazed them. They asked to take photos with him, believing that Chinese Kung Fu was the best fighting skill in the world. Some even expressed their desire to learn Kung Fu from Long Yangqing, believing that they would be respected and loved by people after returning to China. The members of the medical team looked at each other. Although some wanted to go forward and give it a try, Yan Hongfei's gloomy look stopped them. They discussed among themselves, our ancestors were really amazing. Chinese medicine might be very powerful too. Someone asked in confusion, why doesn't President Yan let everyone show their medical skills? Some people also eagerly hoped, we should use Chinese medicine to defeat these foreign experts and bring glory to China. Their original contempt for traditional Chinese medicine began to waver at this moment. Long Yangqing was calm, but he remembered the original purpose of coming here. He waved his hand and said, we are not going to talk about martial arts today. I just want to show that as a great country, we are not inferior to others. Many people were filled with pride when they heard this. However, Yan Hongfei's expression became increasingly gloomy. He angrily said, you are betraying me. Before he could finish his words, Long Yangqing took a step forward and slapped him hard. It's not your turn to speak yet. The whole audience fell silent for a moment. Chapter 74 Demonstrating the Majesty of China. This place was originally a venue for the North District Medical Association. However, Long Yangqing's words, it's not your turn to speak yet, made everyone mistakenly think that this place had become his stage. This made foreigners admire him even more, and members of the medical association were also excited about the Chinese style he displayed. Yan Hongfei covered his face, which was about to swell up like a pig's head, his heart filled with anger and helplessness, and he could only endure it silently. He secretly regretted that he should have been more friendly earlier. Now, as the acting president, he was slapped in the face in public. How could he survive here in the future? At this time, Zhong Qingyan suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. She said, everyone, my brother and I didn't come here to cause trouble, but to solve the problem through negotiation. Long Yangqing was surprised by this, but soon understood his sister's intention. He knew that what was being discussed here was the medical skills of an entire country. Using force to deter them might work in the short term, but it would not be beneficial to them in the long run. Therefore, he admired his sister's wit and quick response. Negotiation of what? Yan Hongfei asked in a cold voice. Although he was dissatisfied, he also understood that the other party was giving him a way out. So he took advantage of the situation and continued the topic, as if what had just happened had never happened. The members of the medical association also breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. They were afraid that Yan Hongfei would be beaten again for disobeying, which would be even more embarrassing in front of the foreigners. Zhong Qingyan smiled and responded, medical skills are undoubtedly the treasure of our China. You are willing to spend 300 billion to buy technology from foreigners, why don't you give your own people a chance to show it? Why should we buy something that we Chinese have from foreigners? Isn't this a joke to those who laugh at us? Aren't we the ones who are being taken advantage of? When these words were spoken, members of the medical association felt ashamed. Shi Jiachang was even more surprised. Although he didn't know Zhong Qingyan's identity, he could feel her extraordinariness from her words. Her cooperation with Long Yangqing is simply seamless. Give us a chance? Should I say you are ignorant or ridiculous? Yan Hongfei sneered and continued, this technology was developed by foreigners after 20 years of research and countless efforts. If we can buy it, we can break through the bottleneck of medicine and save countless patients. Not to mention 300 billion, even 1 trillion is worth buying. And you, only 2 people, claim that Chinese medicine is better than this technology? Tell me, how can I believe you? As soon as Yan Hongfei said this, the foreigners began to feel proud. Dean Yan is absolutely right. Although your kung fu is comparable to Ip Man, your medical skills are rubbish. It's not just you. The medical technology of the entire Chinese nation is so backward that it's laughable. Your scientific researchers are also a bunch of rubbish. This is simply an insult to their face. However, what is unbelievable is that no one dared to stand up and refute it. The members of the medical association were so ashamed that they almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Who can be blamed for this? They can only blame themselves for not being as skilled as others. Alas, if they are really powerful, who wouldn't want to show the dignity and confidence of a great power in front of foreigners? But the problem is that they have been exposed to Western medicine for too short a time and seem to be unable to keep up with the pace compared with foreign experts. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Long Yangqing, with a faint expectation in their hearts. At this critical moment, how much they hope that Long Yangqing can demonstrate his top Chinese medicine skills and save face for the country. Unfortunately, this is almost impossible. Whether you believe it or not depends entirely on medical skills. Zhong Qingyan said calmly, "Why not let my brother show his medical skills? If you think it is useless, we will leave immediately and are willing to bear the compensation. But if his medical skills can really help everyone, maybe we can continue to discuss it." Yan Hongfei pondered for a moment, his eyes swept over the elites lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and twitching, and a scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Since you are so persistent, I will give you a chance. I will give you half an hour. As long as you can make all these people return to normal, then I will recognize the effectiveness of traditional Chinese medicine." Everyone looked at the elites who were struggling in pain, exchanging glances with each other, their faces full of confusion and helplessness. This is simply an impossible task. Judging from the bruises on their bodies, they had obviously suffered severe impacts, and perhaps even multiple fractures. To recover in such a short time is simply a fantasy. President Yan is clearly deliberately making things difficult for us. The foreigners nearby were also shocked and discussed solemnly. "John, according to our country's medical skills, how long do you think it will take to cure them?" "At least 10 days. This requires continuous treatment, observation, and rehabilitation, as well as solving possible sequelae. To be honest, no country in the world, even with the most advanced medical technology, can restore them to their original state within half an hour. Not to mention a country like China with relatively backward medical standards." These Chinese people are really interesting. They seem to enjoy laughing at others in front of their compatriots. Then let's enjoy this performance. This humiliation made everyone present feel ashamed. Even Zhong Qingyan, who was usually calm, couldn't help but frown and show some dissatisfaction. This is exactly why she is determined not to cooperate with foreign companies. Yan Hongfei's expression became uglier and uglier. He turned all his anger towards Long Yangqing and roared angrily, "If you are not competent, get out of here and don't let me see you again." Facing such a provocation, Long Yangqing just sneered and responded, "Can't do it? I originally planned to demonstrate a more sophisticated medical skill to show the majesty of my China, but you just want me to treat them. Such a simple task, you actually doubt whether I can complete it? President Yan, your backbone is really amazing." Chapter 75: Winning Dignity and Respect for Traditional Chinese Medicine. Even though Long Yangqing only verbally insulted others, people still felt that he was too arrogant. However, the following silver needle operation attracted everyone's attention and made them stare nervously. This demonstration is not only a test of Long Yangqing's ability, but also a verification of the medical skills that have been passed down in China for thousands of years. Therefore, even Shi Zhechang, who was well aware of Long Yangqing's medical skills, felt nervous at this moment, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He noticed that Zhong Qingyan had a smile on her face, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Miss Zhong, aren't you nervous?" Zhong Qingyan smiled softly and responded, "My brother has never let me down, why should I be nervous?" Long Yangqing quickly ordered all the fallen elites to lie down and take off their shirts. He held a silver needle in his hand and accurately inserted it into the key acupuncture points on their bodies. After just 8 seconds, he pulled out the silver needle and turned to treat the next person. This time, it only took him 6 seconds. He kept repeating this process, faster and faster. This incredible operation shocked everyone, and they even suspected that Long Yangqing was performing magic instead of saving people. However, the first person to be treated stood up with a ruddy complexion. He moved his body in shock and looked stronger than before. Other elites also stood up. In less than half an hour, Long Yangqing completed this seemingly impossible task. His speed and efficiency were amazing, and everyone expressed their sincere admiration for his medical skills. Oh my God, is this the pinnacle of medical skills? Is this simply the power of magic? The foreigners have conducted a comprehensive examination on the elites who have recovered after treatment. The results show that their body functions have reached an excellent state and no abnormalities can be found at all. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a miracle. Is this the legendary Chinese medicine technique? Just like the mysterious Kung Fu, it's not that it doesn't really exist, but no one has ever truly demonstrated its charm. It is really exciting. If this medical skill is made public, it will surely sweep all medical awards around the world. Why do the Chinese despise this treasure and not promote it? In the eyes of the foreigners, there was no contempt at all. They all looked at Long Yangqing eagerly. Although they did not know the true potential of traditional Chinese medicine, the medical skills he demonstrated alone were enough to make them feel that traditional Chinese medicine was a profound science. If they can acquire such technology, they will undoubtedly take the lead worldwide. Therefore, they were determined to recruit Long Yangqing and were even willing to pay any price. President Yan, is this really Chinese medicine? The members of the medical association were amazed, with excitement shining in their eyes. President Shi's belief is correct. We should believe in traditional Chinese medicine instead of blindly doubting it. However, Yan Hongfei's face looked very ugly. In addition to being shocked, he felt a strong surge of anger in his heart. If Chinese medicine is really so effective, then hasn't he wasted a lot of money? What about Chinese medicine? It's all just a bunch of lies. Yan Hongfei gritted his teeth and said he didn't care about his medical skills at all, he only thought about how to make money. It didn't take long for him to think of the contact information of dozens of killers and prepare to take action against Long Yangqing. At the moment when everyone's blood was boiling, Long Yangqing said calmly, healing them is just the basic skills of traditional Chinese medicine. Today, I also brought a more exquisite medical skill, which is enough to show the infinite charm of traditional Chinese medicine. Yan Hongfei retorted dissatisfiedly, do you think this is your territory and you can show off at will? Long Yangqing warned mercilessly, shut up. If you say one more word, I will pull out your tongue. Facing the foreigner's angry glares, Yan Hongfei seemed to have become a mortal enemy in their eyes. Members of the medical association also expressed indifference. This is simply a provocation to them. Young Master Long has demonstrated such outstanding medical skills, how dare Yan Hongfei still be so arrogant? Haha, show it? Go ahead, but I don't want to waste everyone's precious time. Yan Hongfei forced a kind smile, but he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Who is the real president of the medical association? According to what you Chinese people say, you have some self-awareness. Someone mocked. That's right. If it was you who showed it, we would indeed find it boring and think it was a waste of time. But if it was Mr. Long who wanted to show it, even if it cost tens of millions, we would not hesitate to witness it with our own eyes. Long Yangqing glanced at the foreigners present and spoke in a cold voice. Yan Hongfei's smile froze in an instant. Long Yangqing ignored him and spoke slowly, the level of medical skills itself is not important, the key lies in the doctor's philosophy. Since you think that Western medicine is superior, then please find patients and let me use silver needles to block their acupuncture points. You can use all the treatment methods of Western medicine. As long as you can make the patients move, I will admit that Chinese medicine is inferior to Western medicine. The whole audience was shocked when he said this. People were discussing and trying to figure out Long Yangqing's real intention. After a heated discussion, everyone finally understood, Long Yangqing was going to fight against the entire Western medical community alone. Although the idea sounded incredible, the medical students were excited. This is the style of a great country in their hearts. Haven't those foreigners always been belittling Chinese medicine? Long Yangqing decided to prove his strength through action. He challenged the foreigners, you can also find someone to treat me with all your medical methods. Then, I will crack your treatment plan. If I lose, I will admit without hesitation that Chinese medicine is inferior to Western medicine. These words moved everyone present. With his courage and confidence, Long Yangqing won dignity and respect for traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 76, Admit Defeat. At this moment, even Yan Hongfei felt Long Yangqing's shocking aura, which made him involuntarily take a breath. The first competition undoubtedly demonstrated the profound heritage and unique charm of traditional Chinese medicine. The second game is Long Yangqing's real goal. He wants to break the deadlock with his own strength and make everyone convinced. Once the news of this competition spreads, it will surely attract elites from the global medical community to come and watch. Yan Hongfei felt uneasy. If Long Yangqing could really defeat these foreign counterparts in a fair and just manner, then his own position would be in jeopardy. Therefore, he could not sit idly by, even if it meant using some sinister means. However, in the face of national honor, personal gains and losses seemed so insignificant. I couldn't believe my eyes. There was a fanatical light in Shi Jiachang's eyes and his voice trembled with excitement. Zhong Qingyan looked at him with a smile on her face, so how do you feel now that you see all this? Shi Jiachang took a deep breath, as if he wanted to remember the shock of this moment forever in his heart. If I can hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. He spoke every word, his eyes full of awe and pride. He turned to look at Zhong Qingyan with a surprised expression on his face. Ms. Zhong, you too. Zhong Qingyan's eyes were firm and clear. I am also Chinese. Shi Jiachang's body shook violently, and then he burst into hearty laughter. These 6 words, like a powerful spiritual force, stirred among them. After a brief exchange, the foreigners selected a representative, who solemnly said to Long Yangqing, "Hello, Mr. Long, I am John. We accept your challenge. We hope you can demonstrate your highest level of medical skills, otherwise, you may lose." Although he had great respect for Long Yangqing in his heart, John was looking forward to this contest, believing that it would be a battle of honor and a peak medical showdown. Long Yangqing nodded in agreement and discussed the rules of the game with John. In the first match, Long Yangqing chose the challenger, and John's side was responsible for solving the case. In the second match, John's side will choose the challenger. Due to the limited conditions of the medical association, both parties decided to hold the competition at Longhai Hospital. There were abundant medical equipment there, which made the foreigners smile with satisfaction. They believed that this would greatly improve their chances of winning. When Long Yangqing was thinking about which colleague to choose to participate in the challenge, Shi Jiacheng stood up without hesitation and said firmly, "Mr. Long, let me try." Long Yangqing understood his enthusiasm and determination, and thought that this would not cause any accidents, so he agreed to Shi Jiacheng's request. However, not everyone is optimistic about the match. Yan Hongfei said in a mocking tone, "He is really not afraid of death. Even if he has this medical skill, those foreigners will definitely try their best to torture him." He looked coldly at the expectant people around him, sneered in his heart, and waited for the show to begin. Everyone waited quietly, and the competition horn finally sounded. Long Yangqing used his magical skills to make Shi Jiacheng lie on the bed. 2 silver needles shining with silver light pierced into his Higu and Taichung points respectively, which immediately made Shi Jiacheng unable to move. "President Shi, how do you feel?" Long Yangqing asked softly. Shi Jiacheng showed an indescribable comfortable expression on his face, and replied, "It's very strange, but very comfortable, as if my whole body has fallen into a deep sleep and is completely relaxed." Seeing Shi Jiacheng's condition, people who had been worried about him suffering breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Hongfei thought that Shi Jiacheng was just pretending. He snorted coldly and turned his gaze to John and others, hoping that they could resolve the situation. John and the others smiled at each other. They decided to use a small hammer to gently tap various parts of Shi Jiacheng's body, trying to trigger his nerve reflex. However, Shi Jiacheng remained motionless. Then they used advanced medical instruments to examine the patient, and the results were shocking. His nervous system seems to be blocked by some mysterious force, but his body functions are not affected at all, someone exclaimed. "This is definitely not an act. He really can't move. Perhaps we can call this state an out-of-body experience?" The members of the medical association came closer, brows furrowed, and tried their best to think of a solution. Their words gradually became mysterious, and finally they were related to myths and legends. The reason why traditional Chinese medicine is often questioned is perhaps because it is somewhat mysterious. In contrast, Western medicine is rooted in science. As long as you don't remove the silver needle, you can use all your strength, even joining forces with President Shi. If he moves at all, I lose. Long Yangqing stood with his hands behind his back, with an extraordinary demeanor, as unfathomable as the abyss. At this moment, he not only represents himself, but also represents the dignity of a country. Zhong Qingyan quietly took out her cell phone and carefully filmed everything, fearing that she would be discovered. Her heartbeat quickened, her face flushed slightly, and then she raised her thumb and praised, "Brother, you are awesome." John and other foreign doctors had solemn yet excited expressions on their faces. It is undoubtedly an honor for them to encounter such magical medical skills. They discussed various methods and tried them one by one, but Shi Jiacheng still had no response. In their eyes, some methods that might cause pain, such as electric shock, seemed to have no effect on Shi Jiacheng. He still looked like he was enjoying himself, as if he was immersed in some state of relaxation. "There is really no other way. We have tried our best. Even doctors like us who have an international reputation are helpless. This is the magic of Chinese medicine, it's like magic." They did not show any shame at the defeat of their foreign counterparts. On the contrary, they felt excited and proud. In their eyes, this time they were not defeated in medical skills, but in the mysterious magic. These unique medical skills that China possesses are simply amazing. Even those members of the medical association apologized to their opponents and expressed their deep regret for their previous disrespect for Chinese medicine. "You're giving up already?" Yan Hongfei was stunned, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He found this unbelievable. Is the power of science really helpless? Do we really have to use magic to fight magic? At this time, Long Yangqing's gaze turned to him. Chapter 77 lets you see the real medical skills. Yan Hongfei's mood sank to the bottom. He felt powerless against that indifferent gaze and couldn't even raise his head. He noticed that John and others were enthusiastically discussing Long Yangqing's miraculous medical skills. A vicious idea flashed through his mind, so he walked over quietly. "John, you can try to remove the silver needle," Long Yangqing suggested. "Me?" John was a little surprised, but then he felt excited, took a deep breath, looked at the envious eyes of his compatriots around him, and bravely pulled out the silver needle. Shi Jiachang almost immediately exhaled a breath and sat up on the bed. He looked at the surprised eyes of the crowd and couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. "I'm sorry, the feeling just now was really too comfortable. I have never felt so relaxed before." The mystery of traditional Chinese medicine lies in these details. For the same acupuncture point, the effects will be very different if the depth of insertion of the silver needle is different, Long Yangqing explained. Members of the medical association suddenly realized something and began to understand the mystery. The foreigners looked confused and eagerly asked these people for advice, because in their eyes, these were invaluable medical skills. "Mr. John, it's up to you now. Let him solve this situation." Yan Hongfei pulled John aside and whispered, "Do you have confidence?" John shook his head at Long Yangqing and said respectfully, "Mr. Long's medical skills are truly amazing. Even if we invest another 20 years of research, I'm afraid we will still be unable to match him. We are convinced of our defeat in this competition." When Yan Hongfei heard this, he suddenly felt uneasy. "Mr. John, you are a leader in the medical field. Why are you afraid of a young man? No matter how advanced his medical skills are, can they compare to the medical research achievements of our country in the past 100 years? Shut up." John's eyes changed, and he said coldly, "Medical skills have no borders. You Chinese have such an outstanding talent but don't know how to cherish it. If Mr. Long is willing to join our country, we will welcome him at all costs. President Yan, people like you are really a shame to the medical community." Yan Hongfei's face turned red after being scolded, and he was so angry that he almost wanted to hit someone, but he forced himself to hold back. He said with a gloomy face, "Mr. John, although you admire Long Yangqing, this competition is related to the honor of the country. If you admit defeat so easily, won't you become a sinner of the country?" John was stunned, and his expression became complicated. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I admire you, but we still have to win the game we should win. I have a way to ensure our victory in the second match." Yan Hongfei showed a sly smile on his face. "Oh? I'd like to hear more about it. This is a hospital and there are many dead bodies. Didn't Long Yangqing say that we could just find anyone? If we find a dead body as a competition object, how can he practice his medical skills?" Yan Hongfei smiled sinisterly. "How shameless." John cursed angrily, "Doing this will seriously damage the reputation of your Chinese medical skills." Yan Hongfei said to John with a confident look, "I'm not worried, so why are you worried?" Seeing John reluctantly agree, he let out a smug smile. In his view, so-called fame and status are nothing but passing clouds, and only tangible interests are what he really cares about. As long as he can achieve his goal, even if Chinese medicine is despised by the world, it has nothing to do with him. 5 minutes passed. Yan Hongfei walked in, pushing a man covered in blood and without any breath. He laughed sarcastically and said, "Long Yangqing, this is the challenger carefully selected by Mr. John. If you have the ability, bring him back to life." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately understood Yan Hongfei's sinister intentions and cast angry glances at him. However, Yan Hongfei didn't care at all, instead he seemed quite pleased with himself. Shi Jiachang shouted angrily, "Yan Hongfei, you are so shameless." Yan Hongfei didn't care and sneered, "Stop talking nonsense. This is a competition. What's wrong with them wanting to win? Long Yangqing, if you really have the skills, let him come back to life and show us. Otherwise, get out of here and don't get in the way." His words made all the foreigners feel ashamed. John took a deep breath and sincerely apologized to Long Yangqing. "Mr. Long, we admit that your medical skills are miraculous. Even the world's top doctors cannot compare with you. But this competition is about national honor, and we have to adopt such a strategy. We are deeply sorry for this. If you can really bring this patient back to life, we will unreservedly admit that Chinese medical skills are unparalleled in the world." After finishing those words, he looked at Long Yangqing with longing. Although his mind told him that this was unlikely, deep down he still looked forward to seeing that incredible medical skill. Shi Jiachang and others felt an indescribable depression. "I thought I had convinced the foreigners, but I didn't expect that the biggest obstacle came from within. This is so embarrassing. Long Yangqing, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Yan Hongfei laughed without disguising himself, feeling extremely happy at the moment. He thought to himself, let you believers of traditional Chinese medicine be complacent, I alone can bring your development to a standstill. Long Yangqing remained calm. He stared at the silent patient calmly and said softly, do you really think I can do nothing? This sentence stunned everyone. Yan Hongfei felt an ominous premonition in his heart and his hair stood on end. Could it be that he really has a solution? John and the others also held their breath nervously, their eyes filled with shock. Could it be that they are about to witness a miracle in the history of world medicine? Long Yangqing continued calmly, there are many legends of people being brought back to life in traditional Chinese medicine, but these legends are all based on facts. Today, I will show you some real medical skills. Chapter 78 Cancellation of Cooperation. As for resurrection from the dead, that is pure fantasy. Even the magical powers in mythology are nothing more than people's imagination. As for the medical skills in the real world, they are even more out of reach. However, the moment Long Yangqing caught a glimpse of the patient, he firmly believed that the patient still had a glimmer of hope. This confidence made him feel that it was possible to pull the patient back from the brink of death. Real medical skills. When John and others heard these 5 words, they exchanged glances and felt that Long Yangqing's words were a bit exaggerated. Yan Hongfei sneered, are you slandering the medical skills of the whole world? Long Yangqing, what right do you have to say that? Then use your dog eyes to see clearly. Long Yangqing smiled coldly, what qualifications do I have? Geguzi's life-returning needle shows its magical power. In an instant, the silver needle streaked across the night sky like a meteor and accurately pierced the patient's back. With the Dazui point as the axis, it seems to gather the vital energy between heaven and earth and inject vigorous vitality. The crowd watching felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. They stared at the patient intently, feeling nervous and expectant at the same time. They knew very well that this moment might witness the birth of a medical miracle. Of course, if the miracle does not happen, they will not have any ridicule, but only a little regret. After all, even the profound Chinese medicine has its unreachable limits. However, in this world full of unknowns, miracles always happen frequently. Especially when Long Yangqing took action. Just 3 minutes after the silver needle was inserted, a shocking scene occurred. The patient suddenly took a deep breath and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. His fingers trembled slightly as if he was groping for something, and his expression was painful and confused. He finally woke up. Long Yangqing won the competition with absolute advantage. But at this moment, everyone's attention was no longer on the result of the competition. They looked at the patient who was gradually regaining consciousness. They were stunned at first, and then, as if a spark of thinking was ignited, they quickly started treatment and examination with various medical instruments. The foreign doctors and members of the medical association were so excited that they could hardly express it in words. Their exclamations filled the entire room and even attracted many passers-by to stop and watch. But no matter how they asked, these medical leaders could not describe the shock and excitement in their hearts in words. Oh my God! This is simply a medical miracle. I can't describe how I feel right now. Mr. Long, please allow me to express my deepest respect to you. This is an unprecedented breakthrough, enough to make China's medical technology the world leader. I am lucky enough to witness this with my own eyes. This is truly the honor of my life. Tears welled up in the eyes of John and others. They were deeply moved. The members of the medical association were so moved that their eyes filled with tears, and their eyes were shining with respect and pride for Chinese medicine. John, did you see clearly? This is Chinese traditional medicine. That's right, our traditional Chinese medicine can also shine on the world stage. Long Yangqing's eyes showed a trace of determination. He looked down at Yan Hongfei and asked in a deep voice, Dean Yan, do you think I am qualified to stand here? Yan Hongfei stood there in a daze. He found a seemingly hopeless patient to make things difficult for Long Yangqing, but what was the result? The patient was saved. He was shocked and ashamed, and was speechless for a moment. Mr. Long, can your Chinese medicine really bring the dead back to life? John asked in shock. He could hardly imagine how much impact this technology would have on the medical world. Long Yangqing shook his head and explained, this person is not completely dead. There is still a trace of life in his body, so we can save him. If he has been dead for more than an hour, even we Chinese medicine practitioners will be powerless. John understood that this should be a more advanced, more successful, and more valuable medical skill than cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Zhong Qingyan seized this opportunity and said, "Now that my brother has demonstrated his medical skills, do you still plan to cooperate with foreign countries?" Members of the medical school expressed their willingness to study under Long Yangqing, but they also knew that the final decision was in the hands of Yan Hongfei. "Oh, no matter how skilled you are at medicine, isn't it me who makes the final decision?" Yan Hongfei smiled coldly, pretending to be helpless. "This is an order from above. I can't make the decision." Long Yangqing, I am of course happy to see that your medical skills are so outstanding, but I'm sorry, we still have to spend the 300 billion to buy technology from Mr. John. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the team exploded instantly, and everyone wanted to eat him alive. Shi Jiachang angrily called him a sinner of the nation. However, Yan Hongfei didn't care at all. He just wanted to live a carefree life abroad after getting the money. He didn't care about the fate of others at all. Zhong Qingyan's eyes flashed with a gleam, and she calmly reached into her pocket, turned on the recording function, and asked coldly, "Yan Hongfei, as the president of the Northern District Medical Association, do you want to see our Chinese medicine gradually decline?" "So what?" Yan Hongfei pretended not to hear it, and then put on a smiling face again. "Mr. John, I'm so sorry to have made you come here for nothing. Let's talk about cooperation. 300 billion, I agree, let's sign the contract tonight." When he thought about being able to exchange 300 billion for billions of profits, his heart was filled with joy. "President Yan, I'm very sorry. We have reconsidered and believe that cooperation with you is not appropriate." After a brief exchange, John and others decisively rejected Yan Hongfei's proposal. The smile on Yan Hongfei's face froze instantly, and he felt uneasy. He was about to ask the reason, but he saw John turn to Long Yangqing and said respectfully, "Mr. Long, we sincerely invite you to join our country. To show our sincerity, we are willing to provide hundreds of billions or even trillions of US dollars. As long as you are willing, we will treat you as the most distinguished guest and provide the most distinguished treatment. In Huaxia, your talents may not be fully utilized. Therefore, we sincerely ask you to consider our invitation and create a brilliant future with us." Chapter 79. Su Haochen was kidnapped. To everyone's surprise, John invited Long Yangqing with such a respectful attitude. With astronomical figures of trillions of dollars and various lofty statuses, who can resist such temptation? Yan Hongfei stood there, stunned. He originally thought that billions were an astronomical figure, but the invitation John made was far beyond his imagination. "I guarantee with my life that Mr. Long will receive all the treatment I promised above." John's words were solemn and sincere, as if he were making a knight's oath. At this moment, everyone believed it. Everyone's heart beat faster and they felt uneasy. On the one hand, they are eager for Long Yangqing to join in spreading the wisdom of traditional Chinese medicine to every corner of the world so that it can be carried forward. On the other hand, they are worried that such talented people will be used by other countries. "Ha, Mr. Long, no matter what choice you make, going abroad is better than associating with some evil-minded people." Shi Jiachang smiled bitterly and spoke frankly. "I believe my brother won't." Zhong Qingyan retorted firmly. Shi Jiachang was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Miss Zhong, do you trust Mr. Long so much?" "I will always trust him because he has never let me down." Zhong Qingyan replied with a smile. As the conversation ended, Long Yangqing shook his head firmly, rejecting John's proposal. John pressed on, "Mr. Long, can you share your reasons? Is it just because of our different nationalities? Medicine knows no borders. Only in a country like ours that values you can your medical skills be truly developed and improved." Long Yangqing's eyes were firm, and he replied, "Medicine is indeed boundless, but medical scientists have their own positions. Traditional Chinese medicine is the treasure of China, and it belongs to this land and its people." His words were powerful and his determination was palpable. Applause came like a tide, and everyone agreed with Long Yangqing's position. There was a hint of regret in John's eyes. If he were abroad, he might have used some special means to keep this medical genius, but here, he had no way. He tried to make another suggestion, "Mr. Long, even if you don't plan to join our country, we are still willing to invest hundreds of billions of dollars to purchase your medical skills. Is this okay?" Long Yangqing nodded, "Of course, I will not be stingy with these medical skills. But the premise is that China must first popularize these medical skills to everyone who needs them." John was silent. He envied and even jealous of Long Yangqing's talent. What a wonderful thing it would be if this medical genius were in their country. He sighed and said, "Mr. Long, the conditions I proposed are always valid. If you change your mind one day, please feel free to contact me." We will welcome you with all our strength. Then, he turned to Yan Hongfei, his eyes full of disdain. I gained a lot from this trip to Huaxia. Not only did I witness the magical Chinese medicine with my own eyes, but I also saw scum like you. From now on, unless Mr. Long takes action, we will cut off all cooperation with Huaxia. After that, John and his team left quickly. They needed to report everything that happened today to their superiors as soon as possible. This incident might shock the world. Zhong Qingyan turned off the recording device, and then she said in a calm tone, "Brother, since he is unwilling to cooperate with us, there is no need for us to stay here any longer." Long Yangqing nodded in agreement. Since John had already made his attitude clear, China would naturally not waste any more resources. And now he has finally fulfilled what he promised to Shi Jiachang. Wait. Cooperation is not impossible. Yan Hongfei suddenly changed his attitude, forced a smile, and said to Long Yangqing, "Mr. Long, we can definitely cooperate. In this way, I am willing to pay 20 billion to buy all your technologies. What do you think?" Long Yangqing found Yan Hongfei's words funny. He just looked at him coldly and left with his sister. What does this mean? Do you look down on me? Yan Hongfei felt angry and was about to lose his temper, but he felt the cold gazes around him, which made him tremble all over. He quickly explained, "Everyone, don't get me wrong, this is entirely the will of the higher-ups and has nothing to do with me." After leaving the meeting room, Shi Jiachang began to cough violently, and finally fell to the ground weakly, his face turning extremely pale. President Shi is just angry and needs to rest. After checking it out, Long Yangqing shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do about the situation. "Mr. Long, there's no need to trouble you. It's my fault that I failed to make your medical skills get the respect they deserve." Shi Jiachang smiled bitterly. "Who said your medical skills are not respected?" Zhong Qingyan suddenly said, "Yan Hongfei is just an acting president. I have a way to make him change his mind. President Shi, you just need to have a good rest. I promise that within 2 days, the higher-ups will send someone over." "Sister, what are you going to do?" Long Yangqing asked curiously. Zhong Qingyan quickly took out her cell phone, played the recording, and immediately contacted her power relations, asking them to collect all the information about John and Yan Hongfei as soon as possible. She planned to make this information and the recording public to expose Yan Hongfei's crimes. Yan Hongfei will definitely not escape this time. Zhong Qingyan's eyes flashed with confidence. Her determination and courage deeply attracted Long Yangqing, but the sudden ringing of the phone broke the brief tranquility. "Are you Long Yangqing? I tell you, Su Haochen is in my hands now. If you want him to live, come here immediately." Long Yangqing's heart tightened instantly. Su Haochen has been kidnapped. He turned to Zhong Qingyan, his eyes full of worry. Seeing this, Zhong Qingyan immediately said, "Yangqing, you can't take the risk. I will contact my friends in Longhai and ask them to investigate this matter." However, when Long Yangqing saw the photo of Su Haochen covered in scars on his phone, he was furious. "Sister, you go back to the hotel first. Jiang Nan is a man without moral principles. I must teach him a lesson today, otherwise all the skills I have learned will be wasted." Chapter 80, Going to a Meeting Alone. The practice of martial arts is not only a physical exercise, but also a spiritual sharpening and improvement. Since Long Yangqing mastered Bajiquan, his personality has changed significantly, and he is full of fighting spirit and fortitude. When he witnessed Su Haochen being bullied, he couldn't stand it and stood up without hesitation. He knew there was a tiger ahead, but he chose to face the challenge head-on and even vowed to break the tiger's power. Zhong Qingyan saw his determination and realized that it was useless to persuade him. She could only remind him, "You must be careful. If you encounter danger, come back to me immediately. Don't fight hard." Long Yangqing gave her a reassuring smile and then disappeared into the night. Zhong Qingyan returned to the hotel and contacted her friends in Longhai, ready to provide assistance to Long Yangqing at any time. At the same time, the audio she had previously recorded was also widely circulated through various channels, causing huge repercussions and discussions. "Xiao Jiang, what are you looking at? Trillions of dollars, the whole country's efforts, are they making a blockbuster movie?" My roommate in the medical school dormitory asked curiously. "A blockbuster? No, this is a real thing." Xiao Jian replied excitedly, "Go online and check it out. The whole internet is talking about it. Traditional Chinese medicine is on the rise." When the roommate heard this, he jumped up from the bed, walked over to Xiao Jiang, and looked at the content on the screen with a confused look on his face. "How is this possible? This is even more outrageous than a blockbuster movie. It's true. Xiao Jiang said firmly, John is a world-class doctor who has won the highest award in the medical field. Yan Hongfei is the president of our Northern District Medical Association. I found their speech videos online, and their voices are exactly the same. The roommate was shocked. He listened to the recording again and exclaimed, it's true. Who is this Mr. Long that the foreigners are willing to spend so much money to invite him? And that Yan Hongfei, what a heartless fellow. How can such a person be qualified to be the president of the Northern District Medical Association? Xiao Jiang said angrily, I want to set up a forum to expose his true face. The roommate nodded in agreement, full of respect for Mr. Long in the recording. This scene is playing out across the country. No one could sleep that night. The content of the recording is so shocking. No one expected that there would be such a scandal in the medical association. What attracted everyone's attention more was who this Mr. Long was and what kind of medical skills did he have that could impress such arrogant foreigners. There is also the saying medicine has no boundaries, but medical scientists have their own stance. Traditional Chinese medicine belongs to China. It has aroused the resonance of countless people and made all Chinese people feel proud. What makes everyone even more envious is that the pleasant female voice in the recording is actually Mr. Long's sister. Her trust in her brother is touching. What kind of magical characters are this brother and sister? After learning about the events in China, John returned to the United States overnight without hesitation and reported the situation to the top leaders. This news caused a huge shock among the top US officials. Most of them expressed disbelief and firmly believed that if China could do it, they in the United States could do it too. After a long period of in-depth research, the United States' top technical experts tried various methods, but none of them could bring the recently deceased back to life. At this moment, they finally realized Long Yangqing's extraordinary strength. To this end, the US top leaders held a special meeting. After an hour-long intense discussion, they finally made up their minds. No matter what the cost, this person must be brought back to the United States. Whether it's money or status, as long as it's what he wants, he will give it at all costs. They have only one goal: to bring him back to the United States at all costs. The headquarters of the Chinese Medical Association also learned the news at this time. After hearing the news, President Ren Wunming's hair turned white overnight. In just 1 hour, he received a mountain of complaint letters demanding that Yan Hongfei be brought to justice, make a public apology, and accuse him of being a sinner of the country. Chambers of commerce in various places also expressed strong concern about the matter and asked him to give a clear explanation. This incident had a huge impact on society. But Ren Wunming felt like he was falling into a fog. He was urgently awakened from his sleep. After listening to the recording, he had only two strong thoughts in his mind. First, his anger towards Yan Hongfei had reached its peak, and he wished he could grind him to dust. Secondly, he was eager to know who the mysterious Mr. Long was and why his medical skills could shock foreigners so much. Is Chinese medicine really so magical that it can bring the dead back to life? President Ren, the superiors have ordered that we must find the Mr. Long in the recording at all costs and keep him. A mysterious phone call broke the silence, bringing urgent instructions from superiors. Ren Wunming woke up as if from a dream. He hurriedly put on his clothes without even having time to put on his shoes. He immediately took a private plane to Longhai, vowing to find out the truth of the matter. If the conversation in the recording is true, then Mr. Long's medical skills will undoubtedly lead Chinese medicine to the top of the world. This thought made Ren Wunming's blood boil, and he couldn't wait to meet the legendary Mr. Long. Long Yangqing knew nothing about this matter. He went to an abandoned factory according to the address provided on the phone. Night was falling, and only the faint moonlight shone on this desolate land, providing him with some barely adequate illumination. He looked around and confirmed that there were no snipers nearby, but even so, he remained highly vigilant and sneaked into the factory carefully. As soon as he stepped into the factory gate, his eyes were attracted by Su Haochen, who was hanging in the air and being beaten. The flame of anger burned fiercely in Long Yangqing's chest. He could no longer hold it back and rushed out in an instant. His movements were so swift and powerful that he took one step with the force of a large truck, knocking the two perpetrators away and causing them to fall from the building. This scene shocked the masters, who were lying in ambush in secret. They were originally ferocious and ready to attack, but at this moment they could not help but retreat again and again. At the same time, Jiang Nan also brought his men to Long Yangqing's side. His eyes twitched and his heart was filled with uneasiness and chillness. Chapter 81, It's in vain to take action. Long Yangqing put Su Haochen down steadily, quickly sealed his acupoints to stop the bleeding, and then turned to Jiang Nan with a cold gaze. If you have something to say, talk it over nicely. Don't be impulsive. Jiang Nan was terrified. He originally thought that with the many thugs he had found, including a legendary Mingjin master, he would be able to handle any situation. But now, the Long Yangqing in front of him made him feel unprecedented fear. Get the hell out of here! Long Yangqing yelled angrily and rushed towards Jiang Nan in 2 steps, grabbing his head with his big hand. Oh my god! Jiang Nan panicked and retreated repeatedly, but Long Yangqing was much faster than him. At this critical moment, a black shadow flashed by, and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Nan. His palms were dark and full of calluses. He was obviously a master of external skills. He slapped out with such force that Long Yangqing's palm became numb. However, Long Yangqing reacted quickly, grabbing the middle-aged man's black hand with one hand, and reaching out his other hand from his sleeve to hit the other's heart. But the middle-aged man was not afraid at all. Instead, he rushed forward with his shoulders leaning forward, charging like a rhinoceros, forcing Long Yangqing to retreat again and again. Seeing this, Jiang Nan heaved a sigh of relief and sneered complacently, "This is Mr. Song Wu, the elite of our Zuixinle group, a master of Mingjin. Do you think you can beat him? Zuixinle group?" Long Yangqing frowned, then he remembered that the headquarters of Zuixinle group was also located in Longhai, and he had previously promised the group's top management to treat its chairman. "Humph, no matter who you are, you're dead today." Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with viciousness. "Mr. Song Wu, go ahead and kill him." Song Wu was not afraid of Long Yangqing's Bajiquan. Instead, he taunted him, "It seems that you learned Bajiquan." Unfortunately, Bajiquan has now declined and has become the most insignificant kung fu. Where did you learn this mediocre kung fu? Long Yangqing sneered in response, "Although Bajiquan has declined, there are not many descendants of your iron sand palm left." He didn't see it with his own eyes, but it was the result of the system's recognition. The system even issued a task for him. As long as he defeated Song Wu, he would be rewarded with the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt. Song Wu's face turned ugly in an instant, and his originally relaxed expression became solemn. He thought he could see through Long Yangqing's background at a glance and gain the upper hand, but he didn't expect that Long Yangqing could also see the origin of his kung fu at a glance. "Boy, you may be young, but you have a big mouth. Fists and feet have no eyes, don't blame me for being too heavy-handed." Song Wu snorted coldly, feeling a little flustered. Long Yangqing's eyes were too sharp, like a sharp knife, making him feel uneasy. He understood that Long Yangqing's kung fu had reached perfection. Even though he had not yet reached the level of Mingjin, he was already very powerful. Thinking of this, Song Wu no longer hesitated. He suddenly swung out his black palm that seemed to be made of steel and slapped it straight at Long Yangqing's face. If this palm hits, half of Long Yangqing's head will be destroyed. However, Long Yangqing was not a stupid person, so he would not just stand there and allow others to attack him. Although his physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people, there is still a big gap compared with those old people who have practiced kung fu for many years. Long Yangqing moved his feet, and his figure was like a ghost. His speed was so fast that even the sprint champion could not catch up with him. In the blink of an eye, he had flashed behind Song Wu, aiming his fist at the Dazhui point. If he hit it, the opponent would be paralyzed. In such a short distance, the speed can be so fast. Song Wu's eyes were filled with shock and he looked at Long Yangqing in disbelief. He tried to lean his body backwards, forming an immovable mountain, intending to knock Long Yangqing away. However, a gleam of light flashed in Long Yangqing's eyes, and he refused to give in. He reappeared like Vajra Buddha and performed Baji Taishenko. With a loud bang, Song Wu was blown to the corner of the wall. He barely managed to keep his balance and almost fell from the building. He was sweating profusely, and his previous arrogance was gone, replaced by deep admiration for Long Yangqing. At such a young age, he has such strength. I, Song Wu, am convinced. Your skills are all in your palms, and I am faster than you, so this is not a fair victory. Long Yangqing shook his head and said. He knew very well that if it weren't for the agility granted by the system, the pair of iron palms would be enough to break his bones in a head-on collision. This is exactly why only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. If they really fought with strength, those iron hands would definitely be able to smash Long Yangqing's bones. The host is really amazing. For defeating Song Wu, I hereby reward you with the secret book of the Golden Bell and Iron Cloth Shirt. A voice suddenly sounded in Long Yangqing's mind, and he instantly felt something strange happening in his body. It was as if it was wrapped in a layer of metal shell, airtight. Even if someone punched it, only a hollow echo would be heard. Golden bell cover and iron shirt, these two horizontal martial arts, one internal and one external, complement each other. Now with the support of the system, Long Yangqing's physique has reached the pinnacle level in the world of traditional Chinese martial arts. Mr. Songwu, why are you still standing there? You are clearly in the upper hand, why are you stopping? Jiang Nan was frightened and couldn't help but urge him. Songwu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mr. Long, I know I am no match for you. It is useless to attack you again. I will only die in vain. But Jiquan is really a treasure, but it is a pity that we have not been able to find such a successor for Iron Sandpalm. Jiang Nan's face turned pale and he shouted angrily, useless. I knew I couldn't count on you. After that, he gave the order, go. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air resounded through the sky. A flying knife carrying cold murderous aura shot towards Long Yangqing like lightning, leaving no way to avoid it. However, Long Yangqing had no intention of hiding. Seeing this, Jiang Nan burst into laughter. Just when everyone thought that Long Yangqing was about to die, ding! There was a crisp metallic collision sound, and the flying knife hit Long Yangqing, as if it hit an iron object, and then fell to the ground. Chapter 82 The strongest martial saint of all time. Jiang Nan is determined to go to war with the Su family and capture Su Haochen at all costs just to kill Long Yangqing. However, what is puzzling is that he did not find a sniper, but was absolutely confident of victory. In addition to Song Wu, he also specially found a master who was good at hidden weapons, and ambushed him in the dark to prepare for a sneak attack. This master's skills in concealed weapons were extraordinary. Jiang Nan had personally seen him kill a wild boar with a flying knife from a distance of 100 meters. Wild boars had thick skin and tough flesh, and strong vitality, but they could still be killed by him in one blow, let alone humans? So when the flying knife was shot out, Jiang Nan was convinced that Long Yangqing had no chance of survival. Song Wu had the same idea. He had just fought with Long Yangqing and knew very well that the other party's physical strength was not outstanding. He was just relying on a bit of clever strength to support himself. There was no way he could withstand such an attack. However, to everyone's surprise, the flying knife only pierced Long Yangqing's clothes, leaving an insignificant wound, and then fell to the ground. This is unbelievable. Song Wu looked at the wound on Long Yangqing's arm in astonishment. Although it was still bleeding, the amount of bleeding was not heavy, as if it was just a light prick of a needle. An inexplicable fear surged in his heart. As a martial artist, he naturally knew how rare it was to temper the body to the peak level. Few people in history had been able to achieve this. A cold light flashed in Long Yangqing's eyes, and he moved nimbly among the crowd, as unstoppable as a wolf among a flock of sheep. He quickly locked onto the person who had just thrown the hidden weapon and grabbed him, his eyes cold and determined. If he had not obtained the golden bell and iron shirt skills before, he would probably have been killed here today. Mr. Jiang, please save me. I don't want to die. Although the man was very skilled in using hidden weapons, he was extremely weak in close combat, not even as good as an average boxing champion. Now that he was caught by Long Yangqing, he didn't even have the courage to struggle. I can't even save myself, how can I have the energy to save you? Jiang Nan cursed inwardly, but his face showed no expression. If I had known this would happen, why would I have tried so hard to be so arrogant? You boasted that your flying knife was more powerful than a bullet, but now it's useless and has killed me. Long Yangqing snorted coldly, threw the man down the stairs, and left him to fend for himself. He turned to look at Jiang Nan and said coldly, I broke one of your hands the day before yesterday, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Jiang Nan screamed in horror and turned and ran away like a madman. His men followed suit one after another, and for a moment the crowd was surging and in chaos. Song Wu watched this scene and couldn't help asking, Mr. Long, are you just going to let Jiang Nan go? Let him go? Long Yangqing shook his head and sighed, if you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. What's the point of just dealing with him alone? I have a deep connection with the Zuixinlu group. Today, I will be a good person and root out these pests. Song Wu was stunned, and a chill ran down his heart. Long Yangqing's tone was indifferent, as if it was just a trivial matter mentioned casually, but Song Wu knew very well that once the matter spread, it would cause an uproar and might even plunge the entire Longhai city into chaos. Mr. Song Wu, there is not much benefit for you to follow Jiang Nan. Why don't you join my Baji sect, and we can discuss martial arts together and make progress together? Long Yangqing smiled slightly, and had a plan in mind. He wanted to bring Baji sect back to glory, and this naturally required the participation of more masters. Song Woo was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, but I have one condition." "Please speak." Long Yangqing said. "You must learn my iron sand palm and carry it forward." There was a determined light in Song Woo's eyes. He knew very well that this was his only chance. He was excited but also nervous, fearing that Long Yangqing would refuse. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Long Yangqing's mind, "Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the iron sand palm." He immediately smiled, "Mr. Song Woo, I am naturally happy to learn your iron sand palm. However, there is no need to be so troublesome. You just need to demonstrate it once and I will naturally understand it." "What? You can learn it just by watching it once?" Song Woo was shocked. You know, the practice of iron sand palm not only requires long-term hard training, but also requires a large amount of medicinal materials to assist. The poor are good at literature but the rich are good at martial arts. Practicing Chinese martial arts has never been easy. Song Woo was puzzled by Long Yangqing's self-confidence and thought he overestimated his talent. So, he agreed to demonstrate his palm skills, hoping that Long Yangqing could understand that such skills could not be achieved overnight, but required long-term hard training. Song Woo acted quickly, his moves were both sharp and concise. After several rounds, he stopped, his face flushed, and asked with a slight breath, "Mr. Long, have you understood anything about my palm method?" Long Yangqing smiled slightly and replied, "I have understood more than just a little bit of your palm technique. I have completely comprehended it." After saying that, he raised his hand to demonstrate. Every move was exactly the same as the one performed by Song Woo, but it was more fluent and natural, as if he had integrated this palm technique into his bones. Song Woo was stunned. He had never seen such a standard iron sand palm. As Long Yangqing's demonstration progressed, he was even more amazed. The energy flows through the palms, and the power reaches all four extremities. This is simply a divine skill. After the demonstration, Song Woo was completely convinced. He knelt on the ground with tears in his eyes and said, "Mr. Long, you are extremely talented. If you can integrate the martial arts of hundreds of schools, you will surely become the most powerful martial arts saint in history." However, Long Yangqing shook his head and chuckled. He looked down at his phone and found a message from Zhong Qingyan, so he replied, "Sister, everything has been arranged. I'll be back soon." Chapter 83: The Medical Association Compromised. Long Yangqing ordered Song Woo to carry the injured Su Haochen to the hotel. Song Woo asked in confusion, "Mr. Long, Master Su is seriously injured, why don't we send him directly to the hospital?" He was worried that if surgery was not performed in time, Su Haochen's life would be in danger. Long Yangqing answered confidently, "Because I am proficient in medicine and can cure him." After hearing this, Song Woo was full of doubts. He felt that human abilities and energy were limited. Since Long Yangqing had such high attainments in martial arts, how could he also have such profound skills in medicine? However, when Long Yangqing performed the magical silver needle therapy and gradually repaired Su Haochen's body, Song Woo was completely shocked. His eyes widened and his mouth opened as if he had seen something incredible. "This is just a little bit of my medical skills," Long Yangqing said with a smile. Song Woo couldn't help but sigh in his heart that he had lived in vain all these years. Compared with Long Yangqing, he was nothing. On the other hand, Zhong Qingyan remained calm and composed in the face of the current situation. She asked Su Haochen, "We are now feuding with Zuixinla Group, what do you think?" Su Haochen had just woken up, his face full of guilt. "Mr. Long, I'm sorry, it's because of me again. You guys should leave quickly. The Zuixinla Group is very powerful, I'm afraid we are no match for them." Song Woo also echoed, "Yes, the chairman is seriously ill now, and Zuixinla Group is in chaos. Jiang Nan has great influence in Longhai City, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to compete with him." Long Yangqing smiled at the conversation between the two and said lightly, "I said that I would completely eradicate Jiang Nan's power. How could I break my promise so easily? Sister, do you still remember the incident about Xiao Wang that I mentioned to you?" A memory flashed through Zhong Qingyan's mind. Isn't Xiao Wang the Wang Lin who was praised as one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in northern Taiwan? She couldn't help but smile and said, "Only you would call him so affectionately." Long Yangqing spread his hands helplessly, "I didn't force him to call me that. He asked for it on his own initiative. He thinks it's a great honor for me to call him Xiao Ma. Stop being so conceited." Zhong Qingyan rolled her eyes at him and said angrily. Su Haochen and Song Woo watched the two people laughing and cursing and felt speechless. This doesn't look like they're here to discuss cooperation, it's more like they're just visiting. Song Wu asked curiously, Mr. Long, what is the position of this little Wan you mentioned in Zhuochunlu group? Long Yangqing looked at the two people's confused expressions and answered with a smile, he is the number one person in Zhuochunlu group. Apart from the chairman, no one can compare to him. Now that the chairman is seriously ill, he is in charge of the entire group. Could it be that the little Wan you are talking about is Wan Lin's descendant? Su Haochen suddenly realized something and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. An inexplicable sense of anticipation surged in Song Wu's heart, as if things had taken an unexpected turn. If I could really meet Wan Lin, it would be a rare honor. After all, he is one of the 10 most famous outstanding young people in the northern region. It is an incomparable honor for anyone to be able to meet him. However, Long Yangqing did not respond directly to his idea, but picked up his mobile phone and made a call. Xiao Wang, it's me. Xiao Wang on the other end of the phone was enjoying the company of the beauty, but when he saw the caller ID, he jumped in fright. Who is it? Is he more important than me? The beauty asked dissatisfiedly. Get out of here. How can you compare with young Master Long? Xiao Wang kicked the beauty away, and then respectfully said to the other end of the phone, Mr. Long, why did you contact me suddenly? Long Yangqing said calmly, I just arrived in Longhai. Are you here to treat the chairman? Xiao Wang asked excitedly. I was originally here to do something else, but then it occurred to me that you could pick me up tomorrow. Long Yangqing gave his address. Yes. Xiao Wang agreed quickly, his voice full of awe and excitement. As Song Wu listened to the voice on the other end of the phone, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This voice, why does it sound so much like Wang Lin? But how is this possible? Wang Lin is such a big shot, how could he be called Little Wang and treated with such respect? Su Haochen also noticed Song Wu's doubts. He tried to comfort him, maybe it's just a coincidence. There are so many people with similar voices. Let's not hold out too much hope, lest we be disappointed. Song Wu nodded with a wry smile, feeling a little disappointed. What a wonderful thing it would be if the person who answered the phone was really Wang Lin. That way, we won't have to worry about Jiang Nan anymore. Unfortunately, this is just an unrealistic fantasy after all. You two, go get another room and come with us to see Xiao Wang tomorrow. Long Yangqing instructed them. Although the two were no longer very interested, they still pushed the door open out of politeness and respect. Seeing this, Zhong Qingyan finally felt relieved and stretched herself, seeming to feel even more relaxed than before. She looked at the night outside the window and fell into deep thought. She took out her cell phone and looked through the photos of Long Yangqing that she had taken secretly before. A smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of her mouth. Sister, what are you looking at? Long Yangqing caught a glimpse of his own photo out of the corner of his eye, but pretended to be clueless and asked. Zhong Qingyan quickly switched the screen, nothing, I'm just reading some news. Yeah? Long Yangqing walked up to her and asked curiously, by the way, sister, why don't you ever take pictures? Zhong Qingyan was silent for a while. When she was about to answer, Long Yangqing's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Shi Jiacheng calling. A shocking piece of news came over the phone. Ren Wenming, the president of the Chinese Medical Association, actually came in person to discuss matters concerning traditional Chinese medicine with him. It is also said that the higher-ups have issued a death order to keep him in China at all costs. It seems that the medical association really couldn't bear the pressure from public opinion and completely compromised. Long Yangqing quickly understood the reason and said to Zhong Qingyan with a smile, Sister, we will see your performance in a while. Zhong Qingyan nodded confidently. Chapter 84 Emperor Cheng. A simple and low-key black car parked quietly in front of the hotel. Ran Wenming walked out with a slightly heavy step. He was wearing a pair of shoes that obviously didn't fit him well, and he looked a little uneasy. Behind him, Shi Jiacheng followed closely, and next to him was Yan Hongfei, who was being suppressed tightly. Brother Shi, what is the character of this young Master Long? Will it be difficult for us to get along with him? As Ren Wenming walked carefully, he couldn't help but ask Shi Jiacheng for information. After all, this mission is of great significance and any slight mistake could lead to a big mistake. Shi Jiacheng replied solemnly, President Ren, as long as you approach him with sincerity, young Master Long will definitely not embarrass you. That's good. That's good. After hearing this, Ren Wenming felt relieved and then gave Shi Jiacheng a grateful look. Brother Shi, I'll have to ask you to say a few nice words to help me smooth things over. However, when Yan Hongfei saw this scene, his face turned pale and his heart was filled with despair. He originally thought that Ren Wenming, as the president of the medical association, should at least have some pride, but now it seems that he is so humble in front of this young Master Long. There was a knock on the door. Long Yangqing opened the door and saw several people standing outside. He did not show much surprise on his face. He just nodded lightly and motioned them to come in. Mr. Long, I have long heard of your great name. Today I am honored to meet you in person. Your reputation is well deserved. As soon as Ren Wenming entered the door, he respectfully bowed to Long Yangqing. Although he could remain calm and composed in other situations, he couldn't help but feel nervous and uneasy when facing Long Yangqing, a skilled doctor. But soon, Ren Wenming adjusted his mentality. He knew very well that Long Yangqing's medical skills could save countless patients from danger, and such medical skills were enough to make anyone feel awe and admiration. Long Yangqing said to Ren Wenming calmly, President Ren, there is no need to beat around the bush. Let's get down to business. Ren Wenming suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He glanced at Yan Hongfei next to him, and his anger suddenly rose. He kicked Yan Hongfei to the ground and shouted angrily, hurry up and apologize to Master Long. Although Yan Hongfei was extremely reluctant, he could only accept his fate at this moment. He knelt on the ground and was about to apologize, but was interrupted by Long Yangqing. Forget it, I don't want an apology from such a person. President Ren, you should deal with him according to your rules. Yan Hongfei was so ashamed and regretful that he wished he could go back to the past and slap himself hard twice. He cursed himself in his heart, wondering how could he be so blind as to offend this young Master Long. Ren Wenming saw this and knew that Long Yangqing was not someone to be trifled with. He quickly ordered his men to take Yan Hongfei away and said with a smile, Mr. Long, I have dealt with Yan Hongfei as you wished. Moreover, Shi Jiachang is still the president of the Northern Medical Association. Are you satisfied with this treatment? Long Yangqing was quite satisfied with Ren Wenming's attitude. He nodded and said, I see your sincerity. However, regarding medical technology, you should talk to my sister. I will follow her arrangements. As he said this, he turned to look at Zhong Qingyan, indicating that she could come forward to negotiate. You must be Miss Zhong Qingyan, right? I'm also very familiar with your name. Ren Wenming stated his identity directly at the beginning, obviously after some investigation. However, Zhong Qingyan was unusually calm. She said softly, President Ren, there is no need to say anything extra. Let's talk about the price directly. Ren Wenming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect her to be so direct. He turned to look at Shi Jiachang, and the two exchanged glances. Shi Jiachang immediately understood what Zhong Qingyan meant. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Ren Wenming coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, and then said seriously, Ms. Zhong, our offer is 800 billion. So high? Zhong Qingyan was a little surprised. Of course, the 800 billion is not paid in one lump sum, but 80 billion is paid annually over 10 years, Ren Wenming explained. He did not try to lower the price. After all, with this level of medical skills, any price is worth it. Moreover, compared with the quotations from foreigners, their prices are already very reasonable. He hoped that Long Yangqing could stay in China and continue to contribute his medical skills to this land. And to do this, they must give adequate respect and compensation. Long Yangqing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but did not say anything. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Qingyan finally spoke, 800 billion, this number is too large, we don't intend to accept it. Ren Wenming couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was the first time he encountered a situation where someone actively lowered the price during a negotiation. His heart moved, and he asked curiously, Miss Zhong, can you tell me your thoughts? My bottom line is 80 billion. Zhong Qingyan ruthlessly lowered the price to 1/10. However, this attitude made Ren Wenming feel that she was even more difficult to deal with. Ms. Zhong, can you tell me your conditions? 65% of the profits go to my brother. Zhong Qingyan stated calmly, my brother will teach you medical skills, and 65% of the profits brought by these medical skills must belong to him. Ren Wenming smiled bitterly. He knew that the value of this 65% profit was far greater than the 800 billion. These profits can be settled every 4 years, and you can borrow them temporarily if you need them. Zhong Qingyan added, but I want to emphasize that this money belongs to my brother, and no one is allowed to take it. Her words were full of determination and dominance, and she did not back down even when facing a big shot like Ren Wenming. Ren Wenming left the scene with an apologetic heart, and he immediately made a phone call. What he didn't expect was that his superiors agreed to their request without hesitation, which made Ren Wenming feel extremely surprised. He quickly returned and excitedly reported to Zhong Qingyan, Miss Zhong, Master Long, thank you so much for your generous agreement. According to Brother Shi's suggestion, from now on, anyone who learns your medical skills will respectfully call you Master Long. However, Zhong Qingyan was not satisfied with this title. She muttered, Master Long? This title sounds so old-fashioned. I don't like it. She looked at her brother next to her, and an idea suddenly occurred to her. Brother, your name contains the word Qing, why don't we call you Emperor Cheng? Although the title of Emperor Cheng sounds a bit strong, Ren Wenming and others find it extremely appropriate, and even remind them of a famous line of poetry. If I could capture Emperor Cheng someday, I would make the peach blossoms bloom. Chapter 85. What does it have to do with me? I rolled my eyes. This woman really knows how to cause trouble for me. Emperor Cheng? Isn't it obvious that I will be stabbed in the back every time I go out in the future? I was about to open my mouth to refute, but Zhong Qingyan glared back at me. She smiled and said to Ren Wenming, yes, just call him Emperor Qing. What a domineering name, isn't it? Ren Wenming wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiled dryly and nodded. I finally figured out that this woman wasn't here to negotiate, but to set a trap for me. In that case, we will not disturb Emperor Chang. Someone will come to arrange his residence and daily life later. Feel free to ask for anything you need. After Ren Wenming finished speaking, he ran away with Shi Jiachang and others, as if he was afraid that I would go back on my word. I looked at their fleeing backs and couldn't help but sigh. What the hell is going on? I just wanted to be a handsome man quietly, but how did I inexplicably become the Emperor Cheng? Sister, what on earth are you doing? I turned to look at Zhong Qingyan, with a hint of helplessness in my tone. Zhong Qingyan, however, patted my shoulder with a smile as if nothing had happened. Brother, don't worry, I am paving the way for you. Think about it, you are now the Emperor Cheng who has mastered unique medical skills. Who dares to bully you in the future? Who dares to look down on you? I rolled my eyes at her and said, who would bully me for no reason? Zhong Qingyan smiled mysteriously, that's hard to say. Think about it, you are very popular now. Those who want to seek medical treatment, those who want to steal your medical skills, will try every means to get close to you and please you. When the time comes, you must open your eyes and don't be deceived. My scalp tingled when I heard this. Does this woman wish that I would be chased by a group of people? Okay, I got it. I interrupted her quickly, fearing that if she continued, I would become some unforgivable demon. Over the next few days, my life changed dramatically. I lived in a luxuriously decorated villa, and there was someone to take care of my daily life. The table was filled with all kinds of delicacies, which made me dazzled. What is even more exaggerated is that every day a group of bodyguards in black suits follow me, under the euphemism of protecting my safety. They follow me wherever I go, making me look like a gangster boss with my own background music wherever I go. I tried to protest to Zhong Qingyan, but she said confidently, your identity is different now, so of course you have to be more vigilant. What if you are kidnapped or assassinated? How can I explain it to my parents? I was speechless and could only let her do whatever she wanted. That day, I was lying on the sofa watching TV boredly when I suddenly heard a knock on the door. Come in. A woman in a business suit walked in, holding a document in her hand, and said respectfully, Emperor Qing, this is the list of guests who will visit you today. Which ones do you think you need to arrange to meet? I took the list and took a look at it, and was stunned. I don't recognize any of the names on the list. Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, Professor Zhang, where did these people come from? I was about to refuse when suddenly a name caught my eye and my heart trembled. Bell. I sat up straighter, staring at the name, my breathing quickened. What's wrong, brother? Zhong Qingyan asked with concern when she saw that I looked unusual. I took a deep breath, pointed at the name on the list, and said in a trembling voice, I want to see her. Zhong Qingyan came over and glanced curiously. Zhong Ling, this name sounds familiar. Wait, isn't this your, I quickly covered her mouth and swallowed the rest of her words back into my stomach. What a joke. How can we let others know about this? The woman in professional attire was obviously startled by my loss of composure. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Yes, Emperor Chang, I will arrange it right away. I paced back and forth in the room anxiously, with countless scenes flashing through my mind like a movie. Zhong Ling, my first love, we were childhood sweethearts. We thought we would get married together, but we parted ways because of a misunderstanding. 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with a strange disease that required huge medical expenses. In order to help me raise money, Zhongling lowered herself to work in a bar, but someone took a photo of her and the photo reached my parents' ears. My parents had always looked down on Zhongling's family background and thought she was not worthy of me. Now they were even more furious and forced me to break up with her. Of course I refused and had a big fight with my parents. As a result, my condition worsened and I fell into a coma. When I woke up, Zhongling had already left, leaving only a letter saying that she didn't want to be a burden to me anymore. I held the letter, feeling heartbroken. I swore that I would cure my illness, find Zhongling, and explain everything to her. Now, I finally have the chance to fulfill my promise. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, interrupting my thoughts. I looked up suddenly and saw the woman in professional attire leading a tall woman wearing sunglasses in. Emperor Qing, Miss Zhong is here. My heartbeat suddenly accelerated and my eyes were fixed on the woman. Even through my sunglasses, I could feel the familiar aura emanating from her. You go out first. I waved my hand, signaling the woman in professional attire to leave. There were only Zhongling and I left in the room. I took a deep breath, mustered up my courage, and walked towards her step by step. Linger. My voice trembled a little, with a hint of excitement that was hard to conceal. Zhongling slowly took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of clear and bright eyes. Her eyes fell on me, but there was no emotion at all, as if she was looking at a stranger. Who are you? She frowned slightly, her tone cold. My heart sank suddenly and a chill ran from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Don't you recognize me? I am Long Yangqing. I asked in disbelief, with a hint of despair in my voice. Zhongling looked me up and down, with a mocking smile on her face. Long Yangqing? The Long Yangqing I know is not the dignified and noble one you are now. Her tone was full of sarcasm and disdain, like sharp knives, stabbing my heart. You, how can you say that? I became what I am now because of you. I yelled emotionally. For me? Zhongling seemed to have heard something funny and couldn't help laughing out loud. Master Long, don't be so self-indulgent. What does your current state have to do with me? I was stunned, looking at the strange woman in front of me, my heart full of doubts and confusion. Is this still the gentle, kind and considerate Zhongling that I know? Chapter 86, Get Back My Ex-Girlfriend. I was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Is this still the Zhongling I know? The girl who was willing to do anything to be with me when I was at my lowest point. Zhongling, did you recognize the wrong person? I am Long Yangqing, the one you used to like to call Brother Qing. I tried to awaken her dormant memory, but my voice became smaller and smaller, and weaker and weaker. Zhongling waved her hands impatiently and interrupted me. All right, stop pretending. I know you rich people like to play tricks like this. You want to humiliate me in this way, right? I opened my mouth and wanted to explain, but found that I had no idea where to start. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? I'm telling you, although I'm poor, I'm not someone that anyone can humiliate. As Zhongling said this, she took out a check from her bag and threw it hard in my face. This is the appearance fee you gave me. I don't want a penny. Take your filthy money and get out. The check fell lightly to the ground, as if mocking my incompetence and ridiculousness. I looked at the familiar stranger in front of me, feeling mixed emotions. After not seeing her for 3 years, she has become so strange, so sharp, like a hedgehog covered with thorns, keeping people at a distance. Linger, listen to me, I didn't lie to you, I really. That's enough. Zhongling interrupted me impatiently. I don't want to hear anything else from you. Get out of here and get out of my sight right now. Her tone was cold and decisive, leaving no room for doubt. My heart ached, but I knew that saying more would be useless. She was like a stone that could not be warmed. No matter what I said or did, I could not melt the ice in her heart. I silently picked up the check on the ground and turned away. Walking out of the hotel, I looked up at the sky and let the cold wind blow on my face. System, what is going on? Why did Zhongling become like this? I was full of doubts and confusion, and could only seek answers from the system. Ding! The host does not have sufficient authority to obtain the information. The system's answer was as cold and ruthless as ever. I sighed helplessly, feeling even more upset. It seems that if we want to resolve Zhongling's heart knot, we need to make long-term plans. I murmured to myself, and my eyes gradually became firm. I got back in the car and told the driver to drive. Where to? Asked the driver. Go. I hesitated for a moment, and an address popped up in my mind: go to number 18 Qingfeng Street. That was the address of Zhong Ling's home. 3 years ago, I often went there to visit her and knew every tree and blade of grass there. The car slowly drove into Qingfeng Street, but the scenes on both sides of the street surprised me. The dilapidated old houses have now been transformed into brand new high-rise buildings. The streets are bustling with traffic and people coming and going, creating a prosperous scene. I was full of doubts. Is this still the Qingfeng Street in my memory? The car stopped at the gate of an upscale residential complex. I got out of the car and looked at this strange yet familiar residential complex in front of me, feeling mixed emotions. Sir, who are you looking for? The community security guard stopped me and asked vigilantly. I'm looking for. I was about to say Zhong Ling's name, but suddenly remembered her previous attitude. I hesitated for a moment and changed my words. I'm looking for the owner of this place. I lived here for a while before and wanted to come back and take a look. Oh, I see. The security guard's attitude softened a little. Then come with me to register. After registering my information, I walked into the community. The community has a beautiful environment, with shady green trees, singing birds, and fragrant flowers, creating a vibrant scene. I walked aimlessly in the community, looking for any clues about Zhong Ling. Suddenly, my eyes were attracted by a cafe not far away. The name of that cafe was First Encounter. I remember that it was Zhong Ling's favorite place. An idea came to my mind, and I walked towards the cafe. As I walked into the cafe, a familiar fragrance hit my nose, making me feel as if I was back 3 years ago, back to the good times I had with Zhong Ling. I found a seat by the window, ordered a cappuccino, and quietly observed the guests in the cafe. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in my sight. She was a young woman, tall and elegant, wearing a white dress, with long black hair draped over her shoulders, delicate makeup on her face and a faint smile on her lips. She exuded an intellectual and charming charm. Zhong Ling? I blurted out, hardly believing my eyes. When the woman heard my voice, she turned around, her eyes fell on me, and she was slightly stunned. Who are you? I was just about to stand up and say hello to her, but suddenly I found that there was a man sitting next to her. The man was wearing a black suit, had a tall figure and a handsome face, and exuded the confidence and charm of a successful man. He put his arm around Zhong Ling's shoulders, lowered his head and whispered something in her ear. Zhong Ling smiled and nodded. The two of them behaved intimately, and it was obvious that they had a special relationship. My heart sank to the bottom in an instant. I felt all the blood in my body rushing to my head, and a nameless anger suddenly rose up. In 3 years, she has completely forgotten me? She is flirting with another man? Oh shit. I cursed and slammed my fist on the table. The coffee cup fell over and the brown liquid splashed all over me. The guests around were looking at me in surprise, but I didn't care about that and just stared at Zhong Ling and the man beside her. The man seemed to have noticed my loss of composure. He frowned, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and he held Zhong Ling tighter. Zhong Ling patted his hands gently, said something softly, then stood up and walked towards me. Long Yangcheng? She walked up to me with a hint of surprise and confusion in her tone, as well as a complex emotion that I could hardly describe. I stood up suddenly, anger almost bursting out of my chest. Zhong Ling, why the hell are you pretending to be stupid? It's been 3 years, and you've forgotten me just like that? Zhong Ling's face turned pale in an instant. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Why, you have nothing to say? Who swore to wait for me? Who said that the relationship between us is indestructible? Now you are with another man. I pointed at the man, furious. Are you worthy of me? Zhong Ling's eyes turned red instantly, tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She took a deep breath and tried to control her emotions, but her voice was still trembling. Long Yangqing, calm down, things are not what you think. It's not what I imagined? What is it like? Tell me. I roared, the anger and grievance in my heart intertwined and almost swallowed me. That's enough. The man who had been silent all of a sudden spoke up. He stood up, holding Zhong Ling behind him, and looked at me coldly. Who are you? What are you doing here? Only then did I notice that this man's eyebrows were somewhat similar to Zhong Ling's. My heart sank suddenly. Could it be? He is. I pointed at the man, my voice trembling. I'm her brother, Zhong Zishuan. The man interrupted me coldly. If you dare to be unreasonable with her again, don't blame me for being rude. I felt like I was struck by lightning. I stood there in a daze, my mind going blank. Zhongling's brother? How could he be her brother? Then what I just said. I suddenly felt like a clown and lost face in front of everyone. What is even more unacceptable to me is that I actually misunderstood Zhongling and said so many nasty things to her. I opened my mouth, but I didn't know what to say. Apologize? Explain? It seemed too late. Brother, let's go. Zhongling pulled the man's sleeve and said in a low voice. The man looked at me coldly, turned around, hugged Zhongling and left the cafe. I slumped weakly in the chair, watching their backs as they left, feeling mixed emotions. Ding! It is detected that the host is experiencing an emotional crisis, triggering a special task: get the ex-girlfriend back. Task reward: a mysterious gift package. The system's voice suddenly sounded, pulling me back from my chaotic emotions. I smiled bitterly. Getting my ex-girlfriend back? Now it seems that it is easier said than done. Chapter 87: Crystal Tears. My head was buzzing, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over my head. Zhongling's brother? Are you kidding me? Didn't I look like an idiot for yelling at her in front of her brother? I sat there blankly, watching the waiter clean up the mess on the floor. I could still hear Zhong Zishuan's cold words in my ears. Don't blame me for being rude. I suddenly realized that my actions just now were not only embarrassing, but might also bring trouble to Zhongling. Ding! The mission to get back the ex-girlfriend has officially begun. The first step is to get Zhong Zishuan's approval. The system's voice sounded at an inopportune time, with an inexplicable excitement. I cursed in my heart in frustration. Recognition is bullshit. I just want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into now. The system seemed not to hear my complaint and introduced me on its own. Zhong Zishuan, the president of Zhong Group, is aloof and unsympathetic. If you want to gain his approval, the host needs to. I simply blocked out the system's chatter, my mind filled with Zhongling's pale face. She must be very sad, being misunderstood by the person she loves and being humiliated by him in public. It's all my fault. It's been 3 years, and I haven't made any progress. I'm still so impulsive and irritable. I covered my face in pain, and at this moment, the phone in my pocket vibrated. I took it out and saw that it was a text message from Zhongling. Yang Qing, I'm sorry, my brother misunderstood, don't take it to heart. I have something to do now, I will explain to you later. Looking at this message, I felt mixed emotions. She was still thinking about me, but Ding! Emotional fluctuations detected, triggering a side quest: give Zhongling a gift that will move her. Mission reward: a random skill book. Gift? I looked up blankly and looked around, and a flower shop came into view. Roses? No, too tacky. Chocolate? No, she doesn't like sweets. I scratched my hair in annoyance, and at this moment, a pot of elegant orchids placed in front of the flower shop caught my attention. It was a variety I had never seen before. Its petals were as white as jade, its stamens were pale pink like clouds, and it emitted a faint fragrance, just like the feeling Zhongling gave me, cool and elegant, yet with a hint of warmth. Boss, how much is this orchid? I asked, pointing at the orchid. You have a good eye, young man. This is the latest variety we have cultivated, called Bing Xin Yulu. There is only one pot of this in the country. The boss introduced it with a smile, but the price is not cheap, it costs 100,000 yuan. 100,000? I hesitated for a moment. All my savings now only add up to tens of thousands. Ding! The host is detected to have insufficient funds. Do you want to use the overdraft future function? Using this function, the host can overdraw the income of the next month, but a certain handling fee will be required. Hearing the system's prompt, I gritted my teeth and made up my mind: use it. Isn't it just a month's income? For Zhongling, I'll fight for it. I paid with my card, then took the orchid and took a taxi to Zhongling's house. I took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. Who is it? A cold voice came from inside. It was Zhong Zishuan. The door opened and Zhong Zishuan was wearing home clothes with wet hair. Obviously he had just taken a shower. When he saw it was me, a hint of surprise flashed across his originally stern face, but he quickly returned to his expressionless look. What are you doing here? His tone was cold, as if he was facing a stranger. I was a little irritated by his attitude, but thinking of Zhongling, I suppressed my anger and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother Zishuan, I bought a pot of orchids for Zhongling. I handed the orchid forward, but Zhong Zishuan didn't even look at it. He just said coldly, "She doesn't need it." I immediately felt like a bucket of cold water was poured from head to toe. Does this guy treat me like air? If it weren't for Zhongling, I would have punched you in the face long ago. Brother Zishuan, I know you are still angry with me, but I'm angry with you? Zhong Zishuan suddenly sneered and interrupted me. Long Yangqing, you think too highly of yourself. Who do you think you are? It's not your turn to interfere in my sister's affairs. I was so angry at his words that I was shaking all over. Just as I was about to open my mouth to refute, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding. The host is detected to be about to do irrational behavior. It is recommended to use the taunt skill. Taunt? What the hell is that? Using the taunt skill will consume 100 rage points. Do you want to use it? I hesitated for a moment, glanced at the arrogant Zhong Zishuan in front of me, and the nameless anger in my heart suddenly rose up. Use. I'm going to piss you off to death today. Use it. I said in my heart with gritted teeth. Ding. Taunt skill has been activated. An inexplicable power surged in my heart. I took a deep breath, looked at Zhong Zishuan, and suddenly revealed a contemptuous smile. Zhong Zishuan, you are not scared, are you? I deliberately dragged out my voice, my tone full of teasing. Are you afraid that I will snatch your sister away, so you are targeting me like this? Zhong Zishuan's face turned pale in an instant. He raised his head abruptly, and his eyes shot at me like a knife. What did you say? I say, you're a coward. I met his gaze fearlessly. You don't dare to admit that you like Zhongling, so you just hide behind and play tricks. You really are. I paused deliberately, then leaned close to his ear and said word by word in a voice that only the two of us could hear. Coward. Zhong Zishuan's body visibly stiffened, and I could even feel his clenched fists trembling slightly. I was secretly happy. It seems that this taunt skill is quite useful. Just then, the door behind me suddenly opened. The door opened, and before I could see who was coming, I heard a voice scolding, Zhong Zishuan, what are you doing? I looked up and it was Zhongling. She was wearing a light pink dress today, with her long black hair draped over her shoulders and a hint of anger on her face, which made her look even more charming. When I saw Zhongling, a warm feeling suddenly surged in my heart. Just as I was about to speak, I saw Zhong Zishuan turn around, pull Zhongling into the house, and then close the door with a bang. This kid, is he sick? I stood at the door, listening to the faint sounds of quarreling coming from inside, and felt more and more uncomfortable. No, I have to go in and take a look. I was about to knock on the door when the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding. The host's emotions are fluctuating greatly. It is recommended to use mind reading. Mind reading? Is there such a thing? Using mind reading will consume 500 rage points. Do you want to use it? 500 points? Why don't you go grab it? I was a little hesitant for a moment, because this was the anger value I had worked so hard to accumulate for a long time. Host, please note that using mind reading can allow you to hear the target person's inner voice, which is the best way to understand the other person's true thoughts. The system's voice was full of temptation. I gritted my teeth and made up my mind. Use it. I'm going all out today. Ding. Mind reading has been activated. I took a deep breath and focused my attention on the door in front of me. The next second, the voices of Zhong Zishuan and Zhongling came clearly into my ears. Why is this guy here again? He's haunting us. Zhong Zishuan's voice was filled with disgust. Brother, don't say that. Yang Qing also cares about me. Zhongling's voice sounded a little aggrieved. Care about you? Does he care about you? He wants to pursue you. Don't you see what kind of person he is now? A pauper, how can he be worthy of you? Zhong Zishuan's voice was full of disdain. When I heard this, I was immediately furious. What's wrong with being a pauper? Do paupers have no human rights? Just as I was about to break in, I heard Zhongling's voice again. Brother, stop talking. Yanqing, he is not what you think. Not what I thought. Then what is it? Are you really interested in him? Zhong Zishuan's voice suddenly rose octaves. Zhongling's voice was a little flustered. I don't know either. Have no idea? Hearing this, my heart sank. Could it be that Zhongling really has no feelings for me? I felt like someone had a bucket of cold water poured over my head, and I was completely chilled. At this moment, Zhong Zishuan's inner voice sounded again, "Humph, I will never let you be with this poor boy." The next second, I heard hurried footsteps, and then the door suddenly opened. Before I could react, I felt a huge force coming towards me. I was pushed back and sat down on the ground. I looked up and saw Zhong Zishuan standing at the door, glaring at me angrily. "Get out of here." He pointed at my nose and said through gritted teeth, "Don't you ever come and harass my sister again." I was confused by his sudden action. Before I could say anything, he slammed the door again. I sat on the ground, looking at the closed door, feeling mixed emotions. Just then, I suddenly felt the phone in my pocket vibrate. I took out my phone and saw that it was a text message from Zhongling. "I'm sorry, my brother, don't take it to heart." Reading this text message, I felt even more upset. Zhongling, do you know that your brother, he doesn't like me at all?" I took a deep breath, put my phone back in my pocket, and stood up from the ground. I dusted myself off, glanced at the closed door, and turned and left. Just as I turned around, I saw a slender figure appear in the window on the second floor. It's Zhongling. She stood by the window, looking at me silently, with complicated eyes, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. I looked at her and suddenly gave a relieved smile. "Goodbye, Zhongling. Maybe we are really not suitable." I turned and left without looking back. What I didn't know was that behind me, a crystal teardrop slid down the corner of Zhongling's eye. Chapter 88, Being Plotted. I walked on the street in a daze, and Zhongling's words "I don't know either" were like a thorn, piercing my heart. Damn it, I am a good-looking man after all, how come I am called a pauper? Ding. The host's emotional fluctuations have been detected, and the goddess check-in system has been activated. A cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind, startling me. I looked around but didn't see anyone. Who's talking? Host, don't panic. I am the goddess sign-in system. I am bound to you and will assist you in reaching the pinnacle of your life. I was stunned for a few seconds, and then I was ecstatic. System? Golden finger? Haha, Zhong Zishuan, you are a dog-eyed jerk who looks down on others. I will show you what a truly successful person is. System, tell me quickly, what functions does it have? I asked impatiently. This system will provide the host with daily sign-in opportunities. Each sign-in will earn generous rewards, including but not limited to money, skills, connections, etc. The system explained. In addition, the host can also obtain additional rewards by completing tasks issued by the system. I rubbed my hands excitedly. What are you waiting for? Let me sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 1 million yuan. Along with the system prompt sound, my mobile phone received a bank text message informing me that 1 million yuan had been deposited into my account. I was immediately overjoyed. Now I am also a millionaire. System, where is the next check-in location? Ding. Next sign-in location, Zhong Qingyan's office. Zhong Qingyan? My heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Zhong Qingyan is Zhongling's sister and the president of Zhong Group. She is a well-known iceberg beauty with countless suitors, but I never dared to hope for her. Now, the system actually asked me to sign in at her office? This is simply a godsend. I immediately took a taxi to the headquarters of Zhong Group and arrived at the door of the president's office on the top floor with a nervous mood. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Enter. A cold voice came from inside the door, and my heart started beating wildly. I pushed the door open and saw a woman in a black business suit sitting at the desk. She had delicate features and a cool temperament. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, like an unattainable snow lotus. It's Zhong Qingyan. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes staring at me coldly. Who are you? I am. I was so nervous that I stuttered. I am Long Yangqing, Zhongling's friend. What's the matter? Zhong Qingyan's tone was still cold, as if she was keeping people at a distance. I stammered, unable to speak, my mind racing with excuses. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. It is detected that the host is too close to the sign-in target. Do you want to sign in immediately? Sign in, of course, sign in. I said to myself without hesitation. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, mind reading. Mind reading? My eyes suddenly lit up. With this skill, would I still be afraid of not knowing what Zhong Qingyan was thinking? I glanced at Zhong Qingyan secretly and started my mind reading ability. This kid is sneaking around. What on earth does he want to do? I was stunned. Is this what Zhong Qingyan is thinking? Why do I feel like something is wrong? I stood there in a daze, a chill running from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Mind reading? Can this thing even hear what is going on in your mind? Seeing that I didn't speak for a long time, Zhong Qingyan frowned slightly, and a trace of impatience flashed in her eyes. If you have nothing to do, go out, I'm busy. Oh, okay. I turned around and walked out as if I had been pardoned. Wait. Zhong Qingyan suddenly called me. Are you Zhongling's friend? My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she had figured out something? Yes, I stammered, not daring to look her in the eye. How is Zhongling doing recently? Zhong Qingyan's voice softened a little, but her tone was still cold. She's fine. I answered bravely, but I was complaining in my heart. If you care about your sister, just say it directly. Who are you trying to show off to by acting like an ice queen? That's good. Zhong Qingyan responded lightly, then lowered her head to continue processing documents. I felt relieved and fled from the office. When I returned to the company, the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. What does Zhong Qingyan's last sentence mean? Could it be that she suspects the relationship between Zhongling and I? That's impossible. Although Zhongling and I are friends, we have always maintained a safe distance. Apart from occasionally having a meal or watching a movie together, there has been no other inappropriate behavior. Etc. Could it be that Zhongling was saying bad things about me behind my back? The more I thought about it, the more possible it seemed to me. After all, my breakup with Zhongling was known to everyone. If Zhongling ran to her sister and cried, saying that I had abandoned her and was too timing, then given Zhong Qingyan's protective personality, she would definitely have a bad impression of me. No, I have to find an opportunity to explain everything to Zhong Qingyan, otherwise I will never be able to complete the sign-in task again. I was racking my brains to think of a solution when my cell phone suddenly rang. It's Zhongling calling. Hello, Zhongling, what's going on? I answered the phone, trying to keep my tone calm. Long Yangqing, you bastard. How dare you answer my call? Zhongling's angry roar came from the other end of the phone. My heart skipped a beat and I thought to myself, this is not good. Zhongling, please listen to my explanation. What do you want to explain? Explain why you cheated on me? Explain why you abandoned me? Zhongling roared angrily. Long Yangqing, I must have been blind to fall for a scumbag like you. I was suddenly overwhelmed. What was going on? Zhongling, you misunderstood. There's really nothing between her and me. Nothing? No reason for her to text me and say she wants to compete with me fairly? Zhongling roared. Long Yangqing, do you think I'm a fool? I was stunned. Text message? What text message? Zhongling, what are you talking about? When did I send you a text message? I asked in confusion. Stop pretending. Zhongling said angrily, this morning, you sent me a text message from an unfamiliar number. I still remember the content clearly. I suddenly felt a chill running from the soles of my feet to the top of my head, and an ominous premonition came to my heart. Could it be that? Am I being plotted against? Chapter 89 Finale. I suddenly felt as if I had fallen into an icy cave, with a chill running from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. Text message? What text message? When did I send a text message to Zhongling? Could it be that someone deliberately framed me? I forced myself to calm down and think carefully about everything that happened today. From the time I left home in the morning until now, I have been with my colleagues at the company and have had no chance to send text messages at all, let alone send that kind of content to Zhongling from an unfamiliar number. Etc. Unknown number. I suddenly remembered that I received a text message from an unknown number this morning, which said, Long Yangqing, I know a lot of your secrets. If you don't want to be ruined, just do what I say. At that time, I thought it was a scam text message, so I ignored it. Now it seems that this text message may be the key to framing me. But who wants to frame me? I racked my brains and familiar faces flashed through my mind. Colleagues? Impossible. I have a good relationship with my colleagues. No one would use such a despicable method to deal with me. Competitor? Not likely. Zhongling and I are just ordinary friends. Even if we broke up, my competitor wouldn't go to such great lengths to frame me. Who is that? I just can't figure it out. Long Yangqing, say something. Are you mute? On the other end of the phone, Zhongling was still roaring angrily. Zhongling, listen to me, things are not as you think. I have been framed. I tried to keep calm and spoke sincerely. Framed? Do you think I will believe it? Zhongling sneered. Long Yangqing, stop quibbling. I have seen your true face. You are a complete scumbag. Zhongling, I really didn't. Enough. I don't want to listen to you anymore. Zhongling hung up the phone angrily. I stared at the phone blankly, my mind going blank. How so? Who is behind this? I was devastated and felt like my whole world was falling apart. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. I looked up and saw Zhong Qingyan standing at the door with a gloomy face and a cold light flashing in her eyes. Mr. Zhong. I opened my mouth, but didn't know what to say. Long Yangqing, come out with me. Zhong Qingyan said coldly, then turned and walked out of the office. My heart skipped a beat and I knew something was wrong, but I still followed him out. Zhong Qingyan took me to the company rooftop. The biting cold wind blew on my face, making me feel as painful as if it were being cut by a knife. Tell me, what's going on? Zhong Qingyan turned around and looked at me coldly, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in her tone. I took a deep breath and told Zhong Qingyan the whole story. Of course, I didn't say a word about the system. After listening to my story, Zhong Qingyan's expression eased a little, but was still cold. Long Yangqing, I know you have no ill will towards Zhongling, but you are indeed responsible for this matter. Zhong Qingyan said lightly, Zhongling is my sister, I will not allow anyone to hurt her, including you. I opened my mouth, wanting to explain, but in the end nothing came out. I know there's no point saying anything now. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Zhong Qingyan paused and continued, before that, you'd better stay away from Zhongling. After saying that, Zhong Qingyan ignored me and turned to leave the rooftop. I looked at Zhong Qingyan's departing back, my heart filled with bitterness and helplessness. I know that the relationship between Zhongling and I is probably really over. And all this was because of that mysterious text message. I must find out who is behind this. Over the next few days, I tried to find out more about the text messages, but to no avail. That strange number seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and could no longer be contacted. And Zhongling has never contacted me since she hung up the phone on me that day. I know she is still mad at me. But I can't do anything. I can only put all my hopes on the system. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super hacking skills. Super hacker skills? My eyes suddenly lit up. With this skill, I can find out the source of that strange number and know who is behind this. I couldn't wait to learn the super hacking technique and started tracking the strange number. After some effort, I finally found the registration information of that number. However, when I saw the name of the registrant, I was stunned. Registrant name, Zhong Qingyan. The finale.